After the tide of the previous element receded, the world entered an era of great ebb, during which countless races such as elves, giants, and orcs vanished into the annals of history. Yet, life possesses its own means of continuation through the passage of time. The bloodlines of ancient races gradually merged into the essence of humankind. You bear the blood of giants, become my warrior, and I shall allow you to once again gaze down upon the mortal realm. You possess the blood of elves, join my ranks, and I shall enable you to feel the call of the moon goddess. You carry the blood of ancient dragons, surrender to me, and I shall elevate you to the pinnacle among the gods. I am the Lord of Bloodlines, endowed with the power to awaken ancestral might. My name is Robin. This is a tale of systems, lords, and warfare, and I hope it finds favor with you. Welcome to the frontier territory. Robin, accompanied only by his steed, traversed the boundless expanse of the wasteland. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, his features resolute and handsome, with short black hair and deep-set black eyes. His brows were straight, and his nose was noble and prominent. Tall and broad-shouldered, he donned a suit of brown leather armor, a long sword hanging at his waist, exuding an air of gallant spirit. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds, as clear as a polished mirror. Before him lay an endless stretch of wild grassland, with robust and lush weeds rising to half a man's height. This was the most common vegetation of the wasteland. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the grass to ripple in waves. Here lies the frontier territory, known to the people as the Northern Wasteland, nominally part of the Red Man Empire. Yet in reality, it was a desolate and savage land, untouched by civilization. Robin was now en route to his domain, a territory he had never before visited. Certainly, the imperial government would offer no assistance. Food, populace, and military forces were matters he must resolve on his own. What he received was merely a barren expanse far removed from the empire's borders, a desolate land where not even a bird would alight. Moreover, the barbaric natives inhabiting the wasteland did not recognize the empire's frontier certificate. To secure this territory, he would need to devise his own strategies. The endeavor of frontier expansion was undoubtedly a gamble. Losing everything could be considered a fortunate outcome, while the most tragic fate would be to lose one's life upon this barren land. Yet, despite these risks, countless individuals exerted themselves to obtain a frontier certificate, rushing headlong into the northern wasteland without hesitation. The allure of possessing one's own land was simply too tempting. Regardless, ever since the commencement of the frontier movement, the entire northern wasteland gradually became more vibrant. Recently, Robin had the honor of becoming a participant in this movement. However, he was fortunate this frontier certificate was not something he had purchased, but rather a gift from fate. Originally a commoner, Robin had a distant uncle, whose business acumen had amassed a modest fortune, enabling him to procure a frontier certificate at great expense. Alas, this uncle met an untimely demise just 6 months into his endeavor. With no children or heirs, the uncle, in his final moments, inexplicably recalled his distant nephew. Robin, perhaps out of a desire to see his pioneering efforts succeed, or perhaps out of pity for his unfortunate nephew, who had grown up without parents. Regardless, he bequeathed his territory to Robin in his will. Thus, Robin inexplicably found himself elevated to the status of a baron. With one hand grasping the reins and the other holding a map, he traversed the vast wilderness for the better part of a day, finally arriving at his domain just before dusk. Perched atop a hilly elevation stood a 2-story black wooden house. Such dilapidated structures were commonplace within the empire's interior. Yet amidst the savage expanse, this modest wooden abode represented the pinnacle of civilization within a 100-mile radius. Surrounding the wooden house, scattered across the hillside, lay approximately 50 rudimentary dwellings. These houses were pitifully constructed, merely stone walls topped with a layer of hay, barely sufficient to shield against the elements. In stark contrast, the wooden house atop the hill resembled a castle in its opulence. At the base of the hill, a winding river flowed like a silver ribbon, approximately 20 paces wide, its crystal-clear waters revealing fish frolicking at the riverbed. The banks were lush with aquatic vegetation, and the fertile land had been cultivated into patches of farmland, where villagers were bent over, laboring in the fields. Robin was instantly enamored with this place. He could scarcely believe that his uncle had managed to locate such a gem amidst the barren wasteland. As he rode to the outskirts of the village, he noticed a wooden signpost standing by a footpath, inscribed in the Empire's common tongue, Raging Tide City. Raging Tide? Robin turned to gaze at the calm and serene river, then looked back at the impoverished and dilapidated village atop the hill. Is this it? Raging Tide City bore neither tempest nor urbanity. It appeared his uncle possessed a rather dark sense of humor. Yet regardless, this Raging Tide City would henceforth be Robin's domain. The villagers, clearly unaccustomed to the presence of outsiders, took immediate notice of Robin as he slowly ascended the hill along the dirt path. Those working in the fields lifted their heads, while others on the road paused, casting curious or wary glances in his direction. Robin soon discerned that although the village seemed outwardly impoverished, it held a remarkable inner strength as he walked through. He realized that all his subjects were Highlanders. Highlanders are distinguished by their remarkable height. Legend has it they possessed the blood of giants. Male Highlanders typically tower above 2 meters, and while Robin was considered tall among the Empire's populace, here he found himself only able to compare heights with the women. These towering figures are a warrior race, inherently valuing strength and aggression. Thanks to their physical advantages, a Highlander can easily take on 3 or 4 Imperial soldiers. However, warfare transcends mere brawling. The sophistication of Imperial civilization posed a significant challenge to the Highlanders. A century ago, the Empire initiated its conquest of the western snowy plateaus, sweeping away hundreds of Highlander tribes. Since then, Highlanders have become part of the Empire's diverse familial tapestry, with some tribes remaining in the snowy plateaus while others migrated inward into the Empire. After a moment of contemplation, Robin surmised how his uncle had managed to entice a group of Highlanders to the desolate wasteland. In recent years, the Empire had steadily succumbed to decline, grappling with fiscal constraints, land shortages, tensions between the monarchy and local authorities, and discord among the noble class. Indeed, a state of perpetual unease. Consequently, many impoverished farmers were inclined to follow the lesser nobility to the wilderness in search of fortune, for they possessed nothing but their wretched lives to lose. To the nobles of the Empire, Highlanders were far from ideal subjects. Aside from the basic necessities of eating and sleeping, their most notable skills lay in brawling and instigating trouble. Many nobles would even expel Highlanders from their lands, treating them as pariahs and casting them into the territories of other lords. Even the military held a disdain for the Highlanders. Although they were notably robust and strong, they lacked any sense of discipline. In battle, they charged recklessly, often disrupting their own formations and inadvertently creating chaos among their own ranks. In summary, to the people of the Empire, Highlanders were perceived as a brutish and uncultured lot. Despite sharing the same basic physical features, the Empire's populace did not regard Highlanders as their kin. It was evident that Robin's uncle, as a newly minted frontier noble, had limited options in selecting his subjects. Managing to rally such a Highland tribe was, by all accounts, a commendable achievement. Despite the numerous shortcomings of the Highlanders, Robin was filled with exhilaration, for he understood that this group was not to be underestimated. They were the descendants of the ancient Iron Giants. Chapter 2. The Awakened. In the ancient era of the gods, beyond humanity, the continent was home to a multitude of diverse and highly intelligent races, such as elves, giants, ancient dragons, and orcs. This period marked the zenith of elemental tides, with elemental concentrations exceeding present levels by hundreds of times. However, as the tides ebbed and flowed, the elemental concentration began to decline after reaching its peak, ushering the world into an age of great recession. During this age of decline, many races gradually vanished from the annals of history, for the low concentrations of elemental tides could no longer sustain their forms. In a bid to ensure their survival, they employed various means akin to the aid of mortals crossing the sea. Some forsook their wisdom and civilization, regressing into barbarism, exemplified by the ferocious and bloodthirsty wolfmen, direct descendants of the orcs. Others relinquished their noble bloodlines, gradually assimilating into the human world, such as the Highlanders. What led Robin to confidently assert that the Highlanders were descendants of the Iron Giants? It was due to a unique ability he possessed, the power to perceive the bloodlines of beings. As a newcomer who had traversed realms and taken residence in another's domain, Robin was endowed with a bloodline awakening system that granted him an extraordinary capability, The Eye of Bloodline. Within the realm of the Bloodline Eye. Whether observing Highlanders toiling in the fields or those curiously gazing from the roadside, Robin discerned that their forms were enveloped in a gossamer silver-gray mist, indicating the flow of iron giant blood within them. In the world revealed by the Bloodline Eye, those with ancient bloodlines were always shrouded in such mist, which Robin referred to as bloodline mist. The color and density of this mist varied among different bloodlines. For instance, those possessing elven blood typically exhibited a green hue. In the purer the bloodline, the denser the mist enveloping them. Although the academic community has long debated the lineage of the Highlanders as descendants of the giants, for Robin, this matter was unequivocally settled. To other nobles, these Highlanders were merely a scourge, yet to Robin, they were a treasure trove of potential. Ironically, the Highlanders remained entirely oblivious to their ancestry. They had lost not only the power and glory of the Iron Giants, but also any memory of their origins. In ancient times, the Iron Giants represented a superior civilization above humanity, yet now, their descendants found themselves subjugated by humans, utterly displaced. Truly, fortunes can shift dramatically over the course of mere decades. Eager to assume control of his territory, Robin rode his horse to a Highlander standing by the roadside and smiled, inquiring, "I am Baron Robin. May I ask where Butler Homan can be found?" Robin envisioned the Highlander trembling in reverence upon hearing his noble title. Yet he was sorely mistaken. The villager remained unmoved by the mention of his baronial status, offering no reaction whatsoever. This indifference exemplified the disdain nobles held for the Highlanders, who remained ignorant of the grandeur of the aristocracy. The Highlander, silent and cold, merely gestured towards the wooden building atop the hill, conveying his meaning plainly. Robin nodded, disregarding the villager's rudeness, and proceeded along the dirt path toward the wooden edifice. As he traversed the path, he continued to survey his domain. Apart from the unexpected delight brought by the Highland villagers, the level of poverty within the settlement was equally disheartening. Many walked barefoot, lacking even a single pair of shoes. After a few minutes, he crossed the entirety of Stormy City and arrived at the base of the wooden building. He tethered his horse at the entrance and, without further ado, pushed open the door and entered. Upon entering, he found himself in a grand hall, furnished with a long table and a few chairs. The decor rather meager. The room was dimly lit, and a musty odor pervaded the air. "Is anyone here?" Robin called out, prompting a flurry of hurried footsteps from the second floor, followed by the descent of the steward, Hobman. Hobman was a man in his 50s, possessing an unremarkable appearance. With clean brown hair, graying at the temples, a slender frame, and dressed in rough fabric, slightly stooped. Upon seeing Robin, he paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, his aged face gradually revealing a glimmer of joy. "You are Baron Robin." "Indeed, it is I. You must be Hobman, the steward." Robin responded with a hearty laugh, relishing being addressed as a baron. Finally, someone recognized his worth. Unlike the Highlanders outside, Hobman was simply an ordinary human elder, devoid of any mist surrounding him under Robin's bloodline gaze. In the realm of humanity, individuals like Hobman constituted the vast majority. They were mere mortals, lacking both bloodline power and the talents of martial spirit or magic. "My lord, you have finally arrived," the old steward exclaimed with overwhelming happiness, promptly inviting Robin to take a seat. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the steward guided Robin on a tour of the house. Though modest in size, the wooden structure was well equipped, even featuring a small study, albeit with a scant collection of books, merely a fade from his uncle, while Hobman was officially the steward. In truth, he was the house's sole servant. The master's bedroom was the finest in the house, adorned with a decent sheepskin rug. "The room is kept immaculate. I clean it daily since the master's passing," Hobman said respectfully at the door, a hint of sorrow crossing his face as he spoke of the deceased master. Robin wandered around the bedroom, casually inspecting his future quarters. Suddenly, he turned to Hobman and inquired, "Where's my uncle buried? Take me to see." Though Robin had only met his uncle a few times, rendering him nearly a stranger, he felt a sense of obligation to pay his respects, having inherited the man's domain. The grave lay just behind the wooden building, on a neatly kept patch of grass. The tomb was exceedingly simple, lacking even a proper headstone. Merely a small mound encircled by a ring of pebbles. Robin stood before the grave, feigning a moment of silence, deeply moving the old steward, who thought to himself how dutiful a nephew he was. Indeed, when the master had once spoken of granting them land, these Highlanders had followed suit. Among these Highlanders, were there any awakened ones? Although he understood the likelihood was slim, Robin still harbored a glimmer of hope. Homan, taken aback by the question, chuckled and replied, "My lord, you jest. How could a remote and impoverished place like ours possibly have an awakened one?" An awakened one refers to an individual who has awakened the power of their bloodline. Those who possess the ancient bloodlines, although their essence has considerably waned over time, occasionally produce fortunate individuals capable of awakening ancestral powers. These individuals are known as awakened ones. The strength of awakened ones is often formidable, and their abilities are as varied as the bloodlines from which they derive. For instance, Highlanders who awaken the bloodline of Iron Giants typically gain enhanced physical capabilities, rendering their bodies more resilient and powerful. Conversely, those with elven blood may awaken abilities connected to nature magic. Among pure humans, the most common type of awakened one is the Battle Chi Knight. Indeed, Battle Chi is a form of bloodline power originating from ancient humanity, and it is the most prevalent bloodline strength across the continent. In the Empire, Battle Chi Knights form the backbone of both nobility and military might. Generally, only nobles can awaken Battle Chi, though occasionally, commoners may also achieve this feat once one awakens Battle Chi. They are effectively on the cusp of joining the ranks of the nobility, while some minor nobles, unable to awaken their Battle Chi, gradually fall from grace. The number of those who have awakened Battle Chi is so vast that many believe it can be attained solely through rigorous training. However, this is a misconception. Take the old steward Homan, for instance. He possesses no bloodline power whatsoever, and no amount of effort would enable him to awaken Battle Chi. The second most recognized awakened ones among humans are sorcerers or magicians. Many assume sorcerers are merely humans, yet this is also erroneous. In ancient times, sorcerers were distinct from humans, though their bloodlines were closely related. Sorcerers enjoy lifespans comparable to elves and wield formidable magical abilities. However, with the decline of elemental magic, they gradually integrated into human society, becoming magicians among humans. In contemporary times, people no longer refer to Battle Chi Knights and magicians as awakened ones. Rather, in common parlance, the term typically denotes those of elven or giant descent who have awakened. In this world, awakened ones are regarded as immensely powerful beings, with some noble families even forming legions of awakened warriors. The system within Robin is known as the Bloodline Awakening System, aptly named for its capacity to awaken bloodlines. Thus, upon witnessing the entire village comprised of Highlanders, Robin was overwhelmed with joy. He envisioned the possibility of utilizing the system to transform the Highlanders into awakened ones of the Iron Giant lineage, thereby assembling his own legion of awakened warriors. Chapter 3. Bloodline of the Titans. My dear Baron, there is a matter of utmost importance that I must disclose to you. Pray, what is it? The old steward's countenance revealed his hesitation. It appeared that this matter was rather difficult to articulate. Upon hearing this, Robin's heart sank. What was the situation? Had he been sidelined shortly after his arrival? This was intolerable. In the entirety of Stormwave City, Robin was the sole noble, and upon his demise, the territory had swiftly descended into a state of chaos, devoid of guidance. Simon, the mightiest among the Highland tribes, naturally ascended as the new chieftain, for the Highlanders revered strength and ferocity. Old Steward Homan, having grown frail and being merely an ordinary man, found himself unable to command the fierce Highlanders and was gradually marginalized. Consequently, all matters within the territory, great and small, were now dictated by Simon. In the wooden hall, Robin and the old steward were seated at the long table. This Simon was no ordinary man. He was a veritable giant among the Highlanders, with arms as thick as tree trunks and a waist broader than that of a barrel. When he stood, his head nearly grazed the ceiling. He could lift stones weighing 300 to 400 pounds without so much as breaking a sweat. Homan spoke with great fervor, gesticulating animatedly, revealing his palpable trepidation, even fear, toward Simon. In their tribe, he was known as the Iron Bear Warrior. Even during the days of the late Lord, he had been a challenge to command. Robin had indeed heard of the Iron Bear Warrior. Within a Highland tribe, there could only be one such warrior, the embodiment of strength. It was evident that if Robin wished to genuinely take control of the territory, he must first contend with Simon. After introducing the formidable Simon, the old steward kindly cautioned, "My lord, I implore you not to provoke Simon. The Highlanders are primitive and uncivilized, lacking an understanding of hierarchy." Homan's words were veiled yet clear. He meant to convey that Robin stood no chance against Simon and should refrain from foolish bravado. Robin had his own schemes, and he nodded in a perfunctory manner. By this time, the sun had set, and twilight slowly enveloped the surroundings. Robin had initially intended to present himself before his vassals, but it seemed he would have to postpone until the morrow. Holman rose to light a candle. The dim hall was suddenly illuminated by the flickering orange flame, though it cast light only upon a small area. The poverty of Robin's territory was stark. A single candle was a luxury, one that Holman typically refrained from using. It was only in light of Robin's arrival that he brought it forth. "Please, my lord, allow me a moment to prepare a meal." The old steward hurried to the kitchen and, after a brief while, returned with 2 pieces of coarse black bread and 2 plates of boiled beans. There was an air of guilt about him. "I sincerely apologize, my lord, for this is all that I can offer. I hope you will not find it lacking." The black bread was dry and unpalatable, while the unseasoned boiled beans were bland, reminiscent of a glutinous mass. In the Empire, such fare was the sustenance of the most destitute. Robin offered a few comforting words to the old steward, yet inwardly he sighed. Having believed that attaining the title of Baron would usher in a life of ease, it appeared he would have to start anew. The wooden structure was the highest point in the vicinity. Standing in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, one could gaze far and wide. The entirety of the territory sprawling before him. Beneath the hills, in the tribe of the Highlanders, only a few stone houses flickered with the glow of firelight. Gazing further afield, the entire wasteland lay shrouded in darkness, an eerie silence enveloping the scene. Within 100 miles, the city of Fury was the sole bastion of civilization. Robin settled into a wooden chair beside his bed, and with a mere thought, he activated the Bloodline awakening system. Instantly, a semi-transparent golden screen materialized before him, the main interface displaying 2 options, personal and team. As Robin had no team at present, the team option remained grayed out. He focused his mind on the personal option, entering his personal interface. This interface revealed a wealth of data about Robin, indicating his current level as 59, a formidable rank within the human realm. By sheer brute strength alone, he could easily overpower lower-tier knights of combat. Thanks to the system's enhancements, any combat engagement yielded experience points, regardless of victory or defeat, with greater rewards for triumph. Understanding this principle, Robin embarked on his journey as a warrior, confident that anything that failed to vanquish him would ultimately contribute to his strength. In addition to his extraordinary base attributes, Robin was an awakened one, possessing the rare bloodline of the ancient Titan race. In fact, he was the first to activate his bloodline powers through the system. In the epic of the ancient gods, Titans were revered as the gods of gods, legends depicting their dominion over the skies and thunder, residing in a floating city above the clouds. However, records of the Titans had become exceedingly scarce, leaving historians to glean fragments of knowledge from mythic tales about this formidable lineage. While the Titan bloodline bestowed Robin with remarkable physical prowess, he could not yet harness the powers of sky and thunder that the Titans wielded. Upon awakening his bloodline, a small cluster of white lightning manifested within his sea of consciousness, pulsating in sync with his heartbeat, flickering with an electric glow. Yet, he could only nurture this spark of lightning, remaining unaware of how to wield it. Currently, Robin's bloodline level stood at 1, compelling him to continue battling to gain more experience, with the hope that advancing to level 2 would unlock greater Titan powers. Within a larger stone house in the village, several Highlanders gathered around a fire pit, the flames crackling and dancing, casting flickering shadows on their somber faces. The leader among them, a towering figure in his 20s, loomed like a mountain of flesh, towering over his companions by a head. His rugged features were accentuated by large eyes, a prominent nose, and a broad mouth. Crowned with a fierce gray buzzcut that exposed his iron-gray torso, muscles as solid as stone, he was Simon, the nephew of the old Baron. Now facing the arrival of the new Baron, anger etched on his visage, Simon slowly began to speak, the other Highlanders gazing intently at him, awaiting the directives of their leader. In those days, the old Baron declared that he would die without leaving us anything. At that time, we could barely fill our stomachs, and the children would cry out in hunger at night. Over the course of more than a year, we toiled day and night. Though we still struggle to find enough to eat, we are no longer at risk of starvation. This village is a testament to our collective effort. As these words were spoken, the gloom upon the faces of the crowd dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride. Now, that newcomer, that impudent lad, arrives expecting to reap the rewards without contribution. Why should he? Did he lend a hand when we suffered through hunger and cold? This house, this land, all belong to us. He cannot simply waltz in and take it all. We shall not acquiesce. Simon's sentiments echoed the thoughts of all the Highlanders. They had built this village, while Robin had contributed nothing. By what right does he assume the role of leader? Merely because of a piece of paper from the imperial government? To the Highlanders, that is nothing more than scrap for wiping. The stone house erupted with fervor. Voices raised in unison. We shall not acquiesce. We shall not. The Highlanders' boisterous shouts rattled the thatched roof. Chief, just tell us what to do, and we shall follow your lead. As Simon sensed the crowd's fervor reaching a crescendo, he flashed a sinister smile, an unsettling contrast to his otherwise simple, farmer-like visage. My friends, you will heed my words. I shall ensure that this pretty boy is driven away. Chapter 4. The unwelcome individual. The following day, after a rather unsatisfactory breakfast, Robin felt it was time to introduce himself to the villagers as their new lord. He instructed the old steward to summon the villagers for a grand entrance. On that early spring morning, the sun had yet to fully rise, and the air was imbued with a refreshing chill, the grass beneath damp with dew. The village of Raging Tide comprised 50 households and boasted a population of over 200, all of whom were remarkably youthful, with not a single elder in sight. The villagers stood uniformly in the open space, their average height towering at 2 meters. The men were not only tall, but also robust, while the women exhibited formidable strength as well. In the Highlanders' aesthetic, a woman's strength was synonymous with beauty. Broad hips were seen as advantageous for childbearing, and sturdy limbs were deemed capable of labor and able to lend a hand in conflicts. In stark contrast, the delicate, slender noblewomen of the empire garnered naught but disdain from the Highlanders. They were perceived as frail and unsightly, mere weeping figures upon receiving a mere blow. Before this assembly of Highlanders, Robin and the old steward appeared diminutive, akin to 2 short winter melons, forcing Robin to tilt his head upwards to meet their gaze. Clearing his throat theatrically, Robin prompted the old steward, who promptly retrieved the imperial government's appointment document from his breast pocket. The hereditary succession of noble lands, wherein the son inherits from the father and the brother from the brother, is a legally recognized tradition, and the imperial appointment was merely a formality. However, with the decline of the imperial royal family, many high nobles had grown disinterested in such formalities. Nevertheless, as a newly elevated noble, Robin, lacking power and influence, adhered to the procedure. The document began with an extensive array of meaningless administrative jargon, culminating in the crucial statement, henceforth, Baron Robin shall inherit all rights to Raging Tide. The old steward read the document aloud, and Robin anticipated a round of applause and welcome, but his hopes were in vain. He was met with indifference. The Highland villagers regarded Robin with cold, unresponsive stares, as if they had heard nothing at all, their expressions akin to that of spectators observing a clown. The old steward's countenance soured, yet Robin, undeterred, pressed on. From this day forth, I am your new lord. I believe that under my stewardship, we can transform Raging Tide into a flourishing community where every individual enjoys ample food and warm clothing. The crowd remained unresponsive, their expected cooperation conspicuously absent. Embarrassed, Robin cleared his throat again, attempting to divert the conversation to salvage his dignity. I wish to recruit 2 maidservants from among the villagers. As the old steward is aging and finds the workload cumbersome, the salary is quite generous, 50 copper coins per month for each. This notion had been discussed earlier that morning with Horman, and although the steward had initially objected, witnessing the steward struggle with a chair nearly causing him a back injury led Robin to resolve to recruit 2 maidservants. In truth, based on the internal market rates of the empire, 50 copper coins was an exceedingly low offer, so much so that even the most unscrupulous lord would hesitate to propose such a sum. However, this was the wilderness, and the purse strings belonged to Robin. Nobility derived its status from the possession of considerable resources, including food, labor, and wealth. Robin now finds himself destitute and devoid of resources. Fortunately, he had managed to save a modest sum in his earlier years. Upon the mention of money, the previously silent crowd suddenly came to life, for despite the desolation of the wilderness, currency possesses an innate allure for humanity. Even without the necessity of keeping it at home, the mere thought of it provides a sense of comfort. Some of the younger women in the village began to stir restlessly. Robin distinctly observed a few of them eager to participate, whispering amongst themselves as if contemplating stepping forward. However, after waiting for a moment, none dared to volunteer. The villagers collectively turned their gaze towards Simon, who stood at the forefront, without his prompting. No one would muster the courage to step up. The young Highland chief, arms crossed, regarded Robin with a mocking demeanor, his cold stare unyielding. Earlier, when the villagers had gathered, the old steward had discreetly informed Robin that this was Simon. Even without the steward's input, Robin could surmise the truth among the Highlanders. Simon was a striking figure, towering a good half a head above his kin, making him exceedingly conspicuous. Realization dawned upon Robin. These individuals had long since conspired to demonstrate their authority over him. He internally scoffed while maintaining a facade of composure. Knowing that the awkward atmosphere could not persist indefinitely, he needed to find a way to ease the tension. As soon as he closed the door, the old steward kindly cautioned, "My lord, it is undoubtedly Simon's machinations at play. Without his endorsement, none will dare to labor for us." "I understand. I shall resolve this matter," Robin replied, his expression betraying no emotion. The steward, fearing that the young lord might recklessly confront Simon, hastily added, "My lord, please do not engage in a confrontation with Simon. He is tough-skinned and resilient, and even if we were to triumph, it would not be advantageous." Robin discerned the underlying message in the steward's words, offering a wry smile, but saying nothing. Simon was a man of decisive action. A mere show of power in the morning was not sufficient, and soon he would unveil his next tactic to undermine Robin. By evening, the old steward approached Robin with a troubled expression. "My lord, there is a matter I must report to you." Seated at his writing desk in his chamber, Robin was poring over a yellowed notebook, a pioneering journal left behind by his uncle, hoping to unearth any valuable insights. Upon hearing the steward's words, he sensed trouble and closed the journal. "What is it?" "My lord, we have run out of provisions." The steward, having aged and lost his means of sustenance after Robin's uncle's death, had relied on the villagers for support. Today was the designated day for food delivery, yet none had arrived. Once the steward elucidated the situation, Robin immediately grasped that this was yet another of Simon's ploys, and a particularly ruthless one at that. Without supplies, Robin would have no choice but to acquiesce to Simon's demands. Within the empire, there have been instances where impoverished commoners, driven to despair, revolted against the nobility, expelling them from their lands or even exterminating entire noble families. Yet, regardless of the intrigues among the aristocracy, they have always united in the preservation of their class's collective interests. Such a ruffian as Simon would undoubtedly be violently suppressed by the nobility, who would publicly execute him as a warning to others. However, this is the wilderness, and the nearest other noble settlers reside miles away. Moreover, Robin, a newly minted noble, is unfamiliar to anyone here, and there are no other nobles to come to his aid. Instead of being intimidated, Robin finds himself laughing in anger, having just arrived. He intended to familiarize himself with the surroundings and had no desire to confront the local ruffians so soon. Yet, unexpectedly, this brute escalates the situation further. "Truly, it is a case of I do not seek conflict, yet you insist on provoking me." After a moment's contemplation, he instructed the old steward, "Summon Simon and all the villagers to gather in the open space downstairs." "My lord, what is your intention?" the old steward inquired, noticing the anger etched upon Robin's face. "You must not act impulsively. That Simon is quite a ruthless character." Robin chuckled coldly to himself. "Ruthless? I am far more formidable." The steward felt a sense of trepidation, but, seeing the Baron's resolute demeanor, reluctantly obeyed the command. Meanwhile, Simon and several villagers were enjoying their evening meal in their humble abode. A large pot simmered over the fire, exuding steam as several Highlanders skillfully gutted the fish they had caught in the river that day, discarding the entrails into the pot and adding a handful of wild vegetables gathered nearby. In the opulent city of Raging Tide, this would be considered a grand feast. Were Robin to witness this scene, he would likely be incensed. After all, Raging Tide is his domain, and everything upon this land, including these Highlanders, is rightfully his. Yet here he is, the lord of the land, starving, while they indulge in a hearty meal. Heh, I've cut off the pretty boy's food supply today. Let us see how he fares from now on. Simon grinned maliciously, revealing a row of crooked yellow teeth. The Highlanders immediately cheered for their leader, one of them mocking. From now on, if the Baron wishes to eat, he'll have to toil for it himself. It is a pity for the old steward, as he too will have to suffer alongside him. As Simon spoke, he ladled himself a generous bowl of fish soup and took a hearty sip. "Ah, how delicious." The group reveled in their meal when suddenly, a Highland villager entered the stone house to report, "Chief, the Baron has summoned us." Chapter 5. Assurance. Simon gnawed on a fishbone, frowning in impatience. "What is the matter?" "I'm in the midst of eating." He scoffed derisively. It's merely that you can't find food, and you've come to vent your frustrations on me. He drained the fish soup from his bowl in one swift motion and rose to his feet. Come on, brothers, let us see what this pretty boy is capable of. Moments later, the villagers gathered once more in the clearing before the wooden building, marking the second assembly of the day. Simon stood at the forefront, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority, while the Highlanders behind him held their heads high with pride. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow upon the robust figures of these Highland warriors, evoking a beauty reminiscent of classical sculptures. Robin emerged from the wooden cabin, his expression as inscrutable as the depths of a still pond. He approached Simon and met his gaze, tilting his head upward. In the Empire, Robin was considered tall and imposing. Years of combat had sculpted him into a figure of formidable musculature. Yet, standing before the even more powerful Simon, he resembled a delicate young maiden. The Iron Bear warrior regarded Robin with a mocking glimmer in his eyes. By mere stature, Simon could easily overpower Robin with a single hand. I am not one to indulge in idle chatter. I speak plainly, Robin declared loudly. I know many of you harbor animosity toward me, believing I have come here to usurp your land and labor. This sentiment is understandable. Over the past year since my uncle's passing, it has been you who have transformed this wasteland into a home. Simon furrowed his brow in skepticism, pondering whether this aristocrat had a sudden change of heart or had simply lost his senses, speaking on their behalf. Then Robin shifted his tone. However, I, Robin, am the legitimate heir of my uncle. I possess the appointed documents issued by the Empire's government. I am the lawful Baron of Stormrage City. I have neither stolen nor seized. This land, including all of you, constitutes my rightful inheritance. I recognize your discontent, yet I have acquired this land through lawful means. What then shall we do? Robin clapped his hands, feigning a moment of realization. How about this? I know you Highlanders revel in combat. Send forth a representative, and let us engage in a duel. Should you prevail, I shall promptly depart, relinquishing Stormrage City to you. However, if I emerge victorious, henceforth you shall heed my command and fight for me. The Highlanders, a race that revered strength, knew that subjugation could only be achieved through conquest. Upon hearing Robin's proposal, the villagers were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter, their derision unabashed. To them, this dandy baron must be utterly delusional to present such a farcical wager. The old steward stood dumbfounded, his mind swirling in confusion. He contemplated how the baron, still youthful and impetuous, had disregarded his counsel, leading to such a foolish decision. Now, it seemed, the territory would be impossible to defend. My lord, please do not hold it against me. I have done my utmost, yet your nephew is truly disappointing. The Highlanders are born warriors, forged by the extreme conditions of the snowy plateau, which bestows upon them immense strength and indomitable spirits. A mere youth from the Highlands can effortlessly overpower 2 full-grown men from the Empire, and even the Highland women can easily bring down an Imperial soldier in a one-on-one encounter. Although the Highlanders are the conquered, they have never acquiesced to the Empire, believing that their foes triumphed through deceitful stratagems, while they suffered due to their lack of numbers and unity. This rationale of the Highlanders is not without merit, for few from the Empire can claim victory over them individually. The Highlanders' Iron Giant bloodline endows them with an innate advantage, rendering the disparity in physical prowess between the two races as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Baron, do you truly mean this? A sardonic smirk adorned Simon's face as he gazed down at Robin, as if scrutinizing a fool. He had initially perceived this pretty boy as a mere weakling, but soon realized he was an arrogant simpleton. Robin spat onto the grass, declaring, "A man's word is his bond. A spit is as good as a nail." "Very well," Simon exclaimed, sealing their fate. "I shall fight you." The villagers retreated, granting the two ample space for their impending clash. Simon stood bare-chested, his skin a subtle iron gray, reflecting a silvery sheen beneath the setting sun. Upon first encountering Simon, Robin discerned that he was unlike any other Highlander. His Iron Giant lineage was more pure and potent, endowing him with formidable strength. The aura of his bloodline enveloped him, stunning Robin with its purity. Despite the trouble Simon had caused him, Robin found himself increasingly intrigued by him. Such a refined bloodline, if he could one day enlist Simon as a subordinate, would surely yield a mighty warrior. Unbeknownst to Simon, Robin had already mapped out his future intentions clearly in his mind. For now, he was solely focused on teaching this pretty boy a lesson. He shook his head, loosened his shoulders, and his iron fists cracked ominously, his coppery eyes fixed on Robin, a derisive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was the renowned Iron Bear warrior, the strongest in his tribe, possessing both pride and disdain. Since birth, he had never known defeat. Those brawny imperial warriors crumbled under his blows, and this pretty boy? Robin appeared unfazed, shedding his leather armor, standing composed before the Iron Bear warrior. As the battle loomed, the old steward attempted one last desperate plea, hoping to save the Baron from this folly. He rushed to Robin's side, speaking urgently in hushed tones. "My lord, you are no match for him. Let us consider another approach, as you cannot win." The steward was genuinely alarmed, so much so that he disregarded any semblance of courtesy towards Robin. The old steward let out a deep sigh. As the saying goes, it is difficult to persuade a doomed spirit with good words. He could only retreat to the side, silently praying that the Baron would not be too severely beaten. Just before the duel commenced, Robin suddenly chuckled and remarked, "Engaging in a dry brawl lacks excitement. How about this? I am, after all, a Baron, and it would be unfair for me to bully you. If you can manage to bring me down, consider it a victory." His proposal was not merely an act of bravado. For the Highlanders, only the strong command respect, and the more formidable one is, the greater their admiration. Robin aimed to demonstrate to Simon and the entire village that his might was unparalleled, ensuring that these Highland brutes would genuinely submit to him. Moreover, Robin possessed the confidence to do so. Although Simon was formidable, he had yet to fully awaken the bloodline of the Iron Giant, whereas Robin was a bona fide Titan awakened. The disparity between the two was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. To Simon, Robin's actions were nothing short of a blatant provocation. The proud Iron Bear warrior could scarcely tolerate such indignity. "You shall pay for your arrogance," Simon retorted angrily. Robin waved him over. "Come forth." In the next instant, Simon channeled his strength and charged towards Robin. Unlike an ordinary brute, Simon had achieved a perfect balance between power and technique. His movements were light and swift, akin to a gust of wind, and in an instant, he was upon Robin. The Iron Bear warrior, indeed, lived up to his formidable reputation. Chapter 6. The Crushing Blow. Simon raised his fist and struck towards Robin's head. Despite his disdain for the young man, he approached the confrontation with utmost seriousness. Years of brutal experience in the snowfields had taught him that even when facing a mere rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. The Iron Bear warriors never held back. Simon's iron fist loomed large in Robin's field of vision, veins bulging as if it were a massive hammer. Even before the fist made contact, the forceful gust of wind it generated rushed towards Robin. He had no doubt about the terrifying power contained within that blow. Even a bull would be felled by Simon's strike. Instinctively, he tilted his head to evade the punch, which barely grazed his cheek. Simon was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young Baron could dodge his blow. He knew he had not held back at all. Observing Robin's movements, it was evident that his body had hardly shifted. Only his head had inclined slightly to the side, allowing him to narrowly escape Simon's attack. In most scenarios, individuals facing an enemy's assault would instinctively make large, erratic movements out of fear, but only true masters understood the art of minimizing their evasive actions, dodging attacks with the slightest of movements. This not only requires exceptional combat skills, but also demands a courageous heart, unperturbed by the presence of danger. The elegance of Robin's evasion suggested a singular possibility. He was indeed a true combat master. As Simon processed this revelation, he could not help but regard Robin with newfound respect. This young man was surprisingly formidable. Yet, the Iron Bear warrior would not relent. Mere evasion would not suffice to secure Robin's submission. Simon quickly unleashed a flurry of combination punches, his fist raining down upon Robin like a tempest. His strikes were as swift as lightning, creating a series of afterimages, making it appear as though he had conjured multiple fists to strike simultaneously. However, Robin's evasive maneuvers were nothing short of miraculous. Despite the relentless assault, Simon could barely touch him. Robin's agility resembled that of a slippery eel, always managing to evade Simon's onslaught with astonishing grace. With each passing moment, Simon's astonishment grew. His expression shifted from initial disdain to an unprecedented seriousness. This young Baron was an adversary unlike any he had encountered before. The onlooking villagers and the old steward were utterly captivated, witnessing a breathtaking clash. Everyone was wide-eyed, fearful of missing the decisive moment. Robin's performance astonished all. Never had anyone withstood the might of the Iron Bear warrior for so long. The steward rubbed his weary eyes in disbelief, his astonishment swelling like the vast expanse of the wilderness. My heavens, the Baron is incredibly skilled. Combat is not merely a clash of strength and technique. It is also a battle of wits. Though the Highlanders are not typically known for their intellect, their minds are remarkably agile when it comes to fighting. Seeing that his punches and kicks were ineffective against Robin, Simon swiftly altered his combat strategy. He feigned a punch and then lunged into Robin's embrace, his hands gripping like iron claws, firmly holding onto Robin's frame. He attempted to overpower Robin with his own physique, dragging the battle into a contest of pure strength. In previous encounters, Simon had faced warriors exceptionally skilled in technique, yet in this instance, the Highlanders' extraordinary stature provided a significant advantage. As their bodies pressed closely together, even the most intricate combat arts would struggle to manifest. There was no denying the soundness of his strategy. After all, Simon was considerably more robust than Robin, and any observer could easily discern the vast disparity in their strength. However, this time, his tried-and-true combat experience faltered. The moment he collided with Robin, Simon felt as though he was embracing not a human being, but rather a towering tree. In that instant, the force he unleashed could have toppled a lion, sending the grass beneath him tumbling. Yet, Robin's feet seemed firmly anchored to the ground. Not only did he remain untoppled, he did not budge an inch. Simon was astounded that his prideful strength had proven ineffectual. His initial reaction was disbelief. Could this pretty boy possibly wield some form of magic? In truth, the moment Simon made his move, Robin had already discerned his intent. Seeking to overpower me with brute force? This tactic is sound, but alas, you have truly struck an iron wall. The Titan is not only the god of sky and thunder, but also the chief deity of all giants. Legend has it that the strength of Titans could move mountains and fill seas. As a descendant of Titan blood, Robin, while unable to perform such grand feats, possessed sufficient raw power to challenge even the mightiest of woolly mammoths on the snowy plains. A cold smile crept across Robin's face. Since you wish to compare strength, I shall oblige. He lowered his body, seizing one of Simon's arms and, with a swift twist of his waist, hurled the towering Highlander aside. Simon, experienced in combat, sensed Robin's intentions. However, when he attempted to counter, he was horrified to discover that the other's strength surpassed his by several magnitudes. It felt as though he had been flung by a woolly mammoth, utterly devoid of any possibility for resistance. In a graceful shoulder throw, a resounding thud echoed as Simon crashed onto the grass. Though the grass provided some cushioning, the force of Robin's throw was so tremendous that Simon's body sank into the ground. In that moment, silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was taken aback, the events transpiring far too swiftly for comprehension. Simon had fallen upon the grass. The invincible Iron Bear warrior had indeed been vanquished. To the Highland villagers, it felt as though a great mountain had collapsed. The old steward gasped in astonishment, even leaping in excitement. Robin stood tall, a victor's smile adorning his face, breathing steadily, his demeanor unchanged as though the recent skirmish had merely been a warm-up. Meanwhile, Simon lay on the ground, feeling as if his spine had been shattered. In truth, the physical wounds were not particularly severe. It was the psychological impact that truly rendered Simon unable to accept his circumstances. For the first time in his life, he found himself not only outmatched in combat skills, but also eclipsed in his most cherished strength. Shall we continue? Robin provocatively inquired, intent on shattering the pride of these Highlanders, ensuring they would never again entertain thoughts of challenging him. The honor of the Iron Bear warriors bolstered Simon as he rose, leaving an imprint of his form upon the grass. Like a cornered beast, he glared at Robin with eyes ablaze. Once more, despite his awareness of the disparity between them, the warrior's blood coursed through him, compelling him to refuse surrender. Robin suddenly noticed that the mist of bloodline energy surrounding Simon had intensified. Very well, let us proceed. Chapter 7. Submitting to the strong. The ensuing battle was a one-sided massacre. Until the sun of the west had fully set, Simon was repeatedly knocked down by the Baron, his face battered and bruised, resembling that of a pig, his entire body bearing the marks of a fierce beating. Having long regarded these Highlanders as his subjects, Robin was cautious in his approach. However, confronted with Simon's relentless tenacity, he found himself both admiring and growing increasingly impatient with the man's stubbornness. Eventually, in a moment of frustration, Robin inadvertently struck Simon with such force that he shattered his nose. Blood gushed from the large man's broken visage as he crumpled onto the grass, this time unable to rise again. As the duel progressed, Simon ceased to entertain thoughts of victory. Instead, he focused on enduring just a bit longer under Robin's might. The battle transformed from a contest for dominion into a personal trial for Simon. The more he fought, the deeper his respect and admiration for Robin grew, and he despairingly recognized the futility of his efforts to prevail. The Highlanders revered strength, and Robin's formidable prowess ignited within Simon a profound desire to submit. Lying sprawled on the grass, he summoned his remaining strength and weakly uttered, "I concede." Even Robin, having fought for so long, felt a tinge of fatigue. Yet, he achieved his ultimate goal. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to the gathered Highland villagers, his gaze electric, causing all to avert their eyes in deference. With the strongest, Simon, having surrendered, the others were left with but one choice. The Highland villagers exchanged glances before kneeling, one knee to the ground. Though the Highlanders were not eloquent in speech, their actions spoke volumes. "Yes, my lord," they affirmed. The villagers carried Simon away, and moments later, several Highland maidens approached, bearing a large pot of stewed fish for Robin. This duel firmly established Robin's supreme authority in Stormwave City. From then on, his word would be absolute law. With the issue of leadership resolved, Robin devoted the following day to inspecting his domain. Theoretically, the 100-mile radius surrounding Stormwave City belonged to him, yet in reality, the wilderness acknowledged only the strong. The land was yours only if you could defend it. He also surveyed the farmland cultivated by the Highlanders. Originally a hunting folk, they had begun to learn agriculture after being incorporated into the empire, yet their farming techniques were utterly inadequate, characterized by a philosophy that could be summed up in 4 words, as one pleases. Were it not for the hunting parties consistently bringing back game from the wild and the relatively abundant fish from the Stormwave River, the villagers would have long perished from starvation, relying solely on their crops. In despair, Robin realized that relying on the Highlanders for economic development was a lost cause. He contemplated whether he could procure a batch of slaves or destitute farmers from the empire, as he had no desire to live perpetually on fish soup. Although Simon had endured a severe beating in this duel, the bloodline of the Iron Giant was remarkably robust. While an ordinary person would require at least a month to recover from such injuries, this barbarian was back on his feet after merely 3 days. In Stormwave City, there were a total of 51 adult Highland males. They are not only the principal labor force of the village, but also serve as the guard. After vanquishing Simon, the system indicated that these 51 individuals had all joined Robin's team, which he aptly named the Iron Giant Guard. In the Age of Gods, the Iron Giants had once been the protectors of the Titan lineage. It is remarkable how, a millennium later, the descendants of the Iron Giants have once again become the guardians of the Titan progeny. Such is the enchantment of fate. Moreover, on the main page of the Bloodline Awakening system, alongside the options for individual and team, a new category emerged: heroes, with Simon distinctly classified under this section. Given Simon's strength and the potency of his bloodline, he indeed qualifies for this designation. Currently, Simon and the other 50 Highland warriors possess a bloodline level of 0. Robin is not in a hurry to awaken their Iron Giant bloodlines. A sudden and inexplicable surge in their combat prowess would undoubtedly raise suspicions among these Highlanders, compelling Robin to concoct a plausible fabrication to assuage their doubts. The existence of the system is utterly incomprehensible to the denizens of this world, and Robin has no intention of divulging this monumental secret to anyone. Thus, once Simon's injuries have sufficiently healed, Robin summoned him to his study. As the leader of these Highlanders, Simon's belief in Robin's ruse would ensure that the others would follow suit. Simon strode into the study, the imperial dwelling appearing somewhat diminutive to him, his head nearly grazing the ceiling. The already cramped room seemed to shrink even further as this hulking figure entered, occupying a quarter of the space. "Chief, you called for me?" Simon bellowed, his robust voice causing the entire room to tremble slightly. Robin, seated behind his desk, exuded an air of authority. "How has your recovery been?" Simon grinned broadly, resembling a simple farmer. "No worries. I'm tough as leather. Feel free to give me a beating." "Chief." Robin nodded, recognizing that Simon was indeed quite well. "The reason I called you here is to discuss something of great importance." Robin feigned mystery, and Simon's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Do you know who your ancestors were, Highlander?" The Highland man looked bewildered, shaking his head like a simpleton. "Ancestors? That doesn't fill the belly. Why does it matter who they were?" "I shall tell you. Your ancestors were the Iron Giants," Robin declared. "Oh, I haven't heard of that," Simon replied nonchalantly, pondering what the chief was on about. The Iron Giants? It sounded rather formidable, were it not for his inability to challenge Robin. He would have little patience for such idle chatter. Observing Simon's disinterested demeanor, Robin felt overwhelmed. Attempting to discuss history and heritage with these muscle-bound Highlanders seemed utterly futile. Awakeners. You must have heard of that, right? Upon the mention of matters pertaining to combat, Simon's interest was piqued, and he nodded vigorously. This I am familiar with. I once encountered an awakened one, a formidable creature resembling a tiger. Yet he was no match for me. I shattered one of his legs and cast him into the icy river. Simon brimmed with pride. For defeating an awakened one is a tremendous honor for a steel bear warrior, given their renowned prowess. Within the Empire, tiger people are a relatively common type of awakened one, their lineage tracing back to ancient beastmen. Typically, tiger people are tall and immensely strong, charging into battle like unstoppable juggernauts. Many noble families establish their own tiger guard, and the royal household even boasts a legion of over 1,000 tiger warriors. Chapter 8. The Iron Giant Guard. Simon held the Tiger Man in high esteem, but Robin merely scoffed. The Tiger Man is indeed ferocious. But when compared to the bloodline of the Iron Giant, the Tiger Man's lineage pales in insignificance. He then proceeded directly to the crux of the matter. Simon, the blood of the Iron Giant flows through the veins of you Highlanders. I possess a method to awaken your latent powers. Would you be willing? Robin's proposition struck a chord with Simon, as anything related to becoming stronger was something Highlanders eagerly pursued. Simon was well aware of the might of an awakened being. It was a dream he ardently wished to realize. Chief, I am more than willing, he exclaimed, stepping forward and slamming his massive hands onto Robin's desk with such force that the poor furniture nearly shattered. A mysterious smile played upon Robin's lips. Over the years, as I journeyed through the realms, I unearthed a method within an ancient elven tomb that can awaken one's bloodline powers. However, this method will only be effective for those who are wholly loyal to me. At this moment, Simon's cleverness kicked in. Upon hearing the Baron's words, he immediately took a step back and knelt on one knee with a resounding thud. I am, of course, utterly loyal to the chief. From this day forth, should you direct me east, I will not venture west. Should you bid me stand, I shall not falter. Robin pondered the peculiar metaphor. He had complete faith in Simon's loyalty, for the system does not lie. The names of Simon and other Highlanders were already registered in the system, indicating their unwavering allegiance to Robin. I trust in your loyalty. Now, let me awaken the dormant powers within you, Robin declared, rising from his seat and moving around the desk to stand before Simon. Even on one knee, Simon's towering stature brought his head perilously close to Robin's chest. Robin placed one hand lightly atop Simon's head, while the other reached skyward. Closing his eyes, he began to feign a spell, murmuring incantations under his breath. As Simon could not discern the words being uttered, he experienced an unprecedented tension, his heart racing wildly within his chest. Accompanied by the Lord's incantation, he felt a mysterious force enveloping him. The air in the study seemed to thicken, and his body grew rigid. While Robin continued his theatrics, he mentally accessed the system interface, navigated to the hero page, and clicked on Simon's name, confirming Awaken Bloodline. Choosing yes, he initiated the process. Success. Simon's bloodline has been awakened, elevating his bloodline level to 1. In an instant, Simon felt an extraordinary power surging within him, a force that was entirely unexpected and evidently not of his own making. Robin, resembling a mystic, released a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. It is done. I have awakened your bloodline powers. As Simon gradually rose to his feet, he gazed down at his massive hands, shock etched across his rugged face. A qualified warrior possesses an intimate understanding of his own body, acutely aware of the fact that he has grown exponentially stronger than before, not merely by a small margin, but by an entire magnitude. He can now effortlessly overpower his former self with a single hand. Attempting to strike the air before him, he unleashed a flurry of punches. Although he hit nothing, both the power and speed of his strikes were entirely transformed, showcasing a fundamental difference from his previous abilities. While Simon acclimated to his newfound physique, Robin examined Simon's data within the system. The first level of the bloodline did not grant Simon any new abilities, which disappointed Robin somewhat. Nevertheless, Simon's original attributes, strength, speed, adaptability, and perception, had all seen significant enhancements, particularly strength, which had received the most substantial boost, as the giant lineage is inherently known for its might. You have now awakened the Iron Giant bloodline. From this moment forth, You are an awakened one. However, I must remind you, as I have the power to awaken your bloodline abilities, I also possess the ability to seal them. Only through absolute loyalty to me can you maintain your status as an awakened one. This served as a supplementary advantage granted to Robin by the system, alleviating his concerns about potential traitors. Ecstatic at becoming the awakened one he had long desired to be, Simon was so overwhelmed with joy that even if Robin attempted to dismiss him, he would cling desperately to Robin's side. Kneeling once more, he proclaimed with fervor, "Simon shall follow the leader for eternity, unto death. Indeed, my leader." With exuberance, Simon departed, akin to a wild stallion set free, eager to explore the depths of his newfound strength. The following day, Robin learned from the old steward that Simon had been in a frenzy the previous night, seeking out fights and managing to knock down over a dozen villagers within the span of a meal. Infuriated, Robin summoned Simon and reprimanded him soundly, declaring, "I bestowed upon you this new power not for you to go about striking everyone." Yet, thanks to Simon's enthusiastic display of strength, word quickly spread throughout the village that Robin possessed the ability to awaken bloodline powers. A throng of Highlanders soon followed Simon's lead, hastening to pledge their loyalty to Robin, prompting him to organize an awakening ceremony. In the open space before the Lord's manor, dozens of Highland warriors knelt in unison before Robin, collectively shouting, "We vow to serve our Lord unto death." In a theatrical manner reminiscent of the previous occasion, Robin recited an incantation. Under the poplar tree, the sheep do urinate. Preventing the sheep from urinating elsewhere, and within the system, he awakened their bloodline powers. Thus, Robin's initial vision of an Iron Giant Guard unit began to take shape. According to the system's displayed attributes, these Highland Iron Guards were best suited for the development path of heavy infantry. This aligned with their ancestors, as in ancient times. The towering Iron Giants, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, could not organize cavalry. Only the ancient dragons could scarcely serve as their mounts. However, while the warriors now existed, the guard unit lacked proper equipment. In fact, these Highlanders were so impoverished that they possessed not even a single decent garment. When hunting, they typically wielded sharpened wooden sticks. In the desolate wilderness fraught with peril, not only do the indigenous people eye the human pioneers with suspicion, but the noble settlers, distanced from the empire, frequently engage in hostilities amongst themselves. Remarkably, for over a year, Stormrage City has remained unscathed, which can only be attributed to the fortuitous circumstances of the Highlanders. Of course, it may also be due to their sheer poverty. However, such a precarious state of affairs cannot endure indefinitely. Robin must assemble a genuine armed force. He requires weapons and armor. Over the years of his ventures, Robin has managed to amass a modest fortune, a bulging sack of gold coins, which he cherishes dearly. Thus, he summoned Simon and enlisted 10 ironclad guards to form a procurement team, resolving to journey to the nearest city in the wilderness to acquire a substantial supply of weaponry, intending to fully equip the Highland barbarians. Chapter 9. Unfamiliar with the cost of living, Silverfrost City stands as the closest metropolis to the frontier lands, marking the final boundary of imperial civilization, beyond which lies the desolate expanse of the wilderness. Robin, mounted on horseback, traverses a long and straight earthen road. Clad in leather armor, his feet encased in riding boots, and a long sword sheathed at his side, exuding an air of gallant vigor. Following closely behind him is a four-wheeled carriage, an inheritance from his uncle. The driver, Simon, maneuvers the vehicle, which is packed with 10 Highland Iron Guards. The two sturdy horses strain with all their might to pull the weight of these robust men. The thoroughfare teems with travelers, riders, drivers, and pedestrians, each differing in attire and hailing from diverse origins, primarily merchants journeying to Silverfrost City for trade. Though the wilderness may be barbaric and primitive, its unique products have proven lucrative for these traders, especially furs, which are particularly coveted by noble women. Despite the absence of any overseer, the flow of pedestrians naturally favors the right side of the road. Viewed from above, the throngs of people resemble two converging rivers, one flowing into Silverfrost City and the other flowing out. As Robin gazes ahead, the towering walls of Silverfrost City gradually rise on the distant horizon. Impatient, he urges his horse forward, shouting to Simon behind him, "Hasten our pace." We are nearly there. 15 minutes later, they arrive at the city's grand gates. Standing beneath the imposing walls of Silverfrost City, one cannot help but feel diminutive. The formidable walls, constructed of massive stones, reach heights of over 10 meters, and the relentless passage of time has imbued this northern stronghold with a solemn majesty. Steeped in history, I am of noble birth, he muses inwardly, relishing the privileges of the elite. Exempt from the city entrance tax, Robin leads his small entourage through the gates amidst the envious gazes of others. For these Highlanders, unaccustomed to such grandeur, Silver Frost City appears as an entirely different realm. With its spacious, straight-cobbled streets, throngs of pedestrians, a plethora of shops, and a dazzling array of merchandise that leaves the Iron Guards awestruck. It is as if they have stumbled upon a paradise, in stark contrast to the wilderness filled only with weeds and beasts. Robin overhears two of the Highlanders whispering behind him. The women in the city are truly fair. However, the Lord has no time for idle wanderings. Having previously spent a few days in Silver Frost City, he quickly orients himself and leads his companions toward the western part of the city. There lies Armament Street, a thoroughfare lined with weaponry and armor shops, blacksmiths, leatherworkers, and even stores offering magical scrolls. Everything related to warfare is available for purchase here. The pedestrians on this street all exude an intimidating presence, including armored knights, brawny fighters, archers, and adventurers, with the occasional glimpse of a wizard clad in a magical robe. Robin casually selects a weapon shop, ties his horse at the entrance, and leads his companions inside. Upon entering, one is greeted by a grand hall, flanked on either side by two rows of wooden shelves. The left side displays an array of weaponry, while the right boasts an assortment of armor, with the walls adorned with an impressive collection of arms and armor. A throng of towering Highlanders bursts into the shop, instantly crowding the once spacious hall. The Highlanders, inherently enamored with violence, are drawn to weapons as if they were gemstones captivating a beauty. Upon entering the store, their eyes widen in astonishment, for they have never encountered such an exquisite array of weaponry. Is this the fabled utopia they have heard of? The shopkeeper, a gaunt middle-aged man, had been dozing behind the counter. Upon noticing his customers, he swiftly donned a professional smile and emerged from behind the counter. "Good sir, what might you be interested in today?" Robin perused the shelves, casually picking up a long sword, weighing it in his hands before flicking his fingers against the blade, producing a resonant and melodious hum. "Ah, this is a fine sword. How much does it cost?" Robin's tone exuded confidence. "Ah, my lord, your discerning eye is commendable. This sword hails from the renowned Lay's Forge, crafted from the finest southern Uslian steel. We currently have a promotional offer. It can be yours for just 30 gold. 30 gold. Robin nearly dropped the sword in shock. The simple-minded Simon, oblivious to his lord's feigned indifference, leaned forward to inspect the sword, remarking, "Chief, this sword is splendid. Let us purchase it." Robin felt an overwhelming urge to metaphorically devour this muscle-headed oaf on the spot. 30 gold? You suggest we buy it just like that? Selling you wouldn't even cover 30 gold. Yet, having committed to his charade, he gritted his teeth and declared, "It's merely an average piece. I find it unworthy. My lord, your standards are quite lofty. This sword is indeed impressive." Silence. Subordinates must not contradict their superiors. "Chief, if you don't want it, you could purchase it from me. I wouldn't mind." Simon grinned broadly, his simple, wholesome demeanor reminiscent of a farmer from the fields. Realization struck Robin. This oaf had been waiting for his cue all along. Enraged, he leaped up and slapped Simon on the back of his head, exclaiming, "By your own head. Go outside and tend to the horses." "Oh," Simon muttered, rubbing the back of his head, looking as forlorn as a 300-pound child, as he trudged outside. Robin resumed his inquiries with the shopkeeper, navigating from the high-end section to the more affordable area and eventually to the clearance sale section. The sweetness of the shopkeeper's smile diminishing with each passing moment. He had anticipated a grand catch, only to find himself with a mere minnow. Eventually, he inquired about the most economical weapon in the store, a rather ordinary standard spear. The spearhead was forged from high-quality steel, while the shaft was constructed from ironwood, balancing strength and flexibility. Overall, while it was a rather unremarkable weapon, it sufficed for its purpose, commonly issued to the foot soldiers of many noble armies in the kingdom. However, with a length of only 2 meters, it appeared somewhat diminutive when held by the towering Highlanders, whose average height exceeded 2 meters. Upon inquiring about the price, Robin discovered that even a standard long spear demanded 50 silver coins. As he calculated the gold coins nestled within his pocket, he realized that while he could afford to purchase 51 spears, he lacked sufficient funds for armor. Alas, even the mightiest of heroes can be thwarted by a mere penny. At that moment, the smile had entirely vanished from the proprietor's face. "Sir, will you make a purchase or not?" With an air of nonchalance. Robin flashed a charming smile and turned to depart. "The quality of your weapons is rather mediocre. I shall seek my fortune elsewhere." The proprietor, left in stunned silence, spat disdainfully outside as Robin led a contingent of iron guards away. Bah! A penniless wretch. Chapter 10. The Red Headscarf in Every Era. Weaponry and armor remain insatiable beasts of consumption. There is no profession more extravagant than that of warfare. Robin traversed numerous weapon shops, from one end of the street to the other, only to discover that the prices at the first shop were the most reasonable. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he pondered. Is it possible that my grand ambitions may falter before they even commence, simply due to a lack of funds? As he emerged dejected from the last weapon shop, grappling with what to do next, a figure suddenly blocked his path. It was a girl of around 17 or 18, possessing a certain clever beauty, with a sprinkle of faint freckles adorning her cheeks, chestnut hair cropped short, and a red headscarf tied atop her head. Dressed in practical attire, she wore a leather jerkin above and riding pants below, with a short dagger hanging from her waist. "Good sir, you seek to acquire some reliable weaponry, yet find yourself somewhat financially constrained, am I correct?" A radiant smile illuminated the girl's face, reminiscent of a blooming sunflower, exuding an innate warmth that made it difficult to harbor suspicion towards her. Yet, Robin was no novice. He would not lower his guard simply because of her youthful appearance. In these times, one could not afford to underestimate the potential for malice, regardless of age. After scrutinizing the girl with a wary gaze, he activated his bloodline sight, confirming that she was not an awakened. With this assurance, he felt a sense of security. Without the capabilities of an awakened, she posed little threat. Even if she harbored ill intentions, under the scrutiny of his bloodline sight, the essence of an awakened would manifest as a pulsating core of mist at the chest, easily discernible. However, while the girl was not an awakened, she did possess a bloodline. Robin was somewhat taken aback to observe that she was surrounded by both red and blue bloodline mists, a rare phenomenon indicating that she bore the bloodline of a magic swordsman. Yet, the concentration of her bloodline was quite low. Absent external stimulation, she would likely never awaken in her lifetime. "And who might you be?" Robin inquired. "I am Ghana, a traveling merchant. I possess an array of quality weapons at reasonable prices. Might you be interested, good sir?" The red headscarf smiled innocently. "You've had your eye on us for some time, haven't you?" Robin frowned slightly. "Indeed. I was merely strolling down the street when I noticed you entering and exiting numerous weapon shops, yet you emerged empty-handed. It seems that either none of the weapons suited your taste, or your purse is somewhat light. Observing your companions behind you, it becomes clear to me that you are a pioneering lord, am I right?" Ghana's analysis was astute, prompting Robin to chuckle. This young girl was quite perceptive. Certainly, their group, an imperial man leading several Highlanders, was a conspicuous sight, difficult to overlook. Simon and the others, bare-chested and lacking even a single upper garment, were practically advertising their poverty. "Indeed, I am a pioneering lord, contemplating the procurement of weapons for my guards," Robin readily admitted, sensing no threat from the girl in the red headscarf. He resolved to follow her and see what she had to offer. Moreover, this is Silverfrost City, and just moments ago, a patrol of guards passed by the street corner. "You mentioned affordable weapons. Splendid. Please lead the way." "This way, my lord. My warehouse is not located on this street." Kana felt a surge of delight within her, for she had indeed hooked a substantial catch. This nobleman appeared rather foolish, and the Highlanders were renowned for their lack of wit. Who else would they prey upon if not him? The red-scarfed guide led the way, departing from the armament street. Traversing 2 more blocks, and arriving at a somewhat desolate lane, where she halted before a small courtyard. The wooden gate of the courtyard was firmly shut, and the stone walls encircled it tightly, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. "Here lies my warehouse, my lord. Please enter." The red-scarfed guide pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside, with Robin following closely behind. The courtyard was modest in size, roughly equivalent to 2 basketball courts. Yet it was crammed with a myriad of goods. Robin immediately spotted the weapons and armor he sought: swords, knives, axes, polearms, and armor, all haphazardly piled in one corner, resembling a sprawling marketplace rather than a neatly arranged armory. At the back of the courtyard appeared to be a storeroom, where several bare-chested young men were busily moving sacks, transporting them out of the storeroom and stacking them in the courtyard. It seemed to be flour. The red-scarfed guide assertively shooed these individuals away, then turned to face Robin. her expression transforming instantly into a radiant smile. "This way, my lord." She led Robin to the corner of the courtyard brimming with weapons, casually picking up a long sword and unsheathing it with a swift motion. "My lord, behold these fine weapons. I offer them here at half the price you would find outside. Should you fancy this sword, it can be yours for merely 20 silver. Robin examined a sword he had picked up. At a glance, he discerned that although the weapons were reasonably maintained, the signs of use were unmistakable. These were second-hand weapons, and more importantly, they bore the marks of battle. It was no wonder they were priced significantly lower than those outside. Some of the armor even showed signs of damage, which had been crudely repaired. The craftsmanship was mediocre at best, likely fooling only those with less discerning eyes. The Lord inspected several more weapons, finding each one to be second-hand, and the designs were largely uniform, indicating they were mass-produced consumables. Mass-produced, second-hand, and battle-tested. Robin began to piece together the narrative. These weapons were scavenged from the fallen, were they not? Only the great nobility possessed the means to mass-produce standardized weaponry to equip their armies, and the evident traces of combat indicated they had witnessed large-scale warfare. The red-scarved guide, initially enthusiastic in her sales pitch, was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected inquiry. Meanwhile, those true pioneers of substance and strength often maintained close ties with the high nobility and grand merchant guilds, rendering it improbable for them to venture into Armament Street to procure weapons. They had long since made all necessary preparations in private. Observing that Robin had little coin and was accompanied by a band of Highlanders, it was clear that this unusual combination bore the unmistakable mark of inexperience. Originally, one might have assumed he was merely another ambitious lord among the enterprising pioneers, but it turned out that this time, the mayor had stumbled upon an expert. However, she quickly regained her composure and explained, "My lord, although our weapons are second-hand, they are sourced through legitimate channels." Hearing this, Robin could not help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "I trust you not at all. Do you think you can deceive me? Dream on." In recent years, the imperial royalty had been in decline, and the internal conflicts among the nobility had escalated, leading to increasingly larger wars with mounting casualties. Consequently, the demand for weapons and armor had surged, prompting some to exploit the dead for profit. Clearly, as long as one could endure the stench of decay, flocks of crows and rats, along with unseen germs and plagues, making a fortune from the deceased was indeed a lucrative venture. After all, the dead would not bargain with you. Although the imperial government had explicitly prohibited civilian groups from collecting weapons from the battlefield, and such actions were punishable by severe penalties, the greed for wealth created a market driven by demand. Nevertheless, Robin was disinterested in tracing the origins of these weapons. As long as they were functional and affordable, he was satisfied. Thus, he merely smiled, choosing not to expose the red-scarved woman's deception for the moment, and began selecting weapons and armor. Seeing that Robin did not press further, Kana felt a weight lift from her heart and secretly sighed in relief. Out of the corner of his eye, Robin noticed her relaxed demeanor and thought, "You are celebrating too soon." In a short while, he had selected a set of militia gear for his iron guard. Each soldier would receive a standard spear, a regulation dagger, and a piece of standard leather armor. These armors, tailored for the imperial soldiers, fit the Highlanders snugly, almost comically, yet they were a significant improvement over their previous ragged state. On the battlefield, having armor or lacking it made a world of difference. Even the sturdy Highlanders were rendered powerless against the armored imperial forces. The price offered was indeed quite favorable, as Kana would typically charge at least double. Despite the fact that these were second-hand weapons and armor, they remained usable, and the quality of standard military equipment was generally reliable. Upholding the proud tradition of bargaining for half the price, Robin boldly declared, 30 gold. Chapter 11. Bargaining to half. The girl in the red scarf was utterly flabbergasted. Who would dare to negotiate such a price reduction, slashing it in half? It would be more sensible to simply resort to theft. "My lord, we are running a modest business. The costs of procurement, transportation, and maintenance all require funding. The price we have offered is already the best possible. Given the quantity of goods you intend to purchase, 60 gold is truly the lowest we can go." Yet, Robin remained unmoved, coldly extending 3 fingers. 30 gold. "My lord, if you take it for 30 gold a day, we shall have to close our doors tomorrow." The girl in red retorted, employing the merchant's most common plea. Robin, unfazed, continued to repeat, 30 gold. "Very well, let us consider this a gesture of friendship. 55 gold is the absolute minimum, she insisted. 30 gold. Kana gritted her teeth, her fair complexion flushed with agitation. 50 gold. This is already the lowest price possible. 30 gold. My lord, if you are truly sincere about purchasing, I can offer it for 45 gold, but otherwise, you may leave. I cannot lower it any further. The girl waved her hand dismissively, adopting a demeanor that suggested she would walk away from the deal. Robin, however, neither budged nor raised his offer, maintaining his stoic expression as he repeated, 30 gold. The girl was beginning to lose her temper. My lord, one does not bargain in such a manner. Perhaps you might consider raising your offer slightly? It cannot be that I am the only one lowering the price. We must both make concessions to finalize this transaction. Mustn't we? Robin chuckled. Who said anything about mutual concessions? This is not a marriage proposal. He stepped closer, bending slightly to whisper in Kana's ear. Do not think I am unaware of the origins of these weapons and armor. Should I report this matter to the authorities, you would find yourself imprisoned. Surely, you do not wish to spend the latter half of your life behind bars. Raising his gaze once more, Robin observed the myriad of emotions playing across Kana's face. Anger, astonishment, fear, and apprehension. He shrugged nonchalantly and continued, I am indifferent. Even if apprehended, I would not fear it. I am of noble lineage, after all. At that moment, sensing that the negotiation had stalled, the other members of the caravan paused their activities, casting dubious glances in their direction. With a mere shout from the girl in red, the burly men would undoubtedly rush to her aid. In the territory of others, common folk often feel a twinge of trepidation, but Robin was entirely unconcerned. These lackluster individuals were hardly worth his effort. Simon could handle them effortlessly. He cautioned Kana, tell your people to remain calm. If a fight breaks out, it will be you who suffers. The formidable reputation of the Highlanders was well known, and the girl in red had heard tales. Her expression fluctuated, her beautiful brows knitting together in contemplation. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally sighed in resignation. Very well, 30 gold it is. Deal. Robin exclaimed joyfully. It is truly a pleasure to conduct business with you, Miss Kana. The girl in red forced a smile that was more ghastly than a frown, her thoughts consumed with the desire to devour the man before her whole. With his extraordinary bargaining skills, Robin managed to save a substantial amount of money, just enough to procure other essential supplies. He was not a heartless villain, and he could not bear to bully the clever and charming young girl too harshly. Thus, he said to Kana, though she harbored a seething resentment, there was no reason to forego the business opportunity at hand. Consequently, they struck a deal for a cart of flour and a cart of farming tools. This time, Robin did not deceive Kana, for flour and tools could hardly be scavenged from the dead. At this point, Robin found his purse entirely empty, save for a few meager copper coins. He was left without funds for lodging and had to shamelessly impose upon Kana for a night's stay in her storeroom. He was not particularly concerned about Kana plotting against him in the dead of night, as their combat prowess overwhelmingly surpassed that of her small merchant team, and he had even stationed a guard for the night. Of course, Kana was also one who would not rise for naught. She agreed to let Robin stay only after he promised that future yields from his territory would be prioritized for collaboration with her. However, this was merely a verbal commitment from Robin, with the ultimate authority resting in his hands. The following morning, Robin, along with the Iron Guard and Kana's merchant team, departed Silver Frost City with great urgency. Kana's merchant team was not large. There were many such small teams within Silver Frost City. She was a shrewd young woman, having traversed far and wide over the years, rising from a mere errand girl to the position of team leader, a testament to her capabilities. In truth, with her looks, it would not have been difficult for her to find a noble to be her paramour, securing a life of comfort, if not wealth. However, Kana was clearly unlike the superficial women outside. She harbored her own ambitions. In this era, individuals with ideals were a rare find. On the vast, desolate plain, Robin rode at the forefront of the group, followed closely by the cart driven by Simon, laden with weapons and armor, while the other Iron Guards marched alongside. Behind them were Kana's 2 four-wheeled carts, filled with bags of flour and farming tools. The procession moved intermittently, frequently halting to clear the tangled underbrush caught in the wheels. The most common flora on the plains were these half-man-high weeds, which flanked the road like 2 low walls, encasing Robin's party in between. A great thinker once proclaimed that there are no paths in the world. As more people tread upon the land, paths are forged. The route they currently traversed was a pathway carved by generations of pioneers, a appearing as a slender thread connecting the vast wasteland to Silver Frost City amidst an endless sea of wild grass. Having departed from Silver Frost City, the first day's journey remained within the sphere of the Empire's civilization, with relatively good security. However, on the second day, as Robin and his companions ventured deeper into the wilderness, they gradually entered a lawless zone. The plains were perpetually fraught with peril, teeming with bloodthirsty wolfmen, terrifying ogres, and even the weak-witted goblins, who, when amassed in sufficient numbers, could inflict significant losses upon human merchant caravans. Thus, it is evident that humans must venture into the wasteland in groups. Individuals like Robin, who dare to traverse the desolate expanse alone in search of territory, are either reckless fools unafraid of death or truly audacious individuals of remarkable skill. Our esteemed Lord undoubtedly belongs to the latter category. However, Robin experienced a stroke of luck on his previous solitary journey, encountering no misfortunes along the way. Yet, this time, fortune did not favor him as it had before. Beginning from the noon of the following day, a small tale began to emerge behind the party. Chapter 12. Encounter with the Wilderness Bandits at the outset. Two wargs trailed at a distance, neither attacking nor fleeing. Robin and his companions attempted several times to eliminate the wargs, but the Iron Guard's advance caused them to retreat, maintaining a safe distance akin to an infuriating piece of taffy. While the wargs posed no immediate threat to the party, Robin, albeit vexed, found himself unable to act against them. In the blink of an eye, however, only one warg remained. The other had vanished. Wargs are a prevalent indigenous species of the wilderness. Despite their name containing the word wolf, they bear a closer resemblance to upright hyenas, adorned with a row of stiff, steel-like bristles along their backs. Legends suggest that wargs are descendants of ancient orcs, closely related to werewolves. Although they share some physical similarities, wargs and werewolves are fundamentally distinct. The latter were once a highly civilized and intelligent race, whereas wargs epitomize barbarism and savagery, retaining more of their beastly nature while nearly losing all semblance of humanity. In the wilderness, wargs reside in tribal formations, with larger tribes numbering in the thousands and smaller ones comprising merely a few dozen. It is difficult to ascertain the exact number of warg tribes in the expanse, likely as numerous as the stars in the sky. Wargs are not only bloodthirsty and cruel, but they also harbor an intense hatred for humans, whose expansion has encroached upon their living space. Both Robin and Janna, seasoned individuals, recognized the absence of one warg and surmised that it had likely gone to summon reinforcements. However, their subsequent strategies diverged. Drawing upon her years of experience in trade across the wilderness, Janna proposed an immediate retreat. The slow-moving cart should be abandoned, and the remaining members should swiftly make their way to Silver Frost City. Once within the patrol range of the Imperial Guards, they would be relatively safe. Indigenous tribes seldom approach Silver Frost City, having learned the formidable combat prowess of the human regulars. Generations of ancestors have imparted caution, warning that venturing too close to human settlements may result in one's skin being displayed at the local market the following day. Janna's plan was not without merit. It represented the conventional approach for human caravans encountering indigenous tribes. Of course, if one possessed a sufficiently elite force with superior weapons and armor, one might consider a confrontation. Yet, it was evident that Janna did not believe their party possessed such capabilities. Robin's group consisted of only 12 individuals. Although the Highlanders were known for their valor in battle, wargs were equally bloodthirsty and fearless, often outnumbering their foes. Janna's contingent was similarly small, and she was acutely aware of her caravan's combat capacity. Faced with a substantial number of wargs, their only option would be to flee. However, Robin voiced his dissent. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that the party should continue their advance. His decision was not a hasty whim, but rather a carefully considered and rational choice derived from weighing multiple factors. The journey from here to Silver Frost City spans merely 2 days, and there are no substantial packs of wargs nearby, as the larger tribes have been systematically eradicated by humans, leaving only small enclaves of a few dozen members. However, the Highlanders, having undergone a bloodline awakening, now exhibit unparalleled combat prowess. Each one has transformed into a genuine awakened being, capable of single-handedly confronting 10 wargs without breaking a sweat. As long as the number of wargs remains under 100, Robin possesses the confidence to engage in a flawless battle without sustaining any injuries. Even if the wargs exceed 100, it would merely result in a somewhat messy victory. Furthermore, Robin has invested considerable gold into these cargoes. To abandon them would be tantamount to throwing away his hard-earned money. He is currently so impoverished that he must stretch every copper coin. To discard these loads would be a matter of life and death for him. Gianna fails to comprehend Robin's unwavering confidence, perceiving him instead as a mad egotist. My lord, I believe you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Should that warg summon reinforcements, we shall all perish in this desolate land. The red-scarfed figure stands atop the wagon, her expression incredulous. To proceed under such circumstances is the choice of lunatics and fools. Given the Baron's audacity and shamelessness during negotiations, Gianna leans toward the former classification. Rest assured, my retinue will vanquish any adversaries that dare approach. If those wargs are truly foolish enough to attack us, then congratulations, Miss Gianna, you will acquire another bounty of pelts. Robin, mounted and at ease, exhibits not a trace of anxiety. Indeed, he seems almost eager for an assault from the wargs. Provided we can secure victory. Of course, we shall prevail, Robin asserts with an air of certainty. Gianna internally berates him as a madman, yet she finds herself devoid of better options. After weighing the pros and cons, she reluctantly resolves to accompany this reckless baron, silently praying that the unseen warg has merely wandered off for a moment. Very well. I hope you know what you are doing. Robin's expression brightens with satisfaction. Fear not, Miss Gianna, I shall ensure your safety. He turns his horse about and calls out to the others, all right, let us continue onward. The caravan travels along the dirt road for a further half-day until the sun has traversed 3/4 of the sky. Ultimately, Gianna's fears materialize as a pack of wargs appears, pursuing them from behind. Robin promptly commands a halt, instructing 3 wagons to position themselves across the road as a makeshift barrier, preparing to annihilate these audacious natives. He leaps atop the central wagon to survey the enemy. The opposing force comprises approximately 60 wargs, fewer than Robin had anticipated, yet still a considerable tribe in this region. The civilization level of this warg tribe is quite primitive. Most of the wargs don ragged clothing scavenged from who knows where, and possessing a single pair of trousers is a stroke of luck. Some even remain bare-bottomed, revealing long, furry tails. The weapons in their hands were laughably inadequate. A broken sword was a rarity, while most wielded nothing more than a wooden stick or were entirely empty-handed. Despite their meager appearance, no one dared to underestimate the wolfmen. Their sharp teeth and claws served as the most perilous weapons. Once they caught a whiff of blood, their ferocity would surge, and battles often resulted in a life-for-a-life, extremely troublesome foes. Kana leaped onto the cart, gazing at the wolfmen in the distance. Her youthful visage was marred by fear and gravity. Cursing Robin at this moment would bear no fruit. Each member of the caravan was on high alert, drawing their weapons and cowering behind the cart in trepidation. In stark contrast, Robin's Iron Guard exhibited a markedly different demeanor. These Highlanders were equally prepared for combat. Yet the atmosphere among them was palpably more relaxed, embodying an air of nonchalance. Only seasoned veterans, accustomed to slaughter and brimming with confidence in their prowess, could exude such an aura. What shall we do? Kana anxiously inquired of Robin, desperately hoping that his earlier confidence was genuine. What do you mean? What shall we do? Let us eliminate them right here. Robin replied matter-of-factly. With just a few of us? Kana was on the verge of tears, regretting every moment since she had encountered this man, for not a single good thing had come from it. You need not worry about your people. Just guard the cart. My small band is more than sufficient. Chapter 13. How to impress with praise. Robin turned to a guard from the merchant caravan and said, Hey, you. Lend me the javelin on your back. The guard, already on edge, trembled at Robin's sudden shout. In a state of extreme tension, one's mind falters. And without a second thought, he unstrapped the javelin and handed it to Robin. With the javelin firmly in hand, Robin issued commands to Simon and the Iron Guards. Simon, form a line of pole arms at the front of the caravan. Prepare to face the enemy. Yes, at the command. Simon and the other 10 Iron Guards immediately positioned themselves in a line at the forefront, their gleaming spears pointed resolutely towards the oncoming works. Their expressions were steadfast, their breaths steady, revealing no trace of fear or anxiety. The demeanor of these Highlanders astonished Janna. Their fearless presence far surpassed that of her own caravan guards. She had previously heard tales of Highlanders being notoriously disorganized and undisciplined on the battlefield, akin to the wargs of the human factions, yet Robin's men were entirely different. The Iron Giants were, after all, the personal guard of the Titan gods, and their discipline was undeniably superior. With the awakening of their Iron Giant bloodline, not only had their physical prowess been remarkably enhanced, but their invisible organizational skills had also undergone a transformative leap. Without much instruction from Robin, their formation with the polearms was impressively executed. Robin extended his thumb, alternating the closure of his eyes to estimate the distance to the Wurg camp. Taking a cautious step back, he exerted force through his legs, waist, and arms, twisting his body like a tightly coiled spring, and hurled the javelin with great force. As it left his hand, the javelin sliced through the air with a thunderous crack, akin to a clap of thunder erupting from the ground. The gust of wind nearly toppled Janna from her cart. Its power was undeniable. The trajectory of the javelin was imperceptible to the naked eye, covering the distance of approximately 200 paces in an instant. Hutu was the chieftain of the Wurgs, an anomaly within his tribe. Despite his towering stature of nearly 2 meters and possessing the sharpest fangs and claws in the clan, he firmly believed that a keen intellect was the mightiest weapon. Considering himself a sage, in the realm of the Wurgs, he truly deserved the title of a wise man. Hutu held a particular fascination for human culture. Although humans were physically weaker than Wurgs, lacking fangs and claws, they could easily overcome multiple Wurgs through their weapons and armor. Thus, Hutu yearned to learn from humanity, prompting him to relocate his tribe closer to human settlements. Although this proximity brought greater danger, the prospect of acquiring human advanced civilization made Hutu feel that the risk was worth taking. Hutu harbored an ambition to harness human technology for his own purposes, aspiring to assemble a formidable wilderness army and become a dominant warlord. He believed that with his clever mind, this lofty aspiration would one day come to fruition. He scraped the long knife in his hand with his claws. This blade was a relic of the previous chief, its edge marred with numerous chips. Within his tribe, it was regarded as the finest weapon. The nearby Wurgs could hardly contain their envy at the sight of his long knife, their desire almost palpable, as if they wished to inscribe the word one upon their foreheads. The Wurgs never disguised their avarice, and Hutu felt a deep disdain for associating with such fools. Yet he relished the feeling of being intellectually superior to them. At that moment, one of the Wurgs suddenly spotted a male human in the distance, who had jumped onto a cart and was giving a thumbs up in their direction. The Wurg, knowing the chief was the wisest, foolishly asked, "Chief, what does that human mean by his gestures?" Hutu narrowed his yellow wolf-like eyes to scrutinize the scene. Wurgs had far superior vision compared to humans, and he saw clearly. In the human world, a thumbs-up signified praise. That human was acknowledging them favorably. The Wurg chief felt a swell of pride, convinced that among his tribe, none understood human culture better than he did, and thus, he seized every opportunity to show off. "Oh, Chief, it seems that human is giving you a thumbs up?" Hutu's long wolfish mouth split into a grin as he laughed heartily. "Ha, he must be admiring my bravery, hence the gesture of praise." While the two Wurgs were conversing, they suddenly witnessed the human in the distance hurling something their way. With a resounding bang, before they could comprehend what was happening, the Wurg chief was sent flying, impaled by a spear that had fallen from the sky, pinning him to the grass below. Hutu felt no pain. In the moment of death, he was still laughing with pride. The spear pierced through his chest, and the searing blood gushed down the spear shaft, staining the grass beneath him a deep crimson. The Wurg who had asked the question stared blankly at the lifeless body of the chief, scratching his head in confusion. With his limited intellect, he could not fathom how the chief had met his demise in such a manner. Hutu, until his last breath, remained oblivious to the fact that a thumbs up does not always signify admiration. It can also indicate a target. Perhaps in his next life, he would learn this lesson. After slaying the Wurg chief, Robin felt a warm surge emanate from his chest, swiftly spreading throughout his body. This was the experience points granted by the system, a sensation he had grown accustomed to. However, he did not level up. As 1's level increased, the experience required for advancement multiplied exponentially. At a distance of 200 paces, he had accurately struck a Wurg with his first throw, a feat that astonished Kana and the merchant guards accompanying her. Kana, who prided herself on having encountered many warriors in her travels, had never witnessed such formidable throwing prowess. The young girl stood atop the cart, gazing at Robin's silhouette, her beautiful blue eyes filled with admiration. With the loss of their chief and the scent of blood in the air, the remaining Wurgs were plunged into chaos. It was uncertain who let out the first howl, but soon, as if infected by a virus, all the Wurgs joined in the cacophony. The piercing and resonant howl of the wolf serves as a distinctive hallmark of the Wurgs, embodying a collective state they impose upon themselves. Under the influence of this wolfish roar, the wards momentarily cast aside their fears and pains, their minds consumed solely by an instinctual thirst for bloodshed. The moment the wargs commence their howling, it signals their intent to attack. "Everyone, prepare for battle," Robin declared, leaping from the carriage and positioning himself at the forefront of the spear formation, drawing forth his sword. As the wargs launched their assault, they initially enjoyed a numerical advantage. Their optimal strategy would have been to encircle Robin and his comrades. However, bereft of their leader, this already undisciplined pack devolved into a chaotic mob, surging forward in a disorganized frenzy. "Follow me, and slay them all." Robin's command was succinct and clear. With that, he brandished his sword and led the charge against the wargs. The Iron Guard formation swiftly followed suit, their pace not overly swift, even amidst the charge. The formation maintained its structure, with the rhythmic sound of their synchronized footsteps resonating like a drumbeat upon the ground. The enhancement of organization brought about by the awakening of their bloodline power was vividly evident at this moment. Despite Robin having never provided systematic training to these Highlanders, they demonstrated an innate ability to operate with the precision of a well-drilled army. Robin's earlier javelin throws had significantly invigorated the morale of the caravan guards. Under the command of Janna, a dozen guards launched 2 volleys of javelins. Aware of their limitations compared to Robin's prowess, they waited until the wargs were within 100 paces before casting their spears. Their accuracy was largely fortuitous, and after 2 rounds, they managed to fell merely 6 wargs. Then, Robin engaged in close combat with the wargs, wielding his long sword like a human beast, boldly plunging into the throng of his adversaries. Chapter 14 Is That All? The sweeping strikes, downward slashes, and upward thrusts of Robin were unadorned, yet devastatingly effective. No wolfman could withstand the force of his blade. Before him, they toppled like ripe wheat during harvest. The wolfmen could not even approach him, unable to so much as brush the hem of his garment. Limbs and severed appendages flew through the air, and the warm blood splattered across Robin's chest, his countenance as unyielding as iron, relentlessly charging forward, cutting down every living being that appeared in his path. Although the Iron Guards lagged slightly behind, they followed their lord's lead, crashing into the wolfmen with fervor. The movements of the Highlanders were synchronized like a well-oiled machine. Under Simon's command, they thrust and retracted their spears in a rhythmic dance of death, methodically reaping the lives of the wolfmen. Despite the apparent disparity in numbers, the true advantage lay with Robin's side. Each warrior was not only awakened, but also boasted superior equipment. The claws of the wolfmen struggled to penetrate the sturdy leather armor, while the Iron Guard spears pierced their foes like icy daggers. This was no longer a battle, but rather a one-sided massacre. As Robin continued his onslaught, he suddenly found himself facing an empty expanse. Not a single wolfman remained before him. Realizing he had cut through their ranks, he spat a mouthful of bloody saliva in disgust, having fought so fiercely that the wolfman's blood had splattered into his mouth. This wolfman tribe must have been lurking near the road, posing a threat to passing caravans. Even if they had not encountered Robin, it would not be long before they were annihilated by the Empire's patrols. The Baron flicked the blood off his sword before sheathing it, and turned to face the Iron Guards. Simon and the other guards were drenched in blood, resembling individuals who had just emerged from a bath of crimson water, unable to discern their own blood from that of the wolfmen. Robin approached Simon and inquired, "Is anyone injured?" Wiping the grime from his face, Simon cheerfully replied, "Just 2 brothers with minor scrapes. Nothing to worry about." Robin nodded in agreement. "That's good." Having just endured a life-and-death struggle, the Iron Guards maintained a commendable spirit, each appearing invigorated, eagerly discussing the number of wolfmen they had slain, as if their thirst for battle were not yet quenched. Truly, the warrior race lived up to its reputation. "Leader, I feel I have grown stronger," Simon exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed intently at Robin. They were the finest of warriors, intimately aware of their own bodies, capable of perceiving even the slightest changes. Robin accessed the bloodline system to examine Simon's status. Indeed, he had leveled up from level 30 to level 31. However, his bloodline rank remained at level 1. Ordinary upgrades could only slightly enhance physical attributes, while an elevation in bloodline rank would significantly amplify combat prowess and unlock new abilities. Beneath the same lineage, the power of the second-tier bloodline utterly overwhelms that of the first. Aside from Simon, several other Iron Guards have also ascended a level, and they are eagerly boasting to their companions. The brutal skirmish has made a profound impact on Kanna and her group. They have never encountered such formidable warriors. In Kanna's eyes, Robin's image has suddenly grown larger than life, transforming from a miserly and mad baron into a true warrior. Now, when she gazes upon Robin, everything about him seems pleasing. Even his appearance appears to have become notably more handsome. She approaches Robin and offers him a towel, saying, "Wipe the blood from your face." Robin, not one to refuse, takes the towel and carelessly wipes his face, turning the white cloth a deep crimson. He then gestures toward the scattered corpses of the wargs on the grass, saying, "These wargs are yours to dispose of." Kanna is instantly overjoyed, ready to express her gratitude for the Baron's generosity when she sees Robin extend an empty hand, weighing it in front of her. Kanna, momentarily perplexed, asks, "What do you mean? Money? I never said I'd give them to you for free," Robin retorts with conviction. "Aside from the few you shot down yourselves, each of the others costs 30 silver. Quite a bargain. I believe you'll make a profit." Boom. The towering image of Robin and Kanna's mind collapses in an instant, reverting from a true warrior to a miserly one. The merchant caravan begins to spring into action. While these guards may lack combat prowess, they are adept at skinning. Each wields a small skinning knife, skillfully maneuvering it, and within moments, they strip the most valuable hide from the wargs' backs. Though rough, the hide is remarkably sturdy and possesses good elasticity, making it ideal for crafting boots and backpacks. Once the guards finish skinning, they also sever the heads of the wargs. Robin, observing this, inquires of Kanna, "What purpose do the heads serve?" Upon realizing the answer, Robin nods in understanding and teasingly remarks, "You truly can turn waste into treasure." Kanna, with a hint of pride, puffs out her chest and declares, "As long as the price is right, I would dare to sell even a king's crown." Oh, Robin grins mischievously. "So, if the price is right, you would also consider selling yourself?" Kanna's lovely face flushes a deep red. She raises her head and glares at Robin with her beautiful large eyes, exclaiming, "Rogue." She then turns away, ignoring him. Yet, Robin chuckles joyfully, feeling quite satisfied. After clearing the battlefield, the caravan resumes its journey, and they encounter no further incidents along the way. Perhaps the wagon laden with warg heads intimidates the other wild denizens. After a full day and night of travel, they finally arrive at the city of Raging Tide before the second sunset. Upon her first arrival in Robin's territory, Kanna's immediate impression can be summed up in one word: impoverished. She quickly poses the soul-searching question, "My Lord Baron, is this truly your Raging Tide? Where's the tide? Where's the city?" Robin had long since developed a skin thicker than the city walls. He gestured towards the placid surface of the river in the distance, then pointed at the pitiful remnants of a few dilapidated stone houses atop the hills. Without further ado, he spurred his horse and departed, leaving behind a bewildered Kanna, who was left to ponder, "Is this it?" The iron guards remaining in the village grabbed their spears and donned their leather armor, immediately upgrading their efforts with fervor as they animatedly gestured to one another in the clearing before the wooden tower. Robin, however, paid them little mind. As long as they refrained from causing any fatalities, he was content. Chapter 15. Uninvited guests. The old steward laughed so heartily that the wrinkles on his face nearly smoothed out. He exuberantly directed the unloading of goods, distributing flour and farming tools among the village women. The villagers whispered praises, remarking on the remarkable capabilities of the newly arrived lord, thereby inadvertently solidifying Robin's rule. The goods had been delivered to Storm City as promised, and it was time for Kanna to take her leave. Although Robin feigned reluctance to see her go, the reality of his financial situation compelled him to expedite the departure of these numerous mouths to feed. Kanna glanced at the note, which meticulously listed 7 or 8 essential items, including timber, tools, and seeds, necessities for the territory that Robin could not yet afford. She looked up at Robin and asked skeptically, "My lord, do you have the funds to purchase these?" If such a question had been posed by anyone else, Kanna would have dismissed it outright. However, witnessing Robin's formidable military prowess during their journey made her consider the potential of this seemingly unreliable man. With a resigned sigh, Kanna tucked the note into her pocket. "Very well, I shall attend to this matter swiftly. But do not deceive me again." Robin smirked like a shrewd merchant, fabricating a response. "When have I ever deceived you? Ah, by the way, those throwing spears used by your caravan's guards seem rather impressive. They are wasted in their hands. Why not sell them all to me? I shall forego the payment from the wolfmen." The guards stood nearby, yet none possessed the courage to contradict Robin. In comparison to the Iron Guard, They appeared as helpless as fledglings without feathers. Ghana calculated in her mind, deeming the transaction reasonable, and agreed, "Very well, as you wish." Finally, Robin suggested, "Why not consider working with me in the future? I am, after all, a baron." Although the Lord was currently impoverished, he harbored grand visions for the development of his territory, including plans to establish a trading caravan to engage with the outside world and amass greater wealth. However, the endeavor of creating a caravan was time-consuming and laborious, particularly due to the lack of suitable talent. The Highlanders were not adept in commerce. Having spent several days together, Robin had developed a favorable impression of Ghana. If she were to align herself with him, it would alleviate numerous complications and streamline the process. Ghana was momentarily taken aback by Robin's proposal, her stunning blue eyes widening in surprise. To her astonishment, despite Robin's meager finances, his ambitions were rather grand, as he sought to claim her entire trading caravan. Though she ultimately declined Robin's invitation, a flicker of delight danced within Ghana's heart. "Very well, it is settled then." Robin raised his hand, intending to clasp palms with Ghana in a vow. "All right," she replied, perfunctorily slapping her hand against his. In the grand hall of the wooden building, Robin sat at the long table, sipping hot water while listening to a sentry's report. Upon concluding the report, he sat in bewilderment, questioning how these three races had come together. For the wolfmen, the term goblin typically signifies food, and the greater goblins have always held a disdainful view of the savage wolfmen. Ordinary goblins, on the other hand, are synonymous with a plethora of derogatory terms such as foolish, backward, filthy, and weak, occupying the lowest tier of the wilderness food chain. Their existence elicits no concern from others, and few are inclined to associate with them. Robin had heard that in the ancient age of the deities, ordinary goblins once established a magnificent civilization, but what significance does that hold now? Their current existence is anything but glorious. Generally, when these three races encounter one another, it is invariably the ordinary goblins who meet their demise first, followed by the greater goblins and the wolfmen, who would engage in a deadly struggle thereafter. Robin sensed that peculiar occurrences abound each year, yet this year seemed particularly rife with them. According to the Sentinels, these three races not only coexisted peacefully, but also appeared to have developed mutual roles, collaborating with remarkable synergy. "They are digging," the Sentinel remarked. Digging? Indeed. They were engaged in excavation. When Robin discovered them, they had already unearthed a substantial pit, while the wolfmen seemed to act as sentinels, scattered around to maintain vigilance. The greater goblins, fewer in number, appeared to be leading the effort. Robin pondered for a moment, then suddenly slammed his palm on the table, causing the wooden cup to leap and startling the sentinel before him. "Speculating here will yield no answers. I must see this with my own eyes. Go inform Simon that all iron guards are to assemble." "Yes, Chief." The sentinel darted out of the wooden structure to relay the message. Robin could not abide a group of wilderness natives residing within his territory, especially considering they were less than 10 miles away, akin to having a blade pressed against his nose. Minutes later, 50 fully armed iron giant guards gathered in the clearing before the wooden edifice. Clad in leather armor, wielding spears, bearing throwing weapons, and sheathed with daggers, they formed a neat phalanx, each exuding vigor and resolve. Emerging from the wooden building, Robin was similarly equipped. Simon jogged to his side, stomped his foot, and proclaimed loudly, "Report. The Iron Guard of Ebb Tide City is fully assembled." Robin nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the training he had imparted to Simon over the past few days had not been in vain, as they finally resembled a proper military force. He then stepped before the Iron Guard, raising his voice. "You are all likely aware of the situation. A band of wilderness natives has encroached upon our territory, seeking their doom. Without further ado, eliminate them." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Onward." The sky was a vast expanse of azure, the orange sun sinking low on the horizon, casting a languorous red hue over the entire plain. The Highland warriors formed 2 columns, treading through the waist-high ryegrass, propelled by the twilight's warm glow and the chill of the wilderness wind. Robin led the charge, embodying the tip of a sharpened blade. 10 miles was not an insurmountable distance, and before long, a sentinel approached Robin with a report. "Chief, we are almost there." Robin then ordered the main force to remain on standby. He, along with Simon and the sentry, crouched low and stealthily advanced forward. Chapter 16. A Strange Assembly. The Sentinel. Having visited once before, was already well acquainted with the terrain, leading Robin and Simon to ascend a prominent elevation. The three of them lay concealed within the dense underbrush, revealing only 6 pairs of furtive eyes as they gazed ahead. A short distance, approximately several dozen meters below the high ground, Robin spotted a group of wild natives. Indeed, as the sentinel had described, this assembly comprised 3 distinct races, with goblins being the most numerous, numbering over 40. These grotesque, diminutive green-skinned creatures were presently laboring under the watchful eye of the werewolf overseers, their heads bowed and backs bent as they fervently clawed at the earth. Digging a large pit that spanned nearly half the size of a soccer field, it appeared that the natives were in search of something. Could there be treasures buried beneath the ground? Robin couldn't help but ponder. The werewolves constituted the second largest group, with more than 30 in their ranks. Some were dispersed within the pit, acting as overseers, wielding whips to chastise any goblins daring to lag behind, while others stood guard at the edges of the excavation. Among them were 5 large goblins, evidently assuming the role of commanders. Some patrolled the pit's perimeter, ensuring that the werewolves remained vigilant, while others directed the overseers from within the pit itself. Among them was the most robust of the large goblins, clearly the leader of this band of natives, seated upon a large rock at the pit's edge, sharpening a 2-handed sword with a whetstone. Beside him stood a serious-looking large goblin lieutenant, supervising the various factions. Adjacent to the pit, a disordered cluster of triangular beast skin tents indicated the dwelling places of the large goblins and werewolves. As for the ordinary goblins, they found sufficient shelter within the pit itself. Though the early spring nights were still quite chilly, it was evident that no one was concerned about a few goblins succumbing to the cold. Large goblins resembled their smaller counterparts, albeit in an exaggerated form. While both shared a similar appearance, green skin, pointed ears, and large heads, the large goblins were significantly taller and more robust, endowed with sharper intellects. Each was a natural-born warrior. It was said that large goblins were a mutated variant of ordinary goblins, with a close bloodline. Yet this did not prevent them from viewing their goblin kin as either sustenance or slaves. Robin was astonished by the racial composition of this group of natives. But even more surprising was the fact that they were all equipped with iron tools. Each werewolf brandished iron weapons, some wielding spears, others short blades, and they even donned bits of armor. Although most of these weapons were damaged, and some were rusted, and the armor was piecemeal, one had a bracer while another sported a breastplate. Their gear was undeniably superior compared to other wild natives. The equipment of the 5 large goblins surpassed that of the werewolves by a discernible margin. Their leader wielded a 2-handed sword, while the other 4 carried long knives with wooden shields or spears. Collectively, the armaments of the 5 large goblins could form a small battle formation. The large goblins were a naturally militaristic race, exhibiting organizational skills and discipline comparable to those of humans. Robin was convinced that these weapons were not randomly allocated. They must have previously formed battle formations in past skirmishes. Their armor, although a hodgepodge, was notably more complete. Some donned leather bracers, while others sported chainmail on their chests, and atop their heads were horned iron helmets. Despite the mismatched appearance, it was undeniably superior to being unarmored. On the battlefield, when the racial differences between the factions were not stark, the disparity between armored and unarmored combatants often resulted in slaughter. Although the civilization of these natives lagged far behind humanity, they were sufficiently formidable among the other tribes of the wilderness. Upon reflection, Robin surmised that there must exist a greater authority overseeing this group. The earth gnomes alone could not possibly command the wolfmen, especially given that the number of wolfmen far exceeded that of the gnomes. A more powerful entity must be compelling these 2 factions to collaborate. The mere thought of such a mysterious force appearing near his territory weighed heavily on Robin's mind. As they observed the enemy, it seemed to coincide with the natives' mealtime. 2 wolfmen carried a large wooden basin to the pit, filled with writhing, large worms that resembled giant earthworms. Each as long as a human arm, yet only as thick as a thumb. It was a mystery where they had unearthed such a bounty. The wolfmen scooped a handful of worms from the basin and scattered them on the ground like seeds, igniting a frenzy among the hungry gnomes, who immediately pounced on the delectable feast, even engaging in scuffles while howling in excitement. Robin witnessed a gnome slurp one of the worms into its mouth like a noodle, which caused him to feel a wave of nausea. The sustenance of the earth gnomes and wolfmen was markedly different. The wolfmen dragged out 5 lifeless gnomes from the pit, their faces a ghastly blue, as if they had been frozen to death the previous night. The wolfmen's brutal nature was evident in every aspect. including their ferocious feeding habits. They descended upon the gnome corpses, tearing them into shreds, relishing the bloody flesh as a delicacy. In contrast, the earth gnomes displayed a semblance of civility. They expertly skinned and disemboweled the dead gnomes, skewering the remains on wooden rods and roasting them over an open fire until they sizzled with fat. Though the gnomes occasionally consumed raw meat, they preferred cooked flesh when conditions permitted. Everyone, prepare for battle. The vast expanse of the plains offered no cover, making it nearly impossible for a large force to move undetected. As Robin led the Iron Guard to higher ground, the distant natives immediately took notice of them. The sudden appearance of the enemy sent the natives into disarray. The gnomes huddled in fear within the pit, while others seized the opportunity to flee. It was at this moment that the significance of the earth gnomes became apparent. Under the furious roar of their commander, the wolfmen swiftly formed two thin lines of defense. Robin admired the courage of the gnomes, but he knew that valor alone was woefully insufficient on the battlefield. Robin's forces not only possessed a significant advantage in equipment, but also outnumbered their adversaries, rendering the outcome of the battle utterly inevitable. The Iron Guards surged down the heights in an orderly fashion, their volley of throwing spears nearly obliterating the ranks of the Wurgens. The Wurgens wielded a haphazard assortment of weaponry. Those fortunate enough to possess a battered wooden shield could offer a modicum of defense, while the less fortunate were left to endure the onslaught with only their flesh. The result was indisputable. The Wurgens were transformed into mere blood-soaked husks, as the spears effortlessly pierced their bodies, pinning them firmly to the grass. Even those Wurgens with shields fared little better. Their feeble defenses could scarcely withstand the sharp projectiles, which would shatter their shields before penetrating their flesh, leaving them pinned just a touch more shallowly. These throwing spears, acquired from Ghana, truly showcased their lethality only when wielded by the Highlanders. The remaining 5 earth gnomes, undeterred, sought to make a stand, arraying themselves in their proud battle formation. At the center stood a warrior brandishing a great sword, flanked by sword and shield bearers, with spear wielders on either side. In previous encounters, this formation had triumphed over foes that vastly outnumbered them. They were indeed valiant warriors, their eyes resolute and unyielding in the face of formidable adversaries. Alas, this time they had chosen the wrong opponent. The Iron Guards revealed cruel smiles as they encircled the gnomes, methodically retrieving their throwing spears from the lifeless bodies of the Wurgens and methodically targeting each gnome in turn. Ultimately, only the gnome commander, wielding a great sword, remained. With a furious roar, he charged at the Iron Guard, determined to fight to the bitter end, only to be sent sprawling by a swift kick from Simon. Chapter 17. The stalwart earth gnome Robin refrained from directly engaging in the skirmish, deeming such a menial conflict beneath his attention. The mere act of vanquishing a Wurg yielded scant experience, better left to the Iron Guards. Nevertheless, as the commander of the Iron Guards, he still accrued valuable experience points from the team's efforts. A warm surge blossomed in his chest, swiftly radiating throughout his being. As the battle reached its conclusion, the lordly figure finally made his tardy entrance to the battlefield, witnessing several of his guards attain new ranks, though none had yet ascended to the second tier of their bloodline. Simon securely bound the earth gnome commander with robust ropes, bringing him before Robin. Prior to the combat's onset, Robin had instructed him to procure a tongue for interrogation to unveil the origins of these wild denizens. The earth gnome commander lay ensnared like a rice dumpling, cast at Robin's feet with a defiant expression, his small yellow eyes glaring furiously at him. Robin crouched down and inquired, "Can you speak the common tongue?" Although each race across the continent possesses its own linguistic nuances, a deeper examination reveals a remarkable similarity among them. Historians have long postulated that the ancient Titan deities once propagated a universal language across the land, which now serves as the foundation for all contemporary tongues. Today, as the undisputed dominant race, the term common tongue primarily refers to the language of humanity. The earth gnome turned onto his side, lying on the damp and cold grass, merely fixing his gaze on Robin, panting heavily without uttering a word. Unperturbed by whether the creature grasped his meaning, Robin continued, "Which tribe do you hail from? What brings you to my territory?" The earth gnome, in turn, angrily repeated a particular word several times. Though Robin could not decipher it, his experience in street exchanges led him to surmise that the gnome might be cursing his lineage. With a slight frown, Robin rose and placed a foot upon the gnome's face. Dragon King? Upon hearing this term, a visceral jolt coursed through Robin's mind. Throughout history, Dragons have epitomized both power and calamity. The mere mention of a dragon invariably heralds misfortune. When had a dragon arrived upon the plains? Initially, Robin found it hard to believe, for a dragon is no trivial matter. If indeed a dragon roamed the wilderness, the nearest Silverfrost city would have surely been on high alert, as the noblemen within were far more adept at gathering intelligence. And they had a keener fear of death. Just days prior, during his last procurement in Silverfrost City, he had heard no whispers of any dragons. What struck him as even more peculiar was the notion of a proud dragon taking an earth gnome, a being of such inferior civilization, as a vassal. Such an alliance would indeed tarnish the dragon's dignity, making it impossible for the creature to hold its head high among its kin. Nevertheless, dragons are known for their capricious lifestyles. Legends even speak of the bizarre existence of dragon-blooded gnomes. It is difficult to fathom the depths of eccentricity that would compel a dragon to associate with a stench-ridden gnome. Thus, it is not entirely inconceivable that a dragon, in a moment of whimsy, might choose to gather a band of earth gnomes and wargs as its followers. Robin must grasp the gravity of this matter, for it pertains to the very survival of his domain. With his current prowess, he stands no chance against a mighty dragon. "Is your master truly a dragon?" Robin inquired, lifting his foot to further interrogate. The earth goblin, mistaking Robin's inquiry for fear, bore a triumphant expression, declaring in broken common tongue, "Release me now, and I shall plead with the Dragon King to spare your life, merely severing your legs." Impatient and irked by the goblin's defiance, Robin, with a swift motion, seized the creature by the neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Despite the goblin's imposing stature of nearly 6 feet and weighing over 200 pounds, he dangled like a fish out of water, his feet flailing as his face turned crimson under the pressure. "I ask again, is your master truly a dragon?" Robin's voice boomed, spewing saliva as he demanded answers. To his surprise, the goblin, with bulging yellow eyes, remained resolute and silent. Robin's frustration mounted, and he furrowed his brow, swinging his left hand with force, delivering a resounding slap that sent the goblin reeling. The strength behind this strike was such that it could shatter tables, leaving the goblin dazed and rolling his eyes back. "Where is your tribe located? How many of you are there? How many warriors do you possess?" Robin attempted a different line of questioning, but the goblin merely emitted a low growl, still refusing to speak. Robin's logic was straightforward. If he remained silent, he would be compelled to continue his assault until he extracted the truth. One question followed by a slap. "Where is your Dragon King?" Smack. "What business do you have in my territory?" Smack. "Why are you digging here?" Smack. The goblin's face visibly swelled, turning purple under Robin's grip, yet he remained obstinately mute. Robin began to admire this tenacious warrior. What fueled his unwavering resolve? Was it the honor of being an Earth Goblin soldier? Or perhaps an allegiance to the Dragon King? Realizing that this method might yield no results, Robin contemplated a change in approach, delivering yet another slap. At that moment, Simon, who had been observing, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, saying, "Chief, you are being too harsh." He can no longer speak. Robin suddenly recognized his own excessiveness. Realizing he had been too heavy-handed, he quickly released his grip, and the goblin collapsed onto the damp, cold grass. However, the goblin rolled his eyes back, frothing at the mouth, and appeared to have lost consciousness. It was uncertain whether he had succumbed to Robin's slaps or the choking grip. Simon crouched down, placing his finger beneath the goblin's nose, waiting for 3 seconds before looking up at Robin with a gentle smile. "Chief, he is still alive." Robin nodded thoughtfully, suddenly realizing that he was, after all, a member of the nobility. Engaging in such interrogations personally seemed rather beneath his station. Thus, he addressed Simon, who appeared as jubilant as a child bestowed with a new toy, his joy evident in every facet of his demeanor. "Fear not, my leader," he declared. "I possess 10 methods to extract information from him 10. Subsequently, Robin turned and approached the edge of the large pit, peering down into its depths. Within the pit remained a cluster of 20 or so goblins, huddled together and trembling. Following a recent skirmish, some goblins had fled, leaving these behind, unsure whether their reluctance to escape stemmed from cowardice or sheer ignorance. Robin attempted to converse with the goblins. However, they were utterly incapable of comprehending human language or speaking the common tongue, resorting instead to a cacophony of incoherent sounds. Frustrated, Robin felt the urge to slap them in exasperation, but upon observing their faces, smeared with mucus, tears, and various unidentifiable substances, he restrained his hand, lowering it with great effort. He then circled the pit excavated by the goblins, pondering that the command from the Dragon King to dig here implied the presence of something of great significance buried beneath. Chapter 18. The weighty affection of the maid. The chasm excavated by the goblins was an irregular oval, approximately the size of 2 basketball courts, with a depth of 2 meters at its base. Robin wandered aimlessly within the pit, consumed by curiosity regarding what these goblins were unearthing. Might there lie an ancient relic buried beneath? Legends spoke of a magnificent kingdom where diverse races coexisted harmoniously in ancient times. Historians have long debated the identity of this kingdom's founders, with a considerable faction asserting that the wasteland was indeed the site of the ancient goblin realm. Were these goblins digging up their ancestral heritage? The Lord, however, was uninterested in any vestiges of prehistoric civilizations. He yearned instead to unearth a trove of gold to alleviate the immediate financial crisis of his territory. Suddenly, a stone at his feet captured Robin's attention. It was roughly the size of a fist, dark red in hue, with an irregular form, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. As he bent down to pick it up, examining it from various angles, an exhilarating thought began to blossom in his mind. Could it be that these natives were excavating iron ore? The wasteland had always been deficient in iron, primarily due to the extreme scarcity of iron deposits, compounded by the fact that races such as the Wolfmen and Earth Goblins lacked any knowledge of mining, let alone smelting iron. Previously, the imperial government had strictly prohibited the trade of iron tools with the wasteland until the advent of the expansion movement, which gradually increased the availability of iron implements, most of which were brought by human lords. Even now, iron goods remained among the most coveted commodities in the wasteland. A high-quality iron sword could incite fierce battles among the indigenous people. If these natives were indeed mining iron ore, Robin could hardly contain his elation. The existence of iron deposits would allow for smelting, and with steel, one could forge iron tools, whose immense profits would drive everyone into a frenzy. Moreover, in this iron-deficient wasteland, the price of an ordinary iron tool could reach 3 times that of Silver Frost City. With this thought, Robin's hand trembled slightly as he clutched the stone, as if it had transformed into a nugget of gold. The Lord took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He was not an expert in ores, merely sensing that this stone bore some resemblance to iron ore, yet he could not be certain. After much contemplation, he beckoned Simon over, presenting the dark red stone before him. "Do you recognize iron ore?" Though Robin held little hope for Simon's intellectual capabilities, he decided to inquire nonetheless, for there was a chance he might know. "Iron ore? No idea." Simon, true to form, stared blankly with a bovine gaze, epitomizing the very definition of foolishness. Disheartened, Robin waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Simon might as well return to his own sphere of ignorance. Undeterred, he gathered all the iron guards, parading the stone before them and declaring a reward of 50 copper coins for anyone who recognized it. Yet, the group of Highlanders merely exchanged glances, their expressions contorted in a manner akin to discomfort from constipation, unable to articulate any insights. To them, a stone was simply a stone. At last, this group of ignorant brutes unanimously speculated that their leader must be gravely ill. What significance could there possibly be in a mere fragment of stone? Enraged, Robin delivered a swift kick to one of the iron guards, prompting the others to scatter like frightened birds. Well aware of their lord's formidable strength, one kick would leave them sore for days. Such fools. None of them were useful in a critical moment. Fuming, Robin cursed under his breath, contemplating whether it might be prudent to establish a training program to enhance their cultural knowledge. By this time, the sun had completely set, and the surroundings grew dimmer as a chill breeze swept through, causing the grasslands of the desolate plains to ripple like waves, producing a rustling sound. The Inquisitor Simon was exceedingly diligent in his duties. The following morning, Robin was awakened by a cacophony of anguished cries. Groggy and irritated, he climbed out of bed and flung open the window, only to behold a wooden stake planted in the clearing before the Lord's manor, to which a captured earth gnome was securely bound. At that moment, Simon was mercilessly whipping the earth gnome, demanding, "Will you speak? Will you speak? Will you speak?" The gnome's gray-green skin had been lacerated, and it howled in agony with each crack of Simon's whip. While Simon's dedication to his work was commendable, disturbing the Lord's slumber was utterly unacceptable. Robin leaned out of the window, fury radiating from him as he bellowed, "What is all this noise? First thing in the morning, and you're howling like a banshee. Simon, you blockhead, can you not conduct your interrogation elsewhere? Get him out of here at once. Do not disturb my sleep." Startled by Robin's sudden outburst, Simon paused, glancing at the sun already high in the sky, and silently rolled up his whip, hoisting both the gnome and the stake away with stealth. What a dolt! The wooden structure offered little soundproofing, and the elderly steward, resting in the grand hall below, could hear everything distinctly, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his weathered face. Serves you right for ignoring my advice to move elsewhere. Now you've earned the Lord's ire. By midday, our baron finally rose from his slumber, albeit reluctantly. The Highland maids had long prepared warm water and towels for his wash, and his 2 towering maids, each standing nearly 6 feet tall, entered Robin's chamber. He felt as if 2 formidable mountains were approaching, their presence immediately awakening him. My lord, you are awake. Allow us to attend to your needs, one of the maids declared in a rich contralto, a radiant smile upon her face, though they were ostensibly referred to as maids. Their broad shoulders and robust biceps made it exceedingly difficult for Robin to associate them with the delicate image of traditional maidservants. As a normally developing young man, Robin had once entertained fantasies of romantic liaisons between a lord and his maid. However, gazing at these 2 ironclad maidens, any notion of romance was utterly quashed. Both of these maids were selected by the old steward, and Robin bore him no ill will, for he understood that the steward had done his utmost. Highland women are generally more robust than those of the Empire, and these 2 maids were already a rare breed of delicate beauties. In truth, they were not unpleasing to the eye, but their formidable physiques were not easily manageable by the average person. My lord, allow me to wipe your face, one of the Highland maids said, as she dampened a towel and approached Robin with a cheerful smile. Startled, Robin hastily retreated until he found himself cornered against the wall. With no escape left, he pleaded, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I can manage the face-wiping myself. He had previously experienced their facial service, which had felt akin to being licked by the barbed tongue of a saber-toothed tiger. Oh dear, my lord, you are far too courteous. It is our duty as maids to serve you, the Highland maid replied, brandishing the damp towel like a hunting tigress closing in on her prey. Robin sensed that the 2 maids seemed to harbor some interest in him. The Highlanders have an innate admiration for strength, and given that Robin was the strongest man in the village, their inclination towards him was entirely understandable. However, the weight of such affection from these Highland maids was far beyond what his slight frame could endure. My lord, here comes the face-wiping, she declared. Ultimately, Robin could not escape the clutches of the Highland maid, who seized the back of his head with one hand while wielding the damp towel in the other. With a resounding slap, she pressed it against his face, turning his head into a dough-like mass as she kneaded it vigorously, her strength nearly obliterating his nose in the process. In the eyes of Highland women, the greater the force exerted in serving their husbands, the more profound their expression of love. Is this comfortable for you, my lord? The Highland maid inquired cheerfully. Robin, on the verge of tears, silently vowed to himself that he must find a more conventional maid in the future. Chapter 19. The Dragonvein Goblin. Robin's breakfast consisted of a plate of freshly baked flatbreads, stacked 7 or 8 high, resembling a tower of bread. Accompanying this was a large bowl of steaming fish soup and a boiled egg, expertly peeled. In the resource-deprived city of Nuda, this was the most sumptuous meal he could hope for. Robin tore the flatbread into pieces, soaking them in the fish soup, crafting a delightful dish of bread soaked in broth. The flatbread absorbed the rich flavor of the soup, softening to the point of melting in his mouth. With each bite of the bread followed by a hearty sip of the hot fish soup, a warm sensation coursed down his throat and spread throughout his body, enveloping him in comfort. Having devoured his breakfast with great vigor, Robin felt fully revitalized, as if an inexhaustible strength had surged within him. At that moment, he recalled Simon, whom he had dismissed that morning, and wondered if the lad had managed to extract any useful information. He resolved to check on him, handing his empty dishes to the Highland maid for cleaning before stepping out of the Lord's manor. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was a brilliant blue, as clear as a polished mirror. A gentle breeze carried a hint of coolness, and the air was fragrant with the scent of greenery. As Robin descended the wooden steps in front of the manor, he stopped a passing Highland villager and inquired, "Have you seen Simon?" "By the river," came the reply. Robin frowned, pondering what Simon could possibly be doing there. It turned out that, frightened by their Lord's bellow that morning, Simon had decided to conduct the interrogation by the riverbank, reasoning that it was far enough from the wooden tower not to disturb the chief. The river flowed gently, its babbling reminiscent of melodious notes. On both banks, clusters of lovely white flowers crowded together, creating a picturesque scene. However, The distressing cries of the goblin somewhat marred the beauty of the setting. When Robin found Simon, he had set the bound goblin against a wooden post by the riverbank and was vigorously whipping it, beads of sweat glistening on his flushed face. "Will you speak? Will you speak?" he shouted. Robin approached, stepping carefully on the pebbled shore, and inquired about the progress of the interrogation. Simon's tone bore a hint of admiration. The Highlanders revered strength and appreciated an unwavering spirit in the face of adversity. Standing before the goblin, Robin noted that its body was nearly devoid of unblemished skin from the lashes it had received. "I commend your loyalty," he stated, "but my patience has its limits. This is your final opportunity. If you remain silent, I shall cast you into the river to drown." The goblin gazed at Robin, tears streaming from its small, beady eyes. Then, with a quivering voice in the common tongue, it lamented, "You keep asking if I'll speak, but what do you want me to say? Why don't you ask?" Simon suddenly realized his oversight, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "Heh. I've been so focused on whipping that I forgot to ask." Robin was taken aback. "So you've been flailing away for nothing this entire morning?" Simon remained cheerful, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Chief, it wasn't a waste. Even though I didn't get any information, I sure enjoyed the whipping." Hearing the cries of the bound earth spirit, it wept even more pitifully. "You foolish creature. You've angered our lord. Just a kick in Simon's rear is what you deserve." At that moment, the earth spirit gazed at Robin as though he had seen a long-lost kin. Finally liberated from the clutches of the demon Simon, he swallowed hard, his throat parched and raw from not having a drop of water since yesterday. "Could I perhaps have a sip of water? I am on the brink of dying from thirst," the earth spirit asked cautiously. It seemed that the lash had unlocked some chord in his mind, for now, he spoke the common tongue of the continent with remarkable clarity. Robin hesitated for a moment, then turned to signal Simon to fetch some water for the earth spirit. Reluctantly, Simon, nursing the swollen bruise from the Lord's kick, retrieved a gourd and approached, allowing the earth spirit to take a few sips. Having quenched his thirst, the earth spirit found a measure of courage and ventured to ask, "Might you loosen my bindings? I assure you, I will not flee." Bound tightly to the stake, he squirmed in agony, barely able to touch the ground with the tips of his toes. Robin's expression darkened immediately. "Earth spirit, do not overreach. Do you seek another beating?" The earth spirit trembled at the threat and quickly replied, "O great human lord, please inquire as you wish. I have no further demands." The lord's demeanor softened into a satisfied smile as he crossed his arms and posed his first question. "Is your leader truly a giant dragon?" Initially, Robin had made a grave misunderstanding. The creature the earth spirit referred to as a dragon king was not a true dragon, but rather an earth spirit. With a sigh of relief, Robin felt reassured, as his current strength was insufficient to confront a genuine dragon. Yet, he was equally astonished. How could a feeble and foolish earth spirit rise to lead both earth spirits and wolfmen? As the interrogation deepened, it became clear that this earth spirit was not ordinary. He was a dragon-vein earth spirit. A dragon-vein earth spirit? Robin could hardly believe his ears and repeated the inquiry. The earth spirit's name was, astonishingly, Smog, a name borrowed from a dragon. Robin had indeed heard of dragon-vein earth spirits before. They were legendary beings of a different caliber, often used in tales and poetry to mock the absurdity and decadence of dragonkind, mingling with the filthy earth spirits. A dragon-vein earth spirit was an extraordinarily rare entity. After all, not every dragon possessed such grotesque tastes. Such beings might emerge only once in several centuries, and here he was, confronted with one. Robin was at a loss as to whether he was exceedingly unfortunate or remarkably fortunate. As the earth spirit recounted the tales of Smog, Robin realized that this dragon-vein earth spirit embodied the very essence of a protagonist from a novel. From a young age, Smog had been ostracized by other earth spirits for his peculiar appearance and extraordinary intelligence. Indeed, overly clever earth spirits were often shunned by their kin, perhaps explaining why. After millennia of reproduction, there was scarcely a trace of intellectual advancement among them. Those bright minds had been extinguished by their own kind. However, given the average intelligence of goblins, it is difficult to ascertain whether the kin of Smog comprehended the meaning of his words. Robin, captivated as though he were listening to a tale, thought to himself, "Ah, indeed, this is a clear case of not underestimating the young due to their poverty." Chapter 20. Shadows of War. Shamag became the chieftain of the goblin tribe and soon embarked on his path of conquest, gradually assimilating the indigenous tribes around him. The wolfmen and the earth goblins all willingly submitted to his authority. The Earth Goblin stated, "My tribe was conquered by Lord Shamig a year ago. He commands us to refer to him as the Dragon King." Robin, stroking his chin in contemplation, noted that Shamig resembled an awakener based on the Earth Goblin's description. After all, possessing the blood of a dragon does not necessarily confer immense power. Even dog-headed folk boast of dragon lineage. Most likely, this goblin, while wandering outside, inadvertently awakened his bloodline abilities, becoming a dragon-blooded awakener. Awakeners are not exclusive to humanity. Other races also occasionally produce them, albeit at a lower frequency. The Earth Goblin held Shamig in high regard, imbued with a palpable fear in his words, suggesting that this goblin was indeed formidable. Among all ancient bloodlines, the dragon lineage is undoubtedly among the strongest. Dragon knights and dragon mages are revered figures, and families blessed with dragon-blooded awakeners invariably dominate as powerful nobility. Bloodlines are also ranked. Even among awakeners, dragon blood is considered superior to that of iron giants. Naturally, the dragon lineage pales in comparison to Robin's Titan bloodline. For in ancient times, Titans were the gods of gods, and ancient dragons had no choice but to bow before them. A mischievous thought suddenly crossed Robin's mind. How would those aristocrats of dragon lineage react upon learning of a dragon-blooded goblin in their midst? Imagining those lofty nobles perhaps claiming a distant kinship with a goblin made Robin stifle a laugh. However, jokes aside, Shamig's ability to conquer numerous indigenous tribes and command the fealty of both wolfmen and earth goblins indicated that he was no ordinary adversary and warranted Robin's serious attention. He had no desire to be vanquished by a mere goblin. Robin then inquired about the military composition of the Earth Goblin's tribe, to which the goblin responded diligently. Their tribe boasted over 600 soldiers, comprising more than 500 wolfmen and over 100 Earth Goblins, a force exceeding Robin's by tenfold. The Earth Goblin, not particularly adept in mathematics, could only provide an approximate figure. Their tribe was situated approximately 50 miles west of Fury Tide City. Although the Imperial Expansion Certificate designates the territory within 100 miles of Fury Tide City as belonging to Robin, in reality, he could only control a minuscule area surrounding the city. Beyond 50 miles, not only could he not exert control, but even his sentinels seldom ventured that far. Consequently, despite the passage of time, Robin and this goblin tribe had coexisted without incident, remaining blissfully unaware of each other's existence. However, given their proximity, it was inevitable that they would eventually cross paths, even without the recent incident of digging a pit. Ultimately, Robin asked the Earth Goblin, "What were you excavating in that large pit?" Robin's heart was a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. He longed to hear the Earth Spirit utter that particular word. Yet he feared that it might not be the word he hoped for. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Iron ore? Elated, he retrieved the dark red stone he had found the previous night and presented it to the Earth Spirit, eagerly asking, "Is this it?" Regardless of the outcome, it was clear that the dragon vein spirit believed there was iron ore beneath that vast pit. From what Robin knew, dragons were inherently sensitive to minerals. Perhaps this Earth Spirit had inherited that acute perception. Weighing his options, Robin resolved to set aside the matter of iron ore for the moment, as the pressing concern was to eradicate this tribe of goblins, whose existence posed a significant threat to the city of Ebb Tide. According to the Earth Spirit's account, this dragon vein goblin was an expansionist, having annexed 3 indigenous tribes within a single year. Given this trajectory, it seemed inevitable that his next target would be Robin himself. With such a formidable adversary lying in close proximity, Robin could not afford to remain idle. It was quite possible that the dragon vein goblin was already aware of the ambush on his mining team and was plotting a counterattack against Robin. Though Simon often appeared to be a carefree simpleton, he transformed into a different person when it came to military matters. The Iron Giants were a naturally martial race, and the Highlanders who had awakened their Iron Giant bloodline had inherited that same military acumen. After 2 minutes and 50 seconds, 50 Iron Guards gathered in the courtyard before the Lord's Manor. They formed a precise square formation, each guard fully armed and ready for battle. They stood tall and proud, like a row of sharp steel pikes, rigidly aligned before Robin. "Report. The Iron Giant Guard is fully assembled," Simon bellowed from the front of the line. Robin walked among the ranks, nodding in satisfaction. This disciplined and fearless cohort of awakened warriors was his greatest asset. Even if the Dragon Vein Goblin were to dispatch troops immediately, Robin felt confident that with the Iron Giant Guard by his side, he could shatter the adversary's skull. Next, Robin briefed the Iron Guards on the intelligence regarding the Dragon Vein Goblin, detailing the enemy's troop strength and the various races involved, including the imminent threat of an assault on Ebb Tide. Upon concluding his briefing, he was heartened to see no expressions of fear among the Iron Guards. On the contrary, they seemed to yearn for battle. The blood coursing through their veins appeared to boil with fervor, each face alight with eagerness, as if the very souls of warriors were calling out to them. Finally, Robin began to assign tasks. The first order of business was to send scouts to gather intelligence on the Goblin tribe to ascertain their movements. He entrusted this crucial mission to Simon. Despite Simon's usual unreliability, he was a skilled combatant. Simon, take a few men and head west. Your primary objective is to locate the Goblin tribe and gather intelligence. Do not engage in prolonged skirmishes. Remember, your safety is of utmost importance. Do not make foolish sacrifices, Robin cautioned, concerned that these Highlanders might act impulsively and find themselves ensnared in battle. Although the awakened possess formidable strength, it does not signify their invincibility. A single bullet piercing through the chest can just as easily lead to their demise. Chapter 21. The Pointed Ears. That evening, Simon led 3 Iron Guards, equipped with various gear, into the vast expanse of the wilderness. What followed was a protracted day of anticipation. During this time, Robin was not idle. He expanded the patrol range of the Sentinels, extending it outward by another 10 miles. The weary group, still stained with traces of blood, seemed to have recently encountered a skirmish, though fortunately, no one was injured. In the great hall of the wooden building, Robin listened to Simon's report. They had located the tribe of the Dragon Vein Goblins, dispatched a patrol squad, and captured one of their members. The captured goblin revealed that their leader was already aware of the location of their territory and that the tribe was currently preparing provisions, with their forces making final preparations for an imminent assault. This is the map of their tribe, Simon said, pulling out a crumpled piece of parchment from beneath his leather armor and spreading it before Robin. The map, sketched in charcoal, depicted a rudimentary layout, marking the position of Thunderous Tide City, the Goblin tribe, in the course of the Thunderous River, with the Goblin tribe situated upstream. Though simplistic, the map was clear and easily comprehensible. In matters of military strategy, Simon had never disappointed Robin. This clumsy giant was indeed a natural-born commander. As Robin examined the map, he listened to Simon's intelligence regarding the Goblin tribe's troop composition and armament, which largely matched what the captured goblin had reported. Pointed ears, Robin exclaimed, lifting his gaze in surprise. Pointed ears is a colloquial term for half-elves, referring to their slightly pointed ears. Half-elves are descendants of the ancient elven race. Although they are termed half-elves, they are fundamentally human, distinguished only by their subtly pointed ears. Like the Highlanders, half-elves are an amalgamation of human and other races. Elves were once a formidable race, creators of magnificent civilizations, their natural magic and artistic prowess unmatched by others. Furthermore, elves are universally renowned for their extraordinary beauty, enchanting all. Regardless of age or gender, their allure is such that even deities might envy them, as if the very concept of beauty were crafted solely for them. Remarkably, elves epitomize the aesthetic ideals of nearly all races, whether among humans, who share a semblance, or the grotesque and filthy goblins. All races acknowledge the beauty of elves. However, as time has passed and the age of great decline has unfolded, the once glorious legacy has gradually faded. Today's half-elves, while still possessing a degree of beauty, bear little resemblance to their ancient forebears. They are inept at farming and herding, struggling to wield the natural magic of their ancestors. Moreover, half-elves are generally frail. With both genders embodying delicate beauty, they cannot don heavy armor, draw powerful bows, or engage effectively in battle. The Empire's assessment of them, though somewhat harsh, is not without merit. This is a race that, aside from their pleasing appearance, seems to possess little else of value. Even in terms of beauty, half-elves fall significantly short of their ancient elven lineage. According to legend, purebred elves possess a beauty akin to exquisite works of art, while the allure of half-elves merely surpasses the average threshold, yielding a higher probability of producing stunning individuals compared to the inhabitants of the Empire. Due to these various disadvantages, half-elves lead a challenging existence in this era, with the majority residing within the Empire, reliant on powerful aristocrats. However, a small faction of half-elves clings to the honor of their ancestors, aspiring to revive the former glory of the Elven Empire. Following the rise of the expansionist movement, some half-elves have joined the ranks of the pioneers, dreaming of reconstructing their homeland upon the vast plains. Known for their inherent love of peace, it is difficult to fathom that they would initiate an assault on the city of Raging Tide. Furthermore, based on Simon's description, this half-elven tribe appears to be encumbered by their families and belongings, transporting various goods in over 20 wagons, resembling a migration rather than a military force. Just as Robin pondered this perplexity, a patrolling Iron Guard sentinel abruptly entered the hall, breathless and weary, disregarding the sweat streaming down his face. He approached Robin and knelt on one knee with a thud. "Report, Chief. 10 miles west of the territory. We have spotted a tribe of pointed-eared beings under siege by a band of orcs." Simon, listening intently, immediately inquired, "Are they bearing the banner of the Blue Moon?" Simon, filled with excitement, turned to Li Fan and exclaimed, "Chief, it is indeed the pointed-eared tribe we previously discovered." Robin stroked his chin thoughtfully, deducing that the wargs attacking the half-elves were likely from the Dragon Vein Goblin tribe, as they were the only significant indigenous group in the vicinity. Two factions of outsiders clashing within his domain was something Robin, as the local lord, could not overlook. He slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. "Let us go investigate. All Iron Guards, assemble." Then, addressing Simon and several scouts, he added, "You have worked hard. Take a moment to rest and do not accompany us." To his surprise, Simon immediately perked up at the prospect of battle, puffing out his chest and declaring loudly, "I am not weary. I request to engage." The other members of the reconnaissance team straightened their backs and echoed Simon's sentiments. "We are all ready. We request to engage." Robin chuckled, "Very well, assemble outside." "Yes, Chief." By mere coincidence, the location of the battle between the half-elves and wargs was near the iron mine previously excavated by the goblins. When Robin and his contingent of Iron Guards arrived, the conflict between the two factions had escalated to a fever pitch. Like before, they concealed themselves atop the high ground, a vantage point from which the entire battlefield was clearly visible. The half-elven tribe numbered approximately 300 individuals, yet only about 60 were capable of combat, with the remainder consisting of the elderly, weak, women, and children, rendering them a burden. They had encircled their wagons on the grassy terrain, transforming them into a makeshift wall to thwart the enemy's advance, a simple yet effective tactic employed when ambushed on the plains. The formidable half-elf warriors stand as a second line of flesh and blood, shielding the wagon from behind. They engage in combat and defense, relying on the wagon as their bastion. Should any gnoll breach this barrier, they would confront the gnoll's vicious claws and fangs head-on. At the innermost circle of this double-layered defense are the elders, women, and children of the tribe. In this moment of peril, they huddle together, trembling, with the elders and women shielding the children at the center. The half-elves wield polearms and bows, adorned in exquisite green vine armor. They have inherited their ancestors' reverence for artistry, and their weapons and armor serve not only practical purposes but also resemble exquisite masterpieces. A half-elf female warrior stands atop the wagon, draped in a black cloak, seemingly the leader of this band of half-elves. She directs the battle while skillfully wielding her finely crafted longbow, relentlessly harvesting the lives of the gnolls. Chapter 22. Caught in the crossfire, the archery skills of the female half-elf are truly remarkable, often allowing her to pierce the eye socket of a warg with a single arrow. Robin lay concealed in the tall grass, his keen eyes peering out. Observing the female half-elf as she loosed several arrows, he furrowed his brow in mild perplexity. The arrows she released possessed astonishing power, often capable of penetrating the skull of a warg, even disregarding the protection of a helmet. The arrow would pass through both head and helm with ease. Such extraordinary potency was a feat that even the brawniest archers of the Imperial Army would find difficult to achieve. However, Robin noted her slender figure and the brown longbow she wielded, which resembled more of a work of art than a weapon. She did not appear to possess great physical strength. After a moment's contemplation, the Lord activated the Eye of Bloodline. Through this vision, the half-elven camp transformed into a vibrant green haze, with each half-elf warrior enveloped in an ethereal green mist representing their elven heritage. The female half-elf was particularly striking. The bloodline mist surrounding her was of a caliber on par with Simon's, so dense it nearly obscured her entire form. With each arrow she released, a hint of that green mist accompanied the shaft, and it was this minuscule trace of magical essence that endowed her arrows with such formidable power. Thus, enlightenment dawned upon Robin. The bloodline strength coursing through this female half-elf was exceptionally potent. Although she had yet to awaken, she stood precariously close to the threshold of awakening, her arrows imbued with magical energy. Yet, Despite her remarkable abilities, she could not alter the dire circumstances besieging her faction. The attacking wargs numbered over 100, having encircled the half-elf tribe and secured an overwhelming advantage. These wargs were all clad in iron and armor. Although their gear appeared tattered and devoid of aesthetic appeal compared to that of the half-elves, they held a numerical superiority and, individually, were more robust than the half-elves. The scales of victory gradually tilted in favor of the wargs. The situation for the half-elves was increasingly grim. Despite the valiant bravery displayed by each half-elven warrior, their weapons, though more refined, could not compensate for their inherent deficiencies in combat prowess. Outnumbered and physically weaker than the wargs, they lacked the reckless ferocity that defined their adversaries. Their casualties were steadily mounting, their defensive lines contracting with each passing moment, while some women wept in silence and the cries of children merged into a sorrowful chorus. If this continued, their demise was merely a matter of time. It was not difficult to envision the fate that awaited a group of half-elves in the hands of the wargs. A swift death by blade would be the greatest mercy. Robin hesitated, pondering whether to intervene at that moment. Allowing the two factions to slaughter each other, and stepping in only after the half-elves had been obliterated, would render all their resources ripe for his taking. Yet, he found it disheartening to witness the loss of these half-elves without attempting to save them. Despite the frail physique of the half-elves and their lack of martial prowess, these shortcomings were entirely absent in Robin. These half-elves were carriers of a potent bloodline, and Robin had the means to awaken them as true elven warriors through his system. In ancient times, elven warriors were not to be underestimated. They were a formidable force capable of standing toe-to-toe with the orcs. The current situation was quite the reverse, for it was the humans who were regarded with disdain as the weaker species. Among them, the female half-elf caught Robin's eye with her pronounced bloodline. Should he manage to recruit her, she would undoubtedly prove to be a heroic unit akin to Simon. However, all of this hinged on one crucial condition: the half-elf's willingness to submit to Robin, which was the primary reason for his hesitation. "Leader, let us strike," Simon exclaimed excitedly, poised and ready beside Robin. The Iron Bear warrior was not burdened by such contemplations. He merely yearned to charge into the fray and wreak havoc. At that moment, the female half-elf suddenly became aware of Robin and his companions. The towering figures of the hill dwellers, 50 strong, crowded the thicket atop the elevation, making it nearly impossible to remain undetected. Moreover, the half-elves possessed keen eyesight, having inherited the extraordinary sensory abilities of their elven ancestors. Their sight, hearing, and sense of smell far surpassed that of ordinary humans. The female half-elf seemed to see a glimmer of hope as her tribe teetered on the brink of annihilation. She had no time to discern whether Robin's group were friends or foes. They were already on a path to doom. If she could draw the power from the heights into a three-way clash, perhaps there was a sliver of salvation. Thus, she raised her hand high and waved frantically toward Robin, urging him to bring his men down. However, this conspicuous gesture was tantamount to alerting the wargs. Initially engrossed in battle, the wargs had not noticed Robin's group concealed on the hillside. Yet, upon the female half-elf's signal, they immediately shifted their attention to Robin's position. Soon after, Robin observed a towering warg, presumably their leader, barking commands, and from their ranks, 50 wargs broke away, charging toward Robin. Dividing forces on the battlefield is undoubtedly a grave mistake. Perhaps the wargs believed the half-elves to be easy prey, emboldening them to split their ranks. Alternatively, they may have acted purely on instinct, driven by the primal urge to eliminate any living beings that appeared before them. Regardless, the wargs' division incited Robin's fury and left him with no choice but to engage in battle. "These wretches dare approach us," Robin exclaimed, springing to his feet from the thicket, followed in unison by his iron guard. "Annihilate them." The outcome of the skirmish was never in doubt. Mere moments later, all 50 charging wargs lay dead at the feet of the iron guard. Each fallen warg bore at least one grievous wound, and even those who did not succumb immediately would bleed out within minutes. Their tattered armor provided some measure of protection, but it merely extended their lives by a fleeting moment. The leader of the wargs was utterly astonished. His attention had been entirely focused on the siege of the half-elf tribe, and in a mere moment of distraction, he failed to notice that his detached squad of wargs had been completely annihilated. 50 warg warriors had perished without a sound. Such a swift defeat was almost unfathomable. A typical human commander would have surely recognized the vast disparity between the two sides at this juncture. Yet the limited cognitive capacity of the wargs evidently rendered them incapable of contemplating such intricate matters. Alternatively, It could be said that once immersed in the throes of battle, their instinctual drive for slaughter overtakes their rational faculties, transforming them into frenzied combatants consumed by visions of blood and flesh. This is precisely why many intelligent races regard wargs with disdain. Although they walk upright on two legs, they are, at their core, merely a pack of instinct-driven beasts. The deaths and blood of their comrades did not instill fear in the wargs. Rather, it incited a greater frenzy within them. The half-elf tribe, teetering on the brink of collapse, felt an unexpected alleviation of pressure. The female half-elf leader, poised atop a cart, prepared to draw her bow and shoot, only to discover that the wargs had vanished from her sight. Approximately 100 wargs remained, lacking any understanding of formations, haphazardly clustering on the grass, their numerous yellow eyes glaring fiercely at the approaching Iron Giant Guard. Chapter 23. A one-sided battle. A repugnant stream of saliva dripped from the elongated jaws of the wargs, and a single bite could spell doom for the unfortunate, leading to a slow demise through festering infections, even if they survived the initial attack. The warg leader tilted its head back and emitted a piercing, elongated howl that echoed through the air. The howl, akin to a virulent contagion, was soon echoed by the others, creating a cacophony of anguished cries. The warg's howl served as a grim signature of the wasteland, and amidst the chorus, their frenzy intensified, their eyes glowing with a blood-red luminance. The howl allowed them to forget their pain and fear, yet it voraciously devoured the scant remnants of their sanity. At this moment, without Robin's command, the Iron Giant Guards instinctively formed a precise phalanx of spears, each weapon stained with the remnants of previous battles, poised toward the impending threat. The fruits of their rigorous training became evident. They organized themselves in groups of 5 and 10, establishing not only vanguards to confront the enemy head-on, but also guardians on either flank. The Iron Guards constituted an indomitable entity, akin to a relentless killing machine, advancing steadily and unhurriedly toward the wargs. Although Robin believed that no military formation was necessary against the tactically inept wargs, he understood that a single moment of negligence on the battlefield could lead to catastrophic failure. Thus, caution was paramount. As the last howl faded into silence, the wargs surged forth in a reckless charge. The half-elf atop the carriage held her breath in anxious anticipation, witnessing the swift approach of the two factions in her reflection. In the blink of an eye, the wargs collided violently with the phalanx of iron giants. Blinded by rage, the crimson-eyed wargs were oblivious to the concept of fear. Having forsaken their instinct for self-preservation, all that remained was an insatiable thirst for slaughter. They charged headlong into the gleaming spears of the Iron Guards, failing to evade the deadly onslaught, resulting in a catastrophic collision. The outcome was inevitable. It was akin to the relentless waves crashing against steadfast rocks. While the waves shattered into a million droplets, the rocks remained resolute and unyielding. The first wave of wargs met a gruesome fate against the spear array, with the Iron Guards barely exerting effort to thrust their weapons. As the frenzied wargs impaled themselves upon them, their bodies were punctured by the spears, blood gushing forth like miniature fountains, or their abdomens laid open, spilling organs and entrails across the ground. Yet, the frenzied wargs, lost in their madness, disregarded their suffering, relentlessly charging toward the Iron Guards. Following the initial wave of casualties came the second, then the third. Those in the rear even leaped upon the corpses of their fallen comrades in a desperate attempt to breach the spear formation. However, the guards in the second rank had already raised their spears high, awaiting the wargs' reckless leaps to transform them into skewered offerings. The wargs collided in relentless waves against the spear array, only to fall one after another. This gruesome and brutal spectacle rendered the observing half-elves utterly transfixed. At this moment, the shock within the heart of the female half-elf leader was unparalleled. She believed that had it been her own tribe, devoid of the wagon as a shield, facing the brutal werewolves head-on would have resulted in her people being torn to shreds in an instant. The final blow against the werewolves was dealt by Robin, who single-handedly charged into their ranks from the left flank. The towering werewolves appeared as frail as infants before this harbinger of death. The Lord brandished his cross-shaped longsword, cleaving the werewolves before him with the ease of slicing vegetables. Many werewolves were preoccupied with the ironclad phalanx at the front, only catching a glimpse of the bloodied figure rushing past, not realizing the threat until Robin had already felled them with a single strike. Disregarding the enemies flanking him, Robin pressed forward, cutting his way through, swiftly emerging from the right side of the werewolf formation. The female half-elf witnessed a human wreaking havoc amidst the werewolves, and she was momentarily rendered speechless. Great elven gods, could this truly be a human? Once again plunging into the werewolf ranks, Robin inadvertently collided with their leader. The chief towered over his kin by half a head, exhibiting greater strength, wielding a massive two-handed sword, and clad in armor of superior quality compared to the others. As Robin laid eyes upon him, the leader recognized Robin as well, and they both charged at each other. The werewolf chief raised his colossal sword, his eyes seemingly bulging with rage, bellowing, "Human, perish!" Within less than a second of their clash, fate was sealed. Meanwhile, the ironclad phalanx remained steadfast, as unyielding as a fortress, showing no signs of being breached. Yet, how could the ironclad warriors allow this remnant of foes to escape? They broke formation and began the final hunt, pursuing the werewolves relentlessly. Ultimately, not a single werewolf managed to flee. All were impaled on the barren grasslands by thrown spears. As the bloody battle concluded, the morale of the ironclad warriors soared to unprecedented heights, relishing in tales of their exploits, boasting of how many werewolves they had dispatched. "I personally took down 3. You rubbish, I killed 10. Nonsense, why don't you claim you did it all?" However, those stationed for flank defense were less jovial. The frenzied werewolves, oblivious to the concept of flanking maneuvers, charged headlong into the line of spears, leaving the flank defenders with naught but scraps. A few ironclad warriors approached Simon, full of grievances, complaining, "Next time, we want to be at the front of the formation." Simon, pinching his nose, delivered a kick to each of them, exclaiming, "Get lost! Do you not understand that all actions must heed command?" Meanwhile, not far away, the half-elf tribe stirred with unease. The battle had concluded too swiftly, and before they could flee, the werewolves were eradicated completely. Now, they were forced to confront this extraordinarily formidable human force, uncertain if they were friend or foe. Chapter 24. Aisha. Though the wargs had been vanquished, the half-elf tribe remained vigilant, their tension heightened by the realization that Robin's faction was far superior. The wilderness was fraught with peril, and the enemies of one's enemies were not necessarily allies. No one could predict whether this exceedingly powerful human lord might, in a fit of whimsy, decide to eliminate the half-elves as well. The half-elf warriors clutched their polearms tightly, while the archers quietly reloaded their crossbows. The entire tribe was on high alert, a silent wave of anxiety sweeping through their ranks, as if they could all hear the rapid beating of their comrades' hearts. The subtle movements of the half-elves did not escape the notice of the Iron Guards, yet they regarded them with indifference. After all, why should lions concern themselves with the thoughts of sheep? A raucous laughter erupted from the rugged men, mocking the half-elves. Although the half-elves had lost the glory of their ancestors, their innate pride remained unyielding. The scornful laughter from the Iron Guards flushed many half-elf warriors' faces crimson, stirring a tumult of shame, anger, and helplessness within them. Yet, they dared not act out of line, not even daring to breathe heavily, fearful that a single misstep might provoke these ruthless killers. In the face of overwhelming power, their meager pride appeared utterly ludicrous. Robin stood with his arms crossed, a provocative gaze fixed upon the half-elves, eager to see how they would respond. Though he held a fondness for talent, he would not hesitate to eradicate them should they prove ungrateful. Simon approached Robin, still invigorated by the recent battle, and inquired, "Leader, shall we deal with these pointy-eared folk? Just give the word, and I guarantee the conflict will be resolved within 100 counts." The distance between the two factions was less than 100 paces, and the half-elves, burdened with carts and injuries, could hardly flee. The Iron Guards could easily overtake them. "Wait," Robin commanded. At that moment, a female half-elf standing atop a cart shouted to her kin, "Brothers and sisters, lower your weapons." She then leapt down, handing her longbow and dagger to her comrades as she approached slowly. As she drew nearer, Robin could finally discern her features, even among the half-elf tribe. Renowned for its beauty, this woman stood exceptionally radiant. Appearing to be in her early 20s, her skin was as pale as porcelain, her features exquisitely crafted like a work of art, and her emerald eyes sparkled with allure. Her golden hair cascaded down her back, more lustrous than silk. As she traversed the grass, the setting sun cast a golden hue upon her graceful figure, rendering her akin to a goddess from classical mythology, captivating all who beheld her. Even the Iron Guards, typically disdainful of delicate beauty, found themselves entranced by her charm, their expressions betraying a foolish awe. Robin could not help but muse internally. What a stunning woman. Yet, following this admiration, the Lord's guard was immediately raised, for he understood that beauty could be a woman's weapon. The more exquisite the woman, the greater the peril she posed. Moreover, half-elves generally enjoy a longer lifespan than humans. Although they do not possess the longevity of their ancestors, they are still considered long-lived beings in the present day. A malicious thought crossed Robin's mind. She appears quite youthful. Who knows how old she truly is? The female half-elf gracefully approached Robin, first placing her hands on her abdomen and slightly bowing in a polite gesture of courtesy. She then spoke, "Greetings, esteemed lord. I am Aisha, the leader of this half-elf tribe. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for rescuing our people." She was indeed a nearly perfect woman. "I am Robin, the lord of Stormwave City. But do not rejoice too soon. I have not promised to assist you free of charge." Robin was indifferent to her beauty. Adhering to the age-old principle of taking advantage of opportunities, he believed that anyone traversing his territory should offer something in return, especially since he had saved their lives. Seeing that the individual before her was capable of communication, Aisha felt her tense heart relax slightly. She had feared that he would demand her life without asking for anything else. As long as they could engage in normal conversation, there was room for negotiation. "Esteemed Lord Robin, as you can see, all of our people and belongings are here. We are indeed willing to repay your life-saving grace. However, we have suffered significant losses, and many of our warriors may not survive the night. We urgently require your assistance." Aisha spoke with genuine emotion, her eyes brimming with tears, coupled with her stunning beauty. Even the hardest-hearted Highlanders found it difficult to remain unmoved. The current situation of the half-elf tribe was dire. Nearly every warrior was wounded, and if they were to force their journey, many severely injured would surely perish along the way. Moreover, the wasteland was fraught with peril, and in their compromised state, they resembled a tempting morsel to any indigenous people who might encounter them. Although she could not fully trust this nobleman named Robin, Aisha had no better alternatives at this moment. Rather than be consumed by the natives in the wilderness, she would rather take a gamble on this man before her. Seeing her approach, Robin felt a surge of satisfaction. He had been contemplating how to incorporate this half-elf tribe into his domain. Since they had come to him voluntarily, he had no reason to refuse. He could first secure them within his territory, and thereafter, their fate would be in his hands. "Very well, my territory is nearby. You may follow me. However, I will not be responsible for providing for you. My land does not offer food or medicine. You must find a way to manage." Robin's words were not solely born from stinginess. Resources within his territory were indeed scarce, with an additional 300 mouths to feed. He had no surplus provisions to sustain these half-elves. As for medicine, that was an even rarer commodity. Fortunately, the Highlanders were robust, rarely falling ill. Even if they broke a leg, they would typically heal on their own after a week or two of rest. "Thank you very much for your generosity. We only require a safe place to rest. We will not trouble you further." The half-elf expressed her gratitude once again with a bow. "May the light of the elven gods shine upon you." In truth, if the half-elf tribe had not been lagging behind, Robin and his iron guards could have traveled at a much quicker pace. However, the half-elves, burdened not only with the supplies of their entire kin, but also with a multitude of wounded, found their pace of travel woefully slow. In stark contrast to the sprightly iron guards, the morale of the half-elves had plummeted to an all-time low. They had narrowly escaped annihilation, with many companions lost forever, and the weight of this loss was almost unbearable. Robin designated a place for the half-elves to rest, conveniently adjacent to the village of the Highlanders. He, of course, did not place complete trust in Aisha. In the absence of others, he discreetly instructed Simon to keep a watchful eye on this group of half-elves. Although Robin doubted that they would be foolish enough to engage in deceit beneath his very nose, it was wise to remain vigilant. The 20 or so wagons of the half-elves came to a halt in the open space, and Aisha began to organize her people to set up camp. Like her fellow half-elves, her heart was heavy with sorrow, yet the remaining members must persevere. This resilient matriarch could only suppress her inner anguish, presenting a facade of courage and strength before her kin. Standing atop the hill, Robin observed the half-elves diligently unloading various supplies from their wagons and erecting green tents in the clearing below. Chapter 25. Moonlit waters. The half-elves may not excel in combat, yet their dexterity in labor is commendable. In a mere moment, a multitude of green tents emerged from the ground as if sprouted by the rain, resembling mushrooms in the aftermath of a storm. One of these tents was designated as a field hospital, where the gravely injured were carried inside, with a dozen or so in critical condition, unlikely to survive the night. Among these wounded half-elves, only a few bore cuts from blades. The majority were afflicted by savage bites and claw marks from wolf-like creatures. Some had large chunks of flesh torn from their shoulders, exposing the scapula beneath, while others had gaping wounds in their abdomens. Robin, having served in the military, was all too familiar with such scenes. Soon, the wounds would become inflamed and fester, leading to high fevers and eventual unconsciousness. If fortune favored them, they might perish by nightfall. If not, they could linger for days, succumbing slowly to agony. The barren plains lacked medicinal supplies, and Robin found himself at a loss for how to rescue these unfortunate souls. He could only observe their resilience, hoping against hope that some might endure, though the odds were exceedingly slim. The thought of these dying half-elves, all bearers of noble bloodlines, filled him with regret. They were promising warriors. If they could pledge their loyalty to him, they might have the opportunity to become formidable elven fighters, valiantly battling for their lord on the battlefield. As Robin lamented, he suddenly noticed Aisha extracting a cylindrical glass vial from her pocket, filled with a pale blue liquid of unknown origin. His attention was instantly captivated. What could this be? A healing potion? No, healing potions were typically red. During his military service, he had encountered healing potions that were astonishingly effective, but equally exorbitant. Only officers would splurge on such life-saving elixirs. Was it holy water from the Church of the Holy Light? It did not appear so. Though Robin had never seen blessed water, he had heard it was golden in hue and even more costly than healing potions, beyond the means of ordinary nobles. How could a small half-elven tribe in the wilderness possess such a treasure? While Robin was lost in thought, Aisha was unceasingly at work. She entered the tent, personally administering the blue liquid to each injured individual, allowing the critically wounded to take generous sips, while the lightly wounded could only take small sips. Regardless of the nature of this pale blue liquid, its healing properties were undeniable. Curiosity compelled Robin to dash to the front of the injured tent, peering inside to observe the condition of the patients. To his astonishment, the effects of the blue liquid were immediate and remarkable. The expressions of pain on the critically injured swiftly eased, and their wounds began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. The lightly wounded even removed the bandages from their injuries, revealing scabs beneath. They moved their injured limbs with almost complete restoration. Robin stood by, dumbfounded, as if he were an unsophisticated bumpkin witnessing the extraordinary for the first time. He immediately turned and intercepted Aisha, inquiring with curiosity, "What is this blue liquid you are using?" As she introduced it, her pointed ears twitched slightly. Moon water. Robin firmly committed the term to memory. While a greedy thought emerged in his mind, such a marvelous substance, I must acquire some. Ahem, ahem. The Lord pretentiously coughed twice, then addressed Aisha. Aisha, I have saved your tribe's life, and you have promised to repay me. In that case, I believe you should provide me with 20 bottles of moon water as a token of your gratitude for my life-saving efforts. The effects of moon water rival those of advanced healing potions. Such a miraculous elixir is undoubtedly a strategic asset that could even save an army's life in critical moments, determining the outcome of a war. Even if sold at a loss, a bottle of moon water could easily fetch 40 gold coins, amounting to 800 gold coins for 20 bottles. 800 gold coins, a staggering sum that Robin, a poor wretch, had never encountered in his life. For the first time, he felt the prospect of a life of abundance within reach. I sincerely apologize, Lord Robin, Aisha said, her expression tinged with awkwardness. The production of moon water is exceedingly difficult. Our tribe has accumulated only this small vial over 3 years. Robin stared blankly at the half-elf. His dreams of wealth shattered before they could even begin, leaving him in a state of despair, rendered speechless. He finally understood why he had never heard of such a potion. Despite its remarkable effects, such a meager yield meant that even the half-elf could not afford it, let alone the rest of the world. With a resigned sigh, he felt profoundly disappointed and weakly murmured, "Very well," before turning to leave. "Of course, my lord," Aisha replied, offering a slight bow, her smile impeccable. After Robin departed, an older half-elf approached Aisha. "Aunt May," Aisha exclaimed with a radiant smile upon seeing her. Aunt May handed Aisha a cup of fresh water, expressing her concern. "Take a sip. You have worked hard." "Thank you, Aunt May." Aisha accepted the cup and, disregarding decorum, drank it down in one go, having long felt parched from the overwhelming tasks that left her no time to sip water. Although Aunt May had aged somewhat, her allure remained undiminished. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes could not conceal her mature charm, and her deep red, wavy hair flowed like flames. Watching the Lord's retreating figure, she inquired of Aisha, "Is this Lord trustworthy?" With a resigned sigh, Aisha replied, "We currently have no better options. I suspect he is likely an awakened, May remarked. Aisha nodded in agreement. Indeed, this lord is formidable, even to the point of being somewhat intimidating. The vivid scene of Robin battling fiercely within the ranks of the jackal wolves remains etched in Aisha's memory. It was undeniably a moment of profound impact, one that the chieftainess felt she would never forget in her lifetime. Aisha had not witnessed Robin harnessing any aura, leading her to conclude that an ordinary warrior could not possess such formidable strength. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that Robin was an awakened. However, at first glance, Robin appeared to be no different from an ordinary person, leaving Aisha unable to ascertain the lineage of his awakening. Moreover, it was not solely this nobleman who was an awakened. Approximately half of his retinue were likely to share the same distinction. Aisha's expression grew serious as she spoke slowly. How could this be possible? May exhibited an expression of disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. This nobleman seems quite impoverished. How could he possibly muster so many awakened soldiers? Her skepticism was not without merit, for awakened individuals are elite warriors, and only those of great nobility possess the substantial resources to cultivate them. Warfare is fundamentally about finances. This truth has remained steadfast throughout the ages. She continued earnestly. Though this territory is indeed poor, its military strength is astonishing. Aunt May, I implore you to warn our kin not to engage in conflict with the locals. We cannot afford to offend this Lord Robin. Aunt May's face betrayed her concern as she nodded. I understand. Aisha let out a weary sigh once more, feeling as if she were dancing upon eggshells. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Chapter 26. Steel Hardening Leader. Leader, Simon shouted exuberantly as he ran, his voice echoing through the air. He abruptly halted in front of Robin, exclaiming with fervor, Leader, I believe I have grown stronger once again. Robin, overwhelmed by Simon's loud proclamation, felt a buzzing in his ears and impatiently replied, Lower your voice. Haven't I already informed you that after becoming an awakened, each battle enhances your strength? You all are aware of this, so why the shouting? The Lord was already vexed from having narrowly missed out on 800 gold coins, leaving him little patience for Simon's exuberance. Leader, this time, I haven't just grown stronger, I've awakened a new ability. Simon's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly glowing with enthusiasm. A new ability? Robin lifted his head, finally intrigued. He paused momentarily, then quickly accessed the system interface in his mind, bringing up Simon's status bar. To his astonishment, he discovered that Simon's bloodline level had indeed ascended. This clumsy giant was now at bloodline level 2. Through the translucent system interface, Robin gazed at Simon's joyful face, his emotions becoming a tumultuous mix of elation and frustration. On one hand, Simon's elevation to bloodline level 2 made him stronger, which in turn bolstered Robin's iron guard. Naturally, Robin felt a surge of happiness. Yet, on the other hand, Robin, as the Lord, remained at bloodline level 1, while his subordinate had surpassed him. How could Robin reconcile this? He was aware of the reasons behind his slow progression. The difficulty of upgrading different bloodlines varied significantly. Robin's Titan bloodline was of divine caliber, making its advancement exponentially more challenging than that of the Iron Giant bloodline. Robin's experience reservoir resembled a vast water tank. He engaged in relentless battles, filling it, yet never reaching capacity. In contrast, Simon's experience reservoir was merely a small fish tank. To date, Robin had neither seen nor heard of anyone possessing Titan bloodline, leaving him without a point of reference. He navigated this journey in the dark, taking each step as it came. However, despite this understanding, he could not shake a sense of despondency. Upon examining Simon's status further, Robin confirmed that he had indeed awakened a bloodline skill named Steel Hardening, which perfectly aligned with his heritage as a descendant of the Iron Giant. Typically, awakened individuals would activate several bloodline skills as their levels increased. Closing the system interface, Robin commanded, Demonstrate your new ability for me. Certainly. Simon extended his hands, focusing intently, and then shouted with vigor. In an instant, Robin beheld Simon's hands transforming into two iron-like appendages. Indeed, they were literally iron hands. From his fingertips to his elbows, his arms became as unyielding as steel, their skin reflecting a brilliant silver hue, even glinting in the light. Leader, behold the strength of my fists. They are as solid as can be. Simon proudly showcased his newfound ability, waving his iron hands before Robin, alternating between spreading them wide and clenching them into fists. Hold still, Robin admonished. Robin disdainfully seized Simon's wrist, bringing his iron hand up to his gaze for a meticulous examination. He flicked Simon's metallic arm twice, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of striking iron. Curiously, he then caressed it. The hardened skin was as smooth as a mirror, exuding a slight chill akin to that of a finely crafted sword. Leader, I just tested it myself. Not even a blade can pierce my iron arm. I feel an overwhelming surge of strength. At this juncture, Simon suddenly chuckled heartily, appearing rather rustic, and continued speaking to Robin. Leader, I wish to test this newfound ability of mine. Would you accompany me for a couple of exchanges? Robin abruptly lifted his head, his piercing gaze akin to a sword, rendering Simon unable to meet his eyes directly. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips as he retorted, What's this? Have you become arrogant with your new abilities? Want to spar with me? Simon hastily shook his head vigorously. Leader, please don't misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives, merely a request for a brief sparring session. Very well, I shall indulge you, Robin replied, turning to a nearby clearing, unfastening his long sword from his waist, and casually tossing both sword and sheath aside. Simon positioned himself 10 paces away from Robin, his iron hands raised defensively, adopting a stance of readiness for battle. Taking a deep breath, his expression shifted to one of solemnity. Despite his newfound prowess, he dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency in Robin's presence. The pressure Robin exerted felt like an insurmountable mountain. Merely standing across from Robin left Simon breathless, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. He recalled the first time he faced an ice-field lion alone at the age of 12. Compared to his leader, the ferocious beast now seemed almost endearing. Robin shook his head and rolled his shoulders before extending a hand towards Simon, beckoning him. Come, let me witness the extent of your growth. Drawing a deep breath, Simon exclaimed, Leader, I'm coming. No sooner had the words left his lips than he shot towards Robin like a cannonball, his feet forcefully pressing against the grass, uprooting the sod. Compared to his former self, Simon's combat prowess had undergone a dramatic transformation. His speed had accelerated and his strength amplified. He surged like a whirlwind towards Robin, his iron hands clenched into fists, aiming a powerful blow at Robin's head. Although Robin was his leader, Simon held nothing back. In the face of Robin, he was eager to unlock every ounce of potential within him. To hold back would be tantamount to courting disaster. Robin's countenance was as impassive as water, his gaze electrifying. He neither evaded nor blocked, but instead retaliated with a punch of his own, colliding fiercely with Simon's strike. Simon's blow was forceful and swift, almost like a fleeting shadow, making it immensely challenging to accurately land a hit against Robin's counter. However, this posed no difficulty for Robin. The clash resonated with a resounding impact. Robin's fist collided forcefully with Simon's, and Robin felt as though his punch had struck an iron hammer. His hand tingled slightly, and the immense recoil caused him to step back involuntarily. Simon, too, staggered back 3 paces, his face displaying a look of astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend that he could withstand Robin's blow. Remarkably, his fist felt no pain at all. He was well aware of his leader's formidable strength. Robin's immense power was akin to that of mythical giants. In past encounters, such a clash would have decisively determined the victor. What an incredible pair of fists, exclaimed the Iron Bear warrior, admiring his gleaming iron hands with delight. Robin chuckled heartily 3 times. Indeed, you've made significant progress. Now, I shall engage seriously. Upon hearing this, the fearless warrior Simon felt a twinge of panic and quickly shook his hands, exclaiming, My lord, it's merely a friendly spar. Please show mercy. He was not naive enough to believe that awakening a new skill would allow him to match Robin in a test of strength. Robin bellowed, Simon, brace yourself. It's my turn to attack. In the next instant, Robin dashed towards Simon with lightning speed, his velocity so overwhelming that Simon could scarcely perceive his movements. In the blink of an eye, Robin had appeared before him. He unleashed a punch, simple and unadorned, devoid of any tricks or techniques. Relying solely on his sheer power, Robin instilled a sense of imminent peril within Simon. Gritting his teeth, Simon crossed his iron arms defensively across his chest. Robin aimed directly at Simon's iron arms, striking with tremendous force. Bang! The punch landed with a resounding thud against Simon's arms. In the next moment, Simon felt his body uncontrollably soar upwards. His feet left the ground, and his towering figure ascended over 2 meters, as if he were a sandbag propelled into the air by a single punch. There exists a hierarchy among different bloodline powers. The Titan bloodline is classified as divine, indisputably the highest tier. The dragon bloodline, inherited from ancient dragons, belongs to the second tier, while the Iron Giant bloodline holds a transient position in the third tier. The disparities among these tiers resemble chasms, impossible to bridge merely by ascending one level. Thus, despite Simon's elevation to the second tier of bloodline, which surpassed Robin's by one rank, the practical combat prowess wielded by Robin, endowed with the Titan bloodline, remained overwhelmingly superior. Chapter 27. Indulging oneself with drink. Simon was propelled several meters through the air, crashing heavily onto the grassy ground and rolling an additional few meters before finally coming to a halt. Lying amidst the verdant blades, he appeared dazed, as if time had collapsed into a mere instant from the moment he was thrown to when he struck the earth. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself sprawled on the ground in disarray. Slowly, he lifted his iron arms to inspect the impact site where Robin's fist had struck. The pain radiated through his arm as if it were fractured. In the clash between iron and flesh, the iron fist had undeniably been defeated. Yet, after a brief moment of bewilderment, a goofy grin spread across Simon's face. He genuinely felt a surge of strength within him. Robin had clearly exerted his full power in that blow, and had it not been for the hardened steel, Simon mused that he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. "Hey, can you still get up? Come at me again," Robin shouted from a distance, his fist cracking ominously. He had been in a foul mood for not acquiring the moonwater, and this was the perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations on the lad. Startled, Simon sprang up from the ground, glancing at his leader, who still seemed eager for more. A chill crept up his spine. "Leader, are you not done yet? I merely said I could take a couple of hits. But I never implied you should beat me to a pulp." With deliberate strides, Robin approached, dismissing Simon's protests. "Enough chatter, you can still talk, can't you? Today, I intend to render you speechless." Seeing Robin advancing, Simon instantly leaped to his feet and bolted away, outpacing even a rabbit. No, leader. I admit I was a bit cocky just now. Please, show mercy. Little rascal, don't run." What began as a seemingly ordinary sparring session was a common occurrence in the bustling town of Angry Waves. The exuberant Highlanders, unable to engage with the indigenous people, often resorted to practicing their skills against one another. However, this particular encounter between Robin and Simon caught the attention of Aisha and Aunt May, who were observing from below the hillside. The two enchanting half-elven women were left in awe. It became evident that during their battle with the werewolves, Lord Robin had not unleashed his full potential. What they had just witnessed was his true prowess. "What do you think of their duel?" Aunt May inquired, turning to Aisha. Aisha gasped in astonishment. "If I had faced Lord Robin's punch, I would likely be on the brink of death." She concluded in admiration. "This man is nothing short of a monster." Although Simon could not match Robin's strength, he was adept at teaching other Iron Guards a lesson. With his newfound skills, he was keen to flaunt them. After escaping Robin's grasp, he embarked on a hunting spree in the village, sending the other Iron Guards fleeing in disarray. Truly, it was a case of the large fish devouring the small, and the small fish feasting on shrimp. As nightfall quietly descended, a bonfire was lit in the courtyard before the Lord's manor. Robin, leading his Iron Giant Guard, sat around the fire, sharing jests and enjoying their evening meal. Though the village's resources remained scarce, Robin insisted on treating the Iron Guards to a hearty meal after each battle, as a modest incentive for these rough men. Midway through dinner, Aisha approached with a group of half-elves, presenting Robin with elven delicacies and several barrels of malt beer. The impoverished existence had nearly caused this band of Highlanders to forget the taste of alcohol, and the barrels were swiftly emptied. The half-elven dishes were not only visually appealing, but also exquisitely flavorful, embodying a perfect harmony of color, aroma, and taste. Robin particularly cherished a pastry known as mooncake, shaped like a crescent and filled with sweet red bean paste, which reminded him nostalgically of the mooncakes from his homeland. Once satiated and slightly intoxicated, the Iron Guards became restless, and soon two men rose from the crowd. They began by exchanging verbal tributes to each other's parents, then resorted to playful punches as a form of camaraderie, ultimately embracing and rolling on the ground, epitomizing the brotherly bond of comrades. The other Iron Guards, reveling in the chaos, cheered, encouraged, and whistled, creating a scene of delightful pandemonium. However, Highlanders possessed the memory of fish, regardless of how fiercely they fought the night before. They awoke the next day as if they were brothers. The beautiful half-elven matriarch sat beside Robin, evidently out of her element at her first gathering. Upon witnessing the two Iron Guards brawling, she expressed her concern to Robin. "Aren't you going to intervene?" "Not at all," Robin replied nonchalantly, raising a wooden mug resembling a tankard to his lips and taking another swig of the tangy malt beer. Aisha felt a twinge of guilt, saying, I apologize. It's my fault for bringing the alcohol that incited your men to cause a ruckus. The Lord smiled graciously. Do not dwell on it. It is often like this. Aisha. Who else? Almost immediately, another challenger stepped forward, declaring, I shall take my turn. Thus, the second duel commenced, with the other Iron Guards vociferously urging them on, go on, knock him out. Especially Simon, who enthusiastically offered suggestions, bouncing on his feet, more excited than if he were in the ring himself. Punch him in the gut, kick him, kick him. Oh dear, can you really kick there? You might render him incapable of fathering children. Twist his arm. Yes, yes, just like that. Even the half-elves accompanying Aisha could not resist the fervent atmosphere and joined in to watch the spectacle. Here, the nature of the fight transformed into a makeshift arena. Robin and Aisha sat outside the circle, seemingly detached while others were engrossed in the brawl. Setting down his cup, Robin turned to Aisha and unexpectedly asked, So, Miss Aisha, could you share your story? Where does your tribe hail from, and where do you aspire to go? Aisha offered a bittersweet smile and began recounting her tale. It was a simple narrative. Like many pioneering lords, her Blue Moon tribe sought to carve out a territory of their own upon the wilderness. However, before they could firmly establish themselves upon reaching the wasteland, they were besieged by a native tribe led by a goblin. Aisha and her companions were defeated in battle and had no choice but to flee as a whole. Robin listened intently. The goblin Aisha referred to was undoubtedly the dragon blood goblin, Shamalj. To be honest, I am equally uncertain of our destination at this moment. Aisha's eyes were filled with sorrow, and her beautiful visage was awash with confusion about the future. I am profoundly grateful to you for your willingness to assist us in our most trying times, she said, turning to Robin, her words imbued with the sincerest emotion. Then, she raised her wooden goblet and declared, I toast to you. With that, the half-elf lifted her goblet with both hands, her expression reflecting a resolve akin to embracing death itself, her brows furrowed as she drank heartily. It seemed she was not accustomed to drinking, for halfway through, she choked and bent over, coughing violently. Unable to bear the sight, Robin gently patted her back and advised, That's enough. The sentiment is conveyed, and if you cannot drink any more, it is best not to. No, I must drink, the half-elf insisted stubbornly, determined to finish the remaining wine. After setting down the goblet, a flush adorned her fair cheeks, and she let out a small belch. Chapter 28. We are all women. Very well, I shall indulge you. Seeing her boldness, Robin felt invigorated, raising his glass to gulp down the remaining half with a hearty swig. Once he finished, he adopted a serious demeanor and directly posed a question to Aisha. Given that you have nowhere else to go, would you be willing to stay here and serve me? Aisha's expression transformed into one of astonishment, her jewel-like green eyes widening. My lord, are you serious? Robin smiled. Indeed. He proceeded to weigh the pros and cons for Aisha. You have seen my territory and my guard. Though I am impoverished, I assure you the safety of your tribe is entirely feasible. Do not mistake my frankness. With the meager combat strength of your tribe, survival in the wasteland would be exceedingly difficult. Aisha pressed her lips together. Although Robin's words were somewhat harsh, they were undeniably true. I believe you can discern, to some extent, that all of my Highlanders are awakened. Robin gestured to the disheveled group of Iron Guards ahead, his expression brimming with pride. All awakened? You mean to say, each one of them is awakened? Aisha was astounded to the point of disbelief. She had only noticed that some among them were awakened, which had already left her in awe. She never anticipated that the reality was even more astonishing, that this entire band of Highland men were all awakened. 50 awakened individuals. Good heavens, what a formidable force. Speculation requires logical support, yet reality often defies logic. Are you not curious? How could a destitute frontier lord like me amass such a number of elite warriors? Robin chuckled with pride. I am indeed curious. Aisha prepared herself to listen intently, aware that Robin had shifted the topic for a significant revelation. In truth, these Highlanders were once merely ordinary people. I transformed them into awakened beings, possessing the ability to awaken bloodline powers. Robin spoke with a casual tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet the implications of his words left the half-elf chieftain utterly astounded. The ability to awaken bloodline powers. Aisha, having lived for so many years, read countless tomes, and encountered myriad worlds and individuals, had never heard of such a capability. The awakening of bloodlines is a profoundly brutal affair. While many carry the bloodline, the truly awakened are exceedingly rare. Many individuals, fully aware that their lineage harbors ancient blood, may spend their entire lives without ever becoming awakened. Furthermore, Robin's subsequent words struck deep within the heart of the half-elf maiden. As the chieftain of her kind, Aisha took pride in her elven ancestry and had always aspired to become an awakened one, to draw closer to her forebears. Yet after years of striving, Aisha found herself unsuccessful, gradually succumbing to despair. At times, she would recklessly think that perhaps only the fortunate chosen by the deities could awaken their bloodline powers, and that she was a half-elf forsaken by both her ancestors and the divine. When something you have tirelessly pursued yet failed to attain unexpectedly falls into your lap, within your grasp, the overwhelming allure is undeniable. For a fleeting moment, Aisha contemplated openly expressing her loyalty to Robin. However, being a mature and rational woman, she swiftly regained her composure after the brief surge of passion. Such a significant decision as complete allegiance could not be made unilaterally. Yet, she could not dismiss her emotions. In that instant, she undeniably felt a stir within her heart. Robin discerned Aisha's stirring emotions, appearing as a devil tempting mortals towards their downfall. He continued to speak with a smile. I shall not impose upon you the harsh demands characteristic of the corrupt nobles within the empire, such as tributing half-elf maidens. All I require is that you fight for me, wielding the power I bestow upon you. Robin emphasized this point. His proposal was both sudden and astonishing, leaving Aisha in need of time to collect her thoughts. He had articulated all that needed to be said. Now it was up to Aisha and her companions to decide. At that moment, an eruption of enthusiastic applause arose from the crowd ahead, indicating yet another duel had concluded. The throne of victory had changed hands multiple times, and the new victor exuberantly shed his shirt, revealing a physique sculpted like marble. His pectoral muscles, under his command, danced like lively rabbits, leaving the young half-elf maidens blushing in embarrassment. The victor, striking various poses to showcase his physique, boisterously shouted, "Who is next? My fists are eager for action." Robin chuckled, suddenly intrigued, and stood up to respond, "I shall spar with you." "Well then, let me show you what I can do." "But what will you show me?" Robin, with a benevolent smile, cracked his knuckles. The victorious Iron Guard had intended to declare he would shatter Robin's pride, but even if granted tenfold courage, he would not dare to utter the latter part. Rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin, he said, "Chief, do not jest. I wouldn't dare to fight you. I still have much life to live." With that, he turned and fled, faster than a rabbit. "Coward," Robin muttered disdainfully, hands on his hips. Before shifting his gaze to the remaining Iron Guards, he backed down. "Who among you is willing to spar with me? Step forward if you are a man." The Iron Guards exchanged glances before collectively declaring, reporting to the chief, "We are all women." They preferred to be labeled as such rather than engage with Robin. Especially Simon, who had just been reprimanded, shouted the loudest. Robin's temper flared. "Hey, you little rascals, are you trying to challenge me?" Sensing their leader's displeasure, the Iron Guards dispersed in a hurry, displaying remarkable agility, leaving behind a dozen bewildered half-elves, lost in the night breeze. These half-elves understood that Lord Robin held a reputation in the village more formidable than the heavens, capable of taming the ever-rebellious Highlanders, who feared him immensely. Before Robin, this group of burly Highland men transformed into docile little wolfhounds, truly a sight to behold. In the minds of the half-elves, this lord was both mysterious and formidable. They speculated fervently about Robin's origins and how she established her foothold in the wilderness, surely a grand tale of epic proportions. The half-elves yearned for the unfettered freedom of the Highlanders, having suppressed their desires for far too long. Rarely had they the chance to unwind, and tonight, they could momentarily forget the dire circumstances facing their tribe. However, as the leader of her people, Aisha's thoughts were consumed with the future of her tribe. Her heart felt as if burdened by an immense weight, nearly suffocating her. Chapter 29. Unanimous approval. The tent was modest in size, accommodating only two for slumber. A crescent-shaped, azure magical chandelier hung from its apex, casting a glow that enveloped the interior in a serene, blue luminescence. Although merely a temporary shelter, every detail within was meticulously arranged, reflecting the half-elven inclination towards order, reminiscent of their ancestors. "How was the banquet?" Aunt May inquired gracefully, seated upon a warm deerskin blanket, as Aisha entered. Aisha's expression bore gravity. She sighed softly and knelt before Aunt May, articulating Lord Robin's proposal. As the former clan chief, Aunt May held significant authority within the tribe, second only to Aisha, making it imperative for Aisha to seek her counsel on such a monumental matter. "That Lord Robin wishes for us to become his subjects." Aunt May gasped in astonishment, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. Aisha nodded earnestly. Aunt May, I would like to hear your thoughts. Aunt May pondered seriously for a moment. He claims he can awaken the bloodline's power. Could such a thing truly be possible? It seems almost too incredible. Indeed, it is hard to believe, yet I trust him, for such matters do not lend themselves to deceit, Aisha asserted with conviction. After some contemplation, Aunt May recognized the truth in Aisha's words. If Robin were to lie, the falsehood would inevitably be unveiled. You have witnessed the formidable strength of his Highland men. Aisha added with a bittersweet smile. Moreover, given Lord Robin's prowess, there would be no need for him to deceive us. Aunt May reflected for a while longer, then analyzed the situation with care. Our tribe finds itself in a perilous predicament. We are nearly at a dead end. Aligning with Lord Robin's domain appears to be a prudent choice. Regardless of whether he can awaken the bloodline power, he can at least ensure our safety and provide us with a refuge. Thus, Aunt May reached her conclusion. I believe we should join him. Upon hearing Aunt May echo her thoughts, Aisha couldn't help but smile with joy. What Aunt May articulated resonated with her innermost desires. She exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Had Aunt May disagreed, the situation would have been far more challenging. My dear, you have already made your decision in your heart, haven't you? Aunt May smiled knowingly. She had raised Aisha herself and understood this bold yet meticulous young woman all too well. Though Aisha often sought her advice, she typically held a firm resolution within. Moreover, Aunt May recognized Aisha's long-held ambition to become an awakened. If Lord Robin indeed possessed the ability to awaken the bloodline power, the allure for Aisha would be irresistible. Aunt May, I share your sentiments, Aisha replied with a smile, decisively concluding. In that case, let us convene tomorrow to discuss this matter with the tribe. Aunt May nodded in agreement. By the break of dawn the following day, before the sun had risen, the diligent half-elves had already begun to stir. Elsa summoned the esteemed half-elves of her clan, gathering around 10 individuals to form a small circle in the midst of a vacant space within the camp for this meeting. Among these half-elves were valiant warriors and respected elders of the tribe. Once they reached a consensus, it was essentially regarded as a decision endorsed by the entire clan. At the outset of the meeting, Elsa presented Robin's proposal from the previous night, followed by articulating her and Aunt May's perspectives. She concluded with, I understand that once we become subjects of Baron Robin, we will undoubtedly relinquish a portion of our autonomy. However, given the current dire circumstances our tribe faces, I believe this is a prudent choice. I would like to hear your thoughts. Does anyone hold dissenting views? After her address, she swept her gaze across the faces of the other half-elves, and to her astonishment, after a brief pause, no one voiced any objections. The tribe had endured several tumultuous months on the wasteland, living in perpetual anxiety, with the threats from the native inhabitants never ceasing. These half-elves had grown weary of their precarious existence and yearned for stability. The recent near annihilation of their entire tribe by the Gnoll Horde further intensified their longing for safety and peace. Robin's proposal resonated deeply with their desires. Is there truly no one with an alternative opinion? Elsa inquired again, her surprise evident. This time, a half-elven warrior raised his hand. Luke, please speak. The half-elven warrior named Luke, with a serious demeanor, declared loudly, if that lord truly possesses the power of awakened bloodline, I strongly urge us to join his domain at once. Elsa initially assumed he was going to express dissent, but his eagerness surpassed even her own. I have long dreamed of becoming a true elven warrior, Luke confessed, a hint of melancholy in his expression. He had tirelessly honed his skills. Yet due to the inherent physical limitations of being a half-elf, he always found himself slightly weaker than his human counterparts, which stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within him. The matriarch's face lit up with joy. Since there are no objections, I shall promptly discuss this matter with Baron Robin. Upon arriving at Robin's manor, the elderly steward, Homan, greeted her with a smile, informing her, the master enjoys his slumber and is yet to awaken. Elsa glanced out the window at the sun beginning to rise, and with a smile, replied, in that case, I shall wait here. She seated herself in the grand hall on the first floor, waiting for a full quarter of an hour. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Elsa began to regret her decision. Astonished at how lazy the Baron appeared to be, during her wait, 2 towering Highland maids whispered and pointed at Elsa behind her back, speculating whether this beautiful half-elf was there to vie for the master's attention. The outcome of their discussion left the 2 formidable Highland maids despondent. Before the captivating and dignified half-elf, they felt devoid of any hope for victory. Just gazing at her, seated there like a living portrait, was enough to diminish their spirits. However, they expressed disdain for Aisha's slender arms and legs, remarking that such a petite frame could hardly manage any heavy labor. This was their final display of obstinacy. Unbeknownst to the two Highland maids, the half-elf possessed hearing that was several times sharper than that of a human, and the Highlanders had little understanding of what it meant to speak softly. Thus, Aisha heard their musings with crystal clarity. The matriarch could only smile helplessly, opting to pretend she had heard nothing. It was not until the sun had climbed high in the sky that the well-rested Robin finally emerged from his slumber. Bare-chested, his muscular physique was on display, and he wore only a pair of loose trousers, padding down the stairs with bare feet. Upon seeing Aisha, he appeared slightly taken aback. "Miss Aisha, you're here. My sincerest apologies, I've just awakened." Aisha immediately stood up, but found herself hesitant to meet Robin's gaze. Her cheeks flushed, and her pointed ears betraying her shyness. Noticing Aisha's unusual demeanor, Robin paid it little mind, running a hand through his disheveled hair and offering a sheepish smile. "Sorry, I'm quite accustomed to being casual at home. I hope you haven't waited too long." In truth, Aisha felt as though she might faint from hunger, yet she forced a cheerful smile, presenting a perfect facade. "Not at all, I've just arrived myself." At that moment, a Highland maid strolled by with a broom, her ignorance of social manners prompting her to interject. "Just arrived? Haven't you been waiting for a quarter of an hour?" Just as the maid finished her remark, Aisha's stomach could no longer endure the protest, emitting a series of rumbling sounds that seemed to cry out for sustenance. The half-elf's face turned the color of a ripe red apple, the blush creeping all the way to the tips of her ears. In that instant, she wished fervently to vanish into the ground. Robin chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose, and in a spirit of unspoken understanding, he offered Aisha a way out of her embarrassment. "Well then, since you're here, let us dine together. We can discuss matters while we eat." Aisha lifted her gaze, her large, sparkling eyes conveying her gratitude. "Certainly, my lord." Robin promptly instructed the Highland maid, "Prepare breakfast. I am famished." The maid tossed the broom into the corner and exclaimed joyfully, "It's been ready. We were just waiting for you to rise." Aisha turned to look out the window, where the golden sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow upon the earth. Breakfast. Chapter 30. The awakening of the half-elf. Robin donned his attire and sat opposite Aisha at the long table in the hall, relishing breakfast while deliberating the terms of the half-elf's joining. Aisha timidly proposed a few minor conditions, all of which Robin readily accepted, resulting in a most pleasant negotiation. Once breakfast concluded, Robin received a notification within his system regarding Aisha's induction. He discreetly accessed the system interface in his mind, noting that, like Simon, Aisha had been categorized separately under the Heroes section. Upon reviewing Aisha's basic statistics, he observed her level to be 26, with a proficiency in archery. The rest of her stats seemed unremarkable, save for her magical prowess, which caught Robin's attention. Her value stood at 10. While this figure might not rival that of a dedicated mage, it was indeed exceptional among ordinary half-elves, indicating Aisha's potential to become an elven sorceress. Closing the system interface, Robin noticed that Aisha had set down her spoon and was delicately wiping her mouth with a handkerchief. Half-elves are invariably meticulous about their appearance, and even in their current desolate circumstances, Aisha's every movement radiated elegance, making her appear more aristocratic than Robin himself. "Are you full?" Robin inquired. "Good, then next. I shall awaken your bloodline power," he stated, tossing the last morsel of flatbread into his mouth, speaking with his words slightly muffled. Aisha's expression turned to one of astonishment. Though she had anticipated this moment since the previous night, its actual arrival left her somewhat flustered. "Are we to awaken now? Should I prepare anything?" she asked nervously, leaning forward unconsciously. After a moment's contemplation, Robin, rather unceremoniously, wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. "No need for anything else. Just summon the half-elf warriors of your tribe. Let them witness this, and we shall awaken them as well." Aisha, unable to contain her excitement, sprang to her feet, her face alight with unbridled joy. "At once, my lord. I will notify my kin." Moments later, Aisha assembled 60 half-elf warriors in the clearing before the wooden edifice. Under her direction, the half-elves stood together in formation, their ranks meticulously aligned. Word had spread among them that the noble baron was to awaken their bloodline powers, and each individual was brimming with eager anticipation. Even those still nursing injuries managed to arrive, unwilling to miss such a monumental opportunity. The Iron Guards also flocked to the scene, creating a raucous crowd around the half-elf formation. As Robin emerged from the wooden structure, the noise subsided instantaneously, as if a mute button had been pressed upon the onlookers. The oath ceremony commenced. Aisha, having prepared for this moment, immediately knelt on one knee before Robin, pledging her allegiance, and the half-elf warriors behind her followed suit, kneeling in unison. The Lord approached Aisha, who immediately recited her prepared oath. I, Aisha Blue Moon, hereby pledge my allegiance to Lord Robin. Robin extended his hand, palm facing upwards, his expression solemn and dignified. Extend your hand, Aisha. She raised her delicate, pale hand and placed it in Robin's palm. At that moment, Simon, who was watching from the side, suddenly expressed his confusion. I didn't touch hands when I awakened. Robin swiftly turned his head, casting a fierce glare at him, prompting Simon to hastily cover his mouth. One more word, and he would surely meet his end today. Aisha, with a sincere expression, declared emphatically, I am willing. Meanwhile, Simon covered his mouth with both hands, internally murmuring, why does this feel like a wedding? To reward your loyalty, I shall bestow upon you the power of the bloodline. Robin proclaimed as he activated the system interface in his mind, pulling up Aisha's status bar. Awaken bloodline power? Yes or no? Robin mentally clicked yes. Bloodline power awakened. Hero Aisha's bloodline level increased to level 1. Awaken bloodline skill. Nature affinity. Awaken bloodline skill. Archery mastery. Robin's face remained impassive. Yet internally he was astonished to discover that 2 bloodline skills had awakened at once. With the successful awakening of her bloodline, Aisha immediately sensed a peculiar energy manifesting within her. This energy swiftly spread throughout her body, imparting a profound sense of transformation. She slowly lifted her head, her emerald eyes radiating a bright light, and she perceived a shift in the world around her. She noticed a multitude of green wisps floating in the air, resembling delicate green ribbons. Some of these ribbons danced gracefully in the air, others floated gently on the ground, while some even encircled the people nearby. Some ribbons were vast enough to obscure the sky, blocking out the sun, while others were as slender as a belt. It seemed that only Aisha could see these green ribbons. The others remained oblivious. She beheld a world she had never witnessed before, stepping into an uncharted realm. Aisha was initially taken aback, but she quickly came to a realization. She understood what she was seeing. She had encountered descriptions of these green ribbons in an ancient elven tome. They were the so-called natural energies. In ancient times, the natural magic wielded by elves was unparalleled, allowing all elves who practiced it to perceive natural energy. However, as time passed, few half-elves could still see this energy, and this was Aisha's first experience of it. Her gaze refocused. She found Robin smiling down at her. Behind her, 60 half-elf warriors watched her intently, and at that moment, all eyes in the room were fixed upon Aisha. Her expression transitioned from shock to sheer ecstasy. Crystal tears welled in her eyes, and her voice trembled with excitement. Dear Lord Robin, I express my deepest gratitude. I shall remain by your side for all eternity. No words can encapsulate the profound appreciation that Elsa feels at this moment. After years of yearning, her dream has finally materialized. She has awakened as an heir of elven blood. Robin grasped Elsa's delicate hand, lifting her gently. Under the hopeful gazes of numerous half-elf warriors, Elsa gradually turned to face them, slowly extending her arms. With a subtle shift in her spirit, the forces of nature were released from her being. Suddenly, clusters of exquisite flowers sprang forth from the ground at her feet. Reds, whites, yellows, purples, an array of colors enveloping her, creating a breathtaking tableau of beauty where the maiden and blossoms intertwined like an exquisite oil painting. With a joyful smile, Elsa performed this small marvel as effortlessly as breathing. The half-elves erupted with astonished exclamations. Being of the same kin, they inherently understood one another, and their former chieftain had never possessed such powers. The Iron Guard. Spectators to this spectacle were left spellbound, witnessing nature magic for the first time. At that moment, Robin addressed the other half-elves, proclaiming loudly, "Demonstrate your loyalty, and I shall bestow upon you the power of our lineage." With Elsa as a shining example, the other half-elves were swept up in fervor, erupting into a deafening cheer. We pledge our undying loyalty to Lord Robin, until the last drop of blood is shed. Chapter 31. You have deceived me again. 60 half-elf warriors have fully awakened their bloodline powers. To Robin's delight, upon their successful awakening, these half-elves each acquired a unique bloodline skill, bow and crossbow mastery. Bloodline skills can be broadly categorized. For instance, Simon's Iron Harden is an active skill that can be directly unleashed. In contrast, Natural Affinity and Bow and Crossbow Mastery are status skills, which cannot be activated but continuously enhance certain abilities as long as they exist. Upon examining the statistics of these half-elf warriors within the system, Robin noted that their fundamental attributes had significantly improved, and even their appearances and physiques underwent noticeable transformations. They became more aesthetically pleasing and robust, with an average height increase of several centimeters. Although half-elves are naturally adept at archery, their previous frail bodies limited their strength, making it difficult to inflict substantial damage on adversaries despite their precision. In the common perception, elven archers are often depicted as slender and delicate, a misconception that could not be further from the truth. Compared to regular infantry who merely fill the ranks, archers are undoubtedly elite troops. They are not only muscular, but also possess considerable physical prowess. Pulling back a bow that easily exceeds 100 pounds and maintaining sustained output on the battlefield demands substantial strength. In reality, archers excel not only in archery but are also formidable in close combat. Historical accounts recount instances where archers have routed enemy forces in hand-to-hand engagements. The half-elves already possessed archery skills, and with the awakening of their bloodline powers, they finally compensated for their previous lack of strength. Following Robin's guidance, the half-elves constructed a rudimentary archery range outside their encampment and commenced rigorous training day and night. Newly awakened, the exhilarating sensation of rebirth invigorated each half-elf warrior, propelling them into a fervent training regimen at the range that seemed unceasing. Robin observed their training on several occasions, marveling at how these half-elven archers consistently struck the bullseye, with some even managing to land multiple arrows in the same target. Many half-elves, not content with stationary targets, began to engage in moving target practice. Robin witnessed one half-elf sprinting across an open field while holding a target, with his companions eagerly shooting at him to see who could score the most hits. This reckless training methodology made even the most audacious lord uneasy, yet the half-elves reveled in the challenge, fueled by their absolute confidence in their archery skills. Robin eagerly anticipated their dazzling performance on the battlefield. According to intelligence gathered by the Iron Guard, the Goblin tribe's army has mobilized and is advancing towards Stormrage City. Their pace is slow, and they are expected to arrive within 2 to 3 days. Upon receiving this information, Robin promptly assembled the Iron Guard and the half-elves to inform them of the imminent enemy threat. The Iron Guards had long been eager for battle, while the half-elves yearned to redeem their honor. As the impending war loomed, not a soul exhibited any semblance of cowardice. They were all prepared for the fray. Another day passed, and Robin awaited the arrival of the indigenous army, but instead, he was greeted by the caravan of Ghana. Upon receiving the Sentinel's announcement, Robin stepped outside the wooden tower, standing atop the hill, gazing intently towards the southern horizon. On the boundless expanse of the wasteland, a caravan was slowly advancing along the main road. Though still at a distance, Robin's eyes immediately fell upon Ghana, who led the procession astride her horse, her crimson scarf standing out vividly amidst the sea of green grass. As Ghana reached the outskirts of Torrent City, Robin, accompanied by Simon and Aisha, approached her. "Ha! What a distinguished guest. Welcome, welcome," Robin exclaimed with a hearty laugh, taking Ghana's small hand to assist her dismount. "It has been a while, my Lord Baron," Ghana replied, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. She then noticed Simon and Aisha behind Robin. While she recognized Simon, it was her first encounter with Aisha. The red-scarved maiden wore an expression of surprise, thinking to herself, "What a beautiful woman. She is a half-elf." Robin, oblivious to the interaction between the two women, focused his attention on the 8 large wagons trailing behind Ghana, eagerly inquiring, "Ghana, what delightful treasures have you brought me this time?" Observing Robin's impatient demeanor, Ghana chuckled. "Rest assured, I have procured everything you requested last time." Upon hearing this, Robin's face broke into an exuberant grin. With this new shipment from Ghana, the development of his territory would ascend to new heights. "Ghana, you must be weary from your journey. Come, let us retreat to my residence." Among the caravan were several newcomers, experiencing their first visit to Robin's domain. Their initial impression of Torrent City was one of poverty and disrepair. Some half-elves even resided in tents. Before their departure, the captain had mentioned that their destination was Torrent City, leaving these newcomers puzzled as to when such a new settlement had emerged in the wasteland. Upon arrival, they soon realized that this dilapidated village was indeed the so-called Torrent City. They could not help but disdainfully think that the Lord here was exceedingly shameless. A young, golden-haired driver questioned an elderly man beside him, puzzled, why does this baron seem so impoverished, yet the captain places such importance on him, even turning down an alliance with Viscount Buck, who is reputed to be a veritable gold mine. The elder, having participated in the previous delivery mission, had witnessed firsthand the ferocity of Baron Robin and his guard. The young man, having been scolded, scurried away with his tail between his legs, silently vowing to heed the elder's wisdom. Here, one must tread carefully. We cannot afford to provoke this lord. Robin warmly ushered Ghana into his wooden tower, and as they took their seats, Ghana produced a price list from her bosom and presented it to Robin. This is the pricing for the current shipment, my Lord Baron. I kindly ask you to review it. The red-scarved maiden smiled, as if she were a blooming flower. The smile on Jinnah's face vanished in an instant. My lord, did you not say the last time that when I delivered the goods, you would be able to pay me? I have always believed in you. Do not fret. Robin replied with a slight smile, unfazed. At present, I lack the funds, but once the battle is over, I shall have the means. Oh, so you will have money after the battle, will you? A battle? Jinnah exclaimed, slapping her hands on the table and standing up abruptly, her small face filled with astonishment. You are going to war. Indeed, the enemy will be upon us by today at the earliest, or by tomorrow at the latest, Robin said, looking at Jinnah with a casual demeanor, as if the approaching foes were merely old acquaintances rather than adversaries. My lord, I had no knowledge of any impending war. Jinnah panicked, not wishing to be unwittingly entangled in a conflict. Does this mean I am in grave danger here? Ha ha. Sometimes early arrivals are not as fortunate as those who arrive at the right moment. Robin chuckled mischievously. Some events unfold with such serendipity. He had not anticipated Jinnah's timely arrival. Jinnah felt tears welling up. I had no idea that war was brewing here. My lord, you have led me into a trap. Chapter 32. The enemy approaches. Kana pondered for a moment, deciding that it was imperative to flee without delay. I sincerely apologize, my Lord Baron, but my modest business cannot withstand the ravages of war. I must take my leave. May the divine grant you victory. I shall leave the goods in your care for now and collect my dues upon my next visit. Once uttered, her words struck her as ill-conceived. She quickly amended, no, that will not suffice. Should my wares be lost in the chaos of war, I would incur a devastating loss. I must take my goods with me. In stark contrast to Kana's frantic demeanor, Robin remained as steadfast as a mountain, calmly lifting a cup from the table and taking a sip. Miss Kana, he remarked, if I were in your position, I would not choose to depart at this moment. While we converse, the enemy may already be approaching this vicinity. Once you leave the safety of Nuda City, I cannot guarantee your safety. It would be wiser to remain here. I can protect you. Kana found some merit in Robin's words. Helplessly, she realized she had once again stumbled into a predicament akin to the one she faced during her last delivery when encountering the orcs. Should she choose to ally with Robin or attempt to escape alone? On the previous occasion, she had opted to stand beside him, and it had yielded favorable results. Robin had repelled the orcs, allowing her to profit handsomely from selling their heads in Silverfrost City. Gazing at Robin's smiling face, Kana's racing heart suddenly calmed. Though this man often brought her trouble, it was curious that his mere presence instilled a sense of security within her, as if he were capable of anything. Ignoring Kana, a figure approached Robin and knelt before him on one knee. Report, Chief. 15 miles west of our territory, we have discovered the army of a goblin tribe. They are advancing. Upon hearing this, Robin calmly set down his cup and looked at Kana with a mischievous grin. It appears you cannot leave now. Robin burst into hearty laughter as he stood, his expression shifting abruptly. Alert all iron guards and elves, assemble. The merchant convoy's guards, resting in the open space, were bewildered by the situation, but the incessant blaring of horns and the tense atmosphere within the village signaled an ominous turn of events. They rose, gazing vacantly towards the village, their faces etched with confusion and fear. Captain, what is happening? The guards clamored in unison. With a heavy sigh, Kana replied, we are about to engage in battle. Battle? The merchant guards erupted in panic. Their duty was to transport goods and ensure the convoy's safety. They could handle driving off a few wild bandits, but the prospect of warfare was utterly daunting. In recent years, the Empire had not known peace. War was a relentless grinder, and everyone understood the dire consequences of being swept into such turmoil, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. The young, golden-haired recruit who had been driving the cart turned pale at the mention of battle, his heart seemingly skipping a beat. Captain, what shall we do? Will the Lord not allow us to join the battlefield? The crowd murmured, each person voicing their concerns, while Jana, aware of the overwhelming fear among the merchant guards, hurried to reassure them. Do not be afraid, my friends. The Baron will triumph in this war, and we shall not have to fight. We will merely observe from the sidelines. In truth, Jana herself was uncertain, but she donned a facade of unwavering faith in Robin to calm the anxious assembly. Despite her efforts, the comfort provided by the red scarf failed to quell the rising panic, which continued to permeate the ranks of the merchant guards. Yet, with no alternative, they could only pray that their lord would emerge victorious. Meanwhile, in the open space before the lord's mansion, 50 iron guards and 60 elven archers had assembled, forming two distinct phalanxes, one led by Simon and the other by Aisha. Both the iron guards and the elven archers stood ready, armed and clad in armor. Each soldier's face betraying no fear, their eyes gleaming with an ardent desire for battle. The iron guards yearned for combat, while the elves sought vengeance. An aura of chilling resolve enveloping them, akin to a host of unsheathed swords radiating a deadly intent. Robin emerged from the wooden tower, fully equipped. Donned in leather armor with a long sword at his side, his expression as frigid as ice. He approached the front line, meticulously inspecting the equipment of each soldier, adjusting the armor of one iron guard and readjusting the cap of an elven archer. Having completed his round, he stood before them, his gaze sweeping over each warrior, a fierce smile igniting his features. The enemy approaches. Without further ado, eliminate them. Kill. The iron guards erupted in a furious roar, resembling a pack of ravenous tigers. Their eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. The thirst for combat and victory coursed through the veins of every Highlander, who could hardly contain their eagerness to shatter their foes. In contrast, the elven archers maintained a composed demeanor reflective of their more reserved national character. However, this calmness did not signify the absence of fury within. The faces of all elven warriors were grim, haunted by the memory of their near annihilation. The flames of vengeance blazed fiercely in their hearts, each one longing to transform their rage into arrows of death, aimed at their enemies' heads. The Highlanders' naturally loud voices and the Iron Guards' thunderous battle cries reverberated throughout the city of Raging Tide, causing the merchant guards watching from a distance to pale in fear. Then, with a commanding gesture, Robin ordered, "Form ranks." The Iron Guards and elves swiftly complied. At that moment, Janna, filled with trepidation, rushed over to Robin and inquired, "My lord, what is your battle strategy?" "Battle strategy?" Robin chuckled. "Miss Janna, let me enlighten you. In warfare, destiny accounts for 30%, hard work for 70%, and the remaining 90% is sheer audacity." With that, the Lord strode away, leaving Janna in a state of stunned disbelief. If such words were uttered by other lords, Janna would undoubtedly vehemently denounce them as madmen, yet when spoken by Robin, they seem utterly devoid of fault. Chapter 33. The formation of both sides surrounding the city of angry waves lies an expanse of gently sloping terrain. Robin resolved to array his forces upon this incline, for commanding the high ground has eternally been the most advantageous position in warfare. The offensive could harness the potential energy of the slope to accelerate their assault, while the defenders could exploit the elevation to press down upon their adversaries. 50 iron guards formed a front line, creating 2 rows of spear formations. Although the 2 rows appeared somewhat slender, the iron guards' formidable combat prowess, able to engage 10 foes apiece, rendered this spear wall akin to a flesh-and-blood fortress. Behind the iron guards stood the elven archers, 60 in number, arranged into 2 formations of 30, each comprising 3 rows of 10. The variation in elevation ensured that they were not obstructed by the tall iron guards in front, allowing their arrows to fly unimpeded towards the enemy. For the sake of vengeance, the elven archers dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to their craft, training tirelessly in archery since their awakening as elven warriors. In pursuit of victory and to unleash their wrath upon the goblin tribe, they relinquished their customary grace, coating all their arrowheads with a lethal venom, intent on ensuring the demise of every native struck by their shafts. What followed was a protracted wait. Robin sat upon the grass, idly plucking at the blades, stifling yawns. After enduring a lengthy interlude, nearly succumbing to slumber, the forces of the goblin tribe finally emerged on the distant horizon. "My lord, they come," Simon exclaimed. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, the distant rumble of thunder hinting at the brewing of a tempest. A chilling wind swept across the plain, stirring the boundless sea of grass into rippling waves that whispered with a rustling sound. Beneath the darkened sky, the indigenous army advanced across the verdant expanse. Their numbers were approximately 600, vastly outnumbering Robin's forces by more than 5-fold, primarily composed of wolfmen and great elves. They formed 3 cumbersome formations on the wilderness, a central infantry phalanx flanked by archers on either side. Robin was somewhat taken aback to discover that their ranks included archers. The archers, all earth goblins, numbered around 150. The infantry phalanx, aside from the commander who was an earth goblin, consisted entirely of wolfmen, clearly designated as expendable troops. Such a formation, in the eyes of a human commander, would undoubtedly be riddled with flaws, lacking flanks, reserves, and demonstrating a level of amateurishness. Yet here, in the wilderness, a group of natives managed to maintain their formation without disbanding during their advance, showcasing a remarkable level of military command. The weaponry of these natives reflected the exemplary tradition of utilizing whatever was at hand in the wilds. Their arsenal was a dazzling array of assorted arms, some wielded knives, others swords, guns, hammers, and even a few brandished pitchforks and hoes. Their armor was also minimal at best. To be adorned with a piece of leather armor was a stroke of fortune, while many wolfmen were left in a state of near undress, even bare-chested, devoid of any outer garment. In stark contrast to the formidable efforts of the werewolves, the earth gnomes, akin to the pampered offspring of a doting mother, appeared rather unrefined. Their longbows, clearly crafted by indigenous hands, bore the hallmark of haphazard workmanship, yet, at the very least, each warrior was equipped with one, barely resembling a semblance of a regular army. The gnome battalion advanced in a staggered manner, evidently struggling to maintain formation amidst the rudimentary understanding of military discipline displayed by these semi-primitive natives. They were compelled to pause intermittently, reassembling their ranks before continuing onward, lest their formation completely disintegrate. As the troop drew nearer, Robin discerned a smaller contingent lurking behind the three cumbersome formations. This elite squad, comprising approximately 50 earth gnomes, exuded an air of distinction. Each gnome wielded a two-handed sword, and though their armor was mismatched, they at least sported complete sets of breastplates, shoulder guards, and leg armor. They were palpably stronger and more imposing than their kin, able to maintain their formation without the need for frequent regrouping. Their presence resonated with an aura starkly different from that of the other natives. Each warrior radiated a fierce, potent energy, unmistakably marking them as a formidable force. Undoubtedly, this squad was a trump card in the hands of the Dragonvein gnomes, akin to the tip of a finely honed blade. The Dragonvein gnome's ability to concentrate his elite forces was indeed impressive, earning Robin's newfound respect. Amidst these elite gnomes stood four werewolves, who bore a humble, open-topped wooden palanquin aloft, upon which sat a diminutive green-skinned gnome. At that moment, Aisha approached Robin and informed him, "The gnome in the palanquin is the Dragonvein gnome, Shimmick." At first glance, Shimmick was strikingly different from his kin. Atop his green head sprouted a tuft of vibrant red hair, resembling a mohawk. Additionally, each of his eyes was adorned with a tiny red dragon scale, which, at first sight, appeared as two flamboyant brows. He sat confidently in the palanquin, his bright gaze fixed ahead, his demeanor poised and serene, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, embodying the essence of a sovereign. Perhaps due to the difficulty in finding armor suitable for his diminutive stature, he donned only a chainmail vest, which, while intended for humans, resembled a comical gown on his slight frame. As the indigenous army approached within 300 paces of Robin's encampment, they suddenly came to a halt. Robin assumed they were preparing to realign their ranks once more, but to his surprise, an earth gnome emerged from their formation. This gnome bore a large flag, seemingly fashioned from tattered cloth, upon which an abstract depiction of a colossal dragon was painted in a convoluted manner. Fortunately, Robin was aware of Shimmick's self-identification as a dragon king. Otherwise, he might have mistaken the flag for an illustration of a large lizard. The flag-bearer positioned himself between the two armies and, in clumsy common tongue, shouted toward Robin's side, "Lord Dragon King Shimmick demands to meet your human leader." Robin could not help but chuckle. This Dragonvein goblin was rather amusing, likely having read too many nightly tales, attempting to bolster morale with some pre-battle banter. The Lord turned his head and gestured with his chin towards Simon, who was not far away. "You go, take care of him, and put an end to this nonsense." Receiving the order, Simon's broad face broke into a simple, farmer-like grin as he cheerfully approached. The flag-bearing goblin, upon seeing a human warrior approach, mistakenly assumed he was the leader of this band of humans and arrogantly declared, "Humans, my master, Lord Smog, has spoken. If you surrender, he can guarantee you." However, before he could finish his sentence, Simon reached him and swiftly drew his dagger, severing the goblin's head in one stroke. The Iron Guard, long eager for action, erupted in a chorus of excited cheers. Observing the demise of his envoy from his palanquin, Smog's expression turned sour as he angrily muttered, "These filthy humans lack even the most basic courtesy." Beside the palanquin stood an exceptionally robust goblin warrior, who proposed, "Leader, there is no need to waste words with these humans. Allow me to lead the Dragon King's guard into the fray. I assure you, I will slay them all and use their heads as drinking vessels." "Patience, Rumen, your time to shine will come," Smog replied with a chilling smile. For the true spectacle was just beginning. Chapter 34. The archery duel. The indigenous army stirred once more, advancing steadily forward. As they approached within 200 paces of Robin's encampment, the elven archers initiated the battle. "Prepare," Ishara called out, her voice ringing clear, prompting all elven archers to draw their bows, the arrowheads angled skyward, poised for launch. "Release." At the command, 60 elven archers simultaneously let loose their arrows. A cacophony of bowstrings vibrating in unison. The dense volley of feathered arrows soared over the heads of the frontline iron guards, ascending at an angle until reaching their apex before descending, tracing a flawless parabolic arc. 2 squads of 30 elven archers each targeted the flanks of the indigenous forces. The 60 arrows split into 2 waves mid-flight, striking the ranks of the earth giants on either side. Robin aimed to first dismantle the opposing archers. Had these been the original half-elven archers, their frail muscles would have rendered them incapable of such range, despite the exceptional craftsmanship of their elven bows. Renowned among the imperial armies for their might, the half-elven bowyers could not unleash the true potential of the elven longbow. However, now awakened, these pointed-eared folk had undergone a remarkable transformation. Even the half-elven archers showcased astonishing accuracy as a deluge of arrows rained down, swiftly incapacitating a host of earth giant archers. And as the initial wave struck, a second volley was already soaring into the air. "Prepare to release." Under Aisha's command, the elven archers became living machines of archery, immediately drawing and knocking their bows for a second round. Within a minute, 3 waves of arrows had already descended upon the earth giant formation. Lacking shields, the indigenous warriors braved the onslaught, charging forward as the earth giant archers stood entirely exposed within the elves' range, akin to running naked into battle. The arrows whistled through the air, their piercing shrieks sending shivers down spines. Many earth giants fell to the ground, struck by arrows, some pierced through the skull, dying instantly. Others were hit in the body, rendered combat ineffective, collapsing onto the grass in agony, while some bore arrows lodged in their shoulders and limbs, either yanking them out with sheer determination or enduring the immense pain as they pressed onward with the main force. Under the relentless barrage of arrows from the elven archers, the earth giant formation displayed only slight disarray, showing no signs of collapse. Robin, witnessing this, couldn't help but admire the earth giants, a race born for warfare. The earth giant archers, not ones to remain passive, promptly launched a counterattack. As they advanced, they raised their bows, unleashing several waves of arrows toward the elven ranks. Yet, their aim was woefully inadequate. Covering fire merely required shooting in the general direction, with no precise targeting necessary. Yet, even such rudimentary demands elude these earth gnome archers. The arrows they release soar into the heavens, embarking on a flight of freedom, with only a scant few finding their intended mark. The rest, who knows where they land. Archers are elite soldiers honed through years of rigorous training. A proficient archer is not forged in a day. Although these earth gnome warriors possess considerable strength, their expertise in archery is evidently lacking, suggesting they have only recently transitioned into the role of archers. Moreover, the bows and arrows they wield are nothing short of substandard. Products of the wilderness, inherently inferior. The craftsmanship of the bows is non-existent. Though the earth gnomes have fashioned them to be impressively large, standing nearly as tall as themselves, their draw weight is pitifully inadequate, rendering them mere facades. The earth gnome archers strain with all their might, veins bulging on their foreheads, with some even snapping the bowstrings. Yet, the distance their arrows travel is laughably short, failing to reach even the periphery of Robin's formation, landing pathetically about 50 paces away from the Iron Guard's spear line, leaving the soldiers in stunned silence, pondering the absurdity of this spectacle. In stark contrast to the bows, the arrows they employ are a true calamity, due to the extreme scarcity of iron in the wasteland. These natives craft arrows with wooden tips, essentially just sharpened sticks, with armor-piercing capability that is virtually non-existent. To make matters worse, they cannot even produce straight shafts, which is one of the reasons for their inaccuracy. A crooked shaft disrupts the arrow's flight, making precision an unattainable feat. These earth gnome archers, initially a hasty assembly of novices, wield weaponry that can only be described as military refuse. Their combat effectiveness is therefore predictable. While such inexperienced archers may pose little threat to the indigenous inhabitants of the wilderness, confronting elven archers is tantamount to courting death. Robin had harbored some concerns about these earth gnome archers, particularly as his own forces were similarly bereft of shields, compelled to withstand the onslaught of arrows. However, upon witnessing their aim and range, he realized his apprehensions were unfounded. Seated in his palanquin, Shermoka was incensed to discover that his meticulously assembled archers were utterly ineffectual, their arrows falling short of the enemy, rendering them passive targets for the onslaught. Order the troops to advance swiftly, closing the distance to within 100 paces, and then unleash a full volley at the enemy's archery formation. Shermoka commanded, straightening in his seat, his expression a mask of fury as he bellowed. After suffering grievous losses, the earth gnomes finally managed to shorten the distance to within 100 paces. By this time, nearly half of their comrades had perished, with countless earth gnomes lying motionless on the grass behind them. Some succumbed instantly to fatal wounds, others, immobilized by arrows, bled out without timely aid, still others, clinging to life, writhed in agony on the ground, creating a scene both tragic and harrowing. Return fire. Archers, loose your arrows. Shemaoj rose to his feet, leaping upon the palanquin and shouting fervently, his small yellow eyes ablaze with fury. The earth-dwelling archers immediately halted their advance, drawing wooden arrows from their leather quivers. The remaining archers, braving the deluge of elven arrows, knocked their bows and prepared to retaliate. Loose, commanded their leader with a thunderous roar, and the earth-dwelling archers unleashed a volley of arrows. At last, they could hurl their projectiles into the ranks of the elves, though their aim remained somewhat erratic. The proximity rendered their shots nearly accurate, ensuring that most arrows landed amidst the elven archers' formation. As Shemaoj reveled in the success of his warriors' counterattack, he soon found it perplexing that despite the hail of arrows landing within the opposing ranks, none of the elves fell. The elven armor, crafted from a unique vine, was not only lightweight and breathable, but its protective capabilities were only marginally inferior to those of iron. Initially apprehensive at the sight of the approaching storm of arrows, the elven archers were left momentarily bewildered when the projectile struck. Did I just get hit by an arrow? Aisha bent down to retrieve a stray arrow from an earth-dwelling archer. During her tribe's last encounter with the dragon-vein goblins, they had yet to develop archers. Examining the wooden shaft, she noted its obvious curvature, uneven fletching, and the arrowhead seemingly carved with a crude knife. A look of incredulity crossed her face. Is this what they call an arrow? The elven archers responded with disdainful laughter, calmly retrieving their own arrows from their quivers, demonstrating through action what true archery entailed. After several exchanges of fire, the already decimated ranks of the earth-dwelling archers could no longer withstand the onslaught. The few remaining archers capable of standing were scant, surrounded by the fallen bodies of their comrades. Of the 150 earth-dwelling archers, nearly all had perished. In contrast, the elven side suffered only a handful of minor injuries, with none lost. Subsequently, Aisha ceased the volley and instructed a shift to free shooting. The elven archers began to systematically target the remaining earth-dwelling archers still standing, leaving no room for mercy even for those groaning on the ground. Their hearts ablaze with the fire of vengeance, they vowed to slay every last one of the wild natives. Chapter 35. Close combat. As the archers from both sides exchanged volleys, the indigenous infantry continued their advance, shielded from the elves' arrows by the earth elementals that drew the fire away. It was not until the pack of wargs crashed against the phalanx of ironclad spearmen that they suffered any losses. At this juncture, Shimogo had abandoned his archers. He believed that as long as the wargs could breach the enemy lines, victory in this battle would still belong to him. As for the earth elementals that fell to the arrows, their demise was of no consequence to him. His heart was devoid of turmoil. The ranks of ironclad spearmen, merely 2 rows deep, appeared remarkably frail before the hundreds of wargs. A cold smile crept across Shimoji's green visage. Although these human soldiers were tall and imposing, he possessed a decisive numerical advantage with nearly 400 wargs at his command. With sheer force of numbers, they would rend the enemy to shreds. Charge! Tear these humans apart! With only 30 paces remaining, the earth elementals bellowed the command to charge. Hundreds of wargs surged forward in unison, creating a magnificent spectacle. A tumult of dust rising as their chaotic footfalls echoed like the thunder of war drums, causing the very ground to tremble. As the relentless tide of adversaries surged towards them, the ironclad soldiers remained composed, their formation resembling a silent dam. Each man's expression was like iron, their eyes betraying no hint of panic or fear, only the fierce fire of battle. Prepare to meet them. Simon roared, donning his leather helm, seizing his spear from the ground, and joining the ranks of the spearmen. In an instant, the distance of 30 paces vanished, and the wave of wargs crashed violently against the ironclad phalanx. Just as a dam halts a flood, the spear formation immediately arrested the wargs' momentum. Though seemingly thin, the two rows of spears stood resolute like iron fences firmly anchored to the earth, effectively barring the wargs from breaching their defenses. The ironclad soldiers held an overwhelming advantage over the wargs. Each of these Highland warriors possessed the strength to take on 10 foes, easily capable of felling 2 or 3 wargs in hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, they enjoyed a significant equipment advantage. The adage that a longer spear is a stronger spear was an immutable truth on the battlefield. The 2-meter-long spears rendered the wargs helpless, impaling them before they could close the distance, while the wargs' crude blades struggled to inflict any meaningful harm against the ironclad armor. The spearmen struck with lightning speed. The wargs, having fought their way to the front, often barely registered a shadow before a cold spear pierced their chests. As the spear was withdrawn, hot blood erupted from the wound, and all strength rapidly drained from their bodies, leaving them to collapse onto the damp, cold grass. The companions behind showed no concern for their lives. The newcomers would trample over their fallen comrades, relentlessly charging forward towards death. Their fate was reduced to 2 grim choices: either succumb to excessive bleeding or be crushed to death by their fellow warriors. The wargs howled as they surged in waves toward the Iron Guard's line, only to fall in droves, resembling a herd of livestock willingly walking to their slaughter. The Iron Guard's efficiency in extermination was terrifyingly high, soon littering the ground before the phalanx with the corpses of wargs, the vibrant red of blood staining the grass, and the heavy scent of carnage permeating the air. Some wargs had yet to fully perish, trapped beneath the weight of their fallen brethren. Their cries for help unheard amidst the chaos of battle, ultimately suffocated under the sheer weight. Yet, the wargs continued their reckless assaults, fueled by a relentless ferocity. Experience taught the Iron Guard that these beasts would not cease until they had been utterly annihilated. The blood of their comrades only drove them into a greater frenzy. They lunged towards the Iron Guard atop their fallen kin, even willing to trade their lives in exchange for those of their foes. Even with gaping wounds in their chests, their intestines spilling forth, they remained indifferent to their suffering. The violence dulled their pain and fear, and they would bare their foul, toothy maws, viciously snapping at the Iron Guard before them. Even in death, they sought to tear a piece from the Iron Guard, determined to claim a morsel of flesh in their final moments. However, the Iron Guard had no intention of engaging in a war of attrition. Each one was a cherished asset to Robin, and even a mere scratch in exchange for the lives of 10 wargs would leave Robin feeling at a loss. The Iron Guard worked in perfect harmony. Whenever a warg attempted a desperate lunge, the nearby guards would immediately thrust their spears, driving them into the beast's maw and emerging through the back of its skull, the tips quickly coated in blood and brain matter. Some wargs, struck by the spears, would cling desperately to the shafts, preventing the Iron Guard from withdrawing their weapons and creating opportunities for their comrades to attack. Such suicidal tactics, while brutal, were not without their strategic merit. Yet, this cunning seemed laughable in the face of the formidable Iron Guard. Simon thrust his spear into the belly of a warg, and the creature reacted swiftly, grasping the spear shaft tightly with both hands. A sinister smile spread across the warg's face, reveling in the apparent success of its scheme. Prepared to sacrifice its life for the glory of its comrades, believing the noble wolf god would reward its bravery. Seizing the moment, the wargs behind surged forward. Yet, Simon paid no heed to whether his spear remained lodged within the creature. With all his strength, he jerked the spear upward, hoisting the warg off the ground. Then, with a deft twist, he swung the warg hanging from his spear, sending 2 others crashing to the ground. Do you fancy being hung on a spear? Then let it remain as it is. I, too, can continue the fight with a pack of wargs suspended from my spear. With Simon's extraordinary strength, the weight of a 200-pound warg hanging from the spear poses little hindrance, akin to merely carrying an additional water jug. His thrusts remain as swift as lightning, and the spear dances in his grasp with a fierce elegance. This spectacle leaves the wargs behind him utterly dumbfounded. The fact that a warg can be suspended from the spear yet continue to fight without any discernible impact. Could this truly be human? This is nothing short of monstrous. Eventually, the warg clinging to the spear could no longer maintain its grip, its hands giving way, and Simon, with a deft flick, sent it soaring away, colliding with 3 of its companions. As the warg struggled to breach the Iron Guard's defenses, Shimmerg stood in stunned disbelief. For 100 wargs against 50 humans, a staggering disparity in numbers, yet they remained unable to advance. In all his previous battles, Shimmerg had never encountered such a formidable adversary. How could these humans be so resilient? The earth-dwelling goblin, perplexed, expressed his astonishment. He had previously engaged in combat with humans, raided their caravans, and even clashed with Imperial patrols, yet none of those armed humans could rival the soldiers before him. Unable to contain his eagerness any longer, the Earth Goblin warrior, Lumen, implored once more, "Leader, allow me to lead the Dragon King's Guard into battle." Chapter 36. He himself is an army. The Dragon King's Guard embodied all of Shimoji's dedication. He meticulously selected the sturdiest earth elementals, equipping them with the finest weapons and armor, and subjected them to relentless training. Their rations far surpassed those of other soldiers, with meat gracing their plates at nearly every meal. The indigenous folk within 100 miles quaked in fear at the mere mention of their name. In previous conflicts, no matter how formidable the enemy, the terrifying earth elementals always ensured victory. The reputation of the Dragon King's Guard was forged in the blood of adversaries. Lumen revealed a cruel smile. "Rest assured, my leader, I assure you that the heart of that human lord will serve as your appetizer today." Robin stood resolutely behind the phalanx of iron guards, his expression steely as he gazed forward, arms crossed, standing straight as a statue. His delay in joining the fray stemmed from the necessity of maintaining a reserve force. A competent military commander understands the importance of having a backup during warfare. Should the situation on the front line become dire or losses escalate, the reserve must be ready to intervene. However, Robin's forces were limited, thus, he became the reserve himself, a solitary army in his own right. Though he had yet to engage directly, Robin closely monitored the battlefield, particularly the elite Earth Elemental Squad under Shimoji's command, which was his primary target. The current battlefield dynamic favored Robin's side, with the elven archers having nearly decimated the enemy's Earth Elemental marksmen, while the Iron Guards continued to reap the lives of the Wolfmen. The Iron Guards had even begun to push forward, slowly shifting the front line toward Shimogo. In such a scenario, Robin surmised that the Dragonvein Earth Elemental would undoubtedly deploy his elite squad, as it represented his final trump card. As anticipated, Robin observed a surge of heads behind the Wolfman formation, followed by the elite Earth Elemental unit charging from the enemy's flank. A smirk curled at the corner of Robin's mouth, a disdainful smile. "I've been expecting you." This elite Earth Elemental unit did not rush to reinforce the frontal Wolfman troops. Instead, they maneuvered around the battlefield, aiming for the flank of the Iron Guard's phalanx. This caught the Lord slightly off guard. They know to target the flank. Quite clever indeed. The flank has always been the Achilles heel of any army. Countless forces throughout history have met their demise due to breaches at this vulnerable point. Robin would not allow such a fate to befall his troops. It was time to deploy his reserve. Drawing his sword, he charged forward. With a total of 50 members, the Dragon King's Guard, led by Lumen at the forefront, formed two lines behind him, their formation resembling a sharp blade, piercing straight into the right wing of the Iron Guard's phalanx. At this moment, Simon and the other Iron Guards had already discerned the approach of a formidable goblin force charging towards their flank. Initially, a flicker of alarm crossed their faces. Yet upon witnessing their leader advance to confront the threat, they realized there was no longer any need to concern themselves with this surprise assault. As long as their commander was present, their flank was assuredly the safest in the world. The Iron Guards redirected their focus to the pack of Wurgens before them, continuing to slaughter the advancing beast while steadily pressing forward. As for the fate that awaited the Goblin Battalion, merely contemplating it elicited a sense of pity for the wretched foes. Truly a pitiful lot to contend with our esteemed leader. "Charge! Annihilate these despicable humans!" Rumen bellowed, suddenly noticing a lone human sprinting from the opposing ranks towards him. He paused momentarily, struck by the peculiarity of the situation. There were 50 goblins on his side, yet only a single human had been dispatched to intercept them. However, he dismissed this oddity, presuming that the human forces were depleted and this lone warrior was merely prepared to fight to the death. A sinister grin spread across Rumen's face as he mused. "Foolish human, your bravery is commendable, but do you truly believe you can halt us alone? What a jest!" Both sides charged at one another, closing the distance of less than 30 paces in an instant. Rumen raised his massive sword, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression a mask of ferocity as he swung down upon Robin with all his might. Die? Within the Dragon King tribe, Rumen was the most formidable warrior after Schmog. Holding a prestigious position of power, he had taken countless lives throughout his existence, savoring both the blood of natives and humans alike. His robust physique was his greatest asset, and his exceptional combat skills provided him the means to kill. The great sword danced in his hands, swirling with the ferocity of a tempest, as it descended towards Robin's head. In response to the onslaught, the human swiftly raised his sword in defense, employing a seemingly ordinary parry. Yet, in the next moment, as their blades clashed with a resounding impact, Rumen's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming force surge through the opposing sword, a power so terrifying that he found himself utterly unable to withstand it. The force rapidly transmitted through the blade to his hands, and instinctively, he attempted to grip the hilt tightly, but the strength was insurmountable. His palm split open, blood spurting forth, and the sword slipped from his grasp, hurtling aside. Almost instantaneously, that same force coursed through his hands and into his body, and he felt as though he had been struck by a giant's fist to the chest. His body lost all control, his feet leaving the ground as he was sent sprawling backward. As an elite warrior, Lumen always possessed an astute awareness of the power dynamics between foes. The moment his body crashed heavily onto the grass, he comprehended that he was no match for the human before him. Lumen was engulfed in disbelief. After years of battling on the desolate plains, he had encountered formidable adversaries. Yet none had instilled in him the profound despair that this human did. It felt as though no matter how fiercely he honed his skills throughout his life, he would eternally lag behind this individual's might. Struggling to sit upright, he felt as if his ribs had been shattered, and his internal organs seemed to have shifted, causing a pain that contorted his features. He beheld the man advancing towards him with a sword in hand, and in that instant, all his past glory, confidence, and arrogance crumbled. Before the overwhelming disparity of strength, he was consumed by a deep-seated terror and existential dread. He did not wish to die. Wait. He extended his hand in a plea for mercy, but the man offered him no reprieve. He approached and, with a single thrust, pierced Lumen's chest. Chapter 37. The warrior crusher Robin gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and twisted it forcefully, creating a gaping, bloody wound in Rumen's chest before withdrawing the blade. Rumen collapsed onto the grass, his body sprawled awkwardly as his wide eyes gazed up at the overcast sky, his pupils still reflecting the terror he felt in his final moments. Scalding blood gushed from the wound, quickly staining the grass beneath him a deep crimson. The earth elementals, who had surged forward alongside Rumen, abruptly halted in their tracks, stunned into silence. The harsh reality struck the earth elemental warriors like a thunderclap. They watched as the human extracted his sword from their leader's body, akin to witnessing a monstrous spectacle, fear etched across each of their faces. Unlike the wolfmen, the earth elementals possessed a higher intellect, and the stark awareness of the chasm between them and their foe filled them with dread. With a flick of his wrist, Robin cast the blood from his sword onto the grass, his expression icy as he turned his gaze upon the remaining earth elemental warriors and charged at them with ferocity. His speed was akin to a tempest. Before the nearest earth elemental could react, he was upon them, delivering a decisive blow. The earth elemental scrambled to raise his sword in defense, but it was a moment too late. Robin severed his right hand and cleaved off a portion of his skull in one fluid motion. Beside him, another earth elemental, seemingly paralyzed by fear, instinctively bellowed and swung his great sword in a wide arc towards Robin. With a graceful bend, Robin evaded the strike, pivoting to deliver a horizontal slash that bisected the creature at the waist. The upper half of the earth elemental slid off its lower half, spilling its innards onto the ground, still steaming. Even as its upper body collapsed onto the grass, it did not succumb immediately. It lay there, mouth agape, emitting a pitiful wail. Robin's sword did not falter. He lunged towards the next earth elemental, then the one after that, and the next. His strikes were as swift as lightning, the blade slicing through flesh with remarkable precision. The earth elementals had contemplated resistance, surging towards Robin in a desperate attempt to compensate for their overwhelming disadvantage in strength through sheer numbers. Yet, empowered by the might of the Titans, none could withstand Robin's onslaught. A mere ordinary longsword in his hands transformed into an invincible weapon, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the earth elementals. With each step Robin took, clusters of earth elementals fell before him, and soon his body was adorned with their dismembered remains. Hot blood splattered across him, leaving vivid crimson footprints on the grass with every stride. The terrifying efficiency of his slaughter was unmatched, even by the larger forces of the Iron Guard and the elves. The guards of the merchant caravan, who watched from the hills, were utterly dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such a horrifying and bloody conflict, nor had they encountered a being so fearsome. They began to question whether this truly was a human. Kara, the red-scarved warrior, fixated her gaze on Robin's fierce battle below. her breath quickening uncontrollably. She clutched the fabric of her chest tightly, her heart pounding wildly within her ribcage. Despite having witnessed Robin's prowess in battle before, that previous skirmish involving merely a few dozen combatants was insignificant in comparison to this chaotic melee of hundreds. My goodness, is this truly the legendary god of war? She murmured in astonishment. The frightened newcomer with golden hair was trembling so violently that he could barely stand, collapsing onto the damp, cold grass. It suddenly dawned on him the words of the elder from the caravan. We cannot provoke this lord. He finally grasped the true meaning of that statement. The Baron here was nothing short of a demon. Within less than a quarter of an hour, 50 elite earth goblins had nearly been vanquished by Robin. Robin parried a massive two-handed sword with his own blade, swiftly delivering a powerful kick to the goblin's calf, shattering its shin bone with sheer force. The goblin immediately knelt, crying out in agony. Then, Robin seized the goblin's head with his left hand while his right drew the sword across its throat. Blood gushed forth violently, and the goblin sputtered crimson foam, collapsing onto the grass, desperately attempting to stanch the flow from its neck with trembling hands. Yet the thick blood continued to seep through its fingers. It gasped its last breaths in a painful struggle. Robin raised his head, his visage smeared with blood, resembling a god of death emerging from the depths of hell. Behind him lay dozens of slain goblins strewn across the grass. Some had been decapitated, others cleaved in half, and still others pierced through the chest. Fewer than 10 goblin warriors remained, their courage utterly shattered, their hands trembling as they gripped their swords, none daring to approach Robin. The air was thick with the scent of blood, a fragrance that would typically invigorate the goblins, yet now it made them retch uncontrollably. As a naturally martial race, earth goblins were never lacking in bravery and resilience, often enduring tremendous losses on the battlefield. However, when faced with a fight that offered no chance of victory, they too could be overwhelmed by fear. The remaining goblins exchanged terrified glances, each one reflecting the same expression of dread. Robin took a step forward, leaving a crimson footprint on the grass. This seemingly simple action became the final blow to their psychological defenses. Suddenly, they screamed in terror, abandoning their weapons, turning to flee while continuing to shout, some even bursting into tears, their faces streaked with mucus and tears. Kiana on the hillside could hardly believe her eyes. It was the first time she had seen goblins reduced to tears. Robin chose not to pursue, watching as the goblins fled in panic, and spat onto the ground in contempt, exclaiming, "Pa, cowards!" Aisha, while commanding the elven archers, kept a vigilant eye on the battle unfolding with Robin. Should he find himself in peril, she would immediately lead the elves to his aid. She marveled once more at the Lord's valor, while feeling an involuntary sympathy for the earth goblin warriors. To speak candidly, these earth elementals are indeed exceptional warriors, worthy of the term elite. However, even the bravest of warriors can succumb to cowardice in the face of Robin. His overwhelming might instills a sense of despair, effortlessly shattering the courage and confidence that any warrior has painstakingly built. This man is nothing short of a warrior annihilator, the Dragon Vein Goblin. Witnessing his elite fighters being systematically slaughtered by that human, found himself petrified upon his palanquin. After expending considerable resources to assemble such a formidable squad, he was aghast to see them all annihilated within a mere quarter of an hour by that singular man. The reality of the situation was so surreal that Shamalj momentarily questioned whether he had drifted into slumber, wondering if all he perceived was merely a dream. His body perhaps resting within his tent, flanked by 2 slumbering female goblins. With sword in hand, Robin charged forth. His pace was unhurried, yet each step resonated with formidable strength. Rather than confronting the enemy head-on, he opted for a wide arc, akin to a right hook, forcefully colliding with the flank of the werewolf phalanx. Now, it was Robin's turn to launch a surprise attack on Shamalj's side. Chapter 38. The breath of the red dragon like a searing dagger piercing through butter, Robin surged into the ranks of the Wurgens, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. As he charged, he mercilessly cleaved all living beings in his path, leaving a trail of dismembered Wargen corpses behind him. His route was unmistakable. With a singular target in sight, the distant figure of Smog seated upon his palanquin. The Dragonkin Goblin, upon witnessing this harbinger of death approaching, turned ashen with fear, frantically shouting, "Stop him! Halt his advance!" Instantly, the Wurgens surged forward to intercept Robin. However, even the elite Earth Goblins could not impede his relentless assault. How could these lesser-equipped and weaker Wurgens hope to stand against him? The skirmish devolved into a mere act of reaping, with each swing of his sword. Countless Wurgens were cleaved in 2, limbs and severed appendages flying chaotically around him, while blood rained down like a deluge. A few astute natives, Having procured 2 large door panels as makeshift shields, attempted to confront Robin, only to be bisected along with their shields. At that moment, the elven archers had decimated the earth goblin archers, and under Aisha's command, they delivered reinforcements to Robin. A rain of arrows descended from the heavens, striking the Wurgens on either side of him. The arrows fell like a tempest, creating zones of desolation on both flanks of Robin as the Wurgens fell, pierced by the onslaught. The elven archery was an art form, executed with precision that was nothing short of miraculous. As Robin advanced, the arrow storm followed suit, erecting walls of arrows beside him. Any Wurgen attempting to approach from the sides was met with an unyielding barrage. As he continued his charge, the Wurgens fell before him like wheat during harvest. Amidst the carnage, he suddenly felt a jolt in his hand. Withdrawing his sword from the chest of a Wurgen, he observed the blade was now riddled with nicks and severely dulled. In this fray, he had lost count of the earth goblins and Wurgens he had slain. The cross-shaped sword clashed incessantly against the foe's weapons and armor, and though imbued with Robin's divine might, transforming this ordinary 50 silver blade into an instrument of exceptional prowess. It had finally reached its limit, rendered unusable. Raising his gaze, he spotted the Dragon King goblin ahead, albeit obstructed by 10 Wurgens. Without hesitation, he discarded the ruined sword and grasped a native long spear from the blood-soaked ground. Holding it in one hand, he took a significant step forward, his muscles coiling with tension as he summoned his strength and hurled the spear with great force. In the instant the spear left his hand, it sliced through the air with an ear-splitting crack. Endowed with the power of the Titans, the spear possessed lightning speed and formidable penetrative capability. The Wurgens could not perceive its trajectory, nor could they react in time. In the blink of an eye, the spear pierced through 7 Wurgens, impaling the last 3 in line before finally embedding itself deeply into the ground. In an instant, the path leading to Smaug became unobstructed before Robin. Following this, he charged toward Smaug, stepping over the bodies of the Wurgens. The Dragonkin, stricken with fear, leapt from his palanquin, disregarding the fates of his subordinates. In a moment of panic, he took a deep breath, his belly swelling, and unleashed a torrent of searing red flames towards the oncoming Robin. This bloodline skill. The Crimson Dragon's breath initially emerged as a slender ribbon of flame from Smaug's maw, but after traveling a mere 2 meters, it erupted into a vast fan of fire. In an instant, Robin and the Wurgens before him were engulfed in the inferno, the grass igniting, transforming the ground before Smaug into a sea of flames. The Wurgens screamed in agony, their armor glowing red-hot, adhering to their skin like molten iron. They writhed in torment amidst the flames, their bodies ablaze as they cried out and rolled on the ground. Unlike ordinary fire, the dragon's breath swiftly seared through their skin and muscle, even melting their bones. The scent of roasting flesh wafted through the air, mingling with their harrowing cries. At that moment, delivering a final blow would have been the utmost mercy. Yet, no one could save them. The other Wurgens fled from the flames, desperate to escape the inferno. The raging fire dissipated the panic on Smaug's face. As he beheld the hellish conflagration and listened to the Wurgens' piercing wails, a triumphant smile returned to his visage. Mere humanity, no matter how formidable, could not withstand my dragon's breath. Smaug was momentarily paralyzed with disbelief, his small yellow eyes wide with shock. Never had anyone survived a direct hit from his dragon's breath. Robin swung his fist, landing a solid blow on Smaug's face. The impact sent the dragonkin flying like a cannonball, propelling him 7 or 8 meters away, where he spun thrice in the air before crashing heavily onto the grass, motionless. Robin straightened up, extinguishing the flames on his shoulder and thigh. The dragon's breath had not inflicted significant harm upon him, thanks to the robust physique bestowed by his Titan bloodline. Had Smaug been a true dragon, the outcome would have been entirely different. At that moment, Simon and the Spear Squad finally broke through the Wurgen formation, reuniting with Robin. The Iron Bear warriors emerged from the Wurgen's ranks, brandishing their spears and shouting, "Hold on, Chief. I'm here to support you." Robin approached and kicked him playfully, saying, "What are you shouting for? You made it sound like I was in dire straits." Following this, the elven archers joined the fray, sheathing their longbows and drawing their daggers, charging into the Wurgen's ranks alongside the Iron Guards. At this juncture, the battle's outcome was clear. The elves had feasted on enough flesh and sought to savor the last remnants of the spoils. With the absence of command and the demise of most of their companions, the remaining 100 or so were scattered in disarray. Consequently, the Iron Guards commenced another hunting competition, pursuing the fleeing Wurgs and methodically marking them off with their throwing spears, all while comparing the tally of their kills. This time, however, the elves joined the contest, wielding their longbows with greater precision than the Iron Guards throwing spears. As a result, the title of champion was claimed by Luke, an elf, who successfully felled 15 wargs in this final contest. This infuriated the Iron Guards, while the elves basked in their triumph. Initially, the half-elves had harbored a deep fear of the robust Iron Guards, but now they found themselves on equal footing. As the Iron Guards and elves pursued the remaining wargs, Robin approached Smaug's side. His bloodied foot hovered near the face of the dragon spawn, and he noticed the creature's tightly shut eyelids twitch slightly. Playing dead? A cold smile crept across Robin's face. He cared not whether the creature feigned death. If it reveled in the pretense of being lifeless, then let it embrace the finality of true death. Chapter 39. Cleansing the battlefield. The Lord bent down and retrieved a long knife, crafted by the indigenous people, from the grass. Though battered and rusted, it was more than sufficient for slaying a goblin. Robin raised the knife with one hand, poised to cleave the dragon-veined goblin's skull. At that moment, Shimoa, seemingly alerted by the sound of Robin picking up the weapon, abruptly opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. Unlike a foolish, ordinary goblin, Shimoa chose not to flee or launch a surprise attack. He was a uniquely clever goblin. He understood well that before this devilish human warrior, escape was futile and any chance of a comeback non-existent. Thus, he knelt down with conviction, a decisive act of submission. His posture was resolute, embodying a sense of righteousness, for he knew that even a moment's delay could result in the blade of this warrior descending upon him. "I surrender. Please do not kill me," Shimoa called out with fervor, articulating his plea in impeccable imperial common tongue, which took Robin by surprise. The prospect of losing a goblin capable of breathing dragon fire was indeed disheartening. However, Robin had no intention of showing mercy to his foe. The cold steel of the blade rested against Shimoa's neck, emanating a murderous intent that made him tremble uncontrollably. "I will count to 3. Provide me with a reason not to slay you. If you fail to speak by the end of my count, your head will roll," Robin stated icily. Then began his countdown. 1. In that fleeting moment, Shimoa's astute mind raced. "I will take you to my tribe. All my possessions shall belong to you, my lord." Without hesitation, he offered up his tribe. Yet Robin remained unmoved. He was already aware of the goblin tribe's location and intended to retrieve his spoils without needing Shimoa as a guide. 2. Sweat poured down Shimoa's green face as he hastily added, "I possess a hidden stash of gold, known only to me, and I am willing to give it all to you." Gold. At the mention of the word, Robin's eyes lit up. He was in dire need of funds, having accrued substantial debts to Ghana. "Very well, congratulations, little green dwarf. You have earned yourself a chance at survival." Robin maintained his stern demeanor as he slowly withdrew the knife from Shimoa's neck. The dragon-veined goblin knelt, bowing deeply, unable to suppress a long sigh of relief. The brief 2 seconds he had just endured were the most terrifying of his life. His heart felt as though it might explode. "Simon," Robin shouted, turning his head. "Chief, I am here." Simon trotted over, removing his bloodied helmet, displaying a comical expression. Robin gestured toward the kneeling Shimoa. "Keep a close watch on this one. Should he exhibit any treachery, kill him immediately." Subsequently, the Iron Guard and the elves commenced the task of clearing the battlefield, each group diligently attending to their designated areas. The Iron Guards resembled a throng of fishermen wielding tridents, traversing the heaps of native corpses, thrusting their spears into both the deceased and the living alike. A considerable number of indigenous warriors did not perish on the spot. Some had their limbs severed, others bore great gashes in their abdomens, or arrows embedded in their extremities. In any case, they had lost the ability to move, lying amidst the blood-soaked grass and severed limbs, groaning in agony and lamenting, utterly incapacitated, unable to flee. In this era, there existed no humanitarian spirit to favor the wounded. Robin believed that delivering them a final blow was the utmost act of mercy, for it could at least spare them from their suffering. Furthermore, in the desolate wilderness, with scant medical supplies, even if they were not slain now, these injured souls would likely not survive until the morrow. Rather than allowing them to languish in torment, it was far kinder to grant them a swift end. Defeat equated to death. This was the unforgiving law of survival in the wilderness, harsh yet true. The elves were responsible for collecting the spoils of war. Although the natives were not significantly wealthier than Robin, even mosquito meat was still meat, and the weaponry and armor adorned on the natives could fetch a decent price. Particularly given Robin's current financial plight, he was nearly at the point of selling his trousers. Even a beggar passing through his domain would find their begging bowl snatched away. Aisha was methodical in her approach, directing the elven warriors to neatly categorize the various weapons and armor. She maintained a small leather notebook, meticulously recording the captured spoils. Previously, This task had fallen to Robin, but the dull-witted Iron Guards could not manage such intricate work. Once the count surpassed 100, their limited mental capacity faltered. With Aisha as his capable aide, Robin felt an immediate sense of relief. After the battle, there was little for him to do. As he walked, he removed his leather armor, shaking off the blood and bits of flesh. Atop the hill, the caravan guards regarded him with admiration. The red-scarfed Janna hastened down from the hill, holding a pristine white towel, which she presented to Robin. "My Lord Baron, I have once again witnessed your valor." Janna praised sincerely. Robin unceremoniously accepted the white towel, wiping his face haphazardly, transforming it into a crimson cloth. Then, with a mischievous grin, he remarked, "Since I am so formidable, might you offer a discount on those carts of goods?" He raised the towel in his right hand, wearing a cheeky smile as he raised an eyebrow at the young girl. I had already anticipated this. At that moment, Aisha approached, her small notebook in hand. Her stunning visage illuminated with joy. She reported to Robin, "My Lord Baron, I have compiled our casualty figures. Only a few dozen warriors sustained minor injuries, and there were no serious wounds or fatalities." Janna, overhearing this, could not suppress her astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did I hear correctly? Not a single one fell in battle. She had witnessed the brutality of the encounter from her vantage point on the hill, fully aware of the overwhelming enemy forces. Against such odds, Robin's side had emerged unscathed. It was nothing short of miraculous. Aisha also found it hard to believe and joyfully exclaimed, "This must be the blessing of the divine." In contrast to the astonishment of the two beautiful ladies, the Lord remained remarkably composed. He reached for Aisha's small leather notebook. Perusing the records while he remarked, "This is not the work of divine intervention. It is a testament to our strength. With 50 Iron Guards and 60 awakened elven warriors at our disposal, if we were to struggle evenly against the enemy, Robin might as well take his own life with a single stroke. Furthermore, these indigenous foes are hardly formidable. Their archers lack even decent bows. They are bereft of shields and armor, and their weaponry is nothing but a collection of dilapidated relics, inferior even to the Empire's ragtag forces. While it may appear that the disparity in our forces is significant, the reality of the battle has shown that Robin's army has consistently pressed the Goblin tribe, leaving Shimohi with no room to retaliate." Chapter 40. The Induction of Thunder. After the battlefield was cleared, Robin commanded that all the indigenous bodies be gathered into a pile and set ablaze. The weather was growing increasingly warm, and if these corpses were left unattended, they could very well incite a plague, a far more dreadful specter than war and famine in the desolate plains. In a clearing beneath the hills, hundreds of indigenous bodies formed a small mound, the slain earth elementals and wolfmen haphazardly stacked together, their still flowing blood trickling down the mound like crimson streams, soon pooling into a large red basin below. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, detectable even from several dozen meters away. A few Iron Guards, brandishing flaming torches, encircled the mound of corpses, igniting the pyre. Initially, only a few inconspicuous flames flickered, but bolstered by the evening breeze, the fire quickly grew more vigorous and expansive. In no time, the entire mound was engulfed in a roaring inferno, transforming the corpse heap into a mountain of flames. As twilight descended, the light on the plains gradually dimmed, and the blazing fire became the sole beacon of illumination in the encroaching darkness, casting a daylight-like glow within a radius of several dozen meters. The Iron Guards surrounding it felt waves of scorching heat, prompting them to retreat from the searing blaze. Robin and his cohort of Iron Guards, along with the elves, rested on the hillside, gazing at the towering inferno from a distance. Under the relentless heat, the indigenous bodies slowly began to contort, their fat sizzling as it dripped onto the flames, creating a nauseating aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. At that moment, Simon stood beside Robin and, with an innocent remark, exclaimed, "Chief, I crave roasted meat." Robin promptly kicked him in the rear, retorting, "There's plenty below, go help yourself." The Iron Guards were lively, gathering in clusters to boast and jest, erupting into raucous laughter. For them, this was merely another ordinary battle, neither the first nor the last. However, for the half-elves, this conflict held profound significance. They had exacted their vengeance and were reborn through blood and iron, no longer the feeble lambs they once were. The half-elves stood atop the hill, fixated on the burning mound of corpses, their expressions grave, as if bidding farewell to their once vulnerable selves. Aisha gracefully approached Robin, her status as the clan leader amplifying her sense of pride. "Sincerely," she expressed, "My Lord Baron, I owe you my gratitude." You have not only saved us, but also allowed us to savor the taste of victory for the first time." Robin responded with a hearty laugh, assuring Aisha, "As long as I am here, none shall dare to bully you again. I will strive to enhance our territory, ensuring that all may lead prosperous lives. Aisha, you must continue to assist me henceforth." With a slight bow, Aisha replied earnestly, "As you command, my lord. I shall follow you until the ends of the earth." In a night filled with mixed emotions, it was a night of triumph for Robin and his allies. Yet for Smaug, it marked the most sorrowful night of his life. He was suspended upside down on a wooden stake, his hands and feet tightly bound by ropes, rendering him immobile, much like a zongzi. He gazed upon the burning pyre of corpses, his face etched with profound sorrow. The indigenous bodies, used as fuel for the flames, had once been his bravest warriors. It was not merely the bodies that were consumed by the fire, but also his ambitions and dreams. Now, Shimoga could think of nothing but survival. After the fierce battle, many of the Iron Guards and half-elves had advanced in rank, with the half-elves, due to their relatively low base levels, experiencing an average increase of 2 levels. Additionally, 3 Iron Guards had elevated their bloodline levels to the 2nd tier, awakening the bloodline skill, Iron Harden. This news filled the 3 Iron Guards with elation, and they immediately sought to spar with Simon, recalling how he had once bested them when he first awakened his bloodline skill. Although Simon appeared submissive before Robin, he feared no one else in the village, and swiftly dealt the 3 instigators a painful lesson. In a bizarre twist of fate, while the 3 Iron Guards emerged unscathed from the battle, they found themselves battered and bruised by their own leader during the celebratory feast. Such oddities, Khan amused, seemed to only occur within Robin's domain, while the overall enhancement of the army's combat prowess was indeed gratifying. What truly sent Robin into a tremor of elation was the joyous news from the birthing chamber. His bloodline level had finally ascended. Not only had he reached the 2nd tier of bloodline, but he had also awakened a new bloodline skill, Thunder Sense. Thunder Sense, skill description, a power originating from the ancient Titan deities, granting you the ability to wield the forces of thunder and lightning. The bloodline system's description of this skill was succinct, leaving much for Robin to discover regarding its application and capabilities. He was unusually exhilarated, for this marked the first time he had received a skill from the system. Seated in a chair, Robin closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the sea of knowledge. Within the depths of the inky void, he beheld a small cluster of lightning floating amidst the darkness, pulsating like a heartbeat, flickering with electric brilliance and crackling with arcs of energy. After ascending to the 2nd tier of bloodline, this silver lightning had evidently grown, more than doubling in size, and the currents it released were now even more volatile. Previously, Robin could only observe this lightning in silence, unable to interact with it. However, this time, he sensed a connection with the lightning, as if the power it harbored was now within his grasp. Moments later, in the enveloping darkness, Robin slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a silver arc of electricity seemed to flash within his clear black irises. He extended his right hand forward, and with a slight motion of his will, a small cluster of silver lightning erupted from his palm. This bolt of lightning was modest in size, scarcely longer than half a finger, yet it danced and wriggled in Robin's palm, exuding an endearing charm. The brilliance of the lightning illuminated the entire room, and as he beheld this tiny spark in his grasp, Robin's breath quickened with exhilaration. He was overwhelmed with joy. In legend, the Titan is the god of the sky and thunder. Now, Robin has finally harnessed the power of thunder. He has at last begun to resemble a true descendant of the Titans. Chapter 41. Paralytic Assault. Subsequently, Robin began to ponder how to harness the power of the lightning. Regrettably, despite numerous attempts, he found himself unable to project the lightning from his palms as he could with his thunder magic. He sought to test the potency of this diminutive bolt and, after much contemplation, concluded that Simon, the burly and resilient giant, would serve as an apt sparring partner. Emerging from the wooden structure, Robin observed a group of Iron Guards engaged in a drinking contest. Simon, with both arms wrapped around a barrel of ale nearly his height, tilted his head back and gulped voraciously, much to the amusement and cheers of the surrounding Iron Guards and elves. The half-elves, typically reserved and composed, had adopted a rowdy demeanor after mingling with the Iron Guards for only a few days, much to the dismay of Aisha, their chieftain. In the end, Simon managed to consume the entire barrel, slamming it down with a flushed face, and bellowed, "Who dares to challenge me?" The guards of Ghana's merchant convoy stood in stunned silence. The quantity of ale consumed was equivalent to what their entire caravan would drink in a week, all down by this Highlander alone. As Simon basked in his triumph, Robin approached and delivered a swift kick to his rear. "Oh, it's the chief. Heh. Well done, well done." Simon's demeanor shifted dramatically. One moment he resembled a ferocious beast, and the next he transformed into a docile cat, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. "Feeling good, are we? Come, spar with me a few rounds," Robin grinned. While Robin smiled, Simon appeared distressed. "Chief, have I done something wrong? I merely drank a barrel of ale. You need to punish me for that. I could, regurgitate it if necessary." With that, the giant clumsily attempted to induce vomiting. "Spare me the nonsense. I have recently grasped a new martial skill and require your assistance to test it. Fear not, I shall show restraint. Rest assured you will still be able to rise from your bed tomorrow." As Robin spoke, he cracked his knuckles ominously, a gesture that belied any notion of leniency. The spectators, witnessing their lord prepare for battle, swiftly dispersed to clear a space for Robin and Simon. Reluctantly thrust into the fray, Simon steeled himself. Fully aware that he could not afford to underestimate his lord, he activated his iron-hardening technique, transforming his arms into gleaming silver. Lowering his stance, he positioned his hands defensively across his chest, his eyes narrowing like those of a hawk, intently fixed on Robin. In the fleeting moments of combat, victory or defeat could hinge on a mere breath. Fully cognizant of his disadvantage against Robin, Simon, a proud warrior, resolved to give his all. His foremost objective was to endure 10 breaths under Robin's might. Meanwhile, Robin observed Simon, casually rolling his shoulders, a stark contrast to Simon's intense focus. As he moved with the ease and nonchalance of a leisurely stroll, as the scene fell into a profound silence. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the crackling of the firewood igniting within the campfire. The audience, collectively holding their breath, fixated their gaze upon the two figures in the clearing, the tension palpable in the air. Simon, gritting his teeth, resolved, "I shall engage." Before his words could fully escape his lips, Robin had already darted towards him, his speed so extraordinary that the onlookers merely caught a fleeting shadow darting across the arena. In the next instant, Robin stood directly before Simon. Robin delivered a palm strike towards Simon, and in stark contrast to his lightning-fast advance. This particular motion was executed with remarkable slowness, allowing even the mercenary guards to discern his actions with clarity. Simon instinctively felt a peculiar sense of dissonance. Based on past encounters with Robin, the leader's strikes had always been swift and ferocious, each blow akin to a tempest, leaving him no respite. Yet this time, the leader seemed to have adopted a more restrained approach, opting for an open palm instead of a fist. Though perplexed, the immense pressure emanating from Robin was overwhelming. And Simon, relying predominantly on his combat instinct, had little time for contemplation. Consequently, he raised his right arm to shield his chest, effortlessly blocking the palm strike. To his bewilderment, it seemed as though Robin had exerted little force. Typically, a punch from the leader would leave his arm aching for quite some time, even when hardened by steel-like resilience. However, this time, Simon felt nothing at all, as if he had been struck by a mere puff of cotton. Had the leader perhaps skipped dinner? Just as Simon's confusion deepened, a flash of silver light erupted from Robin's palm. In an instant, Simon felt as though he had been jolted by electricity, a surge coursing through his arm. This sensation extended beyond his right arm. His entire right side felt numb, akin to having been administered a narcotic, rendering his speech somewhat slurred. "Leader, my arm. It has lost all sensation," Simon uttered, his voice thick and bewildered, as if something obstructed his mouth. His right arm flopped limply, while he grasped his wrist with his left hand, swinging it back and forth. The spectators erupted in astonished exclamations, the atmosphere buzzing with animated chatter. Robin's strike had occurred in the blink of an eye, both stealthy and swift. The crowd had scarcely comprehended what had transpired, only witnessing Robin deliver a blow to Simon, after which Simon's right arm appeared incapacitated. Among the onlookers, Aisha observed with keener eyes than the rest. She vaguely perceived that, at the moment Robin struck, there seemed to be flickers of electricity emanating from his palm, a capability to wield lightning. The half-elf matriarch's expression turned to one of astonishment. Seated beside her, Aunt May, noticing Aisha's reaction, leaned in to hear her whispered observations. "Aunt May, which lineage possesses the awakening that grants control over lightning?" Aisha inquired, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Aunt May shook her head, as though deeming the speculation too implausible, then remarked, "However, I have never heard of a Titan Awakener. Perhaps Lord Robin possesses some other arcane skill." In this regard, Aisha was not particularly knowledgeable. The inquisitive matriarch continued to inquire, "Why? Has the Titan bloodline not been passed down from ancient times?" Aunt May smiled and responded. The Titan bloodline is a divine lineage, a power that exists solely in theory. Numerous anthropologists have searched for nearly a century without uncovering any evidence of its existence. Perhaps the Titan bloodline has truly left no trace behind. While Aisha conversed with Aunt May, Robin had already approached Simon. "Chief, my hand has gone numb," Simon lamented, his expression resembling that of a wronged young bride. Chapter 42, Bloodlines in Theory. I discerned your astonishment. Robin, with a gleeful smile, reveled in the remarkable efficacy of the mere flicker of lightning he had unleashed. Simon, a level 2 bloodline Iron Giant Awakener, found his own arm rendered useless from a single strike. Though not capable of projecting lightning like the more advanced spells, Robin's electric paralysis was exponentially more effective than conventional lightning magic. Grasping Simon's right arm, Robin could feel the currents he had released coursing chaotically within. Unlike the sorcerer's magic, which transforms magical energy into lightning for assault, essentially a magical attack, Robin's power was intrinsically electrical. It was not merely a variant of another force. As he held Simon's arm, he realized that even after infusing the lightning into Simon's body, he retained effective control over it. Gradually, as the current dissipated, the numbing sensation in Simon's arm receded like the ebbing tide. "How do you feel now?" Robin inquired, releasing Simon's hand. Simon, astonished, flexed his right hand, forming and releasing a fist. Regaining control over his body, he marveled at the experience and exclaimed joyfully, "My hand, it's alive again." "Chief, how did you accomplish this?" The Iron Bear warrior gazed at Robin with wide-eyed curiosity. Ignoring Simon's query, a brilliant idea sparked in Robin's mind. The potent paralysis effect of his lightning could serve excellently to restrain prisoners. "What of the Dragon Pulse Goblin?" Robin inquired. "He's tied up over there," Simon replied, gesturing towards the crowd. Suspended upside down from a wooden post, the goblin was placed in a clearing adjacent to the Lord's manor, under the watchful eyes of 2 Iron Guard warriors. As Robin and Simon approached, the guards immediately stood erect, saluting with vigor. "Hail, Chief." Robin nodded at the guards and stepped before the goblin. Upon recognizing Robin, the goblin's face contorted into a sycophantic smile. "Greetings, my lord. I beg your pardon for not prostrating before you." With a slight smile, Robin raised a finger, crackling with electric energy. The Dragon Pulse Goblin's expression shifted to one of terror, fearing Robin had changed his mind about executing him. In a frantic attempt to prove his worth, he stammered, "My lord, should you choose to slay me, you would forever lose the treasure I have concealed. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking your life, merely ensuring your compliance," Robin retorted. With that, he pressed his electrified fingertip forcefully against the goblin's chest. A surge of electricity coursed into the goblin's body, causing him to convulse uncontrollably, his entire being rendered paralyzed by the current. His mind clouded by the electric shock, he struggled to articulate words, his tongue numb, and his mouth emitted only incoherent groans. In this state, escape was an impossibility. The 2 Iron Guards displayed expressions of joy as they exclaimed, "Thank you, Chief." The Baron, "I must admit, I have witnessed your ability to summon lightning. If I may be so bold, I have always been curious, what lineage of awakened one do you belong to?" While the majority of awakened beings take great pride in their bloodline powers, there are many who prefer to shroud their lineage in secrecy, maintaining an air of mystique and intimidation. Previously, when Robin and Aisha were not yet in a subordinate relationship, Aisha had refrained from asking. However, now that they had become family, she felt it was an opportune moment to inquire about this matter. Titan's bloodline. She discovered her esteemed Baron seemed to casually reveal astonishing information, as if it were a trivial matter, yet it often left her utterly astonished. Does the Titan's bloodline truly exist? Is it not merely a theoretical construct? Aisha inquired, her surprise mounting, especially since Aunt May had just informed her that such bloodlines were non-existent in reality. Robin spread his hands, smiling as he retorted, "Only theoretical? Then what am I? Am I not standing here before you as living proof?" Aisha pressed her hand to her forehead, overwhelmed by the revelation. She needed a moment to gather her thoughts. The prospect of awakening a bloodline power, particularly that of the Titans, left her in awe. "Baron, I find you perpetually capable of surprising me. How many more secrets do you harbor?" Robin laughed heartily. "Oh, I possess an abundance of secrets. You shall discover them in due time. Now, come, let us indulge in some drink." Aisha beamed with delight, feeling fortunate for having chosen to follow Robin. Proudly, she proclaimed, "Aunt May, we did not misjudge our choice." Later, Aisha joined Robin, holding a drink, and inquired about many aspects of the Titan's bloodline. The half-elf matriarch was insatiably curious, as if she wished to possess all the knowledge in the world. Unfortunately, Robin himself knew little about the Titans. Most of his understanding derived from ancient texts. This mysterious and powerful ancient race once stood at the pinnacle of the world, having created a magnificent civilization. Yet, the traces of their existence have been nearly washed away by the tides of history, and their former glory has faded into mere memory, submerged in the relentless flow of time. The bonfire feast continued with revelry until midnight, and the following morning, the Iron Guards and the elves remained invigorated, their bloodline powers bestowing them with formidable physiques, allowing them to emerge unscathed despite a night of festivities. Robin left Aisha and a small contingent of troops to guard their encampment while he, accompanied by Simon and the majority of the forces, advanced towards the goblin tribe's lair. He was determined to eradicate this indigenous menace completely. Traveling westward along the raging river for 50 miles, they soon arrived at the tribe of Shemaoj. Thanks to Simon's prior reconnaissance and the guidance of their captive Shemaoj, Robin's march proceeded smoothly. The goblin tribe, capable of sustaining an army of over 600, had become a colossal presence in the surrounding area. Their village was constructed along the riverbank, encircled by a 2-meter-high wooden palisade. Within this enclosure stood an innumerable array of tents fashioned from animal hides. The elven warrior, Luke, perched upon a lofty vantage point, squinted his golden eyes towards the distant goblin tribe. The vision of a half-elf far surpassed that of an ordinary human. After a moment of careful observation, he turned and descended the hillside. Chapter 43. I stand by your side. Robin and his forces awaited below the heights, when Luke dashed over to him and reported, "My lord, I have spotted only 1 or 2 wargs armed with pitchforks, seemingly sentinels. I suspect the rest of the enemy is concealed within the tents." Robin nodded and turned to glance at Smaug. A rope was tethered around Smaug's neck, the other end held firmly in the menacing grip of Simon. Throughout their journey, Simon had treated Smaug as one might a pet dog. Smaug had been paralyzed by Robin's electric shock for an entire night, only regaining his senses this morning. He had not eaten or drunk for a day, and had run 50 miles alongside Robin's troops, to the point of nearly retching. He lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, like a puddle of mud. Upon sensing Robin's icy gaze upon him, Smaug hurriedly scrambled to his feet and knelt before Robin, exclaiming, "My lord, I have nearly exhausted all our forces in this campaign. There should be fewer than 30 warg warriors remaining in the village, the rest being women and children, posing no threat to our grand army." Robin noted that this dragon-blooded goblin exhibited quite a knack for sycophancy, having quickly aligned himself with their cause. "You speak only the truth, lest you suffer a most gruesome fate," he warned. With a swift motion, Robin unsheathed his dagger, a silent command that prompted the resting Iron Guards and half-elves to spring to attention and regroup. The Lord uttered little, merely pointing his blade forward. "Advance." The Iron Guards led the charge, followed by the half-elves, as the grand army surged towards the goblin tribe's wooden palisade. Simon kicked open the wooden door, and the Iron Guards promptly thrust their spears into the fray within the goblin stronghold. Suddenly, a resounding howl erupted from within the goblin enclave, seemingly a signal for the wargs to attack. One by one, they emerged from the surrounding tents, brandishing curved blades, intent on ambushing the Iron Guards. However, the disparity in strength proved too great. After a mere dozen were felled by the Iron Guards, the remaining wargs had no choice but to surrender. By the time the half-elves rushed into the stronghold, the battle had already concluded. The surrendered wargs were disarmed, bound at the wrists, and squatted together in a clearing at the center of the enclave, their captors, Iron Guards, standing vigilantly with spears, glaring at them with fierce expressions, ready to strike anyone who dared to resist. It became evident that Smaug, being a clever goblin, was quick-witted enough to astonish even Robin. He had fully embraced the identity of one of Robin's own, without any external prompting, and boldly approached the captured wargs, lamenting passionately, "You fools! How dare you attempt to ambush the illustrious and wise Lord Robin? It seems you all have no desire to live. Prepare to lose your heads." Smaug's tirade was delivered with such fervor and sincerity that any onlooker might have mistaken him for Robin's most devoted servant. The sudden outburst bewildered the group of captives, leaving the wolfish figures glancing at one another in confusion, struggling to comprehend why their formidable dragon king would address the enemy. Once his tirade concluded, Shemaoj promptly turned to Robin, wearing a sycophantic smile, as if to convey, "My lord, I am now aligned with you." Robin, however, chose to disregard Shemaoj, commanding the others to delve deeper into the subterranean realm of the goblins to unearth the hidden villagers. The Iron Guards and elves commenced a thorough search, and soon, Simon discovered dozens of indigenous villagers huddled within a tent. They appeared terrified, resembling a clutch of chicks nestled together, trembling in fear within the confines of the tent. The iron guards, lacking any sense of gentleness, swiftly herded the villagers out of the camp. Subsequently, others continued to find more indigenous villagers in different tents, pulling them out one by one as if they were moles being unearthed. The gathered villagers numbered in the hundreds, predominantly defenseless women and children. Given the frequent occurrences of village massacres on the plains, they were oblivious to the fate that awaited them. The adults wept, and the children cried, creating a chaotic scene. The Lord, seemingly unfazed, produced a handful of sunflower seeds, leisurely cracking them, while observing the indigenous villagers with cold indifference. He was no sheltered fledgling. After years of struggle, he had become accustomed to carnage and tears, his heart hardened like a cold stone. Thus, the cries of the indigenous people stirred no emotion within him. The Empire's policy towards the native tribes was historically brutal, with the defeated often reduced to sustenance. In contrast, merely relegating these villagers to slavery was, by Robin's standards, an act of remarkable humanity, as their previous existence bore little difference from that of slaves. My lord, you are truly the most compassionate and benevolent of leaders. I am genuinely moved to tears, Shamalj professed, standing reverently beside Robin, seizing every opportunity to flatter him. Remarkably, he even managed to squeeze out a couple of tears from his eyes. Enough of your nonsense. Where is your gold? Unfortunately for him, the hard-hearted tyrant Robin was entirely unmoved by such theatrics. He delivered a swift kick to Shamalj's rear, for tears could never rival gold. Robin's strength was considerable, causing Shamalj to grimace in pain, yet he still managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. My lord, please follow me this way. Shamalj led Robin to the entrance of a white tent, which was distinctly larger and more opulent than those of his kin. The canopy was adorned with a striking abstract depiction of a colossal dragon, its claws bared and flames spewing from its mouth. The goblin, brimming with pride, declared, My lord, this is my dwelling. Robin lifted the curtain and stepped inside, where the interior showcased its own unique charm. The ground was covered with animal skin carpets, and a chandelier hung from the ceiling, illuminating the space with a soft glow. In the center of the tent lay a fire pit. Further inside was a grand bed, accompanied by a small writing desk and a diminutive bookshelf, brimming with an assortment of tomes and literature. Had Robin not known beforehand, he would have never guessed that this was the dwelling of a goblin. In the common perception of the Empire's citizens, goblins were synonymous with ignorance and filth, destined to reside in dark, dank burrows, in the company of rats and vermin. Yet, upon observing Smaug's tent, not only was it impeccably tidy, but it also boasted a bed, a writing desk, and even a bookshelf. Robin felt he was gaining unparalleled insight today. A goblin that slept in a bed was indeed a rarity. Clearly, the blood of dragons had endowed Smaug not only with the might of a dragon, but had also elevated him in every conceivable way. Noticing the hint of astonishment on Robin's face, Smaug proudly declared, My lord, do not let my goblin nature deceive you. I am quite unlike my foolish kin. I take pride in my cleanliness, bathing at least once a week. The notion of cleanliness uttered from the lips of a goblin struck Robin as a touch of magical realism. However, in light of Smaug's unusual nature as a goblin, Robin found himself more intrigued by gold. He cast a sidelong glance at Smaug and coldly inquired, Where is my gold? Chapter 44. The Goblin's Collection. My lord, the gold is over here. I shall fetch it for you immediately. With that, Smaug swiftly concealed his triumphant expression and scurried to the bedside, kneeling down and half burying himself beneath the bed. After some time spent rummaging, he emerged triumphantly with a ceramic pot. While Smaug busied himself retrieving the pot, Robin approached the bookshelf, casually perusing its contents. The majority of the tomes were in a state of disrepair, some nearly falling apart. Knowledge was undeniably a scarce commodity in the wasteland, and it seemed that most of these books had been brought in by humans. Robin pondered how Smaug had managed to amass such a collection of tattered volumes. To Robin, these books appeared to be mere refuse. Yet, to Smaug, they were treasures, meticulously arranged on the shelves and clearly held in high regard. The assortment of books was diverse, featuring novels, poetry collections, and some rather peculiar titles. Robin casually picked up a book titled Sir Robin and the Elf Princess. What on earth? He exclaimed, discarding it in favor of another, Sir Robin and the Lonely Queen. Robin's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he reached for yet another, Sir Robin and the Pregnant Dragon Queen. Goodness! It seemed that these titles formed a rather scandalous trilogy, featuring an elf princess, a queen, and even a pregnant dragon, a truly sensational array. With a sense of curiosity, Robin opened the first page. He had barely read a line when Smog approached, clutching the ceramic pot. "My lord, your gold." In the presence of the dragon's goblin, Robin felt it inappropriate to continue reading. He casually tossed the book back onto the shelf. Catching a glimpse of the author's name on the page, Charles. "Where did all these books come from?" he inquired while accepting the pot. "You can read?" Robin found the situation utterly surreal. A goblin that was both fastidious and fond of literature, diligently striving for knowledge. It was a testament to the vastness of the world, where one could encounter such unexpected beings. He suddenly wondered if he might inadvertently be stifling the rise of a future tyrant of the wasteland. Robin lifted the lid of the ceramic pot and poured its contents onto the carpet with a flourish. After a cursory count, he estimated there to be over 30 gold coins, more than 100 silver coins, and a plethora of gold and silver jewelry, rings, necklaces, and the like, all evidently pilfered from humans. Crouching down, Robin examined a gold coin closely. It was somewhat aged and bore the likeness of the Empire's 11th king. Rumored to be a tyrant, Ivan the Great's coins were nevertheless sought after for their higher gold content. In the wasteland, this sum represented a fortune, and Robin could not suppress a smile at the sight. He then rose, suddenly drawing his dagger with a swift motion. The gold had been acquired, and the goblin had outlived his usefulness. Smog's face paled in terror, and he immediately knelt, bursting into tears, snot and sobs mingling as he pleaded, "My lord, I am willing to serve you as a slave for eternity. Please spare my wretched life." Upon finishing his words, Shemaoj began to bang his head against the ground as if oblivious to the pain, fervently pleading, "My lord, I beseech you, spare my life. I implore you." Robin, devoid of any womanly mercy, understood that to establish a foothold in this cannibalistic wasteland, one must possess a hardened heart. He would not be swayed by Shemaoj's desperate cries for mercy. The cold blade was raised, poised to descend, when suddenly a notification from the bloodline system emerged, manifesting as a golden exclamation mark in the upper right corner of Robin's vision. Curiously, he opened the system interface in his mind and was astonished to discover that it was indeed a request for Shemaoj to join his ranks. The system does not deceive, and it appeared that Shemaoj genuinely wished to become Robin's subordinate. The blade was gently lowered as Robin stroked his stubbled chin, contemplating the situation. Shemaoj was a level 1 awakened being of the bloodline, and his retention could provide a valuable combat asset, especially considering his dragon lineage. Dragon blood is a rare commodity, and Shemaoj could be viewed as a potential ally. With the support of his own system, his future prowess would undoubtedly be exceptional. Cowering on the ground, trembling with fear, Shemaoj cautiously lifted his head after a moment, glancing at Robin. Robin grinned. "Very well, you may continue to live." In that instant, to Shemaoj, Robin appeared as a deity from myth. "Thank you, my lord," Shemaoj exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. "Wipe your tears and snot, and gather my gold," Robin said with a hint of disdain. "Yes, my lord, you are indeed the most benevolent master in the world," Shemaoj replied, using his sleeve to wipe his face before frantically scooping the gold and silver coins into a ceramic jar. Robin observed Shemaoj's hurried efforts, reflecting that Shemaoj had preserved his life while he had acquired a dragon-blooded goblin. Perhaps this could be deemed a win-win situation. Subsequently, Robin approved Shemaoj's request to join the team within the system, and Shemaoj was duly categorized under the hero section. Reviewing Shemaoj's data, Robin was somewhat surprised to find that he was indeed a level 1 awakened being. Yet according to the system's display, Shemaoj was classified as a mage. In terms of close combat, his attributes for strength, speed, and reflexes were rather unremarkable. However, his magical power soared to an impressive 20 points, suggesting that Shemaoj possessed the potential to become a dragon-blooded mage. Regarding skills, Shemaoj currently had only one bloodline ability, the Red Dragon Breath, that had previously attacked Robin. Although this skill did not inflict significant damage at the time, it was, in fact, exceedingly formidable. Shemaoj had ascended to the role of clan leader by wielding this breath attack. It would spell disaster for ordinary wolfmen and earth goblins alike. And even the stout Iron Guards would face dire consequences if struck directly. Fortunately, Shemaoj had been subdued by Robin. Had the Iron Guard's spear squad been engaged, casualties might have ensued. Following this, Robin instructed the Goblin tribe to relocate entirely to Stormrage City, a daunting task that naturally fell upon Shemaoj's shoulders. This marks the first significant undertaking since he became a subordinate of Robin. Thus Shimogu exerted himself with remarkable fervor. For him, the current circumstances have not changed much. Within the goblin tribe, he remains an authoritative figure, albeit overshadowed by the imposing presence of Robin. The tents of the tribe have been dismantled and packed away. Cattle and sheep have been driven out of their enclosures. Everything that could be transported has been loaded onto carts, while the rest has been consumed by flames. Hundreds of indigenous villagers, held in captivity, embark on an uncertain journey, their former village now engulfed in a sea of fire, the blazing inferno casting a crimson hue over the nearby raging river. Chapter 45. Profiting from mining, Robin entrusted the meticulous tasks of settling the newly arrived indigenous inhabitants, population statistics, and inventory management to Aisha. With a clear and methodical approach, Aisha displayed exceptional leadership and organizational skills, despite the relatively small size of their territory. Robin held her in high regard, believing she possessed the qualities of a prime minister. From the tribe of Shamok, Robin had amassed a considerable amount of furs. Given the limited resources of the wilderness, furs stood out as one of the most valuable commodities, flooding the empire annually and adorning the noble ladies in luxurious fur coats, while also bringing substantial profits to merchants. With these furs, Robin not only repaid Ghana's debts, but also made a modest profit. However, at this juncture, Robin had lost interest in the fur trade. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the iron mine. The profits from iron smelting dwarfed the meager earnings from furs. Pray tell, Miss Ghana, is this iron ore? Robin's heart raced with anxiety, akin to a prisoner awaiting judgment. Upon seeing the unremarkable stone, Ghana's eyes sparkled with recognition. Her years of trade had acquainted her with iron ore. The red-scarved figure examined the stone closely, her face gradually illuminating with surprise, before she excitedly inquired, "My lord, is this indeed iron ore? Where did you find it?" Finally receiving the answer he yearned for, Robin could not contain his ecstatic smile, his spirits soaring. Iron ore symbolized wealth, and he envisioned a torrent of gold cascading toward him. He abruptly rose and declared to Ghana, "I shall show you." Shortly thereafter, Robin and Ghana rode to the vast pit excavated by the goblins. Dismounting at the edge of the chasm, they entered the depths below. "It was here that we discovered the iron ore," Robin explained. "Shamok informed me that a substantial vein of iron lies beneath." "That clever goblin? How did he know?" Ghana inquired with curiosity. "He is a dragon vein goblin," Robin replied. "Dragon vein? Goblin?" Ghana's expression reflected disbelief. The combination of these two terms often evoked a sense of absurdity. The dragon's bloodline heightened Shamok's sensitivity to minerals. However, he had never actually seen genuine iron ore. He simply sensed the presence of a mine and surmised it to be iron, and fortune smiled upon him in this instance. Robin relayed that these insights were shared with him later by Shamok. Bending down, Ghana began to search the pit and soon, as if unearthing treasure, squatted to pick up a dark red stone, nearly identical to Robin's find. Observing it closely, she exclaimed, "Another piece of iron ore." Robin approached from behind her and glanced at the stone in her hand before stating, "I intend to extract the iron from this site." Jana turned around, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Of course, we must mine, my lord. You are resting upon a mountain of gold." Robin cut straight to the point. "However, I possess neither the funds nor the expertise. I require your assistance in this endeavor." The confident red-cloaked figure patted her chest and assured him, "I shall help you resolve this. Whatever you need, I can provide." Yet, at this moment, a cunning smile suddenly appeared on Jana's face. "As a condition for the return, the iron ore produced here must be sold to me first. What do you say?" She toyed with a piece of iron ore, gazing up at Robin with her sparkling blue eyes, eagerly awaiting his affirmative response. Robin promptly agreed, "Deal." With Jana's support, the mining operations soon commenced in earnest. Although the initial scale was modest, the city of Ruinous Tide finally established a stable source of income. Their collaboration flourished. Jana transported essential supplies like grain, salt, timber, stone, and fabric from Silver Frost City, all crucial for the territory's development. On her return journey, her caravan was laden with iron ore. Through the extraction of iron ore, the territory swiftly entered a phase of rapid growth. New houses sprang up like bamboo shoots after a rain, and the half-elves moved into their new homes, no longer cramped with tents. Naturally, Robin would not be satisfied with merely selling iron ore, as the profits were still too meager. He was in the process of accumulating initial capital, and once he had enough, his next plan was to refine iron. Now that was a truly lucrative venture. Buck was a nobleman and a merchant, his Buck Trading Company wielding considerable influence in Silver Frost City, dabbling in nearly every profitable enterprise. One day, within the confines of an opulent mansion in Silver Frost City, Viscount Buck was enjoying dinner. He appeared to be in his late 30s. with short golden hair and a rather handsome visage, albeit somewhat slender, impeccably attired. Seated at a long dining table, he skillfully and elegantly wielded his knife and fork, slicing into a fine steak on his plate. Beside the table stood a graying male butler, holding a thick ledger, while Buck dined. The butler reported on the recent financial activities of the trading company. Once the report concluded, Buck set down his cutlery, took a pristine napkin to dab at his lips, and then inquired, "Have you uncovered the source of Janna's iron, or, as I previously requested? And who precisely is this Robin?" A smirk of disdain crept upon Buck's lips. "Ah, it turns out he is but a soil worm." The term soil worm is a derogatory label for those emerging nobles who have ascended from the common folk to become frontier lords, implying they carry the earthiness of their humble origins, much like worms. The rise of the expansion movement had birthed a plethora of new nobility in the Northern Empire. Although in the eyes of the common folk, these nouveau riches have ascended to great heights. The old aristocracy views Robin and his ilk as uncultured and ignorant of noble etiquette, a group of rustic simpletons whom many old nobles disdain. What of Robin's abilities? Buck inquired further. Highlanders and half-elves? Buck's lips curled into a sardonic smile. An army composed of a mindless rabble and a coterie of weaklings, huh? If Robin can maintain his footing on the wasteland, he is indeed fortunate. Buck lifted the goblet from the dining table, gazing intently at the exquisite red wine within. He gently swirled it, creating a small vortex in the glass. "I have long desired to expand my ventures. Such a fine iron mine in the hands of an enterprising baron seems a lamentable waste. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow we shall set forth to the wasteland, and I shall claim that iron mine." Chapter 46. Kana's whimsical thoughts in the vast expanse of the barren wilderness. A caravan was steadily advancing along the main road. Kana rode at the forefront, the scorching sun beating down upon her, causing perspiration to cascade down her brow. Behind her trailed 34-wheeled carts, each laden with goods. All these wares belonged to Robin, who, each time Kana departed from the city of raging waves, provided her with a detailed list. The iron ore trade had proven to be immensely profitable for Kana, and her caravan had now expanded to 50 members, with 2 additional warehouses established in Silverfrost City. Kana retrieved her pocket watch, glancing at the time. At that moment, the young man Wooly, no longer the naive newcomer he once was, sprinted from the rear of the caravan towards her. Having accompanied Kana on numerous journeys to the city of raging waves, he was now quite familiar with the route. Wooly reached Kana's horse, grasping the saddle as he jogged alongside. Grinning as he spoke, "Captain, I would like to request a leave of absence." "A leave? For what?" Kana, holding the reins firmly, did not halt her pace. "I'm getting married." The young man's face radiated with a broad smile, brimming with sweet joy. He produced a necklace from beneath his collar, its pendant a glimmering golden ring, presenting it to Kana like a valiant knight showcasing his spoils. "Married? Congratulations." Kana responded with a smile, genuinely pleased for him. "Which girl? Daisy? Mello? Or Kasha? You certainly have a way with women." "None of them. It's Lizzie." "Very well. I grant you permission. After this trip, I'll give you half a month off." "That should suffice." Kana readily agreed but added, "However, I will need to deduct half a month's wages from your pay." Wooly, seemingly accustomed to such deductions, raised no objections. Yet, with a hint of embarrassment, he continued, Captain, I don't have enough money for the wedding. Could you lend me some?" Kana immediately donned a reluctant expression, frowning slightly at Wooly. "You rascal. So this is what you were waiting for. How much do you need?" Wooly hesitantly held up 2 fingers, asking cautiously, "Could you lend me 2 gold coins?" 2 gold coins. Are you marrying a duke's daughter? Although she jested, Kana opened her coin pouch and retrieved 3 gold coins, placing them into Wooly's hands. "Captain." The young man gazed at the weighty coins in his palm, his expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. One only marries once in a lifetime. It should be done with dignity. Kana smiled at the young man. Despite her reputation in the caravan as Iron Fence, a moniker denoting her frugality, her pockets as tightly sealed as iron bars, money entering but rarely exiting, she was always generous when her team faced genuine hardship. Thus, while they often privately criticized her stinginess, they sincerely wished to remain by her side. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate a leader who could lend a helping hand in times of need? Wooly clenched the coins in his palm, feeling their weight not only as 3 simple pieces of currency but as a testament to the captain's deep friendship. "Thank you, Captain. I shall repay you," he said. Overwhelmed with joy, his nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. "I never imagined you would marry at such a young age. Marriage, how wonderful." Kana lifted her gaze to the azure sky, suddenly inspired by a wave of sentiment. "In my hometown, By my age, I would have already been cradling a child. Captain, you are no longer a youth. It is time for you to wed. Baron Robin would be a splendid match. Wooly remarked casually as he solemnly stowed the coins into his pocket. Kanna's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, masking her embarrassment with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? She retorted. The Baron is both formidable and handsome, and I believe he harbors feelings for you as well. Wooly's admiration for Robin was palpable. Having witnessed the Lord's prowess, he had become a fervent admirer. This foolish boy only knows how to prattle. It's no wonder he deceives so many fine maidens. Though Wooly had departed, the turbulent emotions within Kanna continued to stir, conjuring images of Robin's mischievous smile in her mind. What is so admirable about that man? Arrogant, coarse, and stingy, she muttered under her breath as she rode forward. Yet, despite her scornful words, her heart began to entertain fanciful visions of what it might be like if they truly wed. Adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, she would be breathtakingly beautiful, while Robin would transform from his usual scruffy appearance into a dashing figure clad in a sleek black suit. Together, they would stand hand in hand at the entrance of the Lord's estate, pledging eternal devotion before a gathering of esteemed guests. As their lips met, a surge of happiness would fill her heart. Joyous cheers would erupt from the crowd, drowning them in congratulations and praise, while countless blossoms would float through the air like vibrant snowflakes, carpeting the ground beneath their feet. Then, the grand ball would commence, with guests toasting in celebration, the music and dance uniting all in a tapestry of joy and bliss. Ultimately, as the guests departed and the night deepened into silence, she and Robin would retreat to the bedroom. With his strong arms, he would lift her onto the bed, and beneath the silvery, flowing moonlight, she would radiate an enchanting beauty. Her cheeks would flush, her gaze would become dreamy, and her heart would blaze with a fervor that felt as if it might leap from her chest. Captivated by Robin's resolute visage, she would simultaneously fear and yearn for the moment to come, whispering softly, "Be gentle." What am I thinking? Kanna startled herself with these thoughts, vigorously shaking her head in an attempt to dispel her unrealistic fantasies. Yet, the more she shook, the clearer the image became in her mind. At that moment, the silhouette of Angry Wave City began to emerge on the distant horizon. On the outskirts of Raging Tide City, a new wooden fence has been erected. Standing 2 meters tall, constructed of sharpened logs driven into the ground, each one closely positioned beside the other. A grand gate has been fashioned on the side facing the main road, flanked by 2 iron guards wielding long spears. Janna has become a familiar presence in Raging Tide City as she passed through the main entrance. She merely greeted the sentinel guards from her mount and entered the city without hindrance. The merchant caravan traversed the broad avenue of the city, where a group of iron guards and half-elf children immediately clustered around, chattering animatedly. The children of the iron guards were noticeably taller and sturdier, while the half-elf children possessed a more refined and beautiful appearance. From her saddlebag, Janna extracted a small pouch of sweets, and as she rode forward, she distributed the treats to the children, delighting in the joyous laughter that erupted as they savored the candy. Chapter 47. I am here for business. Second update. When the caravan arrived at the Lord's manor, Robin, who had received news in advance, happened to emerge from the wooden building. As was his custom, he swiftly approached Ganna's horse, taking her delicate, pale hand to assist her in dismounting. Ha ha ha, Ganna, welcome, welcome. Are you unwell? Your face is quite flushed, Robin remarked with concern upon noticing the rosy hue of her cheeks. I'm fine. I must have caught a chill from the cold wind on the way here, Ganna replied, slightly hesitant to meet Robin's gaze. For the mere sight of his face would inevitably conjure those blush-inducing fantasies in her mind. The red scarf within her chastely cursed. It's all Wooly's fault for his foolish talk, causing me to appear in such a manner. Cold wind. Robin looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. What cold wind? He did not dwell on it further, his attention shifting to the 30 large carts behind Ganna. With excitement, he inquired, "Have you brought the items I requested?" The red scarf immediately transitioned into business mode, turning to a nearby horse-drawn cart and lifting the waterproof tarpaulin that covered it, revealing sets of gleaming armor within. She raised an eyebrow with pride. Everything you asked for, 120 complete suits of armor, is right here. At that moment, the blonde Wooly came running from behind, cradling a massive 2-handed sword in his arms. The sword was evidently heavy, and Wooly struggled just to carry it, let alone wield it. And this sword, as per your specifications, I commissioned the finest blacksmith to craft, using only the best steel. It cost me 10 gold coins. Haha. You have my gratitude. Robin joyfully took the 2-handed sword from Wooly's hands. Although it had been cumbersome for Wooly, it felt weightless in Robin's grasp. His previous sword had been rendered unusable in their last battle, prompting him to request Ghana to forge a new weapon. With a swift motion, he drew the sword from its sheath. It was approximately 1.5 meters long and about a palm's width, a quintessential broad-bladed sword, in accordance with Robin's request. It had been specially weighted for enhanced capability. Such an imposing sword would be beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Yet the Lord held it aloft with one hand and frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. It still feels too light. Too light, Ghana exclaimed in disbelief. Was the blacksmith crafting a sword for a giant? Robin's passion for weaponry mirrored that of a child who had just acquired a new toy, and he could hardly contain his excitement. He discarded the scabbard aside and enthusiastically practiced a few moves with the two-handed sword. Vertical slashes, sweeping arcs, upward thrusts. The sword danced in Robin's hands with an invigorating ferocity, its simple techniques imbued with overwhelming power, delivering an immediate impact that captivated the onlooking guards of the caravan. The guards had previously attempted to wield the sword, but its weight had proven too great, resulting in Wooly straining his back. Subsequently, Robin summoned his ironclad guards and the half-elf to distribute the armor from the carts. The entire force of the City of Angry Waves donned their iron armor, marking a significant enhancement in military prowess. This suit of armor is comprised of several components. The inner lining is chainmail, while the exterior consists of a breastplate, accompanied by a helmet, shoulder guards, and leg armor. Though it may not rival the heavily armored infantry of the Imperial Regulars in the barren wasteland, such equipment can be deemed as elite. Neither the Iron Guard nor the half-elves had ever donned armor of such quality, and upon donning their new gear, the soldiers became eager to demonstrate their prowess, soon engaging in friendly skirmishes in the open space. Robin, indifferent to the exuberance of these spirited men, merely hoped for an absence of bloodshed. Thus, the Lord squatted nearby, a handful of sunflower seeds in hand, enjoying the spectacle and cheering them on. Ghana, observing the scene, internally criticized Robin for being such a lord, allowing his subordinates to bicker while he merely spectated. She too grabbed a handful of seeds and settled beside him. Before long, the chaotic displays evolved into distinctly divided confrontations, with the Iron Guard and half-elves forming two camps, led by their respective leaders, Simon and Luke. The outcome of their duel was predictable. Despite the elven leader's remarkable agility, capable of twisting midair to deliver a series of kicks at astonishing angles, this skill was no match for Simon's sheer brute strength. The Iron Bear warrior seized Luke's ankle, forcefully slamming him onto the grass. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Iron Guard, while the half-elves stomped their feet in indignation. I've won. No hard feelings, brother, Simon exclaimed as he approached Luke, bending down to help him up. Luke, clearly still unconvinced, brushed off the grass clippings and proudly declared. Once more, just as the second duel was about to commence, a deep, resonant horn sounded from the village. Startled, Robin leapt to his feet, tossing aside the unfinished sunflower seeds, and turned towards the village gate, his brow furrowing as he bellowed, "All hands assemble." The Iron Guard and half-elves quickly sprang into action, gathering before Robin in less than a dozen counts. "What is it?" Ghana asked, her face etched with concern. "That is the signal for alert. We have enemies approaching." Robin replied with a grave expression. At that moment, an Iron Guard rushed over, kneeling before Robin to report, "Chief, a band of knights has arrived and is drawing near." Knights? Robin felt a sense of intrigue as he swiftly unsheathed his two-handed sword, gesturing for the Iron Guard and half-elves to follow. "Look, over there," the Iron Guard pointed. Following his direction, Robin beheld a group of 11 knights slowly approaching across the distant grasslands. Leading the charge was a middle-aged man, clad not in armor but in a splendid black tunic, a sword hanging at his waist. The remaining 10 fully armored knights trailed behind the man, their equipment far surpassing that of Robin's by at least 2 streets. Kana also approached Robin, and upon catching sight of the man at the forefront, a look of astonishment crossed her face. "My lord, that man is Count Buck," Kana remarked beside Robin. "Count Buck?" Robin, not particularly well-versed in the various factions of Silverfrost City, found the name vaguely familiar. "He is a prominent merchant with considerable influence around Silverfrost City," Kana explained. As they conversed, Count Buck and his entourage arrived at the gates of Stormrage City. He urged his horse forward, halting 10 meters away. His countenance adorned with an air of arrogance as he raised his chin and proclaimed loudly, "I'm Count Buck, here to meet Baron Robin." "Oh, you are Robin?" Count Buck tightened his legs around the horse's belly, leisurely advancing towards Robin. From his elevated position atop the steed, he scrutinized Robin with an unmasked sense of superiority. a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. I have come to discuss business. Chapter 48. Buck's Prejudice. Robin activated the bloodline eye, probing the strength of the individuals accompanying Lord Buck. Within Robin's perception, Buck and the 10 heavily armored knights behind him were enveloped in a brownish mist of bloodline energy. Astonishingly, all 11 of them were adept at combat energy. No wonder they dared to traverse the wasteland, boldly waving a yellow banner, Robin mused. I am here to discuss business, Buck declared. Discuss business? Robin furrowed his brow in confusion. As a young baron from a remote village, the only valuable asset he possessed was the iron mine. Having heard from Janna that Lord Buck was a person of significance, the intent of the encounter became all too clear. Most likely, he was after the iron ore. Janna, the astute young lady, shared Robin's thoughts. Yet her composure was far more fragile. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she pondered, could Lord Buck be here to seize my business? Currently, Robin's iron ore transactions were entirely under Janna's purview, and she was acutely aware that her strength paled in comparison to that of Lord Buck. Should Buck attempt to claim this lucrative venture, her position with Robin could become precarious, although they had previously agreed that the iron produced would be sold to her first. If Lord Buck presented enticing terms, Janna could not be certain whether Robin would remain steadfast, despite his initial unfavorable impression of Lord Buck. Feeling a hint of disdain emanating from him, Robin reasoned that since they were engaged in business, it was illogical to forego an opportunity for profit. Thus, he chose to overlook the contempt in Buck's gaze. Well, for the sake of gold, I shall endure. Baron Robin, do you not find this an inappropriate venue for conversation? You ought to invite me to your estate, serve me a cup of hot tea, and then we can engage in a thorough discussion, Lord Buck commanded from his mount, surveying Robin with an air of superiority. His first impression of Robin was equally negative, a disheveled, uncouth, impolite, and ill-mannered baron of humble origins. As for Robin's territory, it was a desolate wasteland, impoverished, backward, and ignorant, populated by Highlanders, half-elves, and even a number of filthy gnolls and goblins. Lord Buck was astonished by such degradation. How could a lord allow such unseemly creatures to inhabit his lands? Were this his domain, he would have ordered the execution of all these natives without hesitation. Merely breathing the same air as these uncivilized inhabitants tainted Buck's pure soul. The more Buck despised Robin, the more he felt a surge of envy. What right did a peasant-born baron like Robin have to possess an iron mine? Was the divine blind to favor such an inconsequential noble? Buck harbored an intrinsic disdain for pioneers like Robin who had ascended from the depths of society. Lead the way, Baron Robin. Having spoken, Buck disregarded whether Robin agreed and, with a casual flick of his whip, urged his steed towards the gates of Ebb Tide City, embodying an audacious demeanor as if he were the host rather than the guest. Meanwhile, Robin silently chanted to himself, for the sake of gold, for the sake of gold, and hastened forward to position himself ahead of Buck, declaring, then follow me. Upon reaching the city gates, the iron guards and half-elves instinctively formed two lines, parting to create a central passageway. Even in the absence of a command from Robin, the iron guards and half-elves stood in perfect alignment, each maintaining an erect posture, their expressions grave, gazing forward like drawn swords. The sharpness of their spirit undeniably warranted the epithet of elite. However, Buck, the Viscount, scoffed at these soldiers. He clung to the imperial stereotype. Highlanders were but a mindless rabble, chaotically charging into battle. Half-elves were frail, incapable of bearing arms, and in warfare, they were mere cannon fodder. Buck mused that Robin's choice to recruit these subhuman warriors was a testament to his desperation. For any sensible lord would never entrust his safety to Highlanders and half-elves. As Buck rode past this peculiar assembly of soldiers, he noted their gleaming armor. Yet this did nothing to alter his prejudice. He calculated that, along with the 10 heavy-armored knights trailing behind him, he would be more than capable of sweeping aside this ragtag band. Behind Buck, the 10 armored knights divided into 2 columns, following him at a measured pace into the city. Each knight strode with haughty confidence, refusing even a glance at the iron guards and half-elves on either side. Kana stood alongside the iron guards by the roadside, and as Buck passed her, he paused slightly. Surprised to see her, he addressed her from atop his mount. Ah, Miss Kana, I did not expect to find you here. In stark contrast to his cold and haughty demeanor towards Robin, Buck wore a warm smile akin to a gentle spring breeze when speaking to Kana. It was evident to any discerning observer that his demeanor conveyed a certain romantic interest. My sincerest apologies, my Lord Viscount, but I must decline your invitation. I hope you understand. The smile vanished from Buck's face in an instant as he glanced at Kana, then turned to Robin ahead, and suddenly it all became clear. Although Buck held no genuine affection for Kana, merely finding her appealing, and wanting to indulge in a fleeting dalliance. The fact that Robin had beat him to the prize left him feeling irked. Throughout his life, he had never encountered something he could not possess. The more elusive the object, the more he craved it. Now, Robin had two coveted treasures in his grasp, the iron mine and the woman. Buck weighed his options in his mind, first securing the iron mine, then gradually winning over Kana. Whether through coercion or allure, Buck was self-assured that no woman was beyond his reach. Chapter 49, An Unequal Bargain. Second update. Robin walked ahead, guiding Buck to the entrance of his wooden abode. Dismounting, Buck gazed up at Robin's dwelling, his face betraying an unmistakable disdain. "You reside here, Baron Robin?" Unperturbed, Robin replied. "Indeed, this is my home." But nodded knowingly. "Well, it is true that most of you frontier lords are impoverished, hence the necessity of such humble abodes." Upon entering the hall of the wooden house, Robin and Buck took their seats at opposite ends of a long table. Behind Robin stood Simon, Aisha, and Jana, while Buck was flanked by 10 of his knights, instantly crowding the already cramped space. Aisha's striking beauty drew Buck's attention the moment he entered, inciting a wave of jealousy within him. What a stunning half-elf. Robin is indeed fortunate to have such a beauty among his ranks. The old steward, Homan, felt a twinge of panic. He had heard of the illustrious Buck and was acutely aware that this nobleman was no ordinary guest. Having never hosted someone of such high status, Homan personally served Buck a glass of cool water, bowing respectfully as he offered, "My lord, please enjoy." Seated, Buck squirmed in discomfort, as if his chair were spiked. Everything within the house left him unsettled. He peered down at the glass of water before him, his brow furrowing in discontent, before looking across the table at Robin and inquiring, "What is this? Do you not even have a cup of hot tea?" Robin chuckled heartily. "I apologize, my lord, but in this modest establishment, we have no tea. We usually drink this. Plain water is good for the body." With that, he lifted the glass and gulped half of it down. Buck suppressed his rising ire. It was the first time he had been treated with such blatant disrespect. He pushed the glass away, as if merely its presence were intolerable. "Baron Robin, I am not one for idle chatter, so I shall be direct. I am aware that you possess an iron mine. I wish to purchase it." Buck's gaze was fixed on Robin, his expression icy as he delved straight into the matter at hand. Robin felt a surge of excitement. He understood that Buck, being a significant merchant, would likely procure in bulk, which promised a greater influx of gold. The lord envisioned a deluge of coins rushing toward him, drowning him in wealth. "My lord, your information is indeed astute. How much iron, or do you seek?" "Truth be told, our mine has only recently commenced operations, and our daily output is not particularly substantial," Robin said, rubbing his palms together, feeling a twinge of anxiety that Buck might demand more than he could supply. No, Baron Robin, you misunderstand," Buck interjected, shaking his head. "I do not wish to merely purchase your iron, I intend to acquire the entire mine." Robin was momentarily taken aback, his face registering surprise as he furrowed his brow. "You wish to buy my mine?" Buck raised his hand and snapped his fingers, prompting a knight behind him to immediately present a wooden chest, which was placed upon the long table. Upon opening the chest, it revealed an abundance of gleaming gold coins, their radiant allure more enticing than the devil himself, capable of luring mortals into damnation. Countless souls had sacrificed their lives for such wealth. Robin gazed in astonishment, his eyes betraying a glimmer of avarice. He had never beheld such a fortune before. In contrast, his companions Simon and Aisha remained remarkably composed. Highlanders typically showed little interest in gold and silver. They were neither consumable nor practical for combat, rendering them rather unexciting. The half-elf, inheriting the elves' ascetic disposition, understood the advantages of wealth but did not pursue it with the fervor characteristic of humans. They preferred artistic creations crafted from precious metals, finding mere currency lacking in aesthetic appeal. Seeing Robin's eyes widen with greed, Buck could not help but feel disdain. After all, he was merely a pauper lord from the wasteland, easily dazzled by a handful of coins. "There are 1,000 gold coins here," Buck declared confidently. "If you agree to transfer the mine to me, we can sign a transfer agreement, and then these coins shall belong to you." A self-satisfied smile spread across Buck's face, as he felt victory was assured. However, his proposition swiftly extinguished Robin's enthusiasm. The lord furrowed his brow and replied, "My dear Viscount, while 1,000 gold coins is indeed a considerable sum, it is insufficient to purchase my mine. Currently, the iron mine is my only stable source of income, and the rapid development of my territory relies entirely on the profits generated from it. To exaggerate slightly, The iron mine is a strategic resource. With iron, one can forge tools, weapons, and armor. With tools, one can cultivate the land, produce food, and amass wealth. With weapons and armor, one can arm an army. A saying circulates within the empire, as much iron as you possess, so too shall be your army. As far as I know, the iron mines throughout the empire are predominantly controlled by the nobility, large mines in the hands of major nobles, and smaller mines with lesser lords. The fate of a noble family can hinge upon such vital resources. Buck's attempt to purchase the iron mine for a mere 1,000 gold coins was an affront to Robin's intelligence. Buck chuckled, crossing his legs with an air of arrogance as he fixed his gaze upon Robin. Baron Robin, it seems you are not well acquainted with my stature. Given your status as a mere frontier lord, I can forgive your ignorance. Allow me to enlighten you about my identity. I am the owner of Buck's Trading Company, one of the foremost trading establishments in Silverfrost City. My name is known far and wide. I am exceedingly wealthy, if I so desired. I could purchase 10 impoverished territories like yours. Furthermore, I share a deep connection with the Golden Rose family. I trust you have at least heard of Duke Golden Rose, even in your ignorance. Indeed, Robin was familiar with the Golden Rose family, one of the most powerful families in the north, whose influence nearly rivaled that of the Duke of Silverfrost City. Buck's words were merely an attempt to leverage his prominent status to coerce Robin into accepting this inequitable transaction. Robin wore a frosty expression, quietly observing Buck as he bragged about himself. Internally, he found it somewhat amusing. What is your status? How much wealth do you possess? It matters not to me. Eventually, Buck asserted, I share all this merely to inform you that I am a person of significance. It would be prudent not to offend me. I intend to secure the iron mine, and I am willing to offer you 1,000 gold coins, which I believe demonstrates my respect. Should you refuse, you will find that you cannot operate this mine on your own. His tone was exceedingly domineering, akin to that of a master addressing a servant. Are you threatening me? Dear Sir Viscount. Robin's expression darkened gradually, his mood plummeting into despair. At this moment, he finally comprehended that Buck was not here for business. He was here to seize what was his. Robin had initially perceived Buck as a golden fish bearing coins, only to discover that he was, in fact, a greedy wolf, intent on snatching his sustenance. Buck shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent. It matters not how you perceive this. I simply desire that iron mine. Robin, now incensed, could not suppress a laugh. Having recognized Buck's ill intentions, he felt no obligation to be courteous any longer. Viscount Buck, you arrive unannounced on my territory, which is quite discourteous. Nevertheless, I have extended you the utmost tolerance and respect, only for you to utter such nonsense before me? I must inform you that this iron mine belongs to me, discovered within my domain. No one shall take it from my grasp. If you wish to possess it, dream on. I believe we have nothing further to discuss. Robin raised his hand, pointing towards the grand entrance. The message clear. The door is there. Leave. He was unwilling to waste more words on him. Lifting his chin defiantly, observe my lips. Depart. Buck chuckled coldly, rising to his feet and elegantly smoothing out the creases of his attire, remarking, Robin, do you know? I have encountered many individuals like you. They ultimately either lose everything or kneel and obediently accept my terms. We shall see. When I return, there may not even be 1,000 gold coins left for you. Chapter 50. The moonwell. After Buck departed with his knights, Simon immediately inquired of Robin, Chief, shall I eliminate them? His face was fierce as he made a gesture across his throat. Throughout the discussions, although most of the Iron Bear warriors did not comprehend the dialogue, they could sense the conversation had soured, and their leader was incensed. Thus, he eagerly prepared to teach the intruders a lesson. Robin pondered for a moment and replied, No, it hasn't come to that yet. Kana, with concern etched on her face, addressed Robin, My lord, you have stirred up trouble. Buck is a treacherous man. Robin chuckled lightly, completely unfazed, and remarked, Such is life. One trouble follows another. You cannot evade them. You can only confront them. Curiously, he then asked Kana, Do you know Buck from before? Kana seated herself beside Robin and candidly admitted, Yes, we met at an auction. I was the one who approached him. Seemingly anxious that Robin might misconstrue her words, Kana hastily clarified, The red scarf holds Buck in disdain, she said, turning to Robin. I believe he has conducted a background check on you. He knows you lack the support of a powerful noble, which emboldens him to confront you openly. Buck has always preferred to prey upon the weak. In the realm of nobility, lesser nobles can only survive by aligning with the powerful. Those small lords without any backing are destined to be consumed and bullied by the great houses. Yet Robin dismissed this notion, saying, "Support? I require no backing. The awakening system within my veins is the greatest support I could possess. In any case, my lord, you must remain vigilant. Count Buck will not relent easily. He will undoubtedly devise some underhanded schemes to coerce you into submission," Kana advised Robin earnestly, genuinely concerned for his well-being. Robin was acutely aware of the allure that a mind could hold. Such immense profits could drive many to madness. Observing Kana's genuine worry for him, a warmth blossomed in his heart. He smiled and reassured her, "Yes, I shall be cautious. Despite the unpleasant encounter with Buck, life must go on." As nightfall descended quietly, Robin stepped out of the wooden tower according to his prior arrangements. This evening, the half-elves were to conduct a significant ceremony, activating the Moonwell. As the lord of this land, Aisha had earnestly invited Robin to witness the proceedings. In truth, even without her invitation, such an intriguing event would have undoubtedly drawn Robin's attendance. The night was devoid of stars, with the sky shrouded in darkness, save for a solitary moon, resembling a silver disk, hanging in the center of the heavens. Its luminous rays cascaded down like silken sands, blanketing the earth, illuminating the houses and fields. And gracing Robin's shoulders, Aisha approached, gliding through the moonlit ambience, adorned in a flowing white gown. Under the moon's glow, she appeared to shimmer gently, reminiscent of a goddess from classical mythology. "My lord, I have come to escort you." Aisha's exquisite visage was illuminated by a joyful smile as Robin chuckled and descended the wooden steps before him. "I am not lost. Lead the way." In recent times, the half-elves had constructed a new residential area, and they had all relocated to these new abodes. Although the stone houses were far from luxurious, they provided shelter from the elements, sparing them from the daily confinement of tents. At the heart of the half-elf community, they had established a small square, aptly named Moon Square. At its center stood the Moonwell, a remarkable structure. As Aisha guided Robin, she offered him a brief explanation of the Moonwell. In essence, the Moonwell was designed to produce moon water. Despite its name, it resembled a pool more than a traditional well, as it did not tap into the earth for water. The half-elves, being direct descendants of the elves, inherited many ancient secrets from their forebears, with the Moonwell being one of them. Legend has it that in ancient times, every elven city boasted numerous moonwells, and the quantity of these wells was used as a measure of a city's prosperity. A city with 20 wells was undoubtedly more developed than one with merely 10. Over time, the Moonwell evolved into a symbol of elven architecture. For the half-elves today, the Moonwell represented not only a functional tool but also a cultural heritage, a legacy from their ancestors. Upon Robin and Aisha's arrival at Moon Square, they found it bustling with people. Not only half-elves, but even the Iron Guards had come to partake in the festivities. In the absence of entertainment in Ebb Tide City, the villagers flocked together at any opportunity. A goblin named Shemaiah appeared from the crowd, approaching Robin with a face full of respect. He bowed slightly, placing his right hand over his heart and extending his left hand outward, performing an awkward noble salute, the origins of which were unknown to Robin. "My lord, you have finally arrived. We have been awaiting your presence." Surprised to see Shemaiah, Robin inquired, "What brings you here?" Shemaiah chuckled, scratching the tuft of red hair atop his head. "I came to learn and broaden my horizons." Robin had witnessed the goblin's diligence and thirst for knowledge. He had even taught himself human script. Since becoming Robin's servant, Shemaiah had maintained a low profile, causing no trouble and managing the indigenous slaves efficiently, much to the Lord's satisfaction. As Robin arrived, the throng of spectators instinctively parted, creating a pathway for him and Aisha to approach the moon well at the square's center. Visually, the moon well was a circular pool, constructed of stone, approximately 1 meter in diameter, though it currently lay empty of water. At the core of the pool stood a moon totem, crafted from wood, resembling a simple pole topped with a stone-carved crescent. Robin positioned himself at the forefront of the onlookers, eager to witness the production of moon water. He addressed Elsa, saying, "Elsa, let us commence." With a determined nod, she replied, "Yes, my lord." In preparation for the successful creation of moon water today, Elsa had meticulously arranged everything. She selected 10 formidable half-elf warriors to partake in this significant ceremony alongside her. Together, they stood in a circle around the moon well. "Fellow kin, let us embrace the might of the moon and, in the name of our ancestors, offer our devotion and strength to the moon." Slowly, Elsa closed her eyes, and the other 10 half-elves followed suit. The entire moon square fell into a profound silence, all gazes fixated on Elsa and her companions. Then, Elsa and the 10 half-elves opened their mouths in unison, commencing a grand chorus. Their melodious voices resonated throughout the square, singing not in the imperial tongues, but in a language Robin had never heard before, the ancient elven tongue. Even though the ancient elven language had nearly faded from use, and half-elves no longer employed it in daily life, this ballad had endured through the ages. Each half-elf was a natural singer, and their harmonies were enchanting, rivaling the performances of celebrated stars in the capital's theaters. The song seemed to possess a certain magic, as Robin gradually transcended into a state of selflessness. He felt as though his soul had detached from his body, ascending into the night sky to accompany the moon. The others present experienced a similar sensation, their expressions dazed, gazing up at the luminous moon with profound reverence. Even the Iron Guards, typically indifferent to music, were captivated by the beauty of this melody. Simon and the Highland men stood quietly, utterly entranced by the performance. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The moon totem at the center of the moon well suddenly radiated a soft white light. This totem served as a beacon, guiding the moon above. Shortly thereafter, a beam of blue light descended from the moon, illuminating the moon well. In an astonishing display, blue moon water began to materialize from the well. As if the moonlight had transformed into liquid, Robin's eyes widened in astonishment. He realized he was witnessing the birth of moon water for the first time. The half-elves surrounding him expressed their surprise, as they typically produced only small amounts of moon water through song. Yet this time, the well overflowed, gradually filling to almost half its capacity. Aunt May stood among the crowd, right beside Robin. In disbelief, she covered her mouth with her hands, overwhelmed by the spectacle. After so many years, she had never witnessed such an abundance of moon water. Observing the rapid accumulation of moon water, Robin recalled what Elsa had told him and turned to Aunt May, quietly inquiring, "Ms. Melissa, didn't Elsa mention that producing moon water was quite challenging?" Aunt May turned her gaze towards Robin, her eyes sparkling with fervor as she expressed her gratitude. "My Lord Baron, this is all thanks to you." "Me?" Robin inquired. Aunt May elaborated. Only half-elves with bloodlines closely tied to their ancestors possessed the ability to produce moon water. Until now, only Aisha in our clan had this capacity, and the amount she produced was scant. However, you have transformed Aisha and the others into awakened beings. They now possess a more potent bloodline, making the production of moon water a much simpler endeavor. Aunt May's face beamed with joy, her eyes betraying her elation. "Is that so?" Robin understood and nodded, a broad smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, this is truly my accomplishment. Thank you, my Lord Baron." Aunt May elegantly inclined her body, conveying her heartfelt appreciation. At that moment, the melodious singing gradually subsided, and the moon well had accumulated a substantial amount of moon water. Aisha and the other half-elves slowly opened their eyes, each revealing a look of profound fatigue, clearly indicating that the process of producing moon water was far from simple. It required more than mere singing. Aunt May and several half-elves quickly stepped forward to support Aisha and the others. Meanwhile, a few half-elves retrieved prepared glass containers, approaching the moon well to fill them with the precious moon water. As Robin witnessed the glass cups brimming with moon water, he could hardly contain his excitement. The healing effects of this moon water rivaled that of the sacred water from the Church of Holy Light. In the desolate wasteland, moon water was undoubtedly a strategic resource. In that moment, Robin perceived the moon water not merely as such, but as flowing blue gold. He then briskly approached Aisha, concerned as he inquired, "Are you all right, Aisha?" Supported by Aunt May, the matriarch appeared weak and pale, yet her spirit remained resilient. She too was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of moon water produced. "I'm fine. I'm just overwhelmed with joy," Aisha replied with a smile. Later, Aisha informed Robin that although moon water was remarkable, the conditions for its production were exceedingly stringent. It could only be produced on nights of the full moon, allowing for only a few days each month for this endeavor. Moreover, the process would exhaust the producer considerably, making it impossible to engage in production again for at least 3 days. Nevertheless, Robin remained undeterred. Over time, the accumulation of moon water would surely yield a considerable reserve. Chapter 51. The Marquis of Swords, Part 2. Robin accompanied her to the city gate, offering his heartfelt farewells. Before parting, he kindly cautioned Janna. "I have heard that a band of marauders has recently emerged near the trade routes, specifically targeting passing caravans. Janna, please exercise caution." "Oh, I am aware of this matter. This band of marauders is composed of over 100 men, led by one who arrogantly styles himself the Marquis of Swords," Janna replied with a dismissive smile. "Fear not. There are 3 trade routes from the plains to Silverfrost City: the left path, the middle path, and the right path. The left and middle paths are quite prosperous. and these marauders only prowl between them. I shall take the right path, which is currently quite safe. Are the marauders so brazen that the Empire's patrols do nothing? Robin asked, perplexed. Why do you say that? Robin inquired, intrigued. Because whenever the Empire's patrols venture forth to eliminate the bandits, it seems as though these marauders are forewarned, swiftly retreating to safety. Each time they commit robbery, they manage to expertly evade the patrol's routes. If this were mere coincidence, it would be exceedingly fortunate. Wouldn't you agree? Janna elaborated thoughtfully. Moreover, I suspect that the internal traitor among the marauders may very well be Viscount Buck. Why do you think so? Robin questioned, lacking the context to form a conclusion. Viscount Buck's caravans traverse the left and middle paths as well, yet he has never been robbed by the marauders. Once or twice might be attributed to mere luck, but consistently avoiding them is beyond the realm of chance. However, this is merely my conjecture. I lack tangible evidence. Yet, given Viscount Buck's treacherous nature, I would not be surprised if he colludes with the marauders. I am not alone in this suspicion. Many merchants harbor doubts about Buck. Yet we cannot grasp any incriminating evidence against him, nor do we possess his power, leaving us with no recourse but to suffer in silence. At this juncture, Janna sighed heavily. It is truly difficult to survive in such an unjust world. Ironically, Buck pretends to be virtuous by offering a bounty of 100 gold coins for the head of the Marquis of Swords. He is the epitome of hypocrisy. Janna declared vehemently. Robin suddenly recalled a saying from his homeland that aptly described Buck's duplicitous behavior. He wishes to play the harlot while maintaining a facade of virtue. After hearing Janna's account, Robin gained a deeper understanding of the seemingly polished Viscount Buck, who appeared impeccably dressed but was, in truth, steeped in vile dealings. Janna glanced up at the sky and addressed Robin. Well then, my Lord Baron, it is time for me to take my leave. Robin assisted Janna onto her horse. And as she mounted, she flashed a smile at her lord. I shall return in about a week's time. Robin gently patted the horse's neck and nodded. Yes. Be careful on your journey. A few days later, at Buck's estate, in a lavishly adorned parlor, Buck reclined comfortably in an armchair, legs crossed, savoring a cup of fragrant, rich black tea. Moments later, the butler entered, escorting a man into the room. The man appeared to be in his 30s, tall and imposing, with a fierce countenance. Clad in leather armor, he bore a saber at his waist. If Janna and other merchants were present, they would surely be astounded. For this man was none other than the Saber Count, his wanted poster still affixed to the walls of Silverfrost City. My lord, the saber has arrived. The steward whispered as he approached Buck. Buck inquired, was he seen? The steward replied, rest assured, my lord. Everything has been arranged. He was brought in by carriage without anyone noticing. Satisfied, Buck nodded, and the steward promptly exited the parlor, leaving only Buck and the saber. The saber immediately knelt on one knee, exuding great respect as he rasped, my lord, but gestured with his chin towards the sofa opposite him. Take a seat. Thank you. My lord, the saber responded, rising to sit respectfully. Outside, the Saber Count, feared by countless merchants, behaved submissively before Buck, much like a timid girl. Buck set down his teacup and commanded, take your men and avoid the left path and the middle path. Proceed to the right commercial road. A look of confusion crossed the saber's rugged face. My lord, the right commercial road sees little traffic. It is impoverished and lacks profit. Why go there? Buck frowned slightly, his displeasure evident. When did it become your place to voice objections? The saber immediately lowered his head in fear. As you say, my lord. Buck then picked up a portrait from the tea table, revealing the likeness of none other than Janna. He handed the image to the saber, who stood and accepted it with both hands, examining it earnestly. I have a task for you. This woman is named Janna, a merchant. Position yourself on the right commercial road. If you encounter her caravan, seize it at every opportunity. Do you understand? Buck's tone was frigid, a sinister expression emerging on his face. His intentions were clear, to thwart Robin's business endeavors, leaving Robin's iron mine worthless, a mere blight upon the land. This was merely the first step of Buck's scheme. Should Robin remain obstinate, further malicious tactics awaited him. Buck's choice to first target Janna's caravan was also a form of retribution, for Janna had forsaken him in favor of Robin. He intended to make her aware that aligning with Robin would lead to dire consequences. Understood. The saber grinned menacingly, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. He committed Janna's features to memory, rolling up the portrait and tucking it away. His demeanor brightened as he rose once more, kneeling on one knee. Thank you, my lord. Go, and let the steward escort you out of the city. Yes, my lord. Once the saber departed, Buck found himself alone in the parlor. He lifted his teacup once more, savoring the fragrant red tea. A cold smile gradually crept across his face as he spoke to the air before him. Robin, we shall see how this unfolds. I will ensure your demise is most ignoble. Chapter 52. The arrival of the bandits. Half a month later, Janna continued her routine, traversing between the bustling cities of Nuda and Infrost. She sold the iron or produced in Nuda to Infrost and, in turn, procured a substantial amount of supplies from Infrost to deliver back to Nuda. The route she traveled, the right merchant road, was the most desolate of the three paths leading to the barren regions, with the territory of Lord Robin situated in the western wasteland, the most impoverished of them all, resulting in a relative scarcity of merchant caravans venturing there. Since the last failed negotiations with Viscount Buck, Robin had remained vigilant, intensifying the patrols of his sentinels and augmenting the number of concealed watchers around his territory at night to ensure its safety. Moreover, upon discovering a potential connection between Count Machete and Buck, Robin heightened his protective measures for Janna. Although Janna maintained that Count Machete only roamed between the left merchant road and the central merchant road, Robin's unease lingered. Thus, each time Janna departed from Nuda, he assigned Simon and the Iron Guard to accompany her, ensuring she reached the safety zone patrolled by the Imperial Guard. As days passed, Nuda remained secure, and Janna conducted her business without incident. On this occasion, as Robin escorted her to the city gates, he donned his armor, embodying a formidable presence. As if preparing to engage in battle, with a hint of regret, he addressed Janna. I apologize, Janna, but I cannot send anyone to escort you this time. A band of goblins has appeared upstream along the Nuda River, polluting the waters daily. I must take my men to eliminate them. Janna smiled brightly, warmed by Robin's concern for her well-being. After a moment's hesitation, Robin added, be cautious on your journey. As per our usual arrangement, I shall deliver the goods you require in a week. With that, Janna mounted her horse. Her caravan had gathered, with 34-wheeled carts lined up in a long procession before the city gates. I'm off now, my lord, Janna called cheerfully, waving at Robin from atop her steed before abruptly pulling on the reins and directing her horse towards the front of the caravan. She enthusiastically shouted, let us set off. Onward. The caravan began to move slowly, embarking into the vast, desolate expanse. Under the scorching sun, a band of marauders rested upon a high ground that had become their makeshift camp, comprising 150 members. They had occupied this site for 2 or 3 days. The camp featured a few tents and scattered belongings, for the bandits, ever on the move, carried minimal supplies. Their leader, Count Machete, reclined on the grassy slope, hands clasped beneath his head, eyes closed in feigned slumber. The remaining bandits were dispersed throughout the temporary encampment. Some of them lay sprawled on the grass, basking in the sunlight, with emptied flasks discarded nearby, their snores resonating like thunder as they indulged in deep slumber. Others gathered together, engaged in a game of cards, some reveling in victory with raucous laughter, while others, faced with losses, vented their frustrations with curses and insults. A crowd of onlookers surrounded them, erupting intermittently in cheers and jeers as the fortunes of the game fluctuated. Meanwhile, some tended to their horses, holding bags filled with fodder, allowing the animals to gorge themselves. On the outskirts of the camp, numerous horses grazed leisurely on the grass, still adorned with saddles and gear. These bandits were a band of outlaws, some of whom were former robbers, while others had taken lives and become fugitives. In short, they had been unable to survive within the empire and had fled to the wilderness, banding together to become marauders. The wilderness was a lawless expanse, a veritable paradise for criminals. After a while, a scout from the band rode in at a gallop from the distant plains. He ascended a rise, dismounted, and hurried breathlessly to the side of the Count of Blades, calling out, Boss. The Count abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. The scout reported, from the west, a merchant caravan approaches, about 50 people, 30 wagons, led by a young woman wearing a red scarf. They are all gathered, business is at hand. Meanwhile, Kana's caravan traversed the vast desolate plains, 30 heavy 4-wheeled wagons lined up on the road like a long serpent. She rode her horse, patrolling the convoy, inspecting the progress of each wagon. Suddenly, she spotted Wooly seated on one of the wagons, staring dreamily at the gold ring on his left hand's ring finger, a blissful smile adorning his face, lost in reverie. Previously, Wooly had ambitiously confided in Kana that his goal was to save enough money to purchase a house in Silverfrost City. But then he sighed, expressing his resignation, lamenting that the housing prices in Silverfrost City were exorbitant. Though marriage was a joyous occasion, Wooly seemed overly enraptured by the bliss of wedded life, a state that could lead to complications while driving the carriage. Kana galloped over, a hint of irritation in her voice as she called out, "Wooly, what are you doing? I know you are happy, and I share in your joy, but this is unacceptable. Work is work." Kana scolded sternly. "I promise I won't do it again, Captain," Wooly replied, his head bowed, looking quite pitiful, yet his contrition was sincere. Kana intended to reprimand him further, but at that moment, a guard from the caravan suddenly rode up, a look of alarm etched on his face, and said to Kana, "Captain, you must come and see. A troop of cavalry approaches." Cavalry? Kana's expression shifted instantly, and she followed the guard to the front of the caravan, her gaze directed forward. In the distance, across the flat expanse of grassland, a troop of cavalry was swiftly advancing towards them. Kana raised her hand, commanding the caravan to halt. Then she narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the scene ahead. Suddenly, her countenance changed drastically. She beheld a band of cavalry brandishing a black flag emblazoned with a saber, the emblem of the Saber Count. "We have encountered the horse bandits." Chapter 53. Cavalry assault. Panic immediately engulfed the entire caravan as the guards anxiously inquired of their captain, "What shall we do?" Kana steadied her nerves and urged her companions to remain calm. She commanded the members of the caravan to swiftly arrange 30 carts into a circular formation upon the grassy terrain, establishing a defensive perimeter. The bandits approached with alarming speed. Just as Kana completed the encirclement, they surged into view. Over 100 bandits, brandishing their whips and emitting ferocious howls, circled around Kana and her group, their horses' hooves trampling the grass and kicking up a cloud of chaff and dust. They soon halted, surrounding Kana's party like a pack of ravenous wolves. Viewing the caravan as mere lambs awaiting slaughter, the guards concealed themselves behind the carts, weapons drawn, swords unsheathed, and arrows nocked, each one poised for a confrontation. Though they appeared ready to fight to the death, the overwhelming number of bandits left no one assured of victory, and an undercurrent of dread silently spread among them. Kana, too, unsheathed her dagger, her mind swirling with questions. Why had the Blade Baron come to the right merchant road? Suddenly, a realization struck her. Was it orchestrated by Buck? Regret washed over her. Had she heeded Robin's advice to wait half a day in Raging Tide City and allow the Iron Guards to escort them, they might have avoided this peril. Emerging from the ranks of bandits was the Blade Baron, astride a tall, brown stallion with a short tail, holding the reins in his left hand and his sword in the right. He shouted toward the caravan, "I am the Blade Baron, here to seize your goods. If you wish to live, relinquish all your valuables, or I shall take your heads." Kana maintained her composure after years of traversing the land for trade. This was not her first encounter with bandits. They were akin to chives in a field, continuously cropping up no matter how many times they were cut down. Even within the Empire, in some remote regions, banditry persisted unabated. Kana possessed her own strategies for dealing with such brigands. She retrieved a large pouch of coins from her saddlebag, the entirety of her operating funds for this journey. With determination, she hurled the pouch toward the Blade Baron. "Esteemed sir, we are but humble merchants. I beseech you to show mercy. This sum is a token of my respect for you. The days ahead are long, please. Grant us this favor," Kana called out from behind the cart. If he were an ordinary robber, one could appease him with a bribe to ensure their safety. Yet the Blade Baron was no mere bandit. He had come with a mission from Buck. With a gesture, the Blade Baron summoned one of his men, who skillfully maneuvered his horse, dismounting gracefully to retrieve the pouch from the ground. The Blade Baron opened the pouch, peering inside, and a greedy smile spread across his face. He tucked the pouch into his cloak and called out to Kana, "Not enough. Your goods must also remain." Jenna found herself in a quandary. In comparison to the mere bag of coins, the iron or upon the wagon represented a far more substantial prize, and she was reluctant to relinquish it so easily. "You heroes," she asserted, "taking these goods would only create complications for you. In this vast wilderness, you shall find no buyers." She continued, "I often traverse this route. Next time, I shall bring more gold to offer you, and we can consider ourselves friends." The bandit, wielding a saber, scoffed derisively, "Do you take me for a fool? If you are unwilling to part with your cargo, do not lament our forthcoming rudeness." He raised his saber and pointed towards the merchant caravan. "Eliminate them." Circumventing the wagon as a defensive fortification against external threats was a conventional stratagem employed by caravans on the desolate plains, a tactic familiar to all. Thus, the bandits, well versed in such encounters, devised a countermeasure. They initiated their assault not by breaching the defensive formation that Janna had established with the wagons, but by encircling the caravan. From their steeds, they drew their bows and began to rain arrows upon the tightly packed formation. The bandits executed this tactic with remarkable finesse. Clearly having employed it on numerous occasions, they did not require the sabers' command to act in unison. Having spent years pillaging from horseback, each bandit had honed their prowess in mounted archery, with their quivers conveniently suspended from their saddles. While galloping, they released the reins, one hand gripped the bow, and the other knocked an arrow, using their legs to maintain balance. In an instant, the cacophony of the bandits' shouts, the thunderous pounding of hooves upon the grass, and the twang of bowstrings filled the air, merging into a chaotic symphony. As they circled, arrows swiftly invaded the merchant formation from all directions. Janna and the caravan guards huddled closely behind the wagons, desperately seeking refuge, with some even crawling beneath the wagons in sheer terror. Arrows descended like rain, the whistling of their passage sending shivers down their spines. The makeshift fortification formed by the wagons was not expansive, the space within was limited, and the bandits needed little aim. Merely the act of launching arrows into the formation sufficed. Janna and her companions found themselves immobile, confined to a corner, bracing against the deluge of arrows. The projectiles struck the ground with a dull thud and clattered against the wagon boards. Soon, the caravan sustained casualties. A hapless guard was struck in the shoulder by a falling arrow, collapsing to the ground in anguished cries. Naturally, the caravan retaliated. Under Janna's command, the archers among the guards began to fire back at the bandits. "We cannot remain under their oppressive assault. Archers, fire!" Janna shouted hoarsely from her position behind the wagon. However, the number of archers in the caravan was woefully insufficient. Of the 50 guards, only 30 were proficient with bows. A stark contrast to the 150 mounted bandits, all skilled in archery, rendering their firepower exceedingly sparse. The archers of the merchant caravan possess only average skill, making it nearly impossible to strike the galloping bandits. Whether their arrows find their mark is purely a matter of luck. In contrast, the caravan guards are relegated to standing firm within the formation, rendering them mere stationary targets for the marauders. Even when the guards seek refuge behind the wagons, the bandits, with their ability to shoot while circling, can swiftly maneuver to the opposite side of the formation, launching their arrows from behind. This illustrates why cavalry consistently triumphs over infantry. Not only can cavalry charge in heavy armor, but their horses' remarkable agility grants them the upper hand on the battlefield. They can attack at will and retreat as they please, while infantry resemble sluggish turtles, slowly being worn down by the cavalry, unable to pursue or escape. Throughout the annals of the Empire's history, it is often only the most illustrious commanders who have managed to vanquish cavalry with infantry. Currently, the situation for the Khana is bleak. They find themselves in a dire predicament where they cannot fight back nor flee. Chapter 54. A choice in desperation. This was a decidedly unequal battle, with the bandits possessing overwhelming advantages. They outnumbered the merchants, displayed superior archery skills, and moved with greater swiftness. The bandits did not launch a full frontal assault. Instead, they circled the merchant caravan, raining arrows upon them, gradually depleting their forces. The casualties within the merchant group were steadily escalating, as guards fell to the ground under the relentless barrage, some dying instantly, while others writhed in agony. Each loss dealt a crushing blow to the morale of the remaining merchants. The draft horses, too, suffered under the relentless rain of arrows. Their ignorance of how to seek shelter, coupled with their size, left them vulnerable. Some horses were struck in the head, collapsing lifelessly, while others, startled by the chaos, broke free from their tethers and galloped wildly, even leaping out of formation. Although a few bandits also fell to arrows, the exchange was grossly disproportionate. 5 merchants for every single bandit lost. At this rate, it seemed inevitable that all hope would soon be extinguished for Khana and her companions. Khana witnessed a guard being struck in the back by an arrow, though its penetration was shallow enough that he did not succumb immediately. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he crawled laboriously toward the safety of the wagon, still impaled by the arrow. Yet, another arrow soon struck him in the back, halting his progress. He could no longer move, lying helplessly on the grass, groaning in pain as life ebbed away from him. Another guard attempted to rush to his aid, but as he leaned out from the wagon, an arrow pierced his throat, and he fell, blood erupting from his mouth in a gruesome display. Khana could hear the bandits laughing heartily, reveling in the slaughter of the merchants while mocking their plight, as though they derived pleasure from the hunt. Wooly, the frightened blonde, huddled beside Khana, his hands trembling uncontrollably around his crossbow. In a state of panic, he implored, "Captain, what shall we do?" As he spoke, yet another merchant fell to an arrow, Out of 50 members, 20 had already perished. If this continued, they would be picked off like rabbits by the merciless bandits. The remaining merchants had lost all will to fight. Faced with such a stark disparity in strength, they resembled deflated balloons, their courage swiftly dissipating. No longer willing to engage in futile resistance, several guards approached Kanna, their faces etched with fear as they pleaded, "Captain, if we continue, we will all perish, perhaps. We should surrender." Others echoed their sentiments, "Captain, let us surrender. We do not wish to die in this desolate land." As she gazed upon the frightened faces of her comrades, Kanna felt her own courage waning. In that moment, the resolute visage of Robin flashed through her mind. How she wished he were there with them. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she felt a surge of anger, yet found herself powerless. Time was slipping away, and with every passing moment, her caravan teetered on the brink of annihilation. Ultimately, she was compelled to make a heart-wrenching decision, to surrender. With no hope of victory remaining, the battle had devolved into a one-sided hunt. In a bid to preserve the lives of the few who remained, Kanna had no choice but to capitulate. "Very well, let us surrender." Kanna felt as though a heavy stone lodged itself in her chest. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her strength and shouted towards the marauders outside, "Do not shoot. We surrender." Upon hearing her cry, the leader immediately raised his hand, "Cease fire." The bandits circled the caravan once more before gradually coming to a halt. Subsequently, Kanna discarded her weapon and stepped out from the formation alone. With arms outstretched, indicating her disarmament, she called out to the leader, "We surrender. We are willing to relinquish our goods, but you must ensure our safety." The leader, mounted on his steed, displayed a smug grin upon his dark visage. "Rest assured. As long as you comply and hand over your money, I shall not harm you. After all, if I were to slay you all, who would we prey upon next?" He then gestured at Kanna with his whip. "However, should you dare to resist, I will have to teach you a lesson. Approach me, and I shall spare your life." Kanna, filled with trepidation and uncertain of his intentions, found herself with no alternative. After a moment's hesitation, she took a step forward and slowly approached the marauder's warhorse. The leader scrutinized Kanna, exclaiming, "Ah, what a lovely face. It would be a pity to mar such beauty." Suddenly, he lashed out with his whip, striking Kanna on the right side of her face. She gasped in shock, collapsing to the ground. In agony, she clutched her cheek as blood trickled from beneath her palm, slowly cascading down her face. The bandits erupted into boisterous laughter. Tormenting women was their favorite pastime. "Get everyone out of the caravan. We're going to drive off the wagon," the leader bellowed menacingly. The guards of the merchant convoy, disheartened and weaponless, emerged from the formation. Some bore wounds, limping while clutching their injuries, while others carried the lifeless bodies of their comrades on makeshift stretchers. Under the harsh commands of the marauders, they lined up in the open space. Two bandits, clutching a large sack, began to search for valuables among them. Wooly stood among the ranks, his heart racing as he noticed the two marauders drawing nearer from the left. A wave of panic washed over him. He wore the wedding ring gifted to him by his wife, and should the bandits discover it, they would undoubtedly seize it. What to do? In a moment of desperation, Wooly discreetly removed the ring from his ring finger, feigning a cough while covering his mouth with his palm. Swiftly tossing the ring into his mouth and pressing it beneath his tongue, he believed his ruse to be flawless, yet the leader observed his every move. "You there. What have you hidden in your mouth?" The leader shouted, pointing his whip at Wooly with an indignant tone. Having roamed the outside world for many years, Ma Dao had long since mastered the petty tricks of lowly scoundrels like Wooly. His keen eyes were sharper than those of a hawk. Wooly trembled in fear, his mind blank with terror. He attempted to protest, but the ring lodged beneath his tongue rendered him mute, forcing him to shake his head desperately. However, this only served as an unintentional confession of guilt. Fury ignited within Ma Dao, who leapt from his steed and strode purposefully towards Wooly, delivering a fierce blow to his abdomen. Wooly doubled over in pain, the ring tumbling from his mouth. "What do we have here?" "A golden ring." Ma Dao bent down to retrieve the ring from the grass, casually slipping it onto his own left ring finger. "Huh, it fits me perfectly." Seeing his precious ring snatched away, Wooly panicked, pleading, "My lord, that is my wedding ring, a gift from my wife. It holds great significance for me. I can offer you anything, just please return it." Ma Dao lifted his gaze to Wooly, a malevolent glint flashing in his eyes. In a swift motion, he drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into Wooly's belly. Wooly stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, as he collapsed helplessly onto the grass. With the bloody dagger in hand, Ma Dao, his face a mask of menace, bellowed at the other members of the caravan. Anyone who dares to employ such tricks will meet the same fate. Wooly, Kana cried out, rushing to his side, desperately pressing her hands against the wound on his abdomen as blood quickly stained her palms. Kana looked up in shock, her gaze fixed on Model. How do you know my name? Remember this, he warned. From this moment forth, this territory belongs to me. Next time you come, bring adequate tolls. Otherwise, should I be displeased one day, I will cleave you in two. He brandished his whip, urging the other bandits, hurry, finish up, and let's call it a day. Chapter 55. Returned to the city of rage, the bandits left nothing for Janna. They plundered all the goods and stripped the caravan of its personal belongings. After their departure, Janna and her companion stood desolately on the grass, the injured moaning in agony, and the survivors felt no sense of relief, only the lingering grip of fear. The ground bore the scars of fierce battle, countless arrows embedded in the earth, while several horses lay nearby, some pierced by arrows, one still alive, gasping in pain. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of weeping. The remaining members of the caravan, able to move, gathered around Janna, bewildered. Someone inquired, "Captain, what shall we do now?" The lash of a horsewhip had struck Janna's face like a blade, staining one side with blood. She understood that she could not succumb at this moment. The remaining souls depended on her to lead them out of this desolate plain. At that moment, Wooly lay on the grass, pallid and in torment, asking Janna, "Captain, am I going to die?" "No, you will not die. I will not allow it." Janna replied with unwavering conviction. She retrieved bandages from her satchel and immediately began to tend to Wooly's wounds. As she worked, she offered him comforting words. Janna's movements were swift. This was not her first time administering first aid, and her hands moved with practiced efficiency. Once she had completed the bandaging, she called out to the other two caravan members, Kabusi, Jirota, come and carry Wooly. The two young men, hearing her, hurried over with a stretcher. Next, Janna assessed the toll of the battle. Out of the 50-person caravan, 6 had perished, 8 were severely injured, and 16 suffered minor wounds, resulting in over half the group incapacitated. The fallen comrades were gathered together and laid in a row upon the grass. Janna gazed at them, their familiar faces and cherished smiles seemingly vivid before her. A wave of profound sorrow washed over her, as if her heart had been pierced by a sword, rendering her breathless with anguish. In a moment of painful resolution, Janna recognized her duty. She had no choice but to prioritize the survival of the living, while the deceased would have to be temporarily set aside. On either side of the city gate, 2 newly constructed watchtowers stood, each manned by a half-elf tasked with vigilance. Due to their superior vision, particularly at night, the nocturnal watch was typically assigned to half-elves. These 2 had just taken over from the daytime Iron Guards. Guard duty was hardly an engaging task, and one half-elf stifled a large yawn in boredom. Suddenly, he spotted a group of individuals approaching along the road directly in front of the gate. "Hey, look over there," he exclaimed, turning to his companion. His fellow guard squinted and peered closely at the approaching figures. Leading the group was a young woman wearing a red scarf. His eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "It appears to be Miss Janna." Upon receiving the report from the half-elf, Robin swiftly gathered Simon and Aisha and hastened to the city gates. There, they were met with the devastating sight of Ghana's caravan, its losses grave, causing Robin's demeanor to darken immediately. Upon seeing Robin, Ghana appeared to find her anchor. Rushing to him with urgency, her voice tinged with desperation, "My lord, we are in dire need of assistance." Tears welled in her eyes as she lamented, "We encountered bandits." Without further inquiry, Robin commanded, "First, save the wounded." Under the Lord's directive, everyone sprang into action. As the caravan had not engaged the bandits in close combat, but had merely exchanged arrows, all the injuries were inflicted by arrows, varying only in severity based on the location of the wounds or the number of arrows struck. Fearing that hastily removing the arrowheads might exacerbate the injuries or provoke excessive bleeding, many victims had yet to extract the arrows embedded within, opting instead to break the shafts. The half-elves administered care by first administering moon water to the injured, followed by deftly extracting the arrows. The process was excruciating, giving rise to anguished cries that echoed through the treatment area, as the act of removal felt akin to carving flesh from their bodies. The bandits, having targeted a caravan typically lacking heavy armament, utilized broad, robust arrowheads. Although their armor-piercing capabilities were moderate, the wounds they inflicted were considerably larger, and extracting them from the body resulted in the loss of substantial flesh, causing blood to spurt forth. Such extensive injuries were more challenging to heal, complicating treatment. Without adequate medical care, even the mere removal of arrows could prove fatal, with victims succumbing either to relentless bleeding or to infections. Herein lay the true power of moonwater. Its effects nothing short of miraculous. It was Ghana's first encounter with this enigmatic elixir, and she stood in awe of its formidable efficacy. In disbelief, she inquired of Robin. "What is this? A high-level healing potion? Blessed holy water? Dragon's blood elixir?" Robin chuckled softly. "None of those. It is called moonwater." Subsequently, the half-elves provided tents, erecting a temporary camp on the open ground. Several tents quickly arose, offering the caravan members a refuge for the night. Furthermore, the Iron Guard women delivered warm flatbreads and hearty soup. The caravan members, long famished, gratefully received the sustenance, each clutching a piece of flatbread in one hand and a bowl of warm soup in the other, the comforting food restoring to them a sense of vitality. With all tasks completed, the group finally found a moment to rest. Robin and Ghana stepped out of the makeshift camp. By then, darkness had fully enveloped the land. The night sky was peppered with stars, and the cool evening breeze rustled through the distant grasslands, creating a gentle whisper. Ghana lifted her gaze to Robin's face, and at that moment, she could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling like raindrops. She had fulfilled her duty, leading the remaining souls to the City of Fury, ensuring their survival. On the perilous path of escape, she had long suppressed the profound sorrow within her heart. In order to instill confidence in others, she felt compelled to maintain an appearance of composure. Now, at last, she could weep. Ghana collapsed into Robin's embrace, his broad and steadfast chest serving as her sole refuge. Tears swiftly soaked through Robin's shirt, being a man of few words. He found himself at a loss for comforting remarks in such a moment. Instead, he gently stroked Kana's head and reassured her, "You need not fear. I am here." After weeping for a considerable time, Kana gradually began to regain her composure. Reluctantly, she pulled away from Robin's chest, wiped her tear-streaked eyes, and said to him, "It is the Count of Sabers." Chapter 56, Am I Suffering from Heat Stroke? Jana recounted the circumstances to Robin, and at the conclusion, she shared her suspicions. "I believe it was orchestrated by Lord Buck, for the bandit could call my name. I have never encountered him before, and I am hardly a renowned merchant. He could not possibly know me." Robin pondered this. Regardless of any connection between the Marquis of Blades and Lord Buck, the audacity to seize Robin's goods warranted a reckoning. What insolence! A mere brigand daring to style himself as a marquis. Robin glanced at Jana's visage, a pang of concern washing over him as he inquired, "Are you injured? Is it nothing serious?" The wound on Jana's face had been tended to by Aisha, a sizable bandage plastered over her right cheek, nearly obscuring half her face. Her features, already petite, appeared somewhat comical under such a large dressing, displaying remarkable fortitude. She shook her head. "It is but a minor injury." With a grave countenance, Robin assured Jana, "This Marquis of Blades, I shall see him dispatched." Whether for the sake of his own survival or simply to avenge Jana, the elimination of this Marquis was imperative. After all, it was a natural inclination. Thus, Robin promptly consented, instructing Simon to accompany the Iron Guards to ensure Jana's safety. He also entrusted Simon with a crucial task, to seek out any traces of the bandits and ascertain the location of their hideout. The primary challenge lay in the uncertainty of the bandits' whereabouts. If he could uncover their lair, Robin would lead his men directly into battle. Jana informed Robin that Simon had set off with 2 Iron Guards to pursue the bandits. After a brief respite, Simon, with a forlorn expression, reported to Robin, "Chief, I found no trace of the bandits." Indeed, Simon had discovered the hoof prints of the marauders at the scene of the skirmish. They followed the tracks to the bandits' encampment. However, upon arrival, they found the site deserted, the bandits having already relocated without leaving a trace. Their pursuit faltered due to the encroaching darkness, which obscured visibility, and the multitude of hoof prints leading away from the camp made it impossible to determine the direction of the bandits' flight. This elusive nature of the marauders was precisely what made them so difficult to eradicate. They seldom lingered in one place for long, plundering and then swiftly vanishing to a new location. Across the vast, unprotected expanse, they could gallivant freely on horseback. In terms of combat prowess, the Imperial border patrols could easily overpower the bandits, yet their attempts to root them out had repeatedly ended in failure, as the marauders' shadows evaded capture. Furthermore, the bandits, relying on their mobility, could appear at any point along the trade routes. Merchant caravans, burdened with goods, often moved at a sluggish pace, and once the marauders set their sights on them, it was akin to a hare chasing a tortoise. The caravans were virtually doomed to escape. Upon hearing Simon's report, Robin leaned back in his wooden chair, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. If even the location of the bandits remained elusive, the prospect of eradicating them seemed utterly unattainable. The anti-bandit operation encountered its most formidable challenge right from the outset. At that moment, Jana was seated in the grand hall, attentively listening to Simon's report alongside Robin. Noticing the Baroness' evident perplexity, a clever idea suddenly sparked in Jana's agile mind. After a brief contemplation, she spoke to Robin. "My Lord Baron, I have a suggestion. You could masquerade as a merchant convoy to lure the bandits into ambushing you. As long as they remain in proximity to the trade route, they will inevitably emerge to commit their crimes. It is only a matter of time before we encounter them." Upon hearing her proposal, Robin pondered for a moment and concluded that it was indeed a viable plan, although it seemed somewhat simplistic and slow. He could not conjure a better alternative at present. Thus, he decisively declared, "Very well, let us proceed with this course of action." Without delay, Robin sprang into action, commissioning Jana to procure 20 wagons from Silver Frost City, disguising them as cargo vehicles. He instructed the Iron Guards and half-elves to don disguises, posing as ordinary merchant convoy escorts. Jana took the helm as the convoy leader, while Robin appointed himself as the chief guard of the caravan. Their fictitious merchant convoy then commenced its operations. Jana was confident that the stolen money would not remain with the bandits for long, as they would surely strike again. On this particular day, Robin and Jana were traversing the trade route in their merchant guise, making their way from Raging Tide City towards Silver Frost City, when they fortuitously encountered another convoy. This was not their first encounter with fellow merchants. However, this time, the owner of the convoy happened to be someone Jana knew well. The owner, named David, was a portly middle-aged man with a substantial belly, small eyes, and a bushy mustache, exuding an air of affluence. His convoy was smaller than Jana's, comprising only 20 individuals and 10 wagons. Upon their meeting, David's convoy was taking a respite on the roadside, enjoying their midday meal. Robin was unfamiliar with David, who served as a supplier for other pioneering lords. The Western Wilderness was home to many such lords, with their territories scattered across the vast expanse of land, resulting in infrequent interactions among them. Seizing the opportunity, Jana exchanged pleasantries with David. Coincidentally, it was mealtime, and at the suggestion of Simon, the self-proclaimed gourmand, Robin and his entourage decided to join David's convoy for lunch. Jana's convoy had been thriving rapidly, earning her considerable renown among the small traders, which prompted David to regard her with respect. As they sat upon a grassy patch for lunch, David, with unabashed boldness, approached them. A shrewd businessman like him would never overlook any resource that could be exploited, and to him, Jana represented a highly valuable commercial asset. Observing Jana with her 20 wagons, the rotund merchant remarked, "Miss Jana, I must express my admiration for you. I heard of your encounter with the bandits, and it is remarkable that you have managed to assemble another convoy in such a short span." The news of Jana's run-in with the bandits had already circulated among the merchant circles of Silver Frost City, as merchants are always well informed. Jana modestly deflected the compliment, fully aware that revealing the details of their ruse would jeopardize the success of their operation. The appearance of bandits on the right merchant road instilled a profound sense of dread in David, a modest trader. He sighed and cursed, exclaiming, "What a wretched band of marauders! Why have they left the left and central roads, where they thrived, to invade our right merchant road?" Kana, however, did not respond to his lament. Observing her disinterest, David wisely chose to silence himself. Moments later, he overheard a young man beside Kana remark, "After several days traversing the merchant paths, where have these bandits gone? Have they vanished into thin air? Why do they not show themselves?" The Baron, upon finishing his statement, savagely bit into a dry flatbread, chewing it haphazardly before swallowing it down with a gulp of saliva. Kana suddenly found the situation rather amusing. Wrapping her arms around her knees, she self-deprecatingly mused, "In my previous journeys as a merchant, I dreaded encountering robbers. Yet now I find myself wishing for a robbery every day." These two simple exchanges left David utterly bewildered. Had he misheard? Did these two seem to be yearning for an encounter with bandits? The scorching sun blazed down upon David's balding head, igniting a heat within him that made his mind feel muddled. Could it be that I am suffering from heat stroke, conjuring illusions? Chapter 57. The fat boss fainted. She remarked to Robin, "The horse bandits are bound to appear again. Perhaps we might even encounter them today." Robin snatched the water pouch from Jana's hands and took a hearty swig before responding, "Let us hope so." These words sent a chill through the superstitious David, who promptly spat several times, as if attempting to expel any looming misfortune. He exclaimed, "Oh dear, Miss Jana, please refrain from such talk. David held little faith in Janna's words, internally questioning her audacity. What nonsense is this? Did she not just fall victim to a robbery herself? Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts in her presence and maintained a forced smile. He pondered whether the trauma from her encounter with the bandits had driven her to madness. Wishing for their return, was it not perilous for him to remain in her company? Captain, to the south, a group of cavalry has been spotted. Upon hearing this, Robin and Janna exchanged glances. Here they come. However, the fat boss's face paled in terror, his rotund form bouncing up like a ball as he shouted in panic, "Cavalry? What cavalry? All hands at the ready," Robin commanded, rising to his feet. The weary iron guards and half-elves sprang up in unison. Meanwhile, the gang of carefree caravan guards on the fat boss's side fell into disarray. Some struggled to locate their weapons, while others, still lost in slumber, were rudely awakened by a comrade's kick, grumbling in confusion, "Who trampled on me?" Robin and Janna leaped onto the wagon, following the half-elf's pointing finger. In the distance across the desolate plains, a contingent of cavalry was swiftly advancing towards them. The half-elf's vision was far superior to that of ordinary folk. Even as Robin squinted to see better, the sentinel called out, "They bear a banner emblazoned with a saber." Robin chuckled heartily. Indeed, it is the saber count. We have finally summoned them. The fat boss, attempting to clamber onto the wagon for a better view, slipped mid-climb at Robin's exclamation and tumbled back onto the grass with a thud. Bandits! Truly bandits? The fat boss, disregarding his sore backside, cried out in fear. His caravan guards, equally pale, resembled ants on a hot skillet, shouting in panic, "The bandits are here. What shall we do?" Faced with the bandits, escape was futile. The mere thought of what awaited them, robbery at best, beheading at worst, had David lamenting his choices, thumping his chest in regret. He should never have associated with these two lunatics. Had he not hesitated earlier, he could have fled in time. Janna jumped down from the wagon, offering David a comforting word. "Do not worry. Did I not assure you of your safety earlier?" At that moment, David felt a surge of irritation. "Miss Janna, what time is it? How can you still speak such nonsense? Please, be more rational. Your ominous words may very well lead to my demise." Seeing that the other party did not believe in her at all, Janna helplessly shook her head and chose to ignore him. In this moment of crisis, the usually timid fat merchant unexpectedly felt a surge of heroism within him. He thought to himself, "It seems I cannot rely on Miss Janna in the current predicament. I must take charge, form a defensive formation with the wagons." The half-elves moved with agility, while David's men fumbled about awkwardly. The guards of the merchant caravan were paralyzed by fear of the horse bandits. When panic ensues, even the simplest tasks become insurmountable, and despite their efforts, they struggled to encircle the wagons properly. Eventually, one of the half-elves, unable to watch any longer, lent them a hand, and they managed to gather all the wagons together into a defensive formation before the bandits arrived. The horse bandits rode swiftly, approaching in an instant, shouting as they circled around the wagon formation. The iron guards and half-elves had already drawn their weapons, swords unsheathed and bows drawn. Each stood resolutely in their positions, displaying no trace of fear or panic, only an unwavering calm akin to that of a massive boulder. The iron guards even seemed exhilarated. For these battle-hardened races, the prospect of conflict brought joy. In stark contrast, the merchants' guards were pale with terror, their spirits shattered by the bandits' fierce shouts, which pierced through their courage like invisible arrows. Even before the clash of battle, their resolve had already dissipated. One of the guards besides Simon trembled with fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably. The foolish Iron Bear warrior wiped his nose with a loud sniffle and, feigning friendliness, patted the guard on the shoulder, inadvertently smearing his snot on him. Noticing the guard's trembling legs, he innocently inquired, "Brother, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" The guard, resembling a statue, slowly turned his face, tremblingly responding, "You're the one who's unwell? I'm scared." Simon scoffed, but still offered a few words of consolation. "What's there to be afraid of? We all die in the end. It's just death." True to the reputation of the bravest Iron Bear warriors of the snowfields, his simple reassurance only made the guard's face turn even paler. After circling the wagon formation a few times while shouting, the bandits gradually came to a halt. Then, Count Blade, mounted on his horse, rode forward and shouted at the caravan, "I am Count Blade, and this territory within 100 miles is mine. You dare to trespass on my domain? Leave behind all your valuables, and I may spare your lives." The fat merchant, hiding behind the wagon, heard the Count's proclamation. Though fear gripped him, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had long heard that as long as one complied and paid, Count Blade generally did not seek total annihilation, often allowing members of the caravan a chance to escape with their lives. Despite the fact that these wagons contained his hard-earned money, he reasoned that money was of little value compared to life, and after a moment's contemplation, he decided to surrender. However, just as he was about to shout, Robin suddenly leaped onto the wagon and shouted at Count Blade, "You can shove it. I'm here to take you down today." Upon hearing this, the corpulent boss felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and he collapsed onto the ground, nearly fainting on the spot. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented, "Alas, how unfortunate I am to have encountered these two lunatics." Chapter 58. Ironclad Defense. Ma Dao was taken aback. After years of robbery, he had never encountered such an audacious merchant. His face twisted in anger as he pointed his whip threateningly at Robin, exclaiming, "You insolent wretch! How dare you speak to me like that? I shall cleave you in two." Robin stood atop the wagon, scoffing with a derisive laugh. He intended to retort with some harsh words, but as he opened his mouth, he suddenly felt something clutching his boot. Curiously, he looked down to find the corpulent proprietor, David, beneath the wagon, his plump hand gripping Robin's leather boot, his round face contorted in a plea for mercy. "Oh heavenly beings," the rotund owner implored, "mighty hero, spare us your words. I wish to remain in one piece." At that moment, Kana leapt onto the wagon and shouted at Count Ma Dao, "Ma Dao, do you recognize me?" Ma Dao craned his neck forward to take a look, a mocking grin spreading across his dark visage. "Ah, Miss Kana, what a coincidence. How much gold do you intend to offer me this time?" "I have come to collect a debt," Kana declared, raising her hand towards Ma Dao and shouting furiously, "You have taken the lives of 6 of my men. This debt must be repaid in your blood." Upon hearing this, Ma Dao burst into derisive laughter. "Ha ha ha." But then his expression twisted into a menacing sneer as he threatened, "You little harlot, I spared your life last time, but this time I shall skin you alive and fashion a new flag from your hide." Listening from beneath the wagon, the fat proprietor was utterly petrified. He thought to himself, "This is the end. There will be no body left intact. Miss Kana is so thin. If they make her into a flag, I shall surely be rendered into oil." "Prepare for battle," Robin shouted, leaping down from the wagon. He noticed the fat owner standing nearby, seemingly frozen in shock, and commanded, "Tell your men to take cover beneath the wagon. We cannot afford to have them become live targets for the bandits. Running around outside will only complicate matters during the fight. If you wish to survive, obey me." The 20 guards of the merchant caravan appeared to Robin as nothing more than a rabble, their combat prowess nearly non-existent. It was better to remove them from the battlefield than to let them cause chaos. Upon hearing Robin's orders, the fat owner hastily called to his men, "Did you hear that? Quickly, all of you, take cover beneath the wagon." After shouting these instructions, he himself hurriedly attempted to crawl under the wagon. However, he was far too corpulent. Only his upper body managed to squeeze underneath, while his lower half remained exposed, presenting a comically large backside. The Lord glanced at his ample rear and shook his head in resignation. Robin and Kana had successfully incited Ma Dao's wrath. He spat a thick green phlegm onto the ground, drew his blade, and pointed it menacingly at the wagon formation, his eyes glinting with malice. He bellowed his orders, "Slay them all. Leave not a single soul alive." The bandits launched their attack, employing the same tactics as before, howling as they circled the wagon formation. They maintained a distance of approximately 100 paces from the convoy, moving in a clockwise circle, the hooves of their horses striking the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Leading the charge was the Blade Count, at the forefront of the cavalry, followed closely by 150 horse bandits, who swiftly drew their bows and began to unleash a barrage of arrows into the convoy. In an instant, the sound of bowstrings being released resonated like thunder, countless projectiles soaring into the sky before descending upon the convoy. Amidst the cacophony of whistling arrows, they descended upon the convoy like a swarm of locusts, some embedding themselves in the ground, others striking the carts, while one arrow fortuitously landed directly before the corpulent merchant, startling him into a fit of panic as his head collided with the cart with a resounding thud. The Blade Count, once a cavalryman in the Empire, had acquired this tactical maneuver from the Imperial Army, rendering it nearly insurmountable against a mere infantry formation. Of course, in the reality of battle, it is rare for one side to consist solely of infantry. Military engagements typically feature a harmonious amalgamation of cavalry, infantry, and archers, each component essential to success. However, in the vast expanse of the plains, the limited merchant caravans often relied solely on simple infantry escorts, making them particularly vulnerable to the bandits' tactics. The Blade Count had spent years as a marauder, and not once had a merchant caravan managed to counter his mounted archery strategy. Thus, he was filled with confidence, believing it was merely a matter of time before he would shatter their defenses. In his mind, he had already devised a plan for the demise of Kana and that arrogant guard, envisioning their severed heads mounted upon a wooden stake along the trade route. A grim warning to those who dared to provoke him. The thought of their terrified expressions in their final moments elicited a thrill of excitement from the blade count, prompting him to shout, "Loose the arrows! Annihilate them!" Robin and Kana took refuge behind a cart when an arrow descended from above, aimed at Kana. Quick as a flash, the Lord deftly raised his hand and caught the arrow mid-flight. Iron Guard, organize the defense. Half-elves, retaliate freely. He commanded loudly, then turned to Kana, saying, "It's too dangerous outside. You should hide beneath the cart." Before she could respond, Robin firmly pressed her head down, insisting she take cover. Aware that her presence outside would be a burden, Kana complied and crouched beneath the cart, just in time to see the rotund merchant, David, cowering beneath another cart nearby. At that moment, he resembled a frightened ostrich, burying his face in the grass, clutching his head with trembling hands, quaking in fear. Robin had brought forth 40 Iron Guards and 30 half-elves, leaving the remaining forces in the city of Raging Tide to safeguard their territory. As the battle commenced, the Iron Guards swiftly removed the tarpaulin from the carts, retrieving makeshift wooden shields crafted from planks. Having been forewarned by Kana of the bandits' assault strategy, they understood that shields would be paramount in defending against the mounted archers. Thus, they fashioned a batch of large shields. These rectangular shields stood tall, each reaching the height of a man, resembling grand doors that effectively concealed the imposing figures of the Iron Guards behind them. Typically, a soldier's shield must be as lightweight as possible. A battle may extend from dawn until dusk, and if the weapon or shield is excessively heavy, it will severely deplete the soldier's stamina. However, if the shield is crafted too lightly, it compromises defensive capability, shattering under just a few strikes from the enemy. Yet, this dilemma poses no challenge for the Iron Guards, whose formidable strength allows them to create shields that, at their thinnest, measure half a finger's width, akin to bearing a substantial piece of timber upon their shoulders. Remarkably, the Iron Guards wield these massive shields with effortless agility, as if the shields bore no weight at all. Tasked with safeguarding the half-elves, each half-elf is accompanied by an Iron Guard shield bearer, who holds the great shield aloft above their heads. Arrows raining down from the heavens strike the shield like a torrent, yet fail to inflict any harm upon them. Nevertheless, the saber wielder exhibited only a fleeting moment of surprise before dismissing the display with indifference. Internally, he scoffed. Possessing merely a shield holds no true value against arrows. Victory in battle cannot be achieved solely through retreat. Chapter 59. The half-elves counterattacked. The Iron Guards were tasked with defense, while the half-elves focused on retaliation. In truth, whether it be horsemanship or archery, the bandits exhibited only mediocre skills. They were, after all, not professional soldiers. Their time outside of plundering was squandered on revelry, gambling, and indulgence. To attain the status of a master archer, one must dedicate extensive time and effort to hone their craft. Achieving the prowess of a divine marksman is already a formidable challenge, and to excel in archery while mounted is an even greater feat. Consequently, the bandits rarely aimed with precision, they merely hurled arrows into the fray, relying on chance to inflict harm upon their foes. In stark contrast to the half-elves' exquisite archery, the bandits could scarcely keep pace. The half-elves took refuge behind the wagons, refraining from indiscriminate shots, as such actions would waste precious arrows and compromise accuracy. Instead, they delivered direct fire upon the bandits, through the gaps between the wagons. The half-elves drew their bows, knocked their arrows, pulled the strings, and released their shots with mechanical precision. Due to their elven heritage, each release was imbued with an inherent elegance, a sight most delightful to behold. With the boon of the bow and crossbow mastery, bloodline skill, hitting moving targets was child's play for the half-elves. During their time in Stormwave City, they frequently practiced shooting at moving targets, and even hunting birds and rabbits had grown tiresome. Robin had witnessed an extraordinary display once, as a half-elf, with an apple clenched between his teeth, dashed across the shooting range. Luke drew his bow and released an arrow that struck the apple with unerring accuracy. The astonishing skill and relentless training left the Lord astounded. With 150 bandits charging together, and the distance between them and the half-elf archers being a mere 100 paces, such conditions were akin to shooting with closed eyes. They could not miss. The half-elves resembled phantasmal snipers, delivering precise shots at the bandits from 100 paces away. Each time these elven reapers released their bowstrings, a bandit would surely fall. 1, 2. Luke counted aloud, his hands releasing arrows in rapid succession. When he targeted a bandit, he would adjust the arrowhead slightly ahead of the bandit's movement, calculating the lead time. Thus, when he let loose the bowstring, the arrow would traverse the distance just as the bandit reached the predetermined position. A piercing cry erupted from the bandit as the arrow struck his chest, causing him to lose his balance and tumble from his steed. His comrades paid him no heed. The bandits would simply trample over his fallen body. And even if he survived the initial strike, he would be crushed by his own kin. These reckless marauders possessed no sense of camaraderie. They were merely a band united in theft and plunder. 3. Luke noted the count and deftly retrieved another arrow from his quiver, bending the bowstring with practiced ease. "Hey, Captain Luke, how many have you taken down?" shouted one of the half-elves beside him. "You're incredibly swift. Catching up to you is quite the challenge." The half-elf, a tad vexed, raised his own bow and released an arrow. For the half-elves, this archery duel was somewhat facile. They had the cover of wagons and the shield of iron guards. Their sole task was to pick off the targets from horseback, a practice not dissimilar to their usual archery training, which led them to engage in friendly competition amongst themselves. Conversely, the iron guards tasked with defense were far less cheerful. These rugged men preferred the thrill of assault, relishing the clash of fists and feet with the enemy, rather than passively enduring blows while wielding shields. One iron guard, gripping his large square shield, heard the arrows thud against it and asked Simon, who stood nearby, "Chief, when do we advance? At this rate, the half-elves will eliminate all the brigands." Simon, also holding a large shield, felt equally disgruntled but refrained from voicing his complaints with the chief, so close at hand. He was wary of incurring the chief's wrath, for the repercussions were quite painful. Robin's side was faring well, while the brigands were steadily falling from their mounts. They tumbled down like overripe fruit, either struck by arrows or felled alongside their horses, crashing onto the grass with anguished cries that echoed through the ranks of the brigands. As they circled the wagons, 30 fell, then another 30 upon the second pass. It was on the second round that the brigand leader, Madao, began to sense something amiss. Bewildered, he wondered how so many of his men were falling. Could the archers across from them be such impeccable marksmen? It seemed improbable. How could such a small merchant caravan possess such elite archers? Each shot seemed to find its mark, a feat that even the Imperial patrols could scarcely achieve. If this relentless barrage continued, they would soon be entirely decimated. Resolutely, Madao raised his hand to signal an end to the circling. The brigands, propelled by inertia, continued half a turn before gradually coming to a halt. At that moment, the ground bore witness to the fallen brigands strewn across the path they had just traversed. Some had suffered mortal wounds to their heads or chests, perishing before they even hit the ground. Others broke their necks upon landing, and some, though still alive, were tragically trampled by their own comrades' horses. Only a few brigands remained, gasping for breath, lying in agony on the grass. In addition to the fallen brigands, a dozen horse corpses littered the ground, as some half-elves focused their arrows on the steeds, striking them down as well. Madao, who had fought valiantly on the plains for so long, had never faced such devastating losses. His eyes widened in fury, his hand trembled around the hilt of his sword, consumed by rage. Yet, the morale of the other brigands began to wane. They were inherently bullies against the weak, preying on merchant caravans but fleeing at the sight of Imperial patrols, lacking any steadfast fighting spirit. A group of individuals driven by greed. How could they muster the resolve to fight fiercely? Thus, upon witnessing the grim fates of the bandits pierced by arrows, many of them could not help but display expressions of terror, their hearts wavering in retreat. One subordinate timidly approached the leader, saying, "Chief, this group is too formidable for us. Perhaps we should withdraw and target other merchant convoys instead. There is no need to engage in a futile struggle." Although the leader, known as Madao, felt a surge of anger within, he recognized that persisting in this confrontation would be detrimental to him. However, he bore the weight of a mission assigned by the Viscount of Bark, and encountering Kana's caravan meant he had to seize it. Moreover, he could not swallow the indignation stirred by that foul woman in the red headscarf. He was determined to eliminate her. Just as Madao hesitated between retreating or launching a fierce assault, he observed that the opposing formation had unexpectedly parted, revealing a group of tall guards emerging from within. Chapter 60. The infantry charge in the annals of Imperial warfare. There have been precedents where infantry triumphed over cavalry, with the right tactics and command. Particularly when possessing advantageous terrain, infantry can indeed vanquish their mounted adversaries. However, even if victorious, the subsequent expansion of such triumphs proves exceedingly challenging. The inherent mobility of cavalry remains their ace in the hole. Should they falter, they simply retreat. Conversely, infantry, reliant solely on their own two legs, find it nearly impossible to pursue fleeing cavalry. Robin now faced this very dilemma. Armed with the unparalleled archery skills of a half-elf, he could easily overcome the bandits on horseback. Yet, should the horsemen choose to flee, he would struggle to follow. Robin could not afford to exhaust his main forces along the trade route, for the wilderness teemed with peril, and the timing of the next conflict was uncertain. Thus, he sought to eradicate this band of marauders once and for all, aiming to ensure their demise today. Within the formation of wagons, Robin observed as the bandits ceased their assault. He surmised they might be contemplating a retreat. He could not allow them to escape. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded the wagon formation to open, allowing the iron guards to regroup outside. The guards relinquished their shields and grasped their familiar spears once more, forming two slender lines of pikes in front of the wagon cluster. This deliberate relinquishment of defensive advantage exposed the infantry directly to the cavalry's charge. An act tantamount to suicide. Any commander with a modicum of sense would never undertake such a course. Yet, Robin proceeded with this audacious strategy. He sought to convey an unmistakable signal to the horsemen: come at us recklessly. You can win. Utilizing the iron guards as bait, he intended to lure the bandits, instilling in them the belief that victory was within their grasp. Only in this way would they charge forth without hesitation. Had Robin commanded a mere band of ordinary human spearmen, such a perilous tactic would have spelled certain doom. However, he led a cadre of iron guards, warriors awakened to their bloodline's power. With their might, they could withstand the brunt of a light cavalry charge without issue. Indeed, it could be posited that, bolstered by the formidable strength of the iron guards, Robin held the true advantage. As the horseman Ma Dao beheld the guards emerging from the wagon formation and swiftly assembling into two rows of pikes, he was momentarily taken aback. Initially perplexed, he pondered what these individuals were attempting. Did they believe they could contend with him using mere spears? Yet, swiftly, Ma Dao recognized this as an opportunity. The opposing spearmen numbered only 40, while he commanded 90 riders. With the distance between them barely 100 paces, a single charge could obliterate the enemy. A grin of exhilaration spread across Ma Dao's face. He could not afford to squander such a remarkable chance to turn the tide. Despite the towering stature of the spearmen, he remained undeterred, for they were proud cavalry. Though these marauders were merely lightly armored horsemen without proper mounts, they still possessed a strategic advantage that infantry could never hope to match. Once the warhorse charges forward, it carries a weight of no less than 1,000 pounds. A veritable mountain of flesh galloping at a speed of 60 miles per hour, akin to a steamroller on the battlefield, surrounded by flat grasslands. This terrain is undoubtedly the most advantageous for a cavalry charge. The saber-wielding leader remains oblivious to the identity of the commander on the opposing side, be it Janna or some captain of the guard. Yet, regardless of who it may be, the saber-wielder is convinced that he must be a fool to orchestrate such an absurd deployment. Unable to contain his amusement, he erupts into laughter, turning to his lieutenant and exclaiming, "Look at that bunch of fools. They've lost their minds and are actually coming out from behind the carts." The lieutenant joins in the laughter, sharing the same sentiment of retreat moments ago, but now, witnessing this opportunity, he is inspired to press on. After all, so many brothers have perished in this venture, it would be a grave loss to walk away without any spoils. The saber-wielder abruptly pulls on the reins, turning his steed to face his band of marauders, preparing for a motivational speech before the charge. "Brothers, we suffered a slight setback earlier, but now the god of war has bestowed upon us a splendid opportunity. If you follow me into the fray, we shall emerge victorious. We, the Saber Knights, cannot slink away in disgrace. We must show these wretches who truly reigns over this desolate expanse. It is us. Follow me, draw your blades, charge forth, and crush them." He raises his sword high, shouting hoarsely. The marauders, ignited by a primal bloodlust, abandon their bows, drawing their sabers from their waists. They collectively raise their blades to the sky, resembling a pack of wild wolves on the plains, echoing the cries of the saber-wielder with howls of their own. Robin, wielding a great sword and clad in armor, strides to the forefront of the spear formation, his steps deliberate yet powerful. Observing the marauders brandishing their sabers and unleashing a cacophony of howls, he recognizes that his baiting strategy has succeeded. Simon rushes to Robin's side, sporting a simple, earnest grin reminiscent of a seasoned farmer. "Hee, Chief, they've taken the bait." Robin's expression remains stern as he nods in acknowledgement. "In a moment. Follow me into the charge." Simon promptly dons his iron helmet, replying, "Aye, Chief." Then Janna approaches with hurried steps, her her demeanor anxious as she reaches Robin's side. "My lord, you've opened the cart formation and drawn the soldiers from their defensive positions. What is your intention?" Robin, known for his unilateral command in military matters, had not forewarned Janna of his plans. The red-scarfed woman was still unaware of his battle strategy. In this feigned merchant operation, Janna's primary role was to assist Robin in maintaining their disguise, as they were not genuine merchants and their actions would inevitably differ from those of an actual caravan. Thus, Janna's presence was essential to prevent any exposure. She had inquired about the battle plan upon encountering the marauders, but Robin had merely brushed her off with vague reassurances. "Let the archers unleash a volley, and the Iron Guard will engage in close combat. That will suffice." Janna, understanding Robin's penchant for nonchalance and placing her trust in him, refrained from further questioning. At this moment, witnessing Robin withdraw all his soldiers from the formation, Janna felt a surge of anxiety. Even without a military background, she could discern that Robin's forces were insufficient and lacked heavy infantry, rendering them incapable of withstanding a direct cavalry charge. Robin, however, remained composed, stretching his shoulders and neck in preparation for the impending battle. A charge? Janna was taken aback, her beautiful blue eyes widening in disbelief. It was the first time in her life she had heard of infantry charging at cavalry. She incredulously exclaimed, "My lord, surely it is the horse bandits who will charge first?" "Indeed, they will charge, and we shall charge as well. They will have their charge, and we shall have ours," Robin replied with an air of nonchalance, articulating his strategy with conviction. Janna was momentarily rendered speechless. Had anyone else uttered such words, she would have vehemently deemed them insane, yet coming from Robin, she found herself irresistibly inclined to believe him. After all, there had been numerous occasions when Janna had thought Robin to be mad, only for reality to reveal that each seemingly reckless action of his was underpinned by undeniable strength. This man had an uncanny ability to transform the impossible into the possible. Having spoken, the Lord gently nudged Janna, though the force of his touch was somewhat uncalibrated. Despite his attempt to be gentle, it still caused the young girl to stumble slightly. She believed in Robin unconditionally, yet her expressive eyes remained anxiously fixed on his retreating figure. Robin donned his iron helmet, his gaze resolute as he stared into the distance at the approaching bandits and bellowed, "Prepare to attack." Chapter 61. Infantry against cavalry. The Iron Guards raised their long spears, the sharp tips directed menacingly towards the distant horse bandits. Even in the face of cavalry, there was no trace of anxiety or fear on their rugged faces. Instead, this band of Highlanders displayed expressions of exhilaration, their blood seemingly boiling with anticipation for the impending clash. They had long awaited this bloody confrontation. Behind the formation of Iron Guards, the half-elves regrouped, while 30 archers lined up in 2 ranks. "Prepare," commanded Lukra in a sonorous tone, prompting the half-elves to immediately draw their bows, their arrows poised at the ready, angled towards the horsemen. Opposite them, 100 paces away, the horse bandits were also making their final preparations for the charge. They lacked any formal formation, merely a chaotic mass of riders gathering haphazardly. Leading the front was the horseblade, gripping the reins in one hand and a sword in the other, his keen gaze fixed upon the Iron Guards like that of a hawk. The short-tailed warhorse beneath him snorted, sensing the tension in the air before the impending battle, its front hooves restlessly pawing the ground. A gentle breeze swept between the 2 camps, rustling the grass, yet despite the scorching summer day, this wind carried a chill of impending death. Suddenly, the world dimmed slightly as a cloud obscured the sun overhead. "Charge!" bellowed Robin. "Kill!" cried the horseblade. Almost simultaneously, both sides launched their assaults. The horseblade yanked the reins and surged ahead, followed closely by 90 horse bandits, their war cries echoing as they galloped forward. The thunderous sound of hooves striking the ground sent clouds of dust spiraling into the air, resembling the ominous rumble of distant thunder. When faced with the charge of such a formidable cavalry, even ordinary people would be gripped by fear, and a wavering spirit could easily lead to the dropping of weapons and a hasty retreat. Yet neither Robin nor the Iron Guards displayed a hint of cowardice. They charged forward like fearless warriors, resolutely meeting the oncoming cavalry in a counter-assault. The Lord, wielding a great sword with one hand, surged forward with such speed that he quickly left the Iron Guards behind. The guards held their spears steadfast, their formation unyielding even amidst the charge. Kanna crouched beneath the wagon, her mouth agape in shock. She could hardly believe that Robin had indeed initiated a charge. The infantry was advancing against the cavalry, and Kanna felt she was witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. The horse blade was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the merchant caravan's guards would exhibit such bravery. A group of infantrymen, brandishing spears, dared to confront his cavalry head-on. Were they mad? Especially the swordsman at the forefront wielding a two-handed sword. Was he courting death? Striving to be the first to perish? A sinister expression twisted across the horse blade's face, his features contorting in disbelief. Regardless of whether those opposing him were madmen or fools, he was resolute in his intent to annihilate them all. With a fierce roar reminiscent of a beast, he raised his saber once more. As both sides rapidly closed the distance, the battle was ignited prematurely by the arrows of the half-elves. Release. With a commanding shout, Luke ordered 30 half-elven archers to simultaneously let loose their arrows. A resounding hum filled the air as 30 shafts soared into the sky, tracing an arc before plunging accurately into the ranks of the horse bandits. A cacophony of screams erupted as 20 bandits were struck down, falling from their steeds. Though the saber-wielding warrior heard the anguished cries of his fallen comrades, he was already in full charge and could not halt. At that moment, nothing mattered to him but the singular belief that rushing forward would lead to victory. The 100-foot distance was traversed in an instant, and before the half-elves could unleash a second volley, the two sides collided. Robin and the saber-wielding warrior led the charge, crashing into each other first. With rage coursing through him, the warrior's eyes bulged as he yanked the reins, intending to drive his steed directly into Robin, seeking to crush him. Robin's gaze was as sharp as lightning. He raised his great sword high and, with a powerful thrust of his legs, leapt into the air, soaring over 2 meters. Staring up at Robin in disbelief, the warrior was momentarily stunned. Seizing the momentum of his descent, Robin swung his sword overhead, delivering a vicious vertical strike aimed at the warrior's head. Alarmed, the warrior hastily raised his saber to defend, but how could he withstand the titanic power of the Lord? With a resounding clang, Robin's great sword crashed down upon the warrior's blade. The impact felt as if a mountain had fallen upon him, the immense force shattering his arm. Subsequently, the great sword severed his saber, descending unimpeded to cleave through his skull. Yet, the onslaught did not end there. The force of Robin's strike transmitted through the warrior's body to his steed, which could not bear the overwhelming power. With a pained whinny, the horse collapsed, its legs broken, kneeling on the grass. Robin landed gracefully and, upon lifting his head, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. As if stones parted the river. None of the horse bandits behind the fallen warrior dared to attack Robin. Instead, they split to either side, hastily passing him by. The sight of Robin dispatching the warrior in such a manner was utterly staggering, instilling terror in the hearts of the bandits. Even if given 1,000 lifetimes, they would not dare to meet his gaze. This man was a veritable monster. With their leader slain, the bandits instantly lost their will to fight. Yet the momentum of their charge was too great to halt. They surged past Robin, who stood poised behind them, flanked by the ironclad guards wielding spears. Simon shouted as he charged forward, thrusting his spear into the chest of an oncoming bandit, sending him tumbling from his mount. Immediately following, another bandit charged towards Simon, riding his horse straight at him. "You bastard, I'll run you down," the bandit roared, as the towering figure of the warhorse bore down upon him. The Iron Bear warrior neither flinched nor defended himself. Instead, he lowered his body, firmly planted his feet on the ground, and turned sideways, thrusting his right shoulder forward with tremendous force, colliding head-on with the approaching warhorse. With a resounding crash, in the next moment, the Iron Bear warrior remained steadfast in his position, while the bandit and his steed were sent tumbling. In that fleeting instant, the warhorse felt as though it had collided with an immense boulder. Its chest felt as if it had shattered, eliciting a pained whinny. Its front legs were raised high, followed by its massive body losing balance and crashing heavily onto the grass. The bandit atop the horse was pinned beneath its weight. Despite toppling a warhorse, Simon appeared unscathed, casually moving his right shoulder before approaching the trapped bandit. The bandit, immobilized beneath the horse's belly, was overwhelmed with terror at the sight of this monstrous figure approaching, his face streaming with fear. "Don't kill me, I have money. I'll give it all to you." Simon offered a simple, earnest smile, reminiscent of a humble farmer reaping his harvest. Who were you just shouting about running down? However, while the farmer harvests crops, Simon harvests lives. The Iron Bear warrior raised his spear high, the tip pointed downward, and thrust it forcefully. The sharp point pierced the bandit's chest, embedding deeply into the earth beneath him. Chapter 62. The demise of the bandits. The combat style of the Iron Guard is characterized by a singular ferocity. Empowered by their giant bloodline, each member possesses extraordinary strength, seemingly with muscles even in their minds. The impact of their warhorses is indeed formidable. Yet the superhuman physiques bestowed upon them by their lineage allow them to withstand the collision with unwavering resilience. One iron guard, unfortunately, is struck head-on by a warhorse and sent sprawling onto the grass. For an ordinary soldier, such a fall might result in fractures. But the iron guard merely dusts himself off, utters a fierce curse, and resumes fighting. The bandits observing this spectacle are rendered speechless upon their steeds, incredulous that one could rise again so swiftly after being hurled by a horse. With their formidable physical prowess, the Iron Guard shows no fear in the face of a cavalry charge, brandishing their spears as they collide with the oncoming bandits. They either thrust their spears to unseat the riders or incapacitate the horses first, subsequently dispatching the fallen foes. Those bandits at the forefront find themselves unceremoniously toppled from their mounts, while those behind, witnessing the sheer might of these spear-wielding warriors, dare not engage. Seizing the moment while the Iron Guard is preoccupied with dispatching the front line, they hastily breach the defensive line. Some bandits attempt to leap over the Iron Guard's heads. But as their horses rear up, an Iron Guard swiftly thrusts his spear forward, piercing the horse's belly. Warm blood cascades down like rain, drenching the Iron Guard's face and chest in crimson. Having narrowly escaped through the Iron Guard's defenses, fewer than 30 bandits remain on horseback. Just as they believe they have evaded certain doom, they confront a waiting line of 30 vigilant half-elf archers, their bows already drawn. Fire! At Luke's command, the archers unleash a volley, a torrent of arrows raining down upon the remaining bandits, who are immediately struck and fall to the ground. Thus, the once dominant bandit group is wholly annihilated by Robin's forces. Following the battle, the Iron Guard and half-elves commence the grim task of clearing the battlefield. The ominous clouds in the sky gradually disperse, and the brilliant sun shines down once more, yet its warmth cannot penetrate the gruesome aftermath of the slaughter. The battlefield lies in disarray, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Scattered across the ground are the lifeless bodies of bandits, some impaled by spears, others dead from falls, and still others slain by the archers' arrows. A few wounded bandits remain, either struck by arrows or with broken limbs, writhing in agony upon the ground. However, their cries soon cease as the Iron Guard begins their final sweep, delivering a merciful end to their wretched lives with spears and blades. In addition to the bandits, numerous warhorses lie dead on the field, while some, having sustained broken legs during the fray, can do nothing but lie there, emitting pained breaths. Robin surveys the casualties on his side. Miraculously, there are no fatalities among his ranks, only a handful of Iron Guards sustaining minor injuries. On this excursion, Robin deliberately brought along a vial of moonwater. He instructed Luke to retrieve it from the carriage and distribute it among the injured. The moonwater proved to be remarkably effective, akin to carrying a mobile field hospital. Robin opened the system to check for updates and noted that several Iron Guards and half-elves had leveled up. However, their bloodline levels remained unchanged. The spoils of this encounter were plentiful. In addition to weapons and armor, the bandits had left behind a significant number of horses, 62 in total. This delighted the Lord, as horses are an exceedingly valuable resource. Nevertheless, the horses possessed only mediocre qualities, with some being mere nags, as they were merely a band of brigands who could not procure superior steeds. Approaching the headless corpse of the bandit leader, Robin removed his helmet, crouched down, and drew a dagger from his waist to gradually sever the head from the body. In the administrative hall of Silverfrost City, a bounty of 100 gold coins was placed on the bandit leader's head. Additionally, Robin recalled that Viscount Buck had also offered a reward of 100 gold coins. Thus, the severed head of Buck was worth a total of 200 gold coins, and Robin certainly could not afford to discard it without recompense. Although a portion of Buck's head had been cleaved away, the remaining half still bore a resemblance to him, which sufficed for Robin's purposes. He placed the head into a cloth bag and secured it at his waist. Then, he searched the bandit leader's corpse, hoping to uncover other valuables. He discovered a pouch containing over 30 gold coins, alongside various silver and copper coins. A smile of delight spread across Robin's face as he tucked the pouch into his coat. The act of scouring the battlefield always uplifted his spirits. He felt akin to a diligent farmer during the autumn harvest, with the headless body of the bandit leader representing the fruits of his labor. Now was the time for reaping. Next, Robin rummaged through the pockets of the bandit leader's attire and uncovered a portrait. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find it was an image of Janna. Robin immediately understood. Someone had intentionally plotted against her. At that moment, Simon approached, dragging a partially incapacitated bandit along. This bandit, the leader's second-in-command, appeared to be in his 30s, with an unremarkable visage. He had fallen from his horse during the skirmish and broken both legs. The Iron Bear warrior seized one of his useless legs and hurled him before Robin. "Chief, I've captured a tongue," Simon chuckled good-naturedly. "Well done," Robin commended him. The bandit's second-in-command, now pallid with fear, disregarded his leg pain and prostrated himself before Robin, pleading, "My lord, please do not kill me. I am willing to do anything for you, even if it means licking your boots with my tongue." Crouching before him, Robin's expression turned icy and intimidating. "Very well. I will ask, and you shall answer. First question, what is the relationship between the bandit leader and Viscount Buck?" The second-in-command, utterly terrified, dared not conceal anything and divulged every detail he knew. It turned out that their band of robbers had been established by Viscount Buck himself, with the aim of undermining other merchant caravans to secure greater profits for the Buck Trading Company. Robin posed a series of inquiries, and upon concluding his questions, he rose to his feet and cast a glance at Simon, signaling him to eliminate the bandit lieutenant. Simon, bewildered, stared at Robin, blinking in confusion, failing to comprehend the implication. The Lord, suppressing the urge to deliver a kick, furrowed his brows and scolded, "Fool! I commanded you to kill him." Only then did Simon grasp the situation. He bent down to act while muttering under his breath, "The chief always indulges in such theatrics. If he wishes to eliminate someone, he should say so directly. How am I to decipher a mere wink?" Upon hearing Robin's words, the bandit lieutenant panicked, raising his voice in desperation, "My lord, I have revealed everything I know. I beseech you." His pleas were abruptly cut short as the Iron Bear warrior's strong hand seized his head and chin, twisting forcefully in a swift motion, resulting in a decisive snap that severed his neck. Robin observed the lieutenant's lifeless body collapse onto the grass with a cold gaze. He harbored no compassion for these bandits, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless innocent civilians. Such lives were not worth mourning. Subsequently, Robin scanned the battlefield, seemingly in search of something, yet ultimately found nothing. He called out to Simon once more, "Simon, come here." Simon hurried over, cradling 5 or 6 sabers, his spoils of war. The Iron Bear warrior appeared quite pleased and cheerfully inquired, "Chief, what is it?" "Go, seek out the banner of this band of bandits," Robin instructed. "The banner? The one adorned with a depiction of a saber?" Simon exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Ah, I understand. I shall fetch it at once." Chapter 63. I and the bandit Jana had emerged from beneath the carriage, clutching a small notebook and a charcoal pencil, diligently tallying the spoils of their recent skirmish. Upon noticing Robin's approach, a joyous expression illuminated her face. "Congratulations on yet another splendid victory, my Lord Baron," she exclaimed. Robin unfurled a drawing before her. "Take a look at this," he said. Jana gasped, "My portrait. It was drawn by Viscount Buck. He sent the cavalry to trouble you." Subsequently, Robin divulged all the intelligence he had acquired from the bandit's second-in-command. "It is indeed him." Jana's countenance darkened instantaneously, her hand gripping the charcoal pencil trembling slightly with indignation. "Since Buck has made the first move, we cannot refrain from retaliating." "I have a plan," Robin declared. "What plan?" Jana inquired, puzzled. "Jana, you must know which trade routes Viscount Buck's caravan frequently traverses." Robin posed a seemingly unrelated question. Jana, quick-witted, instantly grasped Robin's intent, and her face brightened with excitement. "You mean, in my homeland, there is an ancient saying, when one receives a gift, one must return the favor. If Buck can plunder from us, we, too, can seize from him," Robin declared vehemently. "I shall ensure that not a single strand of his goods reaches the wasteland." Robin's fervent words ignited a spark in Jana, her eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. "Excellent. I shall go to Silver Frost City to gather intelligence for you. Together, we shall bring about his demise." The two exchanged a glance, a shared sinister smile gracing their lips. At that moment, the guards of the plump merchant's caravan, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle, began to emerge from beneath the carriages. Upon surveying the ravaged battlefield, they could not help but regard Robin and his warriors with profound respect. Jana scanned the area, but the figure of the plump merchant, David, was conspicuously absent. Suddenly, she heard a pained groan and turned to find the merchant trembling in fear, hidden beneath the carriage, with his posterior protruding comically. Even more absurdly, an arrow was lodged in his backside, having struck him squarely in a most unfortunate place. David lay beneath the carriage, weeping in terror, his face a mess of tears and snot, convinced he had been mortally wounded. "Oh no, it's the end. I never imagined that after a lifetime of wisdom, I would perish on this desolate plain." To my eldest, second, and third, should I die here, do remarry. Just ensure my son is raised well. Jana exclaimed, David, you've been shot. Recognizing him, she did not wish for David to meet his end there and hurriedly grasped Robin's arm. My Lord Baron, please, look at David. Robin approached, casting a brief glance. He'll be fine. Jana, still skeptical, asked, really? Robin, growing impatient, clarified. The arrow struck him with little force, barely penetrating the flesh. And it's lodged in a fleshy area. Just remove it, apply some salve to stop the bleeding, and after a week of rest in bed, he'll be as good as new. Upon concluding his words, the Lord bent down, disregarding whether the corpulent proprietor consented or not, and promptly extracted the arrow lodged in his posterior. The painful ordeal elicited a sharp cry from the plump owner, causing his rotund form to spring upwards, only to collide with the underside of the wagon with a resounding thud. Come, you lot, lift your master out and tend to his wounds, Robin commanded, tossing aside the bloodied arrow and addressing the onlooking guards from the merchant convoy. The guards promptly approached, and with considerable effort, managed to drag the hefty owner from beneath the cart. His considerable girth necessitated the assistance of two robust young men to hoist him. As he surveyed the scene, noting that the battle had concluded and not a single bandit remained in sight, the owner temporarily forgot the pain in his rear. A look of incredulous astonishment gradually spread across his round face as he turned to Robin. You all actually won? With a nonchalant tone, Robin replied, Of course. Had we not succeeded, your head would have relocated by now. Oh, divine heavens! You truly triumphed. The expression on the owner's face shifted from shock to unrestrained joy. And as he glanced back at Robin, an aura of reverence enveloped him. Miss Kana, I am profoundly impressed by your valiant warriors, particularly this captain of guards. He is akin to a living god of war. The owner lavished praise upon Kana and her companions. Kana beamed with delight, gesturing towards Robin, and addressed David, Mr. David. There seems to be a misunderstanding. This gentleman is not my captain of guards, but Baron Robin. Baron, the owner exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Robin. At this juncture, Robin found it unnecessary to conceal his identity any longer. Indeed, I am a baron of the frontier, he affirmed. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Robin approached David with a serious demeanor. Mr. David, regarding today's events, I hope you can maintain confidentiality and refrain from discussing it with others. The owner's confusion was palpable. Defeating bandits was a momentous achievement. Why keep it secret? My lord, why is that? He inquired, bewildered. Robin then patted the owner's shoulder with such force that it nearly sent him sprawling to the ground. The owner, suddenly fearful and drenched in perspiration, was acutely aware of his status as a mere merchant, unable to contend with nobility, particularly one so formidable who had vanquished bandits. Blood still stained Robin's attire, and the pungent scent overwhelmed the owner, leaving him lightheaded. Understood, I shall not breathe a word. My men will also remain tight-lipped, he quickly assured, nodding vigorously. Robin smiled faintly, satisfied. Very well, you may leave. The owner, feeling as though a great burden had been lifted, bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. After the owner was escorted away by his two subordinates, Kana turned to Robin, puzzled. Why must we keep this a secret? At that moment, Simon rushed over, brandishing the bandit-esque flag and exclaiming, Chief, I found the banner. Robin took the flag, unfurling it to reveal a black background adorned with a white saber. This was indeed the flag they sought. The red scarf was even more perplexed. My dear Baron, what purpose do you have for this flag? Robin instructed Simon to carefully stow the flag away, then whispered to Jana, You see, I intend to raid Buck's caravan. I cannot simply expose my identity, can I? It is not uncommon for nobles with strained relations to plunder one another in secrecy. Yet no noble would dare to commit such acts brazenly. They all adhere to a code of conduct, at the very least concealing their faces. Unless two nobles have officially declared war, at which point all pretense is abandoned. Currently, Robin and Buck had not yet reached that stage of open conflict. Thus, Robin needed to disguise himself for the raid on Buck's caravan. This was also why he requested the plump owner to keep today's events confidential for the time being. A grin spread across Robin's face. I shall masquerade as a highwayman. With this flag, I shall become the Count of Sabers. Jana's eyes brightened with understanding, and she couldn't help but giggle with excitement. He, my Lord Baron, you are quite wicked, but I find it delightful. Chapter 64. You owe me a ring. The carriages that Robin utilized for disguise were actually empty, merely covered with a layer of tarpaulin, devoid of any cargo. Now, These vacant vehicles found purpose as they were repurposed to carry the spoils of war. The economy of Angry Wave City was strained, with villagers possibly waiting 10 days to half a month for a meal of meat. Thus, these carcasses of horses would indeed enhance their meager rations. It required several half-elves to collectively lift a dead horse weighing around 800 to 900 pounds onto the carriage. Nearby, the Iron Guards erupted into derisive laughter. And soon 2 of them stepped forward, effortlessly hoisting a dead horse and tossing it onto the wagon. With a thunderous crash, the hefty body struck the interior of the carriage, causing it to sag noticeably. The 2 draft horses, straining under the weight, let out indignant snorts, seemingly protesting the burden. The half-elves felt disgruntled, yet in terms of sheer strength, they were undeniably no match for these hulking figures. Before long, 20 carriages were filled to the brim, and the captured war horses were tethered together in a string, trailing behind the convoy. As preparations neared completion and the caravan was ready to depart, Ghana suddenly approached Robin. She presented him with a ledger documenting the spoils, and then inquired, "My Lord Baron, did you happen to find a gold ring on the body of the saber wielder?" After speaking, Robin reached into his jacket pocket and retrieved a gold ring. "This is it, taken from the saber wielder." Upon seeing the ring, Ghana's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly extended her hand to seize it. "Wait, what do you intend to do?" "This is my spoils," Robin remarked, lifting his hand to deftly evade Ghana's grasp. Regaining her composure, Ghana sheepishly requested, "My Lord Baron, would you be willing to part with this ring? It belongs to my comrade Wooly." It was a wedding gift from his wife, inscribed with his name, and holds immense significance for him. It was stolen by the saber wielder, and he was wounded because of it. Robin examined the ring closely and indeed noticed Wooly's name engraved on its outer band. After a moment's hesitation, he extended the ring towards Ghana. "Very well, consider this ring sold to you. Remember, you owe me a gold ring." Ghana's face brightened with a smile as she accepted the ring with both hands. "Thank you, my Lord Baron." Meanwhile, Wooly lay bare-chested within the tent, his expression vacant as he gazed at the ceiling. His wedding ring had been taken from him. Both he and his wife were not affluent, and this ring represented their savings accumulated over more than a year. Thus, losing it felt utterly heartbreaking. More importantly, it was a testament to their love, a cherished token from his spouse. Though Wooly understood that surviving an encounter with bandits was a stroke of fortune in itself, he could not help but replay the moment in his mind, contemplating what he could have done to preserve his ring. Lost in thought, he sighed deeply once more. The companions of the caravan, residing under the same tent, were diligently grinding herbs, the pestle striking the ceramic jar, producing a rhythmic sound as it transformed the ingredients into a verdant paste. Upon hearing Wooly sigh once more, a young companion offered a comforting remark, urging him to maintain a positive outlook. At least he was still alive. Suddenly, a cacophony of excited voices erupted from outside the tent, and Wooly discerned the jubilant cheers of many. The caravan companion promptly set aside the mortar and, driven by curiosity, approached the tent's entrance, lifting the curtain to peer outside. "What is happening?" Wooly turned to inquire, equally intrigued. He wished to rise and witness the commotion himself, but as he exerted a slight effort, a jolt of pain coursed through his injured waist, rendering him weak and immobilized. Alone in the tent, he lay there, listening to the joyous clamor outside, feeling as though he had been forsaken by the entire world, which only deepened his melancholic state. After a short while, the tent flap was unexpectedly lifted, and Jiena entered first, followed closely by the Baron. Wooly's face instantly transformed with surprise. "Captain, my Lord Baron." His astonishment was palpable, especially with Robin's presence, leaving him to wonder what merit he possessed to warrant such a visit from the Baron. "You are injured. Do not move around." Jiena swiftly approached Wooly, halting his attempt to rise. "Wooly, you lucky fellow. Guess what I have brought for you?" Jiena crouched down, her face alight with a playful smile, deliberately teasing him. The young man stared at her, bewildered, his eyes wide with anticipation. "Look at this." Like a magician, Jiena produced a golden ring from her pocket. "My ring." In an instant, Wooly forgot the pain in his waist and sat up with a sudden jolt. As he took the ring, examining it closely to confirm its authenticity, tears of joy brimmed in his eyes. In that moment, it seemed as if all the suffering and sorrow he had endured vanished, replaced by a tumultuous blend of joy, gratitude, and bittersweet emotion that he could scarcely articulate. "Captain, thank you," Wooly said, his voice trembling as he sniffled. Robin, standing behind Jiena, offered Wooly a gentle smile. Yet Wooly perceived Robin as his benefactor, his image elevated to that of a deity in his eyes. "My Lord Baron, I am profoundly grateful. I do not know how to repay you." Wooly was utterly overwhelmed with emotion. "It is but a small matter. Focus on your recovery," Robin replied nonchalantly. As the two exited the tent, Robin remarked to Jinnah, "You truly are kind to your subordinates." Jinnah sighed. "They are all impoverished souls. I do what I can to assist them." Suddenly, Robin flashed a mischievous grin. "Remember, you owe me a golden ring." Jinnah scrunched her adorable face, rolling her eyes at him. "I shall remember." Chapter 65. The bandits have returned. As night fell, Robin, in accordance with his customary practice after a victorious battle, hosted a lavish feast in the clearing before the Lord's manor. A large bonfire blazed at the center of the gathering, where a whole horse was skewered and roasted over the flames, slathered in oil and sprinkled with spices. In no time, it was perfectly charred on the outside and succulent within, filling the air with a rich aroma of meat, while the dripping fat sizzled in the fire, sending up fragrant wisps of smoke. The half-elven maidens, inspired by the festive atmosphere, shed their shoes and danced barefoot around the fire. Meanwhile, the half-elven men joined in with hand drums and flutes, filling the evening with cheerful melodies. The elves, known for their love of art and music, had passed this tradition seamlessly onto their half-elven kin, who maintained their passion for music even in the most challenging of times. However, amidst the lively crowd, Robin and Kana were conspicuously absent. At that moment, in a tranquil spot beside the Lord's manor, the two sat on the grass, each holding a large mug of malt liquor. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight and serenaded by the nocturnal chirps of insects, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, savoring the serenity of the night. After a few sips of the drink, Kana's cheeks flushed slightly. She suddenly turned to Robin, her expression earnest as she spoke. "My lord, I am truly grateful to you. At that moment, without your assistance, I honestly do not know what I would have done." Robin flashed a grin. "Spare me the sentimental talk. I'm counting on you to earn me some coin in the future." Kana furrowed her lovely brows in mild reproach. "You really have a knack for ruining the mood with your comments." With a nonchalant shrug, Robin replied, "What can I say? I'm just a simple man." Kana lowered her gaze to the malt liquor in her cup. "My lord, do you still remember the agreement we made?" "Agreement?" Robin paused, momentarily taken aback, before the fierce glint in Kana's eyes reminded him. "You mean the last time I asked you to serve under me? You said you would pledge your loyalty once I became a great noble? Is that the agreement you refer to?" Taking a deep breath, Kana seemed to gather her resolve. She placed her cup on the grass and stood up. Under Robin's astonished gaze, she approached him with a serious demeanor, placing her right hand over her heart, and knelt on one knee to solemnly declare, "My lord, I, Kana, hereby swear that from this moment forth, I wish to become your most loyal servant, dedicating all my wisdom, courage, and life to you, until the end of my days." Taken aback by Kana's sudden pledge of loyalty, Robin's surprise quickly transformed into delight, and he teasingly remarked, "So, there's no need to wait for me to become a great noble after all?" Kana kept her head lowered, her expression grave. "No need. My lord, I am ready to offer you my loyalty now." Robin cleared his throat twice, then adopted a serious demeanor, stating solemnly, "Kana, rise. I accept your oath of loyalty." "Thank you, my lord," she replied. As Kana rose to her feet, illuminated by the ethereal blue moonlight, a playful smile danced upon her lips. "My dear Baron, since I have become your subordinate, I presume that the gold ring need not be returned to you, correct?" Robin, mid-sip from his goblet, nearly choked at her audacity. "You little minx, so you were waiting for me here all along." The girl in the red scarf turned away, proudly sticking out her delicate pink tongue at Robin. A week later, Robin received intelligence from Kana that a convoy from the Buck Trading Company had entered the wasteland, traversing the central trade route. Seizing the opportunity for revenge, he resolved to act decisively. He gathered 30 iron guards and 20 half-elves, and following the map provided by Kana, they galloped across the vast desolation for 3 days, arriving at their designated ambush point. After 2 days of patient waiting along the trade route, the convoy finally appeared at midday. Robin, perched on a high vantage point, shielded his eyes from the glaring sun with his hand and gazed into the distance. Beyond the lush grasslands, a convoy, approximately 30 wagons strong and comprising around 50 individuals, was slowly advancing, proudly displaying the flag of the Buck Trading Company. With the target identified, Robin removed a piece of black cloth from his arm and donned it across his face. Behind him, 50 iron guards and half-elves observed their lord don the mask, and they too quickly followed suit. "Mount up." With a commanding voice, Robin urged his followers to mount their steeds in unison, executing the maneuver with precision. "Remember, we are now horse bandits. Simon, raise the flag." The Iron Bear warrior grinned widely, excitedly hoisting the banner emblazoned with a scimitar, which fluttered vigorously in the breeze. "Follow me, charge." Robin tugged at the reins and galloped down the hillside. The Iron Guards and half-elves followed closely behind, surging towards the distant convoy. Leading the convoy was a tall, lean middle-aged man, lounging against the wagon's side, his eyes squinting in drowsiness. "Bandits!" A sudden shout jolted the leader awake, and he sat upright, scanning the surroundings in alarm. "Bandits? Where?" A guard hurriedly approached, pointing westward. "My lord, look over there." The leader stood atop the wagon, squinting into the distance, where a cavalry unit was rapidly approaching across the endless expanse of the wasteland. Initially startled, he soon recognized the flag they bore and regained his composure. "Ah, it is the Count of Scimitars." Having traversed this trade route numerous times, he was well aware of the Count's association with the Buck Trading Company. On previous encounters, the Count would merely glance at the Buck flag and turn away without a second thought. Thus, with a calm demeanor, he reassured his guard, "There is nothing to fear. Pay them no mind. Continue onward." The guards had been accompanying the leader on deliveries for some time and did not inquire further. They merely nodded and returned to their tasks. "Fear not, everyone. It's all right. Let us proceed," the caravan guard bellowed, instilling confidence in the others. The leader settled down, leaning against the wagon, and called to the young driver, "Keep moving." However, the young driver, a newcomer, wore a look of concern and asked, "My lord, with bandits approaching, shall we continue our journey?" Impatiently, the leader kicked him. "What do you know? We are from the Buck Trading Company. Who would dare rob us? Just drive." The driver dared not speak further, steeling himself to continue on, while the caravan leader closed his eyes, pretending to doze. "My lord, the bandits are charging straight toward us." "Is that so?" The caravan leader opened his eyes, gazing in bewilderment. At that moment, the bandits were less than 200 paces away, close enough to clearly see the Buck Trading Company flag. Yet, the bandits showed no signs of retreating, galloping straight toward the caravan. The distance of 200 paces was swiftly covered by horsemen, and as the bandits approached, the caravan leader rose, waving his hand. "Hey, we are the caravan of the Buck Trading Company," he shouted. However, the bandits paid him no heed. A group of riders charged forth, while 20 mounted archers drew their bows. The sharp whistling of arrows sliced through the air, and in an instant, several members of the caravan fell. The caravan leader, struck with terror, tumbled down from the wagon. Chapter 66. A transaction without cost is delightful. Robin rode at the forefront of the entire entourage, leading the charge with fervor. The Iron Guards and the half-elves displayed rather rudimentary horsemanship. The Iron Guards, with their clumsy demeanor inherent to their race, struggled to control their mounts. Their towering stature, averaging 2 meters, rendered them ill-suited to conventional steeds. The nag beneath Simon was laboring under his weight, gasping for breath as if the very back of the horse was about to buckle under the strain. Lacking combat experience on horseback, the Iron Guards and half-elves formed no cohesive formation during their charge. The line stretched out like a strand of spaghetti along the path. Although the half-elves were not accustomed to riding, their innate skill, bow, and crossbow mastery allowed them to shoot arrows from horseback with remarkable instinct. While their accuracy undoubtedly paled in comparison to that achieved from solid ground, it was still superior to the band of marauders they faced. Robin led the band like a sharpened blade, positioning them 50 paces ahead of the merchant convoy, effectively blocking their path. "Halt!" he bellowed, raising his right hand to signal the entire group to cease movement. Simultaneously, he pulled the reins with vigor, causing the horse's head to rear up dramatically. And the four have skidded to an abrupt stop. The half-elves and Iron Guards behind him followed suit, halting in unison. The Buck merchant caravan was utterly unprepared for such an audacious assault from the marauders. Chaos erupted among them. The coachman, abandoning his post, leapt from the wagon and tumbled into the grass. Startled horses bolted, dragging the carriage wildly as 2 carts collided, overturning and scattering their cargo across the ground. Only the caravan's guards maintained a semblance of composure, swiftly drawing their weapons and brandishing their short swords and round shields as they rushed to the front of the convoy, bracing themselves against the marauders. However, their numbers were limited to just over 20, and faced with the ferocious outlaws, trepidation flickered across their faces. The caravan leader, cowering behind the guards, nervously inquired, "Are you the subordinates of Count Machete?" Robin, at the forefront of the marauder group, displayed an excited smile beneath his mask. The caravan leader cautiously peered out, glimpsing Robin, and shouted, "Brothers of Machete, do not misunderstand. We are the Buck Trading Company, esteemed warrior. May I inquire where Count Machete is? I wish to speak with him. In a condescending tone, Robin chuckled and replied, What are you to demand an audience? My Lord Machete is not someone you can simply request to meet. Simon and Luke, mounted behind Robin, exchanged glances, with Simon whispering to Luke. The chief seems to be reveling in this. Luke stifled a chuckle, responding, You don't understand. He has truly immersed himself in the role. The leader of the merchant caravan was truly anxious at this moment. Some matters were traditionally not to be brought into the open. But he could no longer afford such considerations. He exclaimed, My lord, we, the Baron of Buck, have long been acquainted with your esteemed Sir Motto. Sir Motto has never seized our caravans. I believe this must be a misunderstanding. However, Sir Motto declared, We seize whom we wish, and today, we intend to seize you. Luke immediately grasped the situation. He had been prepared, with an arrow knocked on the bowstring. Following the Lord's command, he did not hesitate. Releasing an arrow that whistled through the air, striking a guard beside the caravan leader. The guard emitted no sound, an arrow embedded in his chest. His eyes wide open as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The swiftness of Luke's shot left the caravan leader and the others stunned, their faces betraying sheer terror. If it was him now, who would be next? The caravan leader felt his heart skip a beat. The fallen guard had been so close to him that had the arrow deviated even slightly, it would have been his life at stake. I will count to 3. Robin threatened menacingly, If you do not surrender, I shall leave no survivors, and I will slay you all. He raised his hand to begin counting. 1. The caravan leader, paralyzed by fear, raised his hands in surrender before Robin could utter 2. Wait, we surrender. After all, the goods belonged to the Baron of Buck. But his life was his own, as merely a hired hand, with a wife and children waiting for him at home. He had no desire to perish in this desolate wilderness. Robin displayed a satisfied smile. Excellent, discard your weapons upon the ground. All of you step forward and line up by the roadside. I assure you, I shall not kill you. The guards exchanged glances, casting down their swords and shields. With their leader's surrender, they saw no point in further resistance. No one wished to die needlessly here. The caravan leader, along with his 30-odd members, stood in a neat row by the roadside, each person appearing dejected, heads bowed, frozen in fear. The iron guards held their weapons, glaring at them like a pack of wolves, while further back, a half-elf aimed his bow at them. Robin commanded that anyone attempting any tricks would be dealt with on the spot. The Lord dismounted and approached the caravan, inspecting each cart's cargo. There were iron goods, grains, timber, common wares found in the wilderness, all of which Robin could make use of. Additionally, there was a cart filled with porcelain, exquisite ceramic plates carefully arranged within straw-lined boxes, each adorned with beautiful patterns depicting mountains, rivers, and birds amidst blossoming flowers. One could only wonder which indulgent lord had ordered such goods. Thinking to adorn a dining table even amidst the barbarism of the wasteland, clearly, he was a man of means. Robin picked up a ceramic plate and examined it. Although he held no interest in these exquisite dishes, he mused that Aisha would surely delight in them. In the final carriage, Robin was pleasantly surprised to discover a dozen bundles of arrows. The craftsmanship of these arrows was commendable. The tips were forged from quality iron, and the shafts were remarkably straight, with many being armor-piercing, featuring slender and elongated heads. The half-elf was currently using a dwindling stock of arrows, and these new additions would effectively alleviate his immediate predicament. Robin joyfully patted the carriage as he began to grasp the thrill that bandits must feel. This unearned fortune was indeed exhilarating. The 30 carts of goods were worth at least 200 to 300 gold coins, and this particular cart of arrows felt like a grand jackpot. Chapter 67. At least leave a piece of clothing. The individuals stood obediently by the roadside of the merchant path, their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. Some even trembled in fear. The leader of the merchant caravan cautiously raised his head, attempting to steal a glance at Robin, only to find that Robin was also observing him, their eyes meeting in a moment of mutual recognition. The leader of the caravan was immediately seized by a wave of terror, causing him to lower his head once more, cursing himself for being foolish enough to look. As survival was of utmost importance, Robin approached the leader of the caravan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. It appeared that this man was quite affluent, adorned in fine silk garments, evidently well associated with the likes of the Viscount Buck. Strip off all your clothing, Robin said abruptly, his tone as cold as ice. If one were to rob, it must be thorough. Huh? The leader of the caravan exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily bewildered. Having navigated the wilderness for so long, he had encountered numerous bandits and thieves, yet this was the first time he had come across one demanding clothing. Without further ado, Robin delivered a swift slap that sent the leader spinning thrice before he collapsed onto the ground. Did you not understand? Remove every article of clothing. Robin bellowed fiercely. In an instant, the remaining members of the caravan began to hastily disrobe. Within moments, garments were strewn before Robin, and over 30 members of the caravan stood in a line, clad only in their underpants, exposed under the relentless sun. The leader stood at the forefront, one side of his face swollen and bruised. The Iron Bear warrior, unable to contain his amusement, grinned widely as he hurried over with a large sack, stuffing all the discarded clothing inside. He held the Lord in the highest esteem, recognizing that this was true robbery, leaving not a single thread for the adversary. Seeing that there was nothing left to seize, Robin gestured to the Iron Guard and the half-elf. All right, it's time to wrap up. Let us retreat. He mounted his horse, leading the group away with the plundered carts in tow. The leader of the caravan, enraged, began to stomp his feet. Having been unable to retaliate in the face of Robin's earlier intimidation, he now let loose a torrent of curses. The others gathered around, inquiring, "Leader, what shall we do now?" Fuming, the leader responded curtly, "You fools. At the critical moment, what good are you? What shall we do?" "We shall head towards Silverfrost City." The others exchanged glances, collectively pondering. Wasn't it you who surrendered first? Thus, over 30 bear men commenced their march across the vast wilderness along the merchant road. One could say that this group was rather fortunate. They had not traveled far when they unexpectedly encountered the Empire's patrol. Though dubbed the Empire Patrol, this contingent was in fact the personal militia of the Duke of Silverfrost City, established to ensure the merchant route remained secure from Silverfrost City to the wilderness. Furthermore, this force facilitated the Duke's control over the expanse of the wilds. The wasteland is currently regarded as a lawless and desolate territory, where the commands of the royal capital cannot reach. As the most powerful noble in the north, the Duke of Silverfrost City has been actively infiltrating the wasteland, hoping to transform it into his domain. Leading the patrol team out of the city is Knight Helen, accompanied by 100 knights, who are patrolling the wasteland along their usual route. Suddenly, she spots a group of over 30 bare-bodied men slowly approaching along the merchant road. She is momentarily perplexed. What is happening? Let us go and take a look. Knight Helen shouts, urging her subordinates to quicken their pace towards the figures ahead. Upon seeing a troop of knights galloping towards him, the merchant leading the caravan feels an overwhelming sense of joy. These knights bear the flag of Silverfrost City, featuring a soaring white snow eagle, so he immediately recognizes them as the Imperial Patrol, riding a magnificent chestnut warhorse. Helen rushes to the front of the caravan and comes to a sudden halt. Her seasoned warriors follow suit, stopping with precise and fluid movements. Clad in full armor and a helmet that conceals her face, Helen dismounts and lifts her visor, revealing her features. The merchant leader, upon seeing her face, kneels and exclaims in surprise, "It is indeed Lady Knight Helen." From her elevated position on horseback, Helen gazes down at the merchant leader. "You recognize me?" This is the first time he has seen Knight Helen up close, and he cannot help but admire her beauty. With her flowing golden hair, well-defined features, and piercing eyes reminiscent of an eagle, Helen is indeed striking. Her beauty, combined with her formidable prowess, has made her quite renowned in Silverfrost City. It is said that many noble scions yearn for a moment in her grace. However, this valiant lady knight's heart is solely devoted to her sword. And to win her affection, one must first be able to best her in combat. "We were robbed by horse bandits." At this mention, the merchant leader immediately burst into tears, lamenting, "Lady Knight, we are from the Buck Trading Company. While transporting goods, we encountered horse bandits. Those brutes stripped us of our clothes and left us with nothing." Horse bandits. Helen's expression turns stern at the mention, as her mission is to eliminate such criminals. When did this happen? In which direction did the bandits flee? Without waiting for a response, she leads her patrol team, a formidable force, westward in pursuit, leaving the merchant leader bewildered in their wake. He had intended to seek assistance from the patrol, but before he could finish his plea, they had already dashed off. Watching the patrol's swift departure, the merchant leader cannot help but shout in despair, "At least leave us a piece of clothing." Chapter 68. The Lady Knight, the leader of the merchant caravan, merely indicated a general direction to Helen. In the vast desolation, locating a group without knowing their precise position is nearly impossible. Yet, fortune smiled upon Helen, or perhaps fate conspired against Robin. The Lady Knight, accompanied by her patrol, charged westward, and to her astonishment, she actually found Robin. Lord Robin rode at the forefront of his company, humming an off-key melody, his spirits remarkably high. The azure sky, the crystalline lake, In the verdant plains, his lyrics were perfectly attuned to the scenery, with the blue expanse above and the green grass below, save for the missing clear waters of a lake. Behind him, the Iron Guard and half-elves were escorting the commandeered convoy, forming a long line across the meadow, slowly advancing towards the city of Raging Tide. "My lord!" A sudden exclamation interrupted Robin's melodic reverie. Luke rode swiftly from the rear, his expression grave as he approached Robin. "Sir, a troop of cavalry has appeared behind us and is rapidly approaching." "Cavalry?" Robin furrowed his brow slightly. "Let us go see." He abruptly pulled on the reins, turning his horse towards the rear, following Luke. Upon reaching the end of the line, Robin followed the direction of Luke's pointing finger and indeed spotted a troop of cavalry galloping across the distant plain. At a glance, he recognized the banner they bore, the Snow Eagle standard of Silverfrost City. It was highly likely that these cavalrymen belonged to the Empire's patrol. "What shall we do, my lord?" Luke inquired, noting the cavalry's direct approach towards them. Considering the situation, Robin surmised that the people from the Buck Trading Company must have encountered the Empire's patrol by chance and inadvertently directed them their way, prompting the patrol to pursue. Escaping was out of the question. With his convoy in tow, Robin could not move swiftly across the desolate land, and it was merely a matter of time before they were caught. Should they engage in battle? The opposing force numbered around 100, while Robin had only 50 men. Despite being outnumbered, Robin was confident in their ability to prevail. However, there was little necessity for conflict. Robin held no animosity towards the Duke of Silverfrost City, nor did he desire to incite any discord. After all, Silverfrost was the largest noble power in the north, and Robin was not in a position to provoke such a formidable entity. "Everyone, remove your masks. Let us present ourselves as an ordinary merchant caravan and continue onward." The commandeered wagons were merely commonplace four-wheeled carts, prevalent across the plains, lacking any markings of the Buck Trading Company, and no tangible evidence existed to prove that these carts and goods once belonged to them. Thus, as long as Robin could masquerade as an ordinary merchant convoy, the patrol would have no grounds for suspicion. However, Robin remained uncertain whether the Buck Trading Company had informed the patrol of the stolen goods inventory. If so, a simple inspection of the cargo could potentially reveal their true identity. At this moment, Robin found himself devoid of any superior strategies and could only rely on a gamble. He issued commands, and his companions promptly complied, hastily removing their black masks. He instructed Simon to tear down the flag of the saber from the flagpole, rolling it up and concealing it within a sack. Fortunately, after their heist, they had not displayed the saber's flag again, had the patrol spotted it from a distance. Concealment would have been futile. Once everything was disguised, externally, Robin and his group bore no distinction from an ordinary merchant caravan. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, Robin led the troop onward. Before long, they were indeed pursued by the patrol. As the distance between them diminished, Robin beheld the equipment of the patrol and found himself envious. Each knight was clad in exquisite armor, crafted from superior iron and exhibiting remarkable workmanship, their silver surfaces gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Just a single suit of such armor could sustain a lowly family of 4 for several years. The steeds beneath them were purebred northern short-tailed horses, tall, robust, and powerful, excelling in both short bursts and long-distance gallops. In stark contrast, Robin's own mounts paled in comparison. Side by side, the difference was akin to that of a horse and a donkey. Moreover, each member of the patrol rode 2 horses, seamlessly switching mounts when one grew weary, ensuring their steeds remained in prime condition. The disparity in financial resources between Robin's band and the patrol was painfully evident. Envy twisted the Lord's heart, compelling him to fantasize about annihilating the cavalry and seizing their armor and steeds. Helen led the patrol, swiftly overtaking Robin's caravan, the pounding hooves kicking up a cloud of dust upon the earth. They surged ahead, executing a small in-shaped maneuver on the open grassland before halting directly in front of Robin's procession, effectively obstructing their path. Robin promptly raised his hand, signaling the caravan to come to a gradual stop. 100 fully armed knights standing before them exuded an undeniable sense of intimidation, causing both Iron Guards and half-elves to tense their muscles, preparing for a desperate stand. Helen, guiding her horse, slowly emerged from the ranks of cavalry, lifting her faceplate. She called out loudly to Robin and his companions, "We are the Imperial Patrol, and I am Knight Helen." "Who are you?" At first glance, Helen did not perceive Robin and his group as marauders. Upon seeing her face, Robin was taken aback. He had not anticipated confronting a female knight. and one of striking beauty at that. Knight Helen. The name seemed familiar. Robin donned a cordial smile and rode forth to her. I am Robin, a baron of the frontier. May I inquire about the matter at hand? She surveyed the caravan behind him. Comprised of Highlanders and half-elves, a motley crew of brutes and the frail, who bore no resemblance to the notorious marauders she had envisioned. Helen trusted Robin's words and inquired. We are in pursuit of the horse bandits. Have you seen any traces of them, my lord? At the mention of horse bandits, Robin's face immediately reflected alarm. Where are the bandits? I haven't seen any, he replied. Well then, Helen said, a hint of frustration creeping into her voice. After such a lengthy pursuit, they had not even caught a glimpse of the bandits. Was their pursuit misguided? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for being so impulsive. Having recklessly rushed after them, I received a report of bandit activity nearby. You should leave at once, Helen kindly cautioned Robin. All right, I understand. Thank you, Sir Helen, Robin said, nodding fervently, his face betraying his fear. Captain, shall we continue the chase? A knight stepped forward to inquire. The female knight clenched her teeth. Resolute, continue the pursuit. Helen led the patrol team onward, determined to eliminate the bandits. As the figures of the patrol team gradually receded from view, Robin exhaled a sigh of relief, the facade of tension and fear dissipating instantly. The Iron Bear warrior gave Robin 2 thumbs up, exclaiming with excitement, Leader, you are quite the performer. I was completely taken in. Luke, more articulate than the unrefined Simon, added, My lord, you are truly a master sculptor, though your medium is deception. Robin shot them a glare, and the 2 generals promptly fell silent. Enough chatter. Let's be on our way and change direction to avoid encountering them again. Sir Helen and her patrol continued their chase well into the night, and as darkness enveloped the land, she still had not spotted any sign of the bandits. The temperamental female knight was exasperated, muttering in frustration, Where on earth have those accursed bandits gone? Chapter 69 Reunion within a grand mansion in Silverfrost City. The leader of the merchant convoy stood bare, clad solely in a pair of white undergarments. Opposite him, seated behind a desk, Lord Buck leaned back in his chair, his expression cold as he regarded the man before him. Bandits? Buck articulated the term with considerable force, astonished that after a lifetime of hunting eagles, he had now been pecked in the eye by one. Initially taken aback, he soon turned to the butler standing beside the desk, inquiring, aside from the blade, have other factions of bandits emerged near the trade route? Contact the blade immediately and eradicate them. Suddenly, Dick, the convoy leader, raised his head with fervor, interjecting, My lord, it was the blade count who robbed us. This revelation left Lord Buck even more astonished and perplexed. Did you not inform them that you were from buck trading? Dick lamented. I did, but their leader declared that they specifically targeted buck trading. Buck's fury ignited. He slammed his fist onto the desk with a resounding thud. Is that what the blade claims? It wasn't the blade I encountered, nor do I recognize their leader, but they claimed to be under the command of the blade count and flew his banner. Subsequently, Dick recounted the events in detail, adhering to the truth. The butler replied, Yes, my lord. As for Dick, Buck merely chastised him harshly without imposing any real punishment. Once Dick departed, the butler, puzzled, asked, My lord, given the gravity of Dick's mistake, why do you not penalize him? Buck leaned back in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers, exhaling a weary sigh, and replied, We are presently short-staffed, and training a new leader is no simple task. A shipment is due to be transported to the wasteland in a few days. Let Dick handle it. However, inform him that this endeavor will be unpaid. If he performs well, I shall overlook the previous incident, but should any further mistakes arise, I will not be so lenient. The butler inclined his head slightly. I understand. My lord. Dick felt incredibly unfortunate, as if fate had conspired against him, encountering the rare misfortune of being robbed by bandits. In an effort to dispel his ill fortune, he decided to attend a service at the Church of the Holy Light. Remarkably, the deity seemed to have heard his prayers. For the following day, the butler arranged for him to lead another shipment into the wasteland. This news brought Dick immense joy. He believed his fortunes were turning. With newfound vigor, he set out once more, silently resolving to ensure the safe delivery of the goods to their destination. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 3rd day since Dick re-entered the wasteland. This time, he chose the left trade route, having encountered bandits along the central path previously. So he felt relatively at ease, thinking that a change in route would surely mean avoiding any further bandit encounters. The size of this convoy exceeded the last, consisting of 35 wagons and 60 members. Beneath the blazing sun, the entire caravan formed a long line upon the road, flanked by vast stretches of grassland, where the overgrown weeds towered to nearly half a person's height. As the leader, Dick took his place at the front of the caravan, seated in the first wagon. He was intensely focused, ever vigilant to the movements surrounding the merchant convoy. Having learned from a previous harrowing experience, Dick had taken extra precautions this time, dispatching 4 scouts to roam the perimeter of the caravan. Should they observe anything unusual, they were to report to him immediately. One person? Dick was momentarily taken aback. Yes, just one individual. What could one person possibly do? He dismissed the thought and urged the caravan onward. Not long after, they indeed spotted the solitary figure sitting by the roadside. From his vantage point atop the wagon, Dick craned his neck to get a better look. The figure appeared to be a man, robust and upright, clad in armor and wielding a dagger at his waist. He sat with his head bowed, seemingly asleep, concealing his face from view. Though Dick found the sight peculiar, he paid it little heed. Even if the man bore ill intent, what could he achieve against a force of 60? Moreover, the scouts had reported no anomalies, affirming the safety of the route. As the caravan drew nearer, Dick observed the man at the roadside finally stir. Lowering his head, he pulled out a black cloth from his bosom and expertly tied it around his face. Then, he stood up and leisurely walked to the center of the road, obstructing the caravan's path. A bandit! Dick was initially startled. But then a mocking laughter escaped him. Had the man lost his mind to attempt a robbery alone? The caravan gradually came to a halt about 10 meters from the figure. Dick stood up in the wagon and shouted, "Hey, if you wish to live, you better scram." The bandit remained steadfast, declaring, "I'm here to collect goods. I won't leave until I have them." Collect goods? Dick furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "What goods?" The bandit chuckled lightly and pointed towards the convoy behind Dick, saying, "The cargo you carry." Fury surged within Dick. It was one thing for bandits to prey on him, but for this lone individual to be so audacious was intolerable. He turned to a mounted guard beside him and commanded, "Go, kill him." The guard immediately drew his saber, spurred his horse forward, and charged. The bandit, unmoved, simply unsheathed his dagger. The pounding hooves thundered along the road, and in the blink of an eye, the guard closed the distance, his face contorted with menace as he swung his blade towards the bandit's head. In a swift motion, the bandit pivoted, effortlessly evading the guard's strike. Using the momentum of his turn, he thrust his dagger into the horse's abdomen. He did not swing the blade, but held it firmly in place, allowing the horse to lunge forward, resulting in a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. The steed let out a pained whinny before collapsing onto the grass, tossing the guard violently to the ground. Dick was struck with alarm. This man was formidable. Suddenly, an ominous premonition welled up within him as he scrutinized the bandit. The more he looked, the more familiar the figure appeared. Suddenly, the figure of the man before him merged with that of the bandit who had previously robbed him. This outlaw was indeed the very same marauder. At that moment, the bandit brandished his knife and shouted, "Attack!" Abruptly, something stirred in the grass on either side of the caravan. Patches of earth were torn open, revealing heads emerging from beneath the ground. It turned out that this band of robbers had excavated numerous one-man pits along the trade route, hiding within and camouflaging themselves with loose soil and wild grass. The effectiveness of their disguise was astonishing, even standing beside the pits. One would struggle to discern the ruse without a keen eye. The half-elf Luke poked his head out like a gopher, the first to emerge from the pit, raised his bow, and released an arrow that pierced the neck of a guard in the caravan. One by one, the other half-elves removed their disguises and sprang forth, bows drawn, unleashing a barrage of arrows upon the unsuspecting caravan. The sudden assault caught the caravan off guard. The guards were entirely unprepared for an attack from the sides and fell, struck by arrows. The ironclad warriors also leapt from the ground, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, brandishing their swords as they surged into the caravan. At this moment, Dick was utterly stunned, paralyzed with panic, uncertain of how to respond. Meanwhile, the leader of the bandits had already leapt onto the wagon, his knife pressed against Dick's throat. Robin chuckled. What a twist of fate. We meet again. Chapter 70. The arrangement of fate faced with the slaughterer's knife wielded by Robin. The stalwart Dick exhibited no hesitation and resolutely chose to surrender. He raised his hands and shouted, "I surrender." Robin chuckled. A wise choice. Gripping Dick by the collar, he lifted him off the ground and pressed the blade against his throat, proclaiming to the others in the caravan, "Your captain has surrendered. Everyone, lay down your weapons, and I shall spare your lives." Robin's booming voice reverberated like thunder across the caravan, as if someone had abruptly pressed the pause button, halting the fierce battlefield that had centered around the caravan. The Iron Guards and the half-elves ceased their assault. The Iron Guards withdrew from the fray, swords in hand, while the half-elves paused their archery, emerging from their concealed positions in the ground. They surrounded the caravan on both sides, their predatory gazes fixed upon the members of the caravan. The Iron Guards, seemingly reluctant to relent, maintained their fierce demeanor. Simon wiped the blood from his face and turned to look at Robin at the forefront. The Iron Bear warriors felt a bit unsatisfied, bewildered as to why the fighting had suddenly ceased. The half-elves drew their bows taut, yet held their fire. At Robin's command, they would unleash a torrent of arrows upon the caravan once more. The abrupt cessation of hostilities allowed the caravan's guards a moment to catch their breath. They glanced toward the front, where their leader Dick had been captured, and hesitated, uncertain whether to surrender or fight to the death. Observing this, Robin addressed Dick directly. "Tell them to lay down their arms, or I shall end your life." Dick, drenched in sweat from fright, immediately raised his voice. "Everyone, lay down your weapons. Do you wish for my death?" The guards hesitated, casting glances at their fallen comrades. The initial wave of the bandits' assault had been swift and brutal, catching the caravan off guard, leaving the guards with little time to react. In a single volley, the half-elves had felled several of them, followed by the Iron Guards charging into the caravan and wreaking havoc, claiming more lives in the chaos. Now, fewer than half remained standing, and it was clear that defeat was inevitable. Continuing to resist served no purpose. After a moment's deliberation, the guards ultimately discarded their weapons and chose to surrender. "Have your people step forward and line up by the roadside," Robin commanded once more. "Everyone, come out and stand in a line, quickly." Dick, his voice tinged with desperation, repeated Robin's command. The Iron Guards entered the caravan to confiscate the weapons abandoned by the guards, while the half-elves herded the surrendered guards into a line by the roadside. As before, Dick stood at the forefront as the leader. Robin approached Dick, tapping the back of his neck with the flat of the blade, and smiled. "What a twist of fate. I never expected it would be you this time." Dick, on the verge of tears, implored, "My lord, do you bear a grudge against me?" Robin found the situation amusing. There seemed to be a peculiar connection between him and the leader of this caravan. "Weren't you conducting business on the central trade route? How did you end up on the left trade route?" Dick inquired cautiously. "Am I not allowed to choose a different trade route to rob?" Robin retorted. Dick recoiled in fear and hastily replied, "Of course, my lord, you may take what you wish wherever you please, even in the royal capital." No one would dare to object. Dick's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "What? Another removal?" The guards of the merchant caravan, standing nearby and unable to comprehend the exchange between Robin and Dick, looked on with perplexed expressions. "Removal? What is being removed?" Reluctantly, Dick lamented, "My lord, considering our acquaintance, could we not forgo this?" Robin grinned mischievously and countered, "What do you think?" With a woeful expression, Dick conceded, "Very well, I shall comply." With that, Dick, resembling a chastened wife, began to lower his gaze and unfasten his belt. The merchant guards, utterly bewildered, exchanged confused glances. "What is happening? Why is the leader suddenly disrobing? Does this bandit chief possess such peculiar inclinations?" Robin turned to the other surrendered members of the caravan, saying, "Do not linger in shock. Join in the disrobing." The guards were further perplexed, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. "We too must disrobe." Moments later, a heap of clothing lay at Robin's feet, with over 20 caravan members standing before him clad only in their undergarments. Simon approached with a large burlap sack. A goofy grin plastered on his face as he haphazardly stuffed the garments inside. Robin scrutinized Dick's emaciated form, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Dick, trembling, nodded as if he were a frightened quail. "I understand." Once the bandits departed, Dick, utterly drained, collapsed onto the grass, devoid of even the strength to curse. He gazed up at the azure sky above, unable to suppress a desperate roar within his heart. "Oh, God of holy light. Why must I be so unfortunate as to encounter this devil once more? Is this truly a twist of fate?" 2 days later, at the opulent estate of Viscount Buck. Once again in that very office, with the same individuals present, Dick found himself in the same humiliating state, clad only in his undergarments, even standing in precisely the same spot as before. Buck sat behind his desk, silent and unyielding, his eyes fixed on Dick like an enraged lion. Dick kept his head bowed, too fearful to utter a single word, wishing he could bury his head into the solid wooden floor beneath him. The silence in the office was palpable, the atmosphere oppressive to the point of suffocation. After a considerable pause, Buck finally spoke. "Robbed by the horse bandits again?" "Why, yes." Dick's voice trembled. "Was it the same gang of bandits?" "Indeed." "Stripped bare once more?" Yes, and furthermore, the bandit leader mentioned. What did he say? Buck's brow furrowed. He expressed gratitude to you, my lord, for the abundance of gifts you provided. By the end, Dick's voice had dwindled to a mere whisper as he shrank further into himself, wishing to disappear entirely. Damnable scoundrel. Buck could no longer contain the fury boiling within him, erupting into a furious tirade. This is the second time. Who does he think he is? A mere brigand. I shall tear him to shreds. Although Buck typically presents himself with an air of refinement, beneath the facade lies a temperamental and irascible nature. When matters do not unfold according to his desires, he sheds his elegant disguise and descends into hysteria. After unleashing his fury, Buck finally managed to quell some of his anger and regained his composure. Leaning back against the chair, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. He then retrieved a white handkerchief from his pocket and delicately wiped the saliva that had sprayed from his mouth. Turning his gaze towards the butler standing beside the desk, he inquired, "Have we made contact with the saber?" Buck's fury ignited once more as he slammed his fist onto the armrest of the chair. Shouting in a fit of rage, "Continue the search. I refuse to believe that he is dead." Chapter 71. A gift. Robin continued his escapades as a highwayman. The Buck Trading Company had 7 caravans traversing the wilderness, and within the span of a month, Robin audaciously plundered each one, resulting in a staggering loss of 1,000 gold coins. Even for the affluent Buck, this sum was not insignificant. Consequently, the Buck Trading Company became the subject of ridicule in Silver Frost City. The esteemed Lord Buck found his reputation tarnished, with many derisively referring to him as the Underpants Duke, leaving him too embarrassed to venture outdoors. Ultimately, Buck, gripped by fear of further losses, reluctantly suspended all operations related to the wilderness. On another front, due to Robin's relentless thievery, although no other caravans had been robbed for the time being, the Imperial patrols were compelled to intensify their vigilance. The renowned female knight of Silver Frost City, Helen, even declared her intent to bring this detestable band of highwaymen to justice. The bounty on the head of the Blade Baron was raised from 100 to 150 gold coins. Thus, with Buck ceasing to send caravans to the wilderness and the Imperial patrols tightening their grip, Robin found himself devoid of both targets and opportunities for his misdeeds. Moreover, although Aisha had employed elven magic to preserve the Blade Baron's severed head, the passage of time and the sweltering summer heat threatened to render it unrecognizable if not exchanged for the bounty soon. Consequently, Robin decided to gracefully conclude his life as a highwayman. On this particular day, Robin ventured alone into Silver Frost City, carrying the Blade Baron's head, intent on claiming the reward. He first arrived at the headquarters of the Buck Trading Company, for Buck had also placed a bounty of 100 gold coins on him. The main entrance was wide open, bustling with patrons coming and going. Above the entrance hung a white flag emblazoned with the emblem of the Buck Trading Company, a golden 4-leaf clover. Robin, clutching a wooden box, paused before the grand entrance to observe his surroundings before striding inside. The lobby was abuzz with activity. Directly opposite the entrance stood a row of counters, behind which numerous employees were diligently at work. To the left was a meeting area furnished with tables and chairs, where various merchants engaged in business discussions. To the right were several private rooms and a staircase leading to the second floor. With purposeful strides, Robin approached the counter and emphatically placed the wooden box before it, declaring, "I wish to see Lord Buck." Behind the counter stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, taken aback by Robin's assertive demeanor. Yet her professional composure prompted an immediate warm smile. "Good sir, how may I assist you today?" she inquired, all the while assessing Robin's appearance. His attire was rather unremarkable, failing to convey the air of nobility. Given the current economic struggles of Tide City, it was not feasible for the Lord to present himself in extravagant garb. The young woman inwardly scoffed, pondering that with Lord Buck's esteemed reputation in Silver Frost City, the line of those wishing to meet him could stretch from the southern gate to the northern gate. And one such as he had little hope of an audience with the Lord. What a fanciful dream. Certainly, while pondering these thoughts, the young woman at the counter maintained an impeccable smile upon her face. Suddenly, she was assailed by a foul odor, reminiscent of something decaying, a scent that was utterly nauseating. She quickly focused her attention on the wooden box in Robin's possession, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Sir, may I ask what is contained within that box?" "That's of no concern to you. I am here to meet with Lord Buck." Robin replied with a stern countenance and an authoritative tone. "I do not wish to trouble you. I am Baron Robin. Simply mention my name to Lord Buck, and he will undoubtedly come to see me." Upon realizing that the individual before her was indeed a baron, the young woman was taken aback. and any hint of negligence evaporated. She promptly stood and said, "Please hold on for a moment. I shall report this. This is our head steward," she introduced. The steward, short and stout, with eyes nearly shut in a squint, politely addressed Robin. "My lord, may I inquire what business you have with Lord Buck? This will assist me in my report." Robin smiled, patting the wooden box resting on the counter. "I have come to present a gift to him. This box contains the offering." The steward responded, "My lord, I sincerely apologize, but Lord Buck is exceedingly busy and typically does not meet with visitors. If you wish to bestow a gift, I can take note of it, and you may leave it with me. Would that be acceptable?" Each day, there were nearly 100 individuals delivering gifts to Buck, and such refusals were second nature to the steward. "That will not suffice. This gift must be delivered by my own hand. If he refuses to see me, I shall not leave, and you will be obliged to provide me with sustenance today," Robin stated obstinately, taking a seat at the counter. He smiled at the steward, adding, "I assure you, once you mention my name to Lord Buck, he will certainly wish to see me." The steward hesitated, yet seeing the Baron's unwavering conviction, he dared not dismiss the request outright. After all, he could be a close acquaintance of the owner. Weighing his options, he ultimately replied, "Very well, please wait a moment. I shall inform him immediately." At that very moment, Buck happened to be in his office on the third floor. He stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the bustling city streets below. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Initially, he suspected a betrayal by Mad Blade, given that he was a brigand, and his trust in Mad Blade was tenuous at best. However, Buck soon realized that only his caravan had been targeted, while others remained unscathed. In his mounting fury, Buck comprehended that this band of highwaymen had specifically set their sights on him. Thus, he dismissed any suspicion of Mad Blade, for the man was a mercenary at heart, unlikely to focus solely on one target. This gang of marauders, flying Mad Blade's banner, was evidently intent on Buck's trading company, with Mad Blade unreachable. Considering these various factors, Buck began to suspect whether Mad Blade had been eliminated. He pondered the possibility that his enemies were behind this nefarious act. If they bore no grudge against him, they would not have singled out his caravan for the robbery. However, he had engaged in numerous unscrupulous dealings, accumulating a plethora of enemies, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to who it could be. After much contemplation, a name abruptly surfaced in his mind. Could it be Baron Robin? Yet, could the Baron truly possess the capability to eliminate Machete? Just as Buck was pondering this, a sudden knock echoed through the office. "Come in." The door swung open, and the steward from the first floor entered, bowing respectfully. "My lord, a Baron has arrived below, claiming to be named Robin. He insists on presenting you with a gift and insists on an audience." The moment Buck heard the name Robin, his expression instantly shifted. "Bring him up at once." Chapter 72. Indeed, I arrived first. As Robin took his seat, a man unexpectedly approached him. This gentleman, in his 20s, possessed a certain charm, adorned in a stylish manner. With a smile, he settled across from Robin and casually initiated conversation, inquiring, "Sir, are you here to meet with Lord Buck?" Robin raised an eyebrow in curiosity, pondering. Who is this fellow? He took a sip of his iced tea, opting not to engage in the exchange. "I overheard your conversation with the front desk attendant." The man, named Philip, continued with an audacity that rivaled fortress walls. Despite Robin's evident disinterest, he persisted in his chatter. With a sigh of resignation, Philip remarked, "You've quite the patience for waiting." Taken aback by Philip's tenacity, Robin decided to indulge the young man in a brief conversation. After all, securing an audience with the esteemed Lord Buck was no small feat for a minor baron from a remote locale. Perhaps due to Robin's unembellished attire, Philip naturally equated them, and indeed, in comparison, his own appearance exuded more affluence. "I must advise you not to harbor overly high hopes. I have encountered many like you, arriving with gifts, only to leave without even a glimpse of Lord Buck," Philip shared, imparting his learned wisdom as a seasoned hopeful. His demeanor suggested that such experiences were not mere hearsay, but rather his own lived reality. Robin soon recognized that Philip viewed him as just another naive dreamer. "Are you still inclined to wait here foolishly?" he inquired, intrigued. At this, Philip's enthusiasm surged, as if invigorated by a newfound zeal. "I shall win Lord Buck's favor with my sincerity. I believe that if I persist, the noble lord will eventually grant me an audience," he proclaimed with pride. "I, too, have been here all morning." Confronted with Philip's unwavering resolve, Robin found himself momentarily speechless. Such a character would surely be regarded as eccentric back in his homeland. "Oh, is that so? Well, keep at it," Robin replied, momentarily at a loss for words. I've never seen you before. This is your first attempt to meet Lord Buck, isn't it? Philip continued, seemingly inexhaustible in his chatter. Huh, you'll be waiting quite a while then. You certainly want to meet Lord Buck today. I arrived before you, and naturally, he will see me first, Philip boasted. Perhaps due to his incessant talking or the sweltering heat, Philip suddenly felt thirst creeping in. He glanced at the iced tea that Robin had just enjoyed, swallowing hard at the sight. Strange, has the protocol changed today? They actually served you iced tea. I've never received such hospitality on my previous visits. Yet, no one paid him any heed. At that moment, the hall steward descended from the second floor, his expression grave and his pace hurried as he approached Robin. Upon noticing the steward's arrival, Philip immediately rose and eagerly approached him. Mr. Steward, does Lord Buck have time to see me today? Philip asked, visibly frustrated, and let out a sigh. Very well. Yet before Philip could finish his sentence, the steward bypassed him and approached Robin, bowing deeply as he said, My lord, I apologize for keeping you waiting. My master is waiting for you on the third floor. Please follow me. Very well, Robin replied calmly, rising and picking up his suitcase. Philip was left dumbfounded, quickly blocking the steward's path as he incredulously inquired, Mr. Steward, wasn't it said that the Viscount was unavailable? The steward, dismissively, replied, Indeed. My master is quite busy. If he is so busy, how can he meet him? Philip pointed at Robin. The steward, demonstrating quick wit, answered. It is precisely because he wishes to meet Mr. Robin that he is occupied. Philip was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing the logic in the steward's reasoning. However, he soon found a flaw in this explanation. No, I arrived first. Why does the Viscount see him before me? Philip continued to grapple with this conundrum. But the steward was no longer inclined to engage. I am sorry, Mr. Philip, but you may return tomorrow. As Robin walked past Philip, he cast a glance at the bewildered young man and shook his head in resignation. They had exchanged a few words, and Robin had intended to advise Philip against foolishness. Yet, considering that this Na'vi lad had been waiting for a month, he figured that no words of wisdom would sway him, so he remained silent. Under the steward's guidance, Robin proceeded toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Philip stood rooted in place, dumbfounded as he watched Robin's retreating figure, his mind still reeling. What is happening? I clearly arrived first. Sir, my master is waiting for you inside, the steward announced as they reached the office on the third floor. He bowed once more to Robin before stepping aside. Robin, feeling no need for formality, entered without hesitation. Upon entering, he found Lord Buck seated behind a large desk. His expression cold as he regarded Robin. Long time no see, Baron Robin, Buck said with a sinister edge to his voice, a chilling smile playing on his lips. The desk faced the door, and before it, a guest sofa was placed. You have a splendid office, Robin remarked as he surveyed Buck's workspace. Casually making his way to the desk and plopping down on the sofa as though it were his own home. Buck furrowed his brow, displeased. I have not invited you to sit, he protested. Robin merely chuckled disdainfully. I have already taken my seat. Chapter 73. A reward for murder. Upon witnessing Robin's impudence and insolence, Buck could not suppress his mounting ire. However, recalling that the visitor had come bearing gifts for him, he forced himself to quell the anger brewing within. He hoped that Robin was there to concede defeat, to discuss the acquisition of the iron mine. Yet, he sensed that matters were not so straightforward. Ah, have you come to transfer the iron mine to me? Buck reclined in his chair, crossing his legs and resting his hands upon his knees, exuding an air of arrogance. Mr. Viscount, I have come to present you with a gift, Robin declared. Instantaneously, a foul odor wafted towards Buck's nostrils, and he fixated on the wooden crate before him, his expression turning wary. What is this? You shall find out upon opening it. Robin replied with a mysterious smile. What? Are you concerned that there may be hidden weapons inside? Robin laughed heartily. Viscount Buck, you have read too many chivalric novels. Robin's laughter provoked Buck, who let out a furious huff, momentarily holding his breath as every muscle in his body tensed. Then, with hands steadying the lid, he carefully and slowly pried open the crate. A wave of putrid stench assaulted him as he beheld the contents within. Buck's eyes widened in shock. Inside the box lay the severed head of a bandit, known as Madblade. Though a portion of the head had been cleaved away and decay had begun to set in, the remaining features unmistakably identified it as Madblade. Viscount Buck, can you recognize this head? Do you know Madblade? Robin feigned surprise, deliberately provoking Buck. In that moment, Buck quickly grasped the implications. He could not admit any connection to the bandit, hastily asserting, I have seen a portrait of Mad Blade at the Office of State Affairs, of course. I can recognize him. Then, with a hint of disbelief, Buck inquired, Mad Blade, was it you who killed him? Robin's expression shifted to one of malice. Indeed. He ambushed my caravan. He deserved his fate. Mad Blade, along with his pack of scoundrels, has been dealt with. As he observed Robin's fierce visage, a chill coursed up Buck's spine. It dawned on him then that he had consistently underestimated Robin. Unlike the adversaries he had previously encountered, this man was a true brute. Robin then softened his demeanor, his face breaking into a congenial smile. Mr. Viscount, I am aware that Mad Blade has recently been plundering your caravans. So this head is my gift to you. You need no longer worry about bandits. Buck gritted his teeth in anger. I thank you. Mad Blade had originally been one of Buck's subordinates, and now, having lost a hand to Robin, Buck was expected to express gratitude. The humiliation was nearly unbearable, prompting him to grind his teeth until they bled. No need for thanks. It was merely a small favor, Robin replied casually. Oh, by the way, I also found this on Mad Blade. As he spoke, he extracted a portrait from his coat and unfurled it before Buck. It was a likeness of Janna, the very portrait Buck had given to Mad Blade. Buck's countenance darkened to an extreme. I know nothing of it. Is that so? It seems the Viscount has quite the forgetful nature, Robin remarked, tossing the portrait onto Buck's desk. Robin's actions were a clear message to Buck. Stop with the subterfuge. I am fully aware of your nefarious deeds. You seized my merchant convoy, and in retaliation, I shall eliminate your subordinates and reclaim my goods. Upon sighting the severed head of the marauder, Viscount Buck comprehended the truth. It was Robin himself who had posed as the marauder to plunder his convoy. The head exhibited signs of decay, with evident preservation efforts, indicating that it had been dead for quite some time. Since Robin was responsible for the marauder's demise, it followed that the marauder's banner had fallen into his possession as well. You are the one who robbed my convoy. Buck glared at Robin like a wolf, his voice chillingly accusatory. Robin, however, remained unrepentant, responding with a sly smile. I am unaware of what you are speaking. Buck, enraged to the point of laughter, replied. Very well, Baron Robin, I concede that I underestimated you. Let's dispense with the pleasantries, shall we? Pay me what you owe. Robin extended his right hand forward. Buck, momentarily taken aback, stared at Robin's outstretched hand. What money? The bounty for the marauder, of course. Did you not offer a reward of 100 gold coins? I have brought you the head, hence the reward rightfully belongs to me, Robin asserted with a sense of entitlement. Or are you, my dear Viscount, planning to renege on your promise? I am indifferent. It is merely 100 coins. However, should this matter become public, it may tarnish your reputation, Mr. Buck. At that moment, Buck trembled with rage. You killed my man, and yet you demand the bounty? Despite his deep reluctance, Buck, acutely aware of the implications for his reputation, resigned himself to pay. Very well, I shall pay. Buck spat the words through clenched teeth. Yet, regardless of his venomous tone, he was compelled to part with the coins. He retrieved a bag of gold from his desk drawer, deliberately counting each coin one by one, seeking to humiliate Robin. 1, 2, 3. He aimed to belittle Robin, but the latter appeared utterly unfazed, reclining casually on the sofa with a smug smile, patiently observing Buck's tedious counting, seemingly relishing the moment. As the counting progressed, Buck suddenly felt as though he were the one being humiliated. Losing interest, he hastily produced the remaining coins. 100 gold coins, stacked in 10 piles upon the desk. Here is your bounty, Buck grumbled. Thank you, Viscount Buck, Robin replied, rising with an insufferably smug grin as he gathered the coins into his pocket. Now, I shall take my leave. I know you're busy, so I shall not disturb you further. With that, Robin closed the wooden box containing the marauder's head and lifted it from the desk. Are you taking the head with you? Buck inquired, perplexed by Robin's actions. Of course, there is still a bounty to be claimed at the administration office, and this head serves as evidence, Robin cheerfully retorted. What? Do you wish to keep the head? Buck quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, please take it away. He wished to rid himself of that head for even a second longer. Before departing, Robin stood before Buck's desk, and his expression suddenly turned icy. Mr. Buck, I have heard that your caravan was attacked, and it seems you have suffered considerable losses. Although I was not the one who orchestrated the robbery, I wish to convey that this is merely a minor lesson. Should you wish to provoke further trouble, I would be more than willing to oblige. Buck looked up at Robin, trembling with rage, rendered speechless. Farewell, Lord Buck. With that, Robin turned and exited the office. Chapter 74, The Government Hall after Robin departed. Lord Buck could no longer contain the fury that simmered within him. With a furious roar, he swept all the books, ledgers, and inkpots from his desk to the ground. The steward of the hall stood beside the staircase, and upon seeing Robin descend, he immediately bowed respectfully, addressing him as my Lord Baron. He was unaware of the specifics of the conversation between the enigmatic Baron and his master, yet he sensed the significance his master placed upon this Baron, which compelled him to withhold any semblance of negligence. Disregarding the steward's obsequiousness, Robin strode past him with unwavering focus, making his way toward the grand entrance of the hall. The naive Philip sat alone in the reception area, having waited there since Robin ascended the stairs. Initially, he had awaited Lord Buck, but now his attention shifted to Robin. As Robin emerged from the commercial establishment, Philip hastily pursued him. "My Lord Baron, please, wait," he called out, hurrying after him. Philip scampered down the steps, his demeanor shifting from casual to respectful as he approached Robin, somewhat bashfully inquiring, "May I ask what you delivered to Lord Buck? What prompted his meeting with you?" Robin raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischievous delight surfacing within him. "Do you truly wish to know?" Philip, noticing the wooden box in Robin's grasp, nodded vigorously. "Yes, I wish to know." "Very well, allow me to show you," Robin replied. Lifting the box, Philip, puzzled, asked, "Wasn't the gift already presented to Lord Buck?" He assumed that Robin was merely holding an empty box, believing the gift had been delivered. Lord Buck declined it, Robin remarked with a wicked smile, one hand supporting the base of the box while the other opened it. A foul stench of decay immediately assailed them, and upon glimpsing the contents, Philip's complexion paled drastically. He gasped, his legs giving way, and he collapsed onto the steps. Heads. With a swift motion, Robin closed the box, allowing Philip only a fleeting glimpse. He secured the latch and lifted the box effortlessly. "Now you know," Robin said, casting a smile at Philip. Philip, rendered speechless by terror, pointed at Robin and then at the box, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What? You delivered heads to Lord Buck?" Instinctively lowering his voice, as if fearing eavesdroppers, Philip glanced around nervously. "All right, I've shown you what you wish to see. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," Robin stated, turning gracefully to depart. As he observed Robin's retreating figure, Philip hesitated for a moment before shouting, "Could you tell me your name?" "I am Robin," came the reply. "Robin," Philip silently repeated, etching the name firmly into his memory. Robin's next destination was the Government Hall. The Government Hall is situated in the heart of Frost Silver City, adjacent to the Duke's castle. This venerable three-story stone edifice exudes an air of solemnity, deterring casual approach. Numerous carriages are parked in the courtyard before the grand entrance, with a steady stream of nobles and merchants traversing the threshold. Such a place is not accessible to the common folk without due cause. Flanking the entrance stand two armored soldiers, their expressions grave as they vigilantly survey their surroundings. Robin, carrying a wooden crate, ascends the steps to the main door with a brisk demeanor and enters the Government Hall. The first sight that greets him is a spacious atrium, its lofty dome arching above, while polished marble floors gleam beneath his feet. Many individuals hastily navigate the hall, including nobles attending to business and officials of the Government Hall. 10 paces away, directly in front of the entrance, is a row of reception desks, behind which 5 female clerks diligently attend to visitors. Robin strides purposefully towards the front desk, halting before the clerks. "May I assist you?" one inquires. Compared to the reception at Buck's Trading Company, the clerks at the Government Hall appear rather ordinary, their tones tinged with a hint of aloofness, yet they maintain an essential courtesy. Those employed at the Government Hall are not mere commoners. They are either closely connected to the nobility or of noble birth themselves, like Robin, who may encounter dozens of such individuals in a single day. "I am here to claim a bounty," Robin states, gesturing towards the wall where a wanted poster depicting the infamous scimitar hangs. "Oh, please hold on," the clerk responds with composure, retrieving a form and placing it before Robin. "Kindly fill this out." Robin glances down at the document. Name, age, occupation, residential address. Faced with the myriad of required fields, Robin feels somewhat exasperated. Since the posting of the wanted notice for scimitar, many have come to claim the bounty, with some merely mistaking the identity of the individual. Frankly, the likeness of scimitar portrayed in the drawing is at best an approximation, created from the victim's descriptions. Achieving such a representation is commendable. Thus, if one bears even a slight resemblance to the image, congratulations, misfortune awaits you. To others, you are merely a walking purse, and regardless of whether you are actually scimitar, you may find yourself unceremoniously dragged to the Government Hall. There are those who deliberately seek to deceive for the sake of the bounty. These individuals present corpses that are either charred, headless, or disfigured beyond recognition, adamantly asserting that the body before them is indeed Scimitar. Of course, the officials of the government hall are not naive. They do not simply accept claims at face value. Although deceiving the government hall is a grave offense, punishable by imprisonment, the allure of 100 gold coins is a powerful temptation, leading many to test their fortune. Even if their deceit is uncovered, they can always claim it was a simple case of mistaken identity. This month, the female receptionist, like Robin, had encountered 4 individuals and thus felt somewhat desensitized. Pondering to herself that it was likely yet another false alarm, Robin, disinterested in completing the tedious and meaningless forms, placed the wooden crate on the front desk and declared, "The head of the saber is right here." With that, he promptly opened the crate. A foul odor immediately wafted from within, causing the receptionist to furrow her brow in disgust. Peering into the box, she was struck with terror, her face blanching as if she were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Emitting a piercing scream that sent her tumbling from her chair and landing squarely on the cold floor. The other receptionists, alerted by the scream, turned their curious gazes towards the commotion, only to be met with their own gasps of horror, resulting in utter chaos at the front desk. The guards stationed at the entrance, hearing the disturbance in the hall, rushed in with swords drawn. A human head. The female receptionist knelt on the ground, one hand tremblingly covering her face while the other pointed towards the wooden crate on the counter. The 2 guards immediately turned their attention to Robin. He turned around, smiling at them as he said, "I have come to collect the bounty. I have slain the saber." Chapter 75, The price has increased by 50, the Blade Baron. Upon hearing this, the 2 guards immediately approached, peering into the wooden chest containing the severed head. They glanced up at the portrait on the wall, and then down at the head again. Exchanging a look, they both recognized the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. It truly was the blade, one of them exclaimed. At that moment, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered. For it is human nature to be drawn to spectacle. They were eager to discern the unfolding events. When the guards proclaimed the head belonged to the infamous blade, the hall erupted with fervor, and expressions of surprise spread among the crowd. Whispers filled the air, fingers pointed towards Robin, while many pressed forward, yearning to glimpse the visage of the notorious thief known as the Blade. In Silverfrost City, the Blade was a figure of considerable renown, having led a band of over 100 marauders across the wilderness for several years, eluding the grasp of the Imperial patrols. This legendary aura transformed him in the eyes of the citizens from merely a marauder to an extraordinary character, with many privately dubbing him the hero of the wilderness. Robin had heard this moniker and found it amusing. What a ridiculous title, he thought, merely a hound bred by Buck. Unbeknownst to others, Robin was acutely aware that had it not been for Buck's covert assistance, informing the Blade of the Imperial patrols, the marauder would have long since met his end at the hands of the Silverfrost cavalry. Robin had contemplated revealing Buck's collusion with the marauders, yet after deep reflection, he concluded that such an endeavor would prove challenging, lacking sufficient evidence. A mere portrait of Kana would be inadequate to substantiate any claims. Even capturing a marauder as a witness during the initial campaign against the Blade would bear little weight, as no one would trust a marauder's testimony. Thus, to accuse Buck recklessly would not only fail to topple him, but could also result in being unjustly accused in return. Moreover, Robin had no roots in Silverfrost City, and the local nobility was unlikely to support him. In contrast, Buck had established himself there for many years. Weighing the options, he ultimately abandoned the idea. When the 2 guards turned their gaze back to Robin, their eyes brimmed with reverence. One of them addressed Robin, saying, "Please, my lord, allow me a moment. I shall inform the Chancellor at once." Meanwhile, in an office on the 3rd floor, Chancellor Olaf was in session with a distinguished guest. This visitor was unique. She was the niece of Lord Olaf and the renowned female knight of Silverfrost City, the beloved of the Snow Eagle family, Helena Snow Eagle. At present, the knight was in a foul mood. Standing before Olaf's desk with a serious demeanor, she spoke earnestly. "Chancellor, I request an increase in the bounty for the Blade." In formal settings, Helena made a point of addressing her relatives by their titles, believing that public and private matters must not be conflated. Olaf, nearing 40, had a square head and wore a thick, dark mustache above his lips. Though not tall, he possessed a robust physique. He chuckled heartily and inquired, "What troubles you, Helen? Has the recent escapades of the Cutlass dampened your spirits?" Helena's face twisted with indignation as she replied, "This past month, the Cutlass has grown increasingly audacious, committing a string of crimes. Moreover, I cannot fathom what affliction has befallen him, as he leaves no member of the caravans unscathed during his robberies. Truly depraved behavior. Additionally, it seems that Lord Buck has developed a vendetta against the Cutlass for the past month. The Cutlass has been fixated on plundering Buck's caravans while others have become relatively safe. Olaf shrugged, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his demeanor. Isn't it rather entertaining that Buck is being robbed? Let them tear each other apart. The Snow Eagle family and the Golden Rose family have been embroiled in conflict, vying for control over the northern territories. Consequently, Buck, closely allied with the Golden Rose family, has become a thorn in Olaf's side, who secretly wishes for Buck to be bankrupted by the bandit, while Helen shares a disdain for Buck. The fiercely principled knight cannot stand idly by as the bandits wreak havoc. My lord, this matter is quite straightforward, Helen asserted. The bounty has already escalated to 150 gold coins, a considerable sum. I believe further increases would be futile. Olaf reclined against the back of his chair, his hands resting on his abdomen. As the head of the administrative office, he must judiciously manage the finances. Yet, Helen was resolute, furrowing her exquisite golden brows. If the administrative office will not fund this, I shall provide the sum myself. With a resigned sigh, he relented. Very well. Let the bounty be raised to 200 gold coins. As he spoke, Olaf retrieved a blank administrative decree from his desk drawer, dipping a quill into the inkwell and meticulously inscribing the order. Upon witnessing her uncle's concession, Helen's initial delight swiftly transformed into determination. Clenching her fists tightly, she vowed with fervor, "Rest assured, my lord. I swear by the name of the Holy Light that I shall capture the Cutlass and deliver him to the judgment of law and justice." Just as the knight finished her solemn vow, a series of knocks echoed through the office. Bang, bang, bang. "Enter," Olaf commanded, not lifting his gaze from the page. The door creaked open, and a sentry strode in, his face alight with excitement. He stepped forward, standing at attention, fist over heart, saluting before announcing, reporting, "My lord, the Cutlass is dead." Olaf Esquill halted midair, his head snapping up in astonishment. Helen too was rendered speechless. "The Cutlass is dead? Just after I made my vow, he has perished. Holy Light, how astoundingly timely." The sentry continued, "A baron has arrived downstairs, bearing the head of the Cutlass. Bring him up to see me at once." Olaf exclaimed eagerly. Moments later, Robin was ushered into Olaf's office. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Helen standing nearby, and likewise, she recognized him, both displaying expressions of shock. "It's you," Helen exclaimed in astonishment. "Helen Knight, it has been a long time. It is indeed rare that you remember me." Robin was equally taken aback, not expecting to encounter such a beautiful knight here. Today, the knight was not clad in armor. Her lovely golden hair was gathered into a ponytail at the back of her head, and her attire was both practical and elegant, with a sword hanging at her waist, exuding an air of gallant prowess. Olaf, seated behind his desk, appeared somewhat bewildered. "Do you two know each other?" Helen then briefly recounted the circumstances of her acquaintance with Robin. "Did you truly slay the scimitar?" Helen inquired, casting a look of skepticism towards Robin. She found it hard to believe. During their first meeting, Robin had struck her as a timid and cowardly lord, one she had somewhat looked down upon. How could someone of such demeanor possibly vanquish the notorious scimitar? Robin, eschewing unnecessary words, placed a wooden box upon Olaf's desk and opened it. Ultimately, she reached a conclusion. This was indeed the head of the scimitar. Instantly, a radiant smile blossomed upon the knight's face. She had always harbored a deep-seated disdain for evil, and regardless of who had slain the scimitar, as long as it served to rid the populace of such a grave menace, she could not be more pleased. Simultaneously, she regarded Robin with newfound respect. This man, seemingly frail, possessed unexpected prowess. Helen had first-hand experience of how formidable the scimitar was. It was not an adversary one could easily defeat. Olaf too felt a surge of joy, thinking, there is no need to increase the bounty now. Yet, just as he contemplated tearing up the signed administrative order, the knight snatched it from his grasp. "Mr. Robin, you have rendered a great service to Silverfrost City. This is the reward you rightfully deserve." With that, Helen thrust the freshly inked bounty notice into Robin's hands. As he lowered his gaze, he was astonished to find the bounty amount inscribed was 200 gold coins. A smile spread across his face. It had increased by 50. Chapter 76, captivated by me, Robin distinctly recalled glancing at the bounty notice in the hall on the ground floor just before ascending the stairs. The reward had been a mere 150 gold coins. To his astonishment, during the brief interval of his ascent, the bounty had surged to 200 gold coins. "Helena, you extravagant girl, The scimitar is already dead, Olive remarked, his face contorted in pain. As he reached to close the wooden chest, sealing the foul stench within. He then picked up a small bottle of pink perfume from the table and sprayed it into the air. With her hands on her hips, Helena asserted proudly, "It is only right to reward the valiant warriors who have made significant contributions to Silverfrost City." After saying this, the female knight enthusiastically extended her hand to Robin. "Thank you for ridding us of this menace. As a noble, it is my duty," Robin replied, reciprocating her handshake. Helena's hand was warm and strong, a testament to her prowess as a swordswoman. While shaking hands, Robin discreetly activated his bloodline eye to observe her. Helena was a martial knight, enveloped in a dense red mist of bloodline energy, a clear sign of her formidable strength. "The scimitar has been rampant lately, committing crimes incessantly. Thanks to you, our patrol team is relieved of a significant threat." Helena expressed her gratitude. "Not at all," Robin smiled in agreement, a mischievous thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. If this beautiful knight were to discover that I had been masquerading as a bandit throughout this past month, I wonder what her reaction would be. Seeing that the 50 gold coins were no longer an option, Olive sighed in resignation and retrieved a blank administrative order from his drawer. He swiftly penned a few lines and handed it to Robin. "Thank you, Baron Robin. Silverfrost City will remember your contributions. Take this to the finance office on the second floor to collect your reward." "Very well, I shall not impose further," Robin said as he accepted the administrative order. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Helena suddenly called out to him. "Wait a moment." Robin halted mid-turn, looking back at her in curiosity. "Is there something else?" Helena stepped closer, her beautiful face radiating with a joyful smile. "Allow me to accompany you." Robin was taken aback. "Thank you. Farewell, esteemed official." Helena turned to Olive, offering a slight bow as she prepared to depart. "Remember to come to my home for dinner tonight. I shall prepare your favorite meatball soup," Olive reminded, stretching his neck forward. Helena escorted Robin to the entrance of the administrative hall, attracting many curious gazes along the way. As they walked, the presence of the knight drew considerable attention, and naturally, the onlookers' eyes fell upon Robin by her side. Many had never seen Robin before and collectively pondered, "Who is this man that he is accompanied by Knight Helena?" Their expressions ranged from astonishment to curiosity and envy. After collecting the bounty, Helena escorted Robin to the door of the administrative hall. Before parting ways, Helena finally revealed her intentions to Robin. "Baron Robin, you are a valiant warrior. Having slain the saber, you have proven your prowess. Would you be inclined to join our patrol, serving the Duke of Silverfrost?" Robin was taken aback, realizing that this charming knight had shown interest in him. "I apologize, Knight Helen, but I have lands that require my attention." Without hesitation, Robin declined her offer. Helen displayed a look of disappointment. "Very well then, farewell. I hope we meet again someday. Should you change your mind, you are always welcome to visit me at the patrol's encampment." Robin's spirits soared. Upon entering Silverfrost City that morning, his pockets had been empty, but now they held 300 gold coins. In stark contrast, the mood of Viscount Buck was at its nadir. Seated alone in his office, he glowered at the wall, lost in silence for an extended period. The mere thought of Robin having stood before him moments ago, brazenly issuing threats, ignited a fiery rage within Buck. As if his chest might explode. No one had ever dared to address him in such a manner. Never. The situation had escalated beyond a mere iron mine dispute. Buck felt compelled to defend his honor. He could not permit a filthy frontier baron to insult him in such a way. He sought vengeance. Initially, he had aimed to acquire the iron mine, but now his intentions had shifted. He desired not only the mine, but also the demise of Robin. Though Robin held the title of baron and belonged to the nobility, Buck remained indifferent. A rural frontier baron could easily be disposed of. However, with the saber card rendered useless, Buck needed to play another. Fortunately, he had many cards left to play. After a moment of contemplation, Buck abruptly rose and bellowed towards the office door, "Bring the carriage." A quarter of an hour later, Buck arrived at a residence within Silverfrost City. The carriage halted before the grand entrance, and Buck disembarked, pushing open the gates to enter. Inside lay a spacious courtyard, where 5 men stood. 4 of them were clearly a cohesive group, surrounding the solitary figure in the center. These 4 young men were robust, clad in full armor, wielding either long swords or battle axes, unmistakably seasoned warriors. Their weapons emanated a faint aura of combat energy, each color differing, revealing that all 4 were combat knights. The besieged man appeared to be in his 30s, with gray hair and an unremarkable appearance, yet he possessed a formidable physique. However, his equipment was woefully inadequate. He wore only a coarse tunic and wielded a wooden sword. Despite the numerical and equipment advantage held by the attackers, they were visibly tense, sweat pouring from their brows. In stark contrast, the gray-haired man remained unperturbed, his expression calm and collected, as though victory was assured. The four robust youths had encircled the gray-haired man, yet they hesitated to strike. Ultimately, it was the besieged man who, growing impatient, shouted, "Attack!" The four robust young men exchanged glances, and ultimately, they steeled themselves. Their faces contorted with an expression of fierce determination as they roared and lunged toward the man in the center. Moments later, three of the muscular youths lay sprawled upon the sandy ground, leaving only one swordsman struggling to maintain his stance. This swordsman possessed the most formidable fighting spirit among them. Yet he found himself cornered, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze fixated on the gray-haired man. His chest heaved violently, nearly gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the gray-haired man remained composed and unruffled, not a single bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Can you four not persevere a bit longer? The gray-haired man appeared to have grown weary of the encounter, and the next instant, a surge of silver electricity erupted from the wooden sword in his hand, crackling audibly. The swordsman immediately displayed a look of terror, exclaiming, "My lord, I concede." However, the gray-haired man paid no heed to his words. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, executing a graceful thrust that drove the wooden sword into the swordsman's chest. The swordsman was instantly lifted off his feet, crashing heavily against the wall behind him, creating a spiderweb of cracks in the 2-meter-high brick structure. He collapsed to the ground, silver arcs of electricity still sparking from his body, rendering him unconscious. Applause erupted at the doorway, and Buck smiled, praising the Thunder Swordsman Valor. Truly lives up to his reputation. Chapter 77. Additional payment. Buck and Vare seemed to be old acquaintances. Vare casually tossed his wooden sword to the ground, turned around, and addressed Buck. "What a rare visitor. Please take a seat." In the corner of the courtyard stood a round table accompanied by several chairs, and Vare gestured invitingly. The three young men, who had collapsed on the ground, struggled to rise and lined up neatly, bowing to Vare. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord," they said in unison with great respect. Without even glancing at them, Vare waved his hand dismissively. "Continue honing your skills. You are still too weak." The three youths exited through a side door of the courtyard, carrying away the one who had fainted. Buck and Vare seated themselves at the round table, and three maidservants entered through the side door, setting down several plates of pastries and tea. Vare picked up a green square pastry, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed it in a few bites before calmly inquiring, "So, are we to kill again?" His tone suggested he was discussing an utterly trivial matter. Buck's expression turned serious as he nodded. "Indeed. Who is encroaching on your business?" "A baron, by the name of Robin." Without hesitation, Vare agreed, "As per our usual arrangement. You lure him to a secluded spot, and I shall take care of the rest." In essence, Vare was a professional assassin, and Buck, a viscount, was among his long-standing clients. With his exceptional lightning-infused combat skills, he thrived in this line of work, regardless of who the target was. As long as the payment was sufficiently generous, Vare would accept the job. He had eliminated numerous individuals for Buck, most of whom were competitors in business. Buck unfastened a bulging pouch of coins from his waist and placed it before Vare. "This is the deposit, 100 gold coins. The remaining 200 will be paid upon completion." Vare eagerly grabbed the pouch, weighing it in his hand, a greedy expression crossing his face. "The target this time is a noble. The risk is too high. The price must be increased." Buck frowned slightly. He is merely a lowly noble. His territory lies in the wasteland. His death will not stir any waves. Regardless, this is my rule. For a noble, the price must be raised. For 100 gold coins, not a single penny less, and I will handle this matter for you. Vare insisted firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Buck inwardly cursed this avaricious fiend, took a deep breath, and conceded. "Very well, for 100 gold coins." Although Vare's price was exorbitant, Buck knew that once he placed an order, Vare would efficiently resolve the target. While Buck had a cadre of loyal warriors, their combat abilities paled in comparison to Vare's. When hiring an assassin, one must ensure they possess the requisite skills. Even the cheapest of novices should be avoided at all costs. Hence, despite Vare's steep fees, Buck was willing to pay. Furthermore, as long as he could acquire Robin's iron mine, this initial investment would be worthwhile. Arrange the preliminary matters before seeking me out again. And remember, should you change your mind midway, the deposit is non-refundable, Vare remarked with a satisfied smile. In the carriage, Buck occupied the seat by the window, gazing outside while formulating a scheme to lure Robin out of his territory. despite his disdain for Robin. Buck had to concede that eliminating him within his own domain posed an insurmountable challenge. If the situation escalated too dramatically, unforeseen complications could arise. The optimal strategy would be to entice Robin onto Buck's own grounds. As Buck was deep in thought, the carriage suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Caught off guard, he was nearly thrown forward by inertia. A small window in the carriage opened, revealing the driver's panicked face. "My lord, someone is blocking the road." Blocking the road? Buck felt a mix of curiosity and anger. Who dared to obstruct Buck's carriage? He opened the door and stepped outside. Peering ahead to see a gaunt middle-aged man kneeling before the carriage, a look of desperation etched on his face. Passers-by on either side of the road turned to witness the unfolding scene, puzzled by the commotion. Upon spotting Buck, the man immediately crawled toward him, weeping as he pleaded. "My lord, I beseech you, grant me a few more days. I will soon gather enough money." Buck recognized the man as Ebb, a once thriving leather trader whose business had flourished on the plains, even encroaching upon Buck's own commercial interests. Naturally, Buck could not tolerate this competition. So he instructed his men to keep a close watch on Ebb's caravan, resulting in several raids that left Ebb severely weakened, unable to pose any further threat to Buck's enterprise. Yet, Buck had no intention of letting him off so easily. He needed to set an example, ensuring that others understood the consequences of encroaching upon Buck's business. Thus, Buck stepped forward, offering Ebb a loan with exorbitant interest. Ebb, already teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, found himself with no allies willing to aid him under Buck's menacing shadow. With no alternatives, he reluctantly accepted the high-interest loan, becoming a financial slave to Buck's establishment. Ebb's chances of recovery had vanished, but Buck sought to extract every ounce of value from him. In secret, he dispatched agents to set fire to Ebb's warehouse, plunging Ebb into utter despair. With the repayment deadline looming ominously, Ebb, having exhausted all options, resorted to obstructing Buck's carriage in a final act of desperation. Buck looked down at the weeping Ebb, his face a mask of undisguised disdain, his thoughts turning venomous. "Why haven't you taken your own life yet? How far must I push you before you succumb?" The driver leaped from the carriage, raising his whip and striking Ebb fiercely across the back. "Get lost. Don't block the way. My lord, I implore you, just a few more days. That is all I ask," Ebb pleaded, humbly kneeling on the ground, the whip leaving a fiery mark on his back. Yet, he could only grit his teeth and endure, knowing he had no other recourse. Suddenly, Buck recalled something and inquired, "Ebb, if I'm not mistaken, do you know Kana?" Upon hearing Buck's voice, the coachman halted his whip, and Ebb raised his head in astonishment, responding with uncertainty. "Yes, we are acquainted." A smile graced Buck's face, yet under the warm sunlight, his smile felt as frigid as the depths of winter. Board the carriage. The wagon resumed its journey, slowly advancing forward. Inside, Ebb sat opposite Buck, his anxious hands clasped tightly together, his shoulders hunched, and his head bowed, not daring to utter a word. The wounds on his back, inflicted by the whip, clung painfully to his clothing, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his face. Yet he gritted his teeth in silence, unable to utter a sound. Buck wore a peculiar expression, half smiling, as he scrutinized Ebb for a moment before speaking. "Ebb, I require your assistance with a matter. If you succeed, not only will all your debts be wiped clean, but I shall also bestow upon you a substantial sum to help you rebuild your caravan. Are you willing?" Ebb, unable to believe his ears, lifted his gaze to Buck's face, tears of gratitude spilling forth once more. Without hesitation, he declared, "I am willing, my lord. I shall do whatever you ask of me." Chapter 78. The predicament of the Golden Rose. Abu found himself utterly desolate. He had lost everything. Even his home had been mortgaged. If he failed to repay his debts promptly, he and his wife and children would be left to wander the streets. The conditions proposed by Buck were his only lifeline. He had no alternative but to cling to it with desperation. "Sir, please tell me what you require of me." "I am willing to do anything," Abu said eagerly, his body instinctively leaning forward. "What I need from you is quite simple," Buck spoke slowly. "I will choose a secluded location, and then you will bring Jana to me. That is all." The enthusiasm on Abu's face instantly froze. He was not a naive child and understood that Buck's intentions in luring Jana to a secluded spot were far from benign. Although his relationship with Jana was neither particularly good nor bad, as they had collaborated in the past, Abu was merely an ordinary man. To betray Jana weighed heavily on his conscience. However, this was his sole opportunity for redemption, and he had to grasp it tightly. Otherwise, he would be irretrievably lost. Buck continued, "How you accomplish this is your concern. You merely need to bring her to me." Abu slowly lowered his head, afraid to inquire what Buck intended to do with Jana. not only out of fear of provoking Buck's wrath, but also because knowing the true nature of Buck's plan would shatter his resolve. He began to hypnotize himself. Perhaps Buck merely wished to share tea with Janna, or perhaps he sought to discuss business with her. If you assist me with this small task, I can assure you a life of comfort and security, free from fear and anxiety, Buck's voice echoed in his mind. You need not bear the weight of your conscience. Think of your wife. Think of your children. Can you bear to let them be homeless? Buck seized upon Abu's vulnerabilities. His words whispering like a siren's call, eroding Abu's moral fortitude step by step. Under Buck's insidious persuasion, Abu's defenses began to crumble as the faces of his wife and daughter flickered in his mind. In a fleeting moment, it felt as though something within Abu shattered, and he ceased to waver or struggle. When he lifted his head once more, his determination had solidified. He reassured himself, for the sake of his career, for the sake of his family, he had no other choice. Very well, I shall do it. Abu gritted his teeth and uttered fiercely. Buck revealed a devilish smile, satisfied, and said, excellent. A plan gradually took shape in Buck's mind. He intended to use Janna as bait to lure Robin. He would then rely on Valerie to eliminate Robin and seize the iron mine. As for Abu, Buck silently scoffed, for he had no intention of honoring his promise. This lowly merchant was merely a pawn in his game, to be discarded once he had served his purpose. The specifics of how to deceive Janna and where to ambush Robin required meticulous consideration. Buck needed to plan carefully. After receiving the money, Abu bowed repeatedly in gratitude to Buck before departing with a tumultuous heart. He was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s. Strikingly handsome with short golden hair and a tall, upright stature, adorned in elegant attire. Buck displayed an expression of astonishment as he quickly approached the desk. Kneeling on one knee, young master, what brings you here? The man addressed as young master was named Vaughn, a member of the Golden Rose family. I have come to Silver Frost City on some business, and I thought to check on you. How are matters concerning the iron mine progressing? Vaughn inquired, his demeanor serious. An invisible pressure rendering Buck nearly breathless. Buck, are you aware that our father is quite concerned about your endeavors? Your Grace. Buck lifted his gaze, his face reflecting a mixture of surprise and honor. Vaughn continued, the iron mine has long been a vulnerability for our family. The Northern Territory's major iron mines are predominantly under the control of the Snow Eagle family, although we possess a few smaller mines. They pale in comparison to those of Snow Eagle. Consequently, we have had to procure substantial quantities of iron from them. Without iron, we cannot produce weapons and armor on a grand scale, leaving the Golden Rose perpetually at their mercy. Therefore, Buck, your task is of utmost importance, and our father is particularly attentive. Rest assured, young master and your Grace, I am in the process of devising a plan to secure that iron mine imminently, Buck vowed. Still kneeling. Do not squander our expectations and investment in you, Vaughn said, rising. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I will see you off. Buck began to rise, but Vaughn interrupted him. There's no need, Vaughn replied coldly. Buck, caught midway in his ascent, knelt down once more, lowering his head in utmost respect. Young master, travel safely. As Vaughn passed by Buck, his footsteps gradually faded away until the sound of the door opening and closing echoed, prompting Buck to lift his head and slowly rise. Turning around, he confirmed he was alone in the office, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Gazing at the firmly shut door, Buck's expression grew increasingly grave. As a mere viscount, his rank was not high within the noble hierarchy, and his fief was barren. Unable to sustain a large population, his extraordinary position stemmed entirely from the vast financial resources commanded by the Buck Trading Company. Without the support of the Golden Rose family, he could never have established such a formidable commercial empire. Hence, Buck had remained fiercely loyal to the Golden Rose. The unexpected visit from young Master Vaughn placed immense pressure on Buck. He understood that he must swiftly execute his plans. Should he fail to satisfy the Duke of the Golden Rose, his position could be jeopardized at any moment. For the sake of his status, Buck would also need to eliminate Robin. Certainly, there had been changes, the most significant being that Janna had awakened as a seer. Chapter 79, The Magic Swordsman. When Robin revealed to Ghana that she possessed the bloodline of a magic swordsman, the young girl could scarcely believe it. Hailing from an ordinary family, Ghana had always led a rather mundane life, completely unaware that she was a bearer of such a remarkable lineage. After pledging her loyalty to Robin, he adeptly awakened her latent bloodline powers, officially marking her transformation into a magic swordsman. To clarify, magic swordsmen are not a distinct race. Unlike humans, elves, or orcs, they are weapons forged by the Titans. The Titans endeavored to merge martial prowess with magic, giving rise to the magic swordsman. These warriors wield formidable close combat skills while also being capable of casting spells. In the ancient era, magic swordsmen served as the guardians of the Titan race. Upon her ascendance to magic swordsman status, Ghana acquired a bloodline skill known as dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Previously unaccustomed to wielding a sword, favoring instead a dagger, Ghana was astonished to discover an innate familiarity with the sword after awakening her bloodline powers. As she practiced with the blade, she was astounded to find herself mastering swordplay with remarkable ease. From that moment forth, Ghana developed a profound affection for the sword. She sought out the finest blacksmith to craft a superb one-handed sword, which she named Bice, an ancient term denoting eternal wind. Furthermore, Ghana simultaneously awakened her magical talents. Learning her first spell, an elementary level 1 magic known as Flame Release, from the Dragon Vein Goblin, Schmork. The spell's effect was rather ordinary, allowing her to emit a plume of fire from her palm. Then, as if guided by the instincts of a magic swordsman, Ghana seamlessly combined the flame release with her swordplay, crafting a unique technique of her own, the flame blade. One day, in a small courtyard within Silver Frost City, Ghana was diligently practicing her swordsmanship. Ever since her awakening, she had committed herself to rigorous training, spurred by the recent traumatic experience of a merchant caravan being ambushed. She realized she could no longer rely solely on Robin for protection. She must strive to grow stronger. With the one-handed sword in her grasp, Ghana executed a series of dazzling and lethal flourishes. Her strikes were as swift as lightning, the keen edge of her blade slicing through the air with piercing echoes. Her figure danced gracefully within the courtyard, her footwork light and agile, akin to a sprightly kitten or a skilled dancer, each step harmonizing with the rhythm of her sword, culminating in a breathtaking dance of death. Suddenly, she spun on the spot, her left hand gliding sharply along the blade's length. In an instant, a searing red flame erupted along the sword. The once elegant sword flourishes transformed into a cascade of blazing sparks. Ghana swung the blade forward with fervor, unleashing 4 fiery projectiles that shot forth like flaming cannonballs. At the base of the wall stood 4 wooden stakes serving as targets. Each fiery projectile struck its mark, followed by a series of explosive sounds as the upper halves of the stakes were obliterated into a shower of burning splinters. Like fireworks, countless tiny sparks drifted down from the sky, extinguishing themselves before they even touched the ground. The remaining half of the wooden stump lay charred and smoldering, flames licking at its jagged edge. Janna ceased her sword dance, the recent maneuver having drained much of her energy. Beads of sweat glistened on her fair forehead as she gasped for breath, her bosom rising and falling rhythmically. Despite her fatigue, a radiant smile graced Janna's face, a testament to her satisfaction with her fiery assault. In the past, she could never have shattered 4 wooden stumps, each standing as tall as a person, in one go. Janna felt a genuine sense of empowerment coursing through her, igniting every cell in her body with exhilaration. Gently patting the scabbard with her left hand, she looked down at her sword with affection and murmured, "Bliss, you've worked hard today." At that moment, a side gate in the courtyard creaked open, and Wooly from the caravan stepped over the threshold. "Captain, Ebb arrives. He wishes to discuss a business matter with you," Wooly reported from the entrance. Moments later, Ebb entered the courtyard through the side door. "Ebb, it's been a while. How have you been?" Janna exclaimed, her face lighting up with a sunny smile. Upon seeing her, Ebb felt as though his heart had been tightly squeezed, although he had resolved to sell his conscience to the devil for survival. Standing before Janna filled him with a profound sense of guilt, almost overwhelming in its weight. "Why, you're well, Janna." Ebb managed to force a stiff smile, his complexion pale, his legs feeling weak, and his voice trembling slightly. Janna approached him, noticing his unusual demeanor, and asked with concern, "What's wrong? You look unwell. You're sweating profusely." A pang of anxiety shot through Ebb, and he forced a chuckle, fibbing, "Ha, it's nothing, just a bit of a headache, an old ailment." He swallowed nervously, his expression rigid, and slowly continued, "Janna, I have a batch of cheap flour available. I wonder if you might be interested. The market price for a sack is about 60 coppers, but I can sell it to you for 45. Janna's eyes sparkled at the mention of such an affordable price for flour, a rarity indeed. However, a frown soon creased her brow. Such a low price, surely it cannot be of good quality? Most of the grain she procured was destined for the citizens of Stormwave City, and she needed to ensure its quality was impeccable. "Rest assured, it is all excellent stock. If you wish, you can accompany me to inspect it," Ebb insisted. His gaze fixed intently on Janna, his heart racing in trepidation. Without suspicion, Janna glanced at the sky and readily agreed. "All right, lead me to see the goods." If they are satisfactory, I will place an order today. My warehouse is outside the city. Let us depart at once, Ebb said, turning to head towards the side gate. Why is your warehouse located outside the city? Janna inquired, quickening her pace to follow him, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Very well, lead the way, Janna replied. Two individuals rode their horses away from the city of Ebb Tide. As this journey was merely to assess the quality of goods, Janna accompanied Ebb alone. Although she found it peculiar, she refrained from overthinking it, attributing Ebb's silence to his physical discomfort. The pair initially followed the main road before veering onto a narrower path. And after a while, they turned onto an even smaller woodland trail. Chapter 80. The struggle within the trap. At this moment, aside from Janna and Ebb, no other figures could be seen in the vicinity. The narrow path meandered deeper into the woods, seemingly without end. Dense trees flanked either side of the road, from which emanated the occasional calls of unseen creatures. The canopies of the trees arched overhead, obscuring the sun and casting an oppressive gloom around. Janna felt as if she were traversing a tunnel fashioned by the very trees themselves. How much farther? Janna furrowed her brow, with each step taken further into the wilderness. Her restlessness grew. Suddenly, Ebb, who led the way, came to an abrupt halt. What is it? Have we arrived? Janna exclaimed, pulling on the reins to come to a gradual stop. In a moment of surprise, she beheld a man emerging from the thicket ahead. It was Buck, clad in armor. He strode confidently into the center of the path, obstructing Janna's way. A sinister smirk graced his face, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. Then, from the shadows of the trees, a dozen tall figures materialized. Buck's armored henchmen, brandishing sharp weapons, encircled Janna. Each face bore a fierce expression, akin to a pack of hunters closing in on their prey, with Janna as the intended quarry. Upon seeing Buck, realization dawned upon Janna. She had fallen into a trap. The promises of affordable flour were naught but deceit, designed to lure her into this snare. Her disbelief was palpable as she turned to Ebb's silhouette. Ebb, have you betrayed me? In Janna's recollection, Ebb had always been the epitome of honesty. She could scarcely fathom that he would conspire against her. Dismounting his horse, Ebb led it over to Buck and then turned away, his head bowed deeply, unable to meet Janna's gaze. I am sorry, Janna. I had no choice. The weight of guilt threatened to shatter Ebb, his body trembling uncontrollably. Buck chuckled triumphantly, patting Ebb on the shoulder. You have done splendidly. He then stepped closer to Janna, declaring, I shall not kill you, provided you surrender willingly. It will spare you some suffering. In response, Janna unsheathed her sword with a swift motion, sitting resolutely atop her horse, glaring defiantly at Buck, signaling her readiness to fight to the death. She surmised that Buck's elaborate scheme to capture her was likely intended to use her as leverage against Robin. In her heart, Janna resolved, for Robin, she could never allow herself to be captured, even if it meant perishing in battle. Seeing Janna's refusal to yield, Buck snorted disdainfully and commanded, Foolish girl, seize her. Outnumbered with over a dozen adversaries, and having only recently awakened to her powers, Janna hesitated to confront them directly. Thus, she swiftly turned her horse, intending to break free from the encirclement. Go, Janna cried, yanking the reins sharply. Her steed surged forward, galloping with urgency. However, Buck's men were already prepared. An archer took aim, releasing an arrow towards Janna's mount. With a swift whoosh, an arrow struck the horse's neck, embedding itself almost entirely. The creature let out a pained whinny before collapsing onto the grass, flinging the rider, Janna, off its back. Janna fell heavily to the ground, her body propelled by the momentum, rolling twice before coming to a halt, lying flat on the earth. Disoriented and dazed, her head buzzed with confusion, her senses spinning, and her sword slipped from her grasp, lost in the chaos. Before she could regain her footing, 4 or 5 burly men pounced upon her, pinning her to the ground. Don't move, you filthy wench, someone shouted, delivering a vicious punch to the back of her head. With a dull thud, Janna's skull struck the hard ground, blood oozing from her forehead. Seeing her subdued, Buck let out a triumphant laugh. Futile resistance, truly foolish. Did you think you could escape? Janna gritted her teeth, her inner fury igniting her resolve. Though her hands were forcefully pressed against the ground by Buck's subordinates, her left palm faced a nearby warrior. The enhancement from her bloodline was comprehensive, and in that moment, she remained surprisingly calm. She quickly summoned her magical energy, concentrating it in her left hand. Release the flames. With a thunderous roar, a blazing inferno erupted from her left hand, igniting the warrior beside her. Caught utterly off guard, he met Janna's flames head-on. Shrieking as he leapt to his feet, his head ablaze. In a frenzied panic, he dashed about like a headless fly before crashing into a large tree. He fell to the ground, rolling in agony, only to gradually cease movement, his face charred beyond recognition. Janna's sudden burst of flames stunned Buck and the others into silence. Buck's expression shifting to one of shock. She can wield magic? The remaining warriors, startled by the spectacle, instinctively loosened their grip on her. Seizing her moment, Janna's left hand regained its freedom, and she swiftly aimed her palm at the warrior to her right. Release the flames. Another plume of orange fire erupted from her palm, forcing the warrior to release her right hand as he lunged aside. Flames engulfed his right arm, and he cried out in terror, tumbling off the path. The remaining warriors, now thoroughly terrified, recoiled in retreat. Janna seized the opportunity to rise, her eyes catching sight of her sword, Lys, lying quietly in the grass by the road. She rolled forward, grasping the sword and springing to her feet. Though she had felled 2 warriors, Buck still commanded a dozen henchmen. A warrior wielding a double-headed axe charged at her, bellowing as he swung the axe toward her back. In a split second, hot blood gushed from the axe-wielder's mouth as his head rolled away, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With her crimson eyes ablaze, Janna slowly rose, wielding her sword like a desperate leopard, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. The remaining followers of Buck encircled her once more. Yet the formidable display of her combat prowess had instilled a sense of trepidation in each of them, rendering them hesitant to take the lead. Prior to their departure, Lord Buck had assured them that Janna was merely an ordinary merchant, but the reality was that this woman possessed an extraordinary strength. I will leave. Whoever dares to obstruct me today shall meet their demise, Janna declared, brandishing her sword before her, her left hand swiftly gliding along the blade, igniting it in a fiery crimson blaze. At that moment, Buck, standing a short distance away, felt a chilling fear wash over him. Utterly bewildered by Janna's sudden surge in strength. It appears you are in a predicament, Valerie remarked, emerging from the woods with a calm smile adorning his face. Clad in armor with a sword hanging at his waist. Upon seeing Valerie, Buck felt a wave of relief. He was fortunate to have brought Valerie along, for without him, capturing Janna might have been an insurmountable challenge. Valerie, I entrust this woman to you, Buck hastily proclaimed. However, Valerie merely shook his head. That will require additional payment. Buck nearly lost his composure, exasperated that this rogue was attempting to exploit the situation. Did I not already compensate you? He shouted in frustration. This woman is a magic swordswoman. The risk is far too great. An extra 100 gold coins, and I will handle her for you. Otherwise, our discussion is moot. Valerie insisted resolutely. Buck, nearly apoplectic with anger, found himself with little choice. Very well, I shall increase the payment, he conceded. Without delay, he unfastened a pouch from his belt and tossed it to Valerie. There is certainly more than 100 gold coins within. Valerie caught the pouch, gave it a brief shake, and then tucked it away, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Payment received. I will ensure this woman is dealt with. Chapter 81. Ultimately, one must die with an air of calm composure. Vare approached Janna unhurriedly. Do not kill her. We need her alive, but called out from behind Vare. He stepped onto the battlefield and instructed Buck's other subordinates. Stand down. You are too weak to capture her. Initially hesitant, Buck's men glanced at him for confirmation. Upon seeing Buck nod from a distance, they cautiously retreated to the sidelines. Vare advanced a couple more steps, positioning himself directly in front of Janna. At this moment, they were merely 5 or 6 paces apart. If Janna extended her arm with the sword, its tip could easily brush against Valere's nose. He scrutinized her with a playful smile, remarking inwardly on the rarity of encountering a magic swordsman. The last time he had slain one was a decade ago. Janna assumed a standard combat stance, turning her body sideways and wielding her sword with one hand. Flames danced along the blade, casting a crimson hue upon her resolute face. Despite her bravado, Janna felt a twinge of anxiety in the presence of Valre. His aura was distinctly different from anyone else's. As he approached, his steps were steady and powerful, and his breathing was long and even, indicative of a seasoned master. Janna's gaze fell upon the crossword hanging at Valre's waist, revealing him as a swordsman, yet he showed no inclination to draw his weapon. This slight irked her. Did he underestimate her? Since becoming a magic swordsman, her perceptive abilities had significantly heightened. Even without engaging, she sensed the tremendous power coursing through Vare's being. With a grin, Vare beckoned, "Make your move, young lady." In the next instant, Janna sprang into action. She swiftly withdrew a considerable distance, simultaneously swinging her sword forcefully forward. A fiery projectile erupted from the blade, hurtling towards Vare. Excitement lit up Valre's face. Rather than evade, he charged towards Janna's fireball. Suddenly, a silver aura of battle energy enveloped him. He raised his fist, surging with silver electricity, and struck the fireball with a powerful punch. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball detonated, resembling a blossoming firework in midair. Flames erupted in all directions, igniting the grass along the roadside. Janna's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This man had shattered her fireball with a single blow. The explosive flames licked at Valre's form, yet his aura acted as an invisible armor, deflecting the fire as it struck his arms, chest, and even his face, leaving him entirely unscathed. This battle energy armor was a fundamental skill of a battle knight, simple yet exceedingly practical. Vare continued his advance towards Janna with remarkable speed, closing the distance in just 2 strides and leaving her no chance to flee. Janna had no option but to brace herself for combat. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward in a low stance, executing a precise thrust with her fiery sword, which glimmered like a shooting star as it lunged towards Valre's chest. Valir chuckled, his right hand enveloped in silver arcs of electricity, extending his hand with lightning speed to seize the edge of Janna's sword. Grasping the blade with bare hands left Janna utterly astonished. Valir, fortified by electric energy, proved to be more formidable than Janna. The flames on her sword failed to inflict any damage upon him. In the next moment, the lightning from Valir's hand erupted violently, sending silver currents surging along the blade directly towards Janna's body. Without hesitation, Janna released the hilt of her sword, yet the ferocious currents struck her chest, propelling her backward. Valir, still gripping the sword's edge, examined it closely. A fine weapon, he mused, but regrettably, you are far too weak. You must have only recently awakened as a warrior. In my hands, this sword is a weapon, in yours, merely a toy. With that, he cast Janna's sword aside. Janna was flung 5 or 6 meters away, landing heavily on her back with a resounding thud, her spine feeling as though it had shattered, pain radiating through her. She attempted to rise, but the electric shock had rendered her body numb, as if thousands of silver needles pierced her skin. Summoning all her strength, she could barely lift her right hand. Valir approached her, surprised to see Janna slowly raising her hand. She still had some movement left in her. Janna glared at Valir, her eyes ablaze with fury, struggling to direct her palm towards him, hoping to unleash another fiery assault. However, Valir swiftly crouched, forcefully pressing her hand down with his left while his right hand pressed against her face. Helplessly, Janna watched Valir's large hand descend, her body paralyzed and unable to move, even her tongue numb, rendering her voiceless, only able to emit a low, indistinct growl like a cornered beast. Relax, it won't hurt much, Valir said, as sparks of electricity danced from his palm. Janna's body convulsed violently before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Buck, eyes gleaming with excitement, hurried over to Janna's side, lowering himself to inspect the unconscious woman, praising Valir. Well done. Valir, filled with self-satisfaction, replied, my price may be steep, but it is well worth it. Buck crouched down, playfully nudging Janna's head. With her eyes closed, Janna remained unresponsive to his antics. Wretched woman, Buck suddenly snarled, his face contorting with malice. The mere thought of Janna having once spurned him ignited a fiery rage within him, and a cold smile crept upon his face. Once Robin was dealt with, he intended to make Janna his plaything. Buck reached out and removed the red scarf from Janna's head, a signature piece of her attire, certain that Robin would recognize it. Take this woman away and clean up the scene, Buck instructed his subordinates. 2 burly men approached, one lifting her head and the other her legs. As they carried her off, the remaining henchmen led out their concealed horses from the woods, binding Janna's hands and feet and tossing her onto a steed like a mere cargo. The corpse, slain by Janna, was carelessly discarded in the forest, left to serve as sustenance for wild wolves. The warriors recruited by Buck were nothing more than a band of outlaws, devoid of any legitimate identity. Thus, their deaths held no significance, and any prospect of compensation was utterly inconceivable. Buck extracted a letter from his pocket, a missive he had long prepared. He summoned a servant and entrusted him with the letter and a red scarf. Go, deliver these items to the members of Janna's caravan. They will ensure it reaches Robin. Understood. The servant nodded vigorously, selecting a horse before hastily departing towards the city of Raging Tide. Ebb stood to the side, feeling like an outsider. As he witnessed Janna being hoisted onto a horse, a pained expression etched upon her face. He could only strive to suppress thoughts of his own actions. Once everyone had tidied up, they prepared to leave. Just as Buck was about to mount his steed, Ebb approached him, standing before Buck with his head bowed in trepidation. My lord, I have fulfilled my part of the bargain. Does this mean my debts will be absolved? Also, you promised to assist me in rebuilding the caravan. In truth, Buck had long since cast a aside in his thoughts. That matter. Fear not. You shall never again need to concern yourself with repaying your debts. Buck feigned a smile, placing his left hand on Ab's shoulder, while his right hand swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, plunging it into Ab's chest. The dead require no debts, Buck whispered malevolently into Ab's ear. Ab's face contorted in disbelief and shock as he gazed down at the dagger embedded in his chest. He staggered back 2 steps before collapsing onto the ground. Until his final breath, Ab could not comprehend why, despite aiding Buck in his endeavors. He was ultimately destined to die. Chapter 82, Wooly's Dilemma in the Warehouse of Silverfrost City. The members of the caravan were growing increasingly anxious. Ghana had claimed she was going to inspect the goods, but her absence was extending far too long. While some members contemplated venturing out to search for her, they were at a loss as to where Ebb might have taken her. Scattered throughout the hall, a middle-aged caravan member suggested, "Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps the captain and Mr. Ebb are engaged in fruitful discussion and are simply enjoying a drink somewhere." Another chimed in, "Indeed, Mr. Ebb is known for his reliability. The captain should be safe in his company." Their words, though ostensibly meant to reassure Wooly, were also a balm for their own unease. Wooly paused, casting a glance at the 2 speakers. "I hope I am merely being overly concerned." Since the incident with the saber, Wooly had adopted a more cautious demeanor. He recognized that there was merit to the other's concerns, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Just then, a sudden and urgent knocking echoed from the courtyard door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound startled Wooly and the others. Beyond the hall lay a small courtyard, cloaked in darkness as night had fallen and no lanterns were lit. The knocking persisted, growing louder and more frantic. "They're coming! They're coming!" Wooly shouted as he hurried through the courtyard, rushing to the door. He unlatched it and swung it open. Standing before him was a man on horseback. Straining to see through the shadows, Wooly could not discern the man's face. "May I inquire who you are and what brings you here?" Disappointment washed over him upon realizing it was not Ghana, yet he maintained the cordiality expected of a merchant. The rider remained silent, reaching into his cloak to produce an item which he tossed to Wooly. Before Wooly could utter another word, the man yanked the reins and, with a loud command, sped away on his steed. "Wait," Wooly called, but the sound of hooves quickly faded into the depths of the darkened street, leaving him in a state of confusion. Glancing down at the object the rider had left behind, he discovered a scarf and a letter. Despite the dim surroundings, Wooly immediately recognized the crimson scarf as Ghana's, having spent considerable time working alongside her. As he re-entered the hall, the other caravan members swiftly gathered around him. Their curiosity piqued. "Who was it?" they inquired eagerly. Ignoring their questions, Wooly hastily unfolded the letter the rider had given him. Pushing past the gathering crowd to reach the long table at the center of the hall, bathed in the flickering light of an oil lamp, he began to read. The letter contained only a few sparse lines, and he finished reading it in an instant. The moment the last word registered in his mind, Wooly felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body. He sat down heavily on the bench, his expression vacant. The other members of the caravan approached, their concern deepening as they noticed Wooly's sudden despondency. "Wooly, what happened? Who knocked at the door? What does the letter say?" they clamored, their voices overlapping in anxious inquiry. Wooly, resembling a marionette with his rigid posture, handed a letter to another individual and uttered, "Captain has been abducted." Upon these words, the entire hall erupted in commotion. The recipient of the letter, along with others, swiftly gathered to peruse its contents. Wooly sat on a bench, momentarily dazed, before gradually regaining his composure. "This matter exceeds our capabilities. We must immediately inform Lord Baron, as the letter specifically mentions him." He rose, his expression turning grave. Time was of the essence. They needed to depart for Thunderwave City at once to report to the Baron. However, a member of the caravan interjected. "The city gates are already closed. There must be a way." Wooly resolutely clenched his teeth. "With sufficient funds, there will always be a means to exit. Have you lost your mind? Venturing into the wilderness at night is perilously hazardous. It is tantamount to suicide." Another voiced his dissent. Yet, Wooly remained undeterred. "Each second we linger here could spell danger for the captain. This cannot be delayed. I am leaving now." Had it been before, Wooly would not have possessed such resolve. Yet ever since he had joined with Jana, he had been evolving. When he had first arrived in Silverfrost City, he had been swindled and left destitute, nearly perishing in the streets. It was Jana who had extended a helping hand during his darkest hour. Wooly had long contemplated repaying that kindness. Thus, even a moment's hesitation now would render him unable to forgive himself for a lifetime. Who will accompany me? Wooly turned to the others, his gaze unwavering as he called out. I will join you. So will I. By God, for the captain, I will risk it all. Over half of the group stood resolutely. As previously stated, traversing the wilderness at night was exceedingly perilous. Yet for Janna, these individuals were willing to embrace the risk. Wooly felt a surge of emotion and nodded earnestly. All right, everyone gather your things. We depart immediately. After nightfall, Silverfrost City would seal all its gates. The four main gates, east, west, south, and north, would remain firmly shut. However, a small door at the southeast corner might still offer a chance. Thus, with sufficient incentives, even the guards, though not of noble lineage, could be persuaded to turn a blind eye. In desperation, Wooly took it upon himself to reallocate the caravan's funds, using a substantial sum to bribe the gate officer, thereby successfully exiting the city. Subsequently, Wooly and the other caravan members journeyed north, plunging into the wilderness. They had prepared for a relentless journey, each mounted on dual steeds, equipped with provisions and water, striving to report the news to the Baron in the swiftest manner possible. After galloping tirelessly across the wilderness for 2 nights and a day, Wooly and his companions finally reached Thunderwave City by the evening of the 3rd day. The sun had set, and the sky gradually transformed into a deep purple, with a layer of rosy clouds adorning the distant horizon, an exquisite sight to behold. In the open space before the Lord's mansion, Robin and Simon stood facing each other, approximately 10 paces apart. Simon assumed a battle-ready stance, activating his steel hardening. With 2 silver iron fists positioned before his chest, his demeanor tense and alert. In stark contrast, Robin maintained an air of calm composure, standing effortlessly in place with a confident smile gracing his lips. Recently, he had developed a new technique and sought Simon's assistance to practice it, although Simon was decidedly reluctant. The formidable presence of Robin left the poor Iron Bear warrior with no choice but to willingly become a test subject. Chapter 83. The new skill thunderstormed the half-elf Aisha and Luke stood by, observing the spectacle, particularly Luke, who wore a mischievous grin. He and Simon had become a pair of troublemakers. Simon's misfortunes brought him immense delight. Robin's gaze was fixed on Simon as he took a slow, deep breath, feeling the power of lightning coursing through him. Simon, are you ready? I am about to commence. Simon took a step back in trepidation, nervously swallowing. Chief, please go easy on me. When he was first defeated by Robin, Simon had fantasized about one day matching his leader's prowess. However, now he had completely given up. His leader was a human monstrosity, and it was impossible for a mere human to rival such a creature. As the battle commenced, a flash of electricity surged from Robin's feet, propelling him forward with a speed that seemed to defy the human eye. Simon merely saw a blur, and in the next instant, a steel fist was thrust before him. Robin halted his punch a mere centimeter from Simon's nose. Yet the force of the wind generated by the punch surged towards Simon, leaving him momentarily blinded by the gust. Stunned for a second, the Iron Bear warrior finally comprehended the situation. The fight had barely begun, yet it felt as if it were already over. In the past, though Robin had struck him, it had always felt akin to a playful tussle. Today, however, he had not even been afforded the slightest opportunity to resist, even with the hardiness characteristic of a Highlander. Simon found himself cowed by Robin's display of might. He retreated 2 steps, gazing at Robin in disbelief. Chief, you have grown stronger once again. A deep sense of despair enveloped Simon as he recognized the widening chasm between his strength and that of his leader. Aisha and Luke, observing from the sidelines, were equally astonished by Robin's speed. Luke, befuddled, turned to his clan leader. Chief, did you see that? The speed of Baron seems extraordinary. Did you catch it? Aisha, her expression grave, replied, just now, I noticed a flicker of lightning beneath the Baron's feet. Perhaps he has harnessed the lightning to augment his speed? The matriarch, though more perceptive, could surmise little more than that. Since awakening the skill of lightning sensation, Robin had diligently explored its potential. Initially, using lightning merely induced paralysis in his opponents, but through continuous experimentation, he discovered an alternative application, enhancement. Infusing his body with electricity was akin to receiving a potent stimulant, allowing him to unleash unprecedented strength and speed. He aptly named this self-discovered skill Thunderstorm. Therefore, Robin refrained from delivering that punch to Simon. In the past, Simon could withstand Robin's full-force strikes, yet in the Thunderstorm state, that blow might have rendered Simon incapacitated for days. However, The tremendous burden that lightning imposed on the body meant that the thunderstorm state could not be sustained for long. Robin had experimented and found that he could maintain it for approximately 1 minute at most. Although the time was somewhat brief, on the true battlefield, a mere minute suffices to determine victory or defeat. Simon, you must exert yourself more diligently. Should you fall too far behind, you shall not be able to serve as my subordinate. Upon hearing this, Simon immediately stood at attention, chest out and head held high, proclaiming loudly, "Yes, chief." As they conversed, a sudden clamor of urgent hoofbeats erupted from behind them. Robin turned with curiosity to see a group of riders hastening towards them along the main thoroughfare of Ebb Tide City. Leading the charge was Wooly from the Ghana trading caravan. "The red-scarved ones have arrived," Simon remarked. Robin frowned slightly, sensing Wooly and his company appeared exceedingly anxious. A foreboding feeling settled in his chest. Wooly galloped to a halt before Robin, yanking the reins sharply, and before the horse had fully steadied, he leapt down and rushed to kneel before Robin with a thud. "I report to you, my lord," Wooly exclaimed. Breathless from the relentless ride from Silver Frost City to Ebb Tide City, nearly on the verge of collapse. His face was ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Struggling for breath. "Captain Ghana, she has been captured." Wooly produced Ghana's red scarf and a letter from his cloak, handing them to Robin before he finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. The other members of the caravan were equally fatigued, unable to rise after their strenuous ride. Their trembling legs buckled beneath them, collapsing onto the grass like overheated dogs, gasping for air. "Aisha, take them to rest," Robin commanded while unsealing the letter Wooly had given him. "Yes, my lord." Aisha promptly instructed Luke to summon some half-elves and hurriedly escorted the caravan members to the Lord's manor for respite. Robin glanced at the letter, and his expression darkened immediately. He turned to Simon, stating, "Notify all units to assemble." His tone was eerily calm. "Yes." Simon swiftly turned and dashed off to relay the orders. Robin clutched the letter tightly in his palm, as if he might crush it, for though the identity of the captor was not explicitly stated, he had no doubt it was none other than Baron Buck. The letter demanded that Robin come alone. If he were to charge in with troops or seek assistance from other factions, Buck would ruthlessly execute the hostage. Yet, Robin was no fool. Buck was evidently targeting him. For Ghana's safety, he could attend the meeting alone, but he must also prepare contingencies. Thus, Robin designated 20 iron guards and 20 half-elves to accompany him as a safeguard. The remaining forces were to stay behind in Ebb Tide City, for Robin could not dismiss the possibility that Buck intended to lure him away, launching a surprise attack on the city in his absence. Time was of the essence. Once everything was in order, Robin set forth with his contingent that very night. The meeting point designated by Buck was an unnamed hill, secluded from the city of Silver Frost and surrounded by vast stretches of unclaimed wasteland. The hill was adorned with dense foliage, and atop it stood a grand estate, a property entirely acquired by Buck, belonging to the Buck Trading Company. Days later, Robin arrived at the foot of the hill with his men. Advancing further up the hill would likely lead them to encounter Buck's subordinates, thus they could proceed no further. Robin instructed his iron guards and half-elves to lie in ambush within the woods at the base of the hill. He turned to Simon and said, "I shall ascend first. If I do not return within a quarter of an hour, you must charge up with the others." Simon, with a serious expression upon his broad face, nodded vigorously, affirming, "Understood." Consequently, Robin set forth alone on horseback, traversing the narrow path through the woods towards the estate perched at the summit. Chapter 84. In a dark and desolate room, Jana found herself ensnared by iron chains, both her hands and feet bound, suspended in midair. The pale skin of her wrists bore gruesome marks from the relentless grip of the chains, her toes barely grazing the floor beneath her. Starved for days, she had subsisted on mere drops of water, her face wan and devoid of vitality. Trapped in this lightless prison, she had lost track of the days, oblivious to whether it was day or night outside. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open. A beam of brilliant sunlight pierced the gloom, illuminating Jana's face. Having been deprived of sunlight for so long, she squinted against the sudden glare. Baron Buck strode into the room, his hard-soled boots thudding against the wooden floor. He approached Jana, seemingly admiring his own handiwork, a smile playing upon his lips as he regarded her. "Not dead yet," Buck taunted, his voice laced with mockery. Jana slowly raised her head, her gaze seething with loathing as she pierced Buck with a look as cold as steel. "Ah, your eyes are quite striking," Buck remarked, reveling in her contempt. "Jana, you know I've always had a fondness for you. If you would only pledge your allegiance to me, I could release you immediately. Anything you desire, I can provide." Janna merely glared at him, refusing to utter a word. Buck lifted his hand, gently caressing her cheek. Such a beautiful face. In a sudden act of defiance, Janna spat in Buck's face. Her gaze filled with revulsion as she rasped, "Don't touch me." The smile vanished from Buck's face, replaced by a furious snarl as he delivered a vicious punch to Janna's abdomen, causing her to sway like a rag doll. Pain coursed through her, cold sweat beading on her forehead, yet she gritted her teeth, embodying the stubbornness of a young fawn, refusing to cry out. "Damn it, filthy woman. How dare you?" Buck raged, his countenance twisted like a feral wolf. "Do you think Robin will come to your rescue? Dream on. You are merely a tool to him, to be discarded when he is done." He seized Janna's chin, unleashing a torrent of fury. "I would relish Robin's arrival, for then I could slay him. I would relish the opportunity to reduce him to mere pulp before your eyes." "You will go to hell, Buck," Janna retorted, unflinching in her defiance. "Hell? Huh? You shall await your demise right here," Buck scoffed, two cold laughs escaping his lips before he turned and exited the room. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, plunging the room back into darkness. In that obscurity, Janna gradually closed her eyes. As Buck stepped outside, he encountered the Thunderblade Knight, Valray. Noticing Buck's agitated demeanor, Valray surmised that his attempts at coercion had once again faltered. "Failed?" Valray inquired. "Let that foolish woman perish. No, before she dies, I intend to torment her thoroughly." Buck spat, his expression malevolent as that of a ravenous wolf. Valray replied, "In truth, I excel at inflicting torment as well. Offer me more funds, and I assure you, that woman will bow to you. No need for that. Are you out of your mind with greed?" Buck retorted curtly, "I prioritize money over people. In this day and age, wealth is far more dependable than individuals," Valerie remarked with a faint smile. At that moment, one of Buck's subordinates rushed over, panting, and reported, "My lord, Robin has arrived." Buck was initially taken aback, but then erupted into joyous laughter, clapping his hands. "That fool actually came. Excellent. Go inform everyone to gather." Robin approached the gates of Buck's estate, where two ironclad doors stood firmly shut, flanked by towering stone walls over 3 meters high. "Buck, I have arrived," Robin bellowed with conviction. Moments later, the heavy doors creaked open, revealing 2 armored sentinels who stood menacingly on either side, casting wary glances at Robin. "The Lord awaits you inside. Please proceed," one of the sentinels stated. "Dismount and surrender your weapons," the other added. Robin swiftly dismounted, spreading his arms wide. "I bear no arms." One sentinel circled Robin, noting his armor, but confirming there were indeed no weapons. The sentinel's expression turned to one of disbelief, pondering whether this man was deranged to enter the enemy's lair unarmed. In truth, Robin had anticipated the disarmament upon entering Buck's estate and had chosen to forego weapons altogether, knowing that once a confrontation ensued, seizing a weapon would be effortless. Furthermore, in Robin's hands, even a stone or a piece of charcoal could be transformed into a lethal instrument. Another sentinel approached to take Robin's horse, and Robin stepped forward through the estate's entrance. Behind the gates lay an expansive courtyard, roughly the size of half a football field, stark and barren, with towering walls on 3 sides that resembled a prison. At the far end, directly opposite the entrance, stood a 2-story villa. On the second floor, a row of open balconies revealed Buck and the lightning swordsman Valerie standing there. Upon seeing Robin enter, Buck trembled with excitement, murmuring in fervent anticipation, "Ha! He truly has come." With a thunderous bang, the doors behind Robin slammed shut, trapping him within the courtyard. "Forward," a sentinel commanded, his tone laced with menace. Robin strode confidently toward the villa, halting to gaze up at Buck on the balcony. Buck's face wore a triumphant grin as he looked down upon Robin. "Robin, you've indeed come. Should I commend your courage or deem you a fool?" Buck paused, then erupted into boisterous laughter. "Robin, are you mad or simply foolish? Do you not realize where you are? Did you think you could simply waltz out of here unscathed?" As his words fell, the grand door of the mansion was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang, and a throng of armored warriors surged forth, encircling Robin with fervent shouts. In a bid to confront Robin, Buck had evidently invested heavily. A cursory count revealed that there were indeed over 100 warriors concealed within the mansion. They formed an inner and outer circle around Robin, each wielding a weapon, their gazes upon him akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, ready to pounce mercilessly at their master's command, tearing Robin to shreds without hesitation. Surrounded by 100 fully armed miscreants, Robin remained remarkably composed. Activating his bloodline eye, he scanned the assembly, only to find that not a single awakened individual was among them. The Lord could not help but be amused. Is this truly all they have to offer? Chapter 85. overwhelming on the balcony, but maintained an air of arrogance. A cold smirk etched upon his face as he addressed Robin. "If you were to kneel and bark like a dog, I might consider granting you mercy." His words were met with a chorus of derisive laughter from the assembled warriors below. To them, the notion of needing such theatrics to subdue a defenseless youth seemed to betray an excess of caution on the part of the nobleman. A heavily armored knight approached Robin from behind, bellowing, "You wretch, kneel before the noble lord." As he reached out to grasp Robin's shoulder, Robin pivoted unexpectedly and delivered a fierce kick to the knight's abdomen. The force was so immense that it nearly folded the warrior in half, propelling him like a cannonball, colliding with several of his comrades before crashing heavily to the ground. The knight lay sprawled in a puddle of his own blood, gasping for breath, a mere shadow of his former self. Those he had knocked down groaned in agony, their bones shattered, some with dislocated shoulders, others with fractured ribs. With a single kick, Robin had stunned the assembly of over 100 men. Such strength was nothing short of monstrous. While it was feasible for any of the warriors present to send a grown man flying, none could replicate the feat of propelling a man several meters away, leaving him bloodied and unconscious. Not to mention, the knight had been clad in armor. Laughter abruptly ceased, as if a hand had clutched their throats. The warriors could not muster another sound. Their gazes remained fixed on Robin, shifting from disdain to palpable fear. Beside Buck stood the Thunderblade warrior, Vare, whose attention had been unwaveringly trained on Robin since his arrival. Initially, he displayed an air of calm indifference, seemingly uninterested in Robin, but now his eyes widened in astonishment. Undoubtedly, this man named Robin was also an awakened. A flicker of intrigue crossed Vare's countenance, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had long since grown numb to the slaughter of ordinary men. It was the thrill of vanquishing an awakened that truly excited him. Buck, momentarily taken aback, quickly transformed his astonishment into fury. He shouted to his subordinates below, "What are you still doing standing there? Kill him. All of you. Attack together." Buck acknowledged Robin's strength. Yet he remained unperturbed. He had 100 men at his disposal, and sheer numbers would surely overwhelm him. "Do not fear. We shall strike together and slay him." A voice rang out, urging the closest circle of warriors, who immediately surged toward Robin like a pack of ravenous wolves. Robin scoffed, for had they formed a disciplined phalanx, advancing methodically towards him, they might have posed a genuine challenge. However, their reckless charge was merely an invitation for Robin to reap their heads. Robin focused on a warrior charging ahead of the pack. With a swift stride, he closed the distance, and before the opponent could react, he unleashed a powerful punch that crushed the warrior's nose, driving his entire face into his skull. Blood gushed forth from the warrior's mouth and nostrils as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back in terror. In that fleeting moment, Robin deftly snatched a crossed sword from the fallen man's grasp. Immediately, Robin bent low as a curved blade sliced through the air above him. He then pivoted, sweeping his sword horizontally and cleaving the swordsman behind him in two. Empowered by divine strength, even the most mundane of weapons manifested the might of legendary arms. The armor worn by the warriors seemed as fragile as paper, offering no protection against Robin's onslaught. The upper half of the curved blade warrior tumbled to the ground, still clinging to life as he gazed in horror at his severed lower half beside him, his organs and blood pooling around him. An overwhelming dread threatened to drive him mad, prompting him to scream in agony. Yet, amidst the chaos of life and death, no one paid heed to his cries. Instead, more warriors surged past his body, launching themselves toward Robin with lethal intent. Robin exchanged kicks with one assailant, who struck him squarely in the chest. Yet Robin remained as immovable as a statue. The opponent, momentarily stunned, faltered, and in that instant, Robin retaliated, delivering a kick that caved in the man's chest plate. Blood sprayed forth as he was sent hurtling backward, colliding with several others along his path. With a swift turn, Robin thrust his sword at another warrior, who raised a round shield to defend himself. Though his movements were precise, they proved futile against Robin's overwhelming divine power. Robin pierced through the shield and into the warrior's heart. A crossbowman, hidden among the throng, aimed for Robin's back, launching a bolt with a smirk of smug satisfaction, convinced that no amount of skill could evade his stealthy assault. However, the crossbowman's expression shifted to one of disbelief as the bolt flew through the air in a straight line, striking him squarely between the eyes, embedding itself deeply. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide with incredulity and terror. The Lord, lacking in sophisticated combat techniques, relied on simple thrusts, sweeps, slashes, and jabs. Yet, Bolstered by the might of his Titan bloodline, no one could withstand his strikes. He pierced one warrior's neck with his sword, then smashed another's helmet with a punch, outpacing the speed of his own blade in a butcher's frenzy. The edge of his sword quickly became battered and nicked, prompting him to discard it, impaling another foe through the chest. He then seized a two-handed greatsword from another assailant. Robin favored heavy, powerful weapons, for they allowed him to fully unleash his extraordinary strength. In his hands, the greatsword whirled like a tempest, and any who dared approach him were cleaved in two by a single, devastating blow. The brutal clash did not endure for long. These warriors were not the bloodthirsty brutes like the orcs, but were rather aligned with Buck solely for the sake of wealth. The blood of their fallen comrades swiftly conveyed to the remaining warriors the stark realization that mere numbers could not bridge the chasm of power that lay between them and Robin. With a single stroke, Robin felled another hammer-wielding warrior, yet the next fool did not rush forward immediately. The Lord lifted his gaze and discerned that the remaining combatants had all encircled him from a distance of 10 paces. Their eyes fixed upon him as though he were a monstrous apparition. Fear was etched upon every countenance, and none dared to advance any further. Chapter 86. You get what you pay for. Robin stood upright with a great sword in one hand, and around him, within a 10-step radius, lay a multitude of corpses belonging to Buck's subordinates. Some bodies were decapitated, with the torso at Robin's feet while the head rested 5 meters away. Others bore crushed rib cages or shattered innards, their iron breastplates deeply indented, some even marked with distinct impressions of fists. The majority of the corpses had fallen to Robin's single strike, meeting a swift demise with scarcely a hint of suffering. Thick, viscous blood stained the rough stone floor, each boot print leaving a vivid crimson mark. The nauseating scent of blood permeated the air, relentlessly assaulting the nostrils. Buck's men were a ruthless lot. Accustomed to the grim trade of bloodshed, murder was their profession, many seasoned in the art of torturing enemies to death at Buck's behest. Yet, even they were struck by terror at the horrifying scene before them. Nearly 40 bodies sprawled around Robin, almost half their total number. This terrifying efficiency of slaughter resembled a human meat grinder. However, this blood-soaked harbinger of death exhibited neither flushed cheeks nor labored breath. Not even a single scratch marred his form. Despite being besieged by so many, they could not inflict a single wound upon this monstrous figure. 1 man against 100. Having slain nearly half of them without sustaining any harm, such overwhelming might was enough to shatter the nerves of all present. When faced with the weak and innocent, Buck's subordinates reveled in their cruelty and coldness, yet confronted by an opponent they could not conquer, they began to manifest instinctual fear and cowardice. Though it was Robin who stood encircled, it was Buck's men who appeared ensnared, their faces etched with trepidation. Some were pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. One individual, overwhelmed by fear, retched on the spot. Others unconsciously began to retreat. Fear gripped their hearts like an invisible hand. As Robin's gaze swept over them, none dared to meet his eyes, terrified that a mere glance would mark them as his next target, destined to join the ranks of the dismembered. What? No more fighting? Come on, all of you, charge at me. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Robin's mouth as he stepped forward into the crowd, his great sword trailing along the ground, etching a slender line through the pool of blood. It was as though a lion had entered a flock of sheep. As he moved in one direction, the throng instinctively recoiled, none wishing to confront this beast. On the balcony above, Buck was equally paralyzed by the terror of Robin's prowess, utterly astonished that a mere country baron could possess such strength. By God, with such abilities, why would you venture to this desolate wasteland? Yet Buck would not concede defeat so easily. Observing his men cowering from Robin below, a surge of rage ignited within him. Grasping the balcony railing, he bellowed down. What are you doing? All of you attack together. Kill him. Whoever kills Robin, I shall reward him with 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins is no trifling sum. For an ordinary family of 3, it is sufficient to ensure a life of prosperity. Yet, even with such a generous offer from Buck, none of his subordinates dared to step forward. These warriors followed Buck solely for the promise of wealth. While gold is enticing, it holds no value if one does not live to spend it. You cowards! Buck bellowed in exasperation. He then turned to his side, glancing at Valray. The Thundersword Master Valray was now Buck's only hope. It was precisely because he anticipated such a predicament that Buck had paid handsomely to hire this formidable warrior. A sense of pride swelled within Buck for his foresight. Valray, it is your time to shine. However, Valray shook his head and calmly replied, No, I require a higher price. No. Valray fixed his gaze on Buck, speaking slowly. At 500 gold coins. Buck was momentarily taken aback, then his fury ignited. 500 gold coins. Valray, you are being unreasonable. I have already compensated you. You get what you pay for. This enemy is worth that amount. Valray pointed towards the crowd below. Before I arrived, you did not inform me that this man was so formidable. When we captured Janna, I was only offered 100 gold coins. Why should Robin demand 500? Buck roared in indignation, believing Valray to be taking advantage of the situation. Valray chuckled lightly. Even if they are both awakened, their abilities can vastly differ. I assure you, Tinjanis could not best this Robin. If you do not increase the payment, you and your men shall perish. Give me the gold, and I shall eliminate him, liberating you from your concerns forever. At this juncture, Buck found himself with no alternative. Gritting his teeth in resignation, fine, I shall increase the payment. As long as Robin is slain, I will pay whatever it takes. A satisfied smile spread across Valray's face. Remember your words. He then leapt from the balcony of the second floor, landing gracefully on the ground. He called out to the crowd encircling Robin, stand aside. You are no match for him. Buck's subordinates were well aware of Valray's esteemed reputation and recognized that this Thunder Sword Master was no ordinary man. Moreover, they were eager to avoid facing the terrifying specter of Robin. With a collective sigh of relief, they hastily dispersed, creating a path for Valray. With confident strides, Valray approached Robin, halting 10 paces away. Robin gazed at Valray and activated the Bloodline Eye. Within the vision of the Bloodline Eye, a thick layer of yellow mist enveloped Valray's body, coalescing at his chest into a mass that resembled a second heart. This ethereal mass of bloodline mist, which Robin referred to as the Bloodline Heart, served as a marker of awakened individuals. Under the scrutiny of the Bloodline Eye, those possessing a bloodline heart within them were indeed bloodline awakened. Moreover, within the mist of Valerie's bloodline, silver arcs of electricity flickered intermittently, rendering his bloodline aura reminiscent of a dense storm cloud. Robin pondered, a warrior adept in the attributes of lightning. He glanced at the bloodline heart nestled within Valerie's chest. Typically, a novice awakened to their bloodline powers possesses a heart no larger than a mere egg, which subsequently expands in size as their powers grow, ultimately undergoing a qualitative transformation. However, Valerie's bloodline heart was as large as a fist, indicating that his bloodline level had attained at least the second tier. Robin mused, a second-tier lightning warrior could nearly dominate the Silver Frost City, which elucidated why he had become the trump card in Buck's arsenal. Valerie resembled the hawk, his keen eyes intently fixed upon Robin as he extended his hand, slowly drawing forth the longsword from his waist. Chapter 87. The Art of Thunder Valley unleashed his battle aura, and with a resonant hum, his entire being radiated a brilliant white glow. Battle aura armor. He then gave a slight flick of his wrist, infusing his sword with thunderous energy, causing silver arcs of electricity to erupt from the blade, crackling audibly, sending shivers down the spine of anyone within earshot. If I am not mistaken, you are an awakened one of the giant bloodline, am I correct? Valley asserted confidently. Directing his gaze at Robin, he observed Robin's remarkable strength, a hallmark of the giant lineage. On the battlefield, even the most inconspicuous piece of information could alter the course of a fight, and Robin was certainly astute enough not to reveal his bloodline abilities. Seeing Robin remain silent, Valley assumed his guess was accurate, filling him with renewed assurance. Let us commence, he proclaimed, gripping his sword with both hands and taking measured steps towards Robin. Though his pace was unhurried, each step was deliberate and steady, and as he reached Robin, he executed a simple yet powerful downward strike. The technique, though unadorned, was executed with impeccable precision, unmistakably showcasing his prowess as a true swordsman. Robin raised his massive sword to block, and with a sharp clang, Valley's blade struck forcefully against Robin's. A smirk crept across Valley's lips as he thought, "You foolishly attempted to parry my strike with your sword, Robin." Upon impact, the electrical current from Valley's sword coursed into Robin's greatsword, silver arcs resembling writhing serpents swiftly climbing towards Robin's hands. The might of the thunderous aura lay in its elusive nature. Upon contact with the enemy, whether through weapons or flesh, the insidious currents would seize the opportunity to invade the opponent's body. Once the electricity made contact, weaker foes would be rendered paralyzed, losing their combat effectiveness in an instant. Even the mightiest adversaries would find their movement slowed after repeated encounters, ultimately succumbing to Valley's blade. The number of formidable foes who had perished at his hands due to the thunderous energy was beyond Valley's own reckoning. However, the smile on Valley's face faded within moments as he was astonished to find that, while the current indeed penetrated Robin's body through the greatsword, Robin remained completely unscathed, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Logically, Robin should have been convulsing from the shock, unable to maintain his grip on the sword. Valley's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The man before him was far stronger than he had anticipated. Yet, this brief astonishment did not disrupt Valley's composure. Having earned the title of Thunder Swordsman, he had faced a myriad of foes and was seasoned by countless battles. He immediately amplified the output of his thunderous energy, causing the current to whirl along the blade, transforming his sword into a buzzing chainsaw. Then, as if slicing through butter, Valley's sword began to carve into Robin's great sword with relentless determination. Under the relentless cutting of the chainsaw sword, the formidable double-handed broadsword seemed to be rendered as fragile as paper. Sparks erupted from the incision, accompanied by a shrill hissing sound. Witnessing this spectacle, Robin felt a flicker of alarm within. This adversary had enhanced the sword's sharpness with electric combat energy. The chainsaw sword sliced through with remarkable swiftness, penetrating deeply into the blade of the broadsword within the mere span of a breath, nearly severing it entirely. Consequently, Robin decisively relinquished his grip on the broadsword, leaping backward to distance himself from Varela. With Robin no longer resisting, Varela's crossed longsword followed through, crashing down onto the ground and leaving a profound gash on the stone surface. Varela then raised a foot, shattering the broadsword entirely before lunging toward Robin. He executed a sweeping strike, which Robin narrowly evaded by retreating, and then delivered a diagonal slash, which Robin sidestepped once more. Varela's strikes were as swift as lightning, aimed with acute precision, yet Robin appeared to discern his every move, dodging each of Varela's relentless flurries of attacks with remarkable ease. Growing impatient, Varela ceased his pursuit, gripping his sword above his head with both hands, his eyes wide with fury, and suddenly bellowed, "Ha!" At that moment, his electric combat energy erupted to its zenith, and the sword in his grasp radiated blinding silver lightning, with numerous arcs shooting from the blade and striking the ground, producing a cacophony of cracks that left deep craters in the stone floor. Varela's formidable energy astonished Buck's subordinates, their faces etched with awe. They had never witnessed such an overwhelming display of combat energy before. Buck, standing on the balcony of the second floor, gazed down at Varela unleashing his fury of electricity, unable to suppress a look of ecstatic delight. Though he had spent a considerable sum of gold on Varela, he deemed it a worthy investment. Everyone anticipated that Varela was about to unleash a formidable attack. Clenching his teeth, Varela concentrated all his combat energy into the blade and suddenly slashed forward. Thunderous slash. A resounding boom echoed, akin to a thunderclap erupting on a clear day, as a crescent-shaped silver lightning bolt shot from Varela's blade directly towards Robin. This strike encapsulated Varela's entire might, causing all present to pale in response. Yet Robin remained unperturbed, his expression as tranquil as still water. He simply raised his right hand to meet the incoming silver lightning. In the next instant, the silver lightning collided with Robin's palm, but contrary to Varela's expectations, the anticipated scene of Robin being cleaved in two or scorched black did not materialize. Instead, as if absorbed by Robin, the silver lightning swiftly diminished upon contact with his hand, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Varela stood there, utterly astonished, while the onlookers were left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend what had transpired. A smirk of disdain crept across Robin's lips. After all, the Titan was the god of sky and thunder, and to toy with lightning in his presence was akin to courting death. Not only did Varela's full-force strike fail to harm Robin in the slightest, but his lightning had also become a source of power for Robin, effectively charging him. Robin could sense that the cluster of small lightning within his sea of consciousness had become exuberantly lively, as if satiated. "Your lightning is impressive," he remarked appreciatively. "Have you absorbed my lightning?" Valerie's brows furrowed tightly, his face reflecting disbelief. Almost immediately, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, and he exclaimed in shock, "Could it be that you possess the Titan bloodline?" Raising his right hand, a flicker of electricity danced across his palm as Robin turned to Valerie, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Observe closely. The power of lightning is to be wielded in this manner." Thunderstorm. Before Robin's words had fully resonated, he darted towards Buck with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of lightning. In Buck's line of sight, Robin's figure momentarily flickered in place, leaving him no time to react. In the next heartbeat, Robin was already standing before him, with a stance of poise and a straight punch, devoid of any ostentatious techniques. Robin delivered a powerful blow directly to Buck's face. Chapter 88. I come to take you home. Valir shot forth like a cannonball, propelling himself 10 meters away before crashing heavily into the wall of the villa's first floor. With a thunderous roar, an entire section of the wall collapsed under the impact, burying him beneath a cascade of debris. Robin wasted no time in rushing over, bending down to plunge his hand into the rubble, extracting Valir from the wreckage. Valir, resembling a lifeless mass of clay, was hoisted by his hair, his sword lost to the chaos, as he coughed up a stream of blood. His eyes met Robin's, and in a feeble voice, he uttered, "Damn, this deal has gone south. I should have demanded more." With his other hand, Robin seized Valir's neck, his grip as unyielding as iron, creating a gaping wound the size of a fist. Scalding blood gushed forth, splattering Robin's face. Then, as if discarding refuse, he cast Valir's lifeless body before the onlookers. The swiftness of Valir's defeat was staggering. One moment he appeared to hold the upper hand. In the next, he lay dead before everyone. The grand courtyard fell into an eerie silence, the only sounds being the shallow breaths of the stunned spectators. All present were petrified, unable to comprehend how such a formidable warrior had been felled by Robin in the blink of an eye. Despite the scorching summer day, a chill enveloped the crowd, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Robin's cold gaze swept over the others. Who else wishes to fight? I am ready. Silence reigned. No one daring to step forward, not even to draw a breath. He then turned his attention to Buck on the second-floor balcony, wiping the blood from his face, and inquired, "Where's Kana?" With that, he took 2 powerful strides forward and leapt, effortlessly soaring 4 meters up to the balcony, standing before Buck. Buck, pale with fear, looked at the blood-soaked Robin, his trembling legs unable to support him, collapsing to the ground. "Please don't kill me. I have money. I will give you anything. Just spare my life," he pleaded, his voice quaking. Robin grasped the collar of his shirt and lifted him effortlessly, his expression as frigid as ice. "I will ask you one last time. Where is Kana?" Buck, quaking, raised a trembling hand and pointed toward the interior of the second floor. "Take me there." Robin seized Buck by the hair with one hand and brandished his sword with the other, striding swiftly down the corridor of the second floor. But could only crawl on all fours like a dog, struggling to keep pace with Robin as he was dragged forward. Upon reaching a room at the end of the corridor, Robin kicked the door open. Sunlight flooded into the dark space, illuminating the desolate room where Kana hung suspended in midair. Blinded by the sudden brightness, Kana slowly lifted her head and opened her eyes. Upon seeing Robin, she was still uncertain. Days without sustenance had rendered her vision so blurred that she could scarcely discern his figure. Squinting, she strained to gaze at him. "My Lord Baron, is it truly you?" Robin's heart was unexpectedly gripped with a pang. He released his hold on Buck's hair and then, with a heavy boot, crushed Buck's calf, shattering his tibia to prevent any attempt at escape. Buck let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. Subsequently, Robin strode swiftly toward Janna, brandishing his sword with a swift flourish, severing the iron chains binding her hands and feet. Janna fell, landing directly into Robin's embrace. Too feeble to express intense emotions, her pallid visage managed only a faint smile. With cracked lips slightly parted, she whispered in a voice as delicate as a whispering breeze, "My Lord Baron, I knew you would come for me. I have always known." With that, she turned to face Buck. It seemed that Buck had already foreseen his grim fate. Yet with broken bones he could neither flee nor resist. Even Vare had perished at the hands of this monster, leaving him with no hope of victory. Thus, he could only beg for mercy. "I possess great wealth. Spare my life, and I shall give you all my riches." Enduring the pain of his shattered leg, cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he pleaded desperately at Robin's feet. Robin approached him, his expression devoid of hesitation. "I have afforded you an opportunity." He twirled the hilt of his sword, thrusting it down with force. The blade pierced Buck's heart, embedding deeply into the floor, nailing him to the ground. An hour swiftly elapsed, and Simon repeatedly checked his pocket watch. The moment the second hand passed the hour mark, he rose from the underbrush. "Time's up, everyone. Ascend the mountain." The iron guards and half-elves ambushed in the woods had been growing restless, and upon receiving Simon's command, they promptly stood in unison. It could be the patrol from Silver Frost City. Simon pondered momentarily before making a decision. "We cannot delay." The leader issued orders to launch an assault on the summit after 1 hour. Simon led the group out of the forest, racing up the mountain path toward the peak. Their large contingent was soon spotted by the nearby Snow Eagle patrol, which hastily quickened its pace to pursue them. As they reached the midslope, they were intercepted by the Snow Eagle patrol. The patrol, having surged ahead, turned back to block the mountain road. The leader of this patrol was none other than Knight Helen, who, upon seeing the unusual assembly of Highlanders and half-elves before her, was immediately reminded of Robin. The first time she encountered him, he too led a similar group. "Who are you? What business do you have here?" Helen demanded loudly. After a brief hesitation, she continued. "Could you be the subordinates of Baron Robin?" The towering figure of Simon stood at the forefront of the group, his face adorned with an expression of astonishment. "You know our leader?" he exclaimed. "Indeed, he was a subordinate of Robin. I am acquainted with your Baron. He has rendered me significant assistance. What brings you here?" "Where is Baron Robin?" Helen inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Is Baron Robin in peril?" Given that Robin had vanquished the Scimitar, Helen held him in high regard. After a moment of contemplation, she resolutely decided, "We shall accompany you." Although the situation remained unclear, Helen was determined to investigate further. This territory still fell under the aegis of the Snow Eagle family, and as a member of that esteemed lineage, she wielded absolute authority here. Should Robin truly find himself in trouble, Helen would not hesitate to extend her aid. Chapter 89. You will be captured soon. Simon and Helen ascended to the summit. Arriving at the grand entrance of the Buck Manor, Helen, perched atop her steed, bellowed, "I am Sir Helen of Silverfrost City, seeking an audience with your master. Open the gate at once." Being of noble lineage, Helen adhered to a modicum of decorum. However, Simon, unconcerned with such formalities, strode past her horse with purpose, leaping forward to deliver a powerful kick to the manor's door. With a resounding crash, Simon's formidable foot left a deep imprint, and the towering iron gate, over 2 meters high, was flung open by his force. Helen, observing from the side, was taken aback, thinking to herself, what immense strength this Highlander possesses. As the gate creaked open, a pungent stench of blood wafted forth, causing Helen to wrinkle her nose slightly, her expression instantly turning grave. "Follow me, rescue the leader." The Iron Bear warrior barked, his eyes wide with fury, brandishing a sword as he charged through the gate, accompanied by the Iron Guard and half-elves. Sir Helen, with a swift gesture, unsheathed her sword and followed closely behind Simon and the others into the manor. Upon entering, the scene before the Lady Knight left her utterly astounded. It was evident that a brutal massacre had recently transpired. The expansive courtyard lay devoid of life, littered with the mangled remains of dozens of corpses. Severed limbs and chunks of flesh strewn everywhere, the blood on the ground still warm and uncoagulated. "Quickly, search for the leader," Simon commanded. And the group plunged into the pile of bodies, methodically sifting through them. After a brief search, Simon stood amidst the corpses, brandishing his knife, and called out, "Have you found the leader?" The scattered Iron Guards and half-elves lifted their heads in unison, responding, "Not here." "Neither on my end," came another voice, anxious and frantic. Simon turned toward the imposing mansion and shouted, "Leader, where are you?" "Stop your foolish shouting. I am here," a languid voice replied suddenly. Simon looked up to see their leader appearing on the open balcony of the second floor. "Leader." The Iron Bear warrior broke into a wide grin, one that could soothe a crying child. Simon, knife in hand, adopted a fearsome demeanor and asked, "Leader, where are the enemies?" "What enemies remain? I have slain half of them. The rest fled," the leader replied. "My lord, you are unscathed, I hope?" "You are covered in blood," the half-elf Luke inquired with concern. "Fear not, none of this blood is mine." Robin knelt down, gently placing Kana on the ground. Departing from their lord's broad back, Kana felt a tinge of reluctance. Robin first directed the half-elf Luke, "Go, find some food and water. Kana hasn't eaten in days." He then ordered Simon, "Take your men to search the house for valuables. We cannot leave empty-handed." Both Simon and Luke nodded in agreement, promptly setting off to fulfill their respective tasks. Having issued these commands, Robin turned his attention to Sir Helen. Although her presence was unexpected, it was not entirely surprising, considering this was still within the domain of Silverfrost City. Helen commanded the knights to remain vigilant while she dismounted her horse and removed her helmet, revealing her golden locks elegantly arranged at the back of her head. Robin chuckled softly and remarked, "Viscount Buck has taken a liking to my iron mine, kidnapped my subordinate, Janna, and intends to coerce me into submission." It is as simple as that. The mere mention of Buck elicited a look of disgust from Helen. She had long heard of Buck's notorious reputation for extorting his business rivals, a practice as routine as breathing. The noble knight, who prided herself on her sense of justice, held Buck's unscrupulous dealings in disdain. What an egregious act! Where is he now? Helen's expression turned to one of indignation, as she resolved to teach this rapacious wolf a lesson and uphold justice for Robin. "Dead." Helen was taken aback. "You killed him?" "Indeed," Robin replied nonchalantly. as if he had merely dispatched a rabid dog that had been nipping at his heels. And the body? Upstairs. Helen furrowed her exquisite brows. Concern etched across her face as she gazed at Robin. Baron Robin, you have now invited trouble. Buck is a member of the Golden Rose family. They will not let your act of murder go unpunished. To her surprise, Robin merely laughed. I care not whether he is of the Golden Rose or the Silver Rose. He crossed me, and I shall retaliate. It is as simple as that. At his words, Helen paused, momentarily taken aback, before a smile broke across her face. She admired Robin's audacity in the face of authority. After a brief contemplation, a playful grin emerged as she suggested, if you would join my patrol. With the protection of the Snow Eagle family, I believe the Golden Rose would think twice before acting against you. Robin widened his eyes in astonishment. Knight Helen, you are ever scheming to recruit others. Am I truly such an alluring prospect? Indeed. Alone? Alone. With a smile, Helen affirmed, Baron Robin. Your allure has only grown in my eyes. Robin shook his head in resignation. I appreciate your goodwill, Knight Helen. But I must reiterate my position. I have a territory to manage and cannot join your patrol. You could delegate the management of your land to someone else. Perhaps your steward or a relative. Many nobles in my patrol do just that, Helen thoughtfully suggested. In a perilous wilderness. The choice between being a destitute minor noble or joining the direct cavalry of the Duke of Snow Eagle seemed, to any ordinary person, a clear path towards a brighter future. The Duke of Snow Eagle was the most powerful man in the Northern Territories. Earning his favor in battle could lead to an elevation in rank in greater lands. Helen could not fathom why Baron Robin would cling to a mere stone when gold lay within his grasp. Was it because his territory contained iron mines? While iron could indeed yield a substantial fortune, joining the knightly order did not necessitate the abandonment of one's lands. The knight's stubborn nature only intensified her desire for Robin as he continued to refuse her. Very well, she conceded. Upon hearing Robin's silence, Helen let out a disappointed sigh. Nevertheless, she did not surrender. She regarded this as a protracted battle. The resolute knight firmly believed that, sooner or later, she would bring this promising talent, Robin, under her command. Chapter 90, The Worries of Snow Eagle, has suddenly been released. Although she was unable to catch Robin, the principled female knight still wishes to lend him a hand, and she makes a promise to Robin. Chapter 91, Let the Thunder Strike. Baron hurried down a dimly lit corridor, his countenance shrouded in the deepest gloom upon receiving the news of his brother's demise. Chapter 92, The Elven Deer. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, various factions coexist in a chaotic amalgamation, with the slave-capturing teams being one among them. Professional slave capturers are indeed a rarity. Most are merely nobles and merchant caravans engaging in this endeavor as a secondary occupation. Chapter 93, A Clash of Rivals. Aisha and Aunt May resided together. As Robin entered Aisha's home, he fortuitously encountered Aunt May on her way out. Standing in the foyer, Aunt May held. Chapter 94, The Slave Encampment. The Great Crater is a basin, and it bears this peculiar name due to its origin as a meteorite impact site. Many areas of the wasteland. Chapter 95, Night Raid. Robin instructed Aisha to continue monitoring the direction of the encampment while he crouched low, nestled within the waist-high grass, and swiftly descended from the elevated ground. In this elevated terrain. Chapter 96, The Escape. The sentinel spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with terror, and collapsed in a daze. With a swift release of an arrow, Aisha immediately drew from the quiver at her waist. At her command, 40 half-elves simultaneously loosed their bowstrings. Moving in perfect synchrony, akin to a colossal machine, their actions almost impeccably timed. Chapter 98, The Illustrious Eye of the Blind Archer. Robin understood that the individual calling out from the opposite side was undoubtedly a leader. However, he was shielded by several panels, rendering arrows ineffective against him. At this moment, the presence of a true marksman was imperative. Chapter 99, Are You Mass-Producing? Tai stepped forward, resembling a doe protecting her fawn, shielding her kin behind her. Despite her efforts to appear fearless, her trembling hands betrayed her trepidation. Chapter 100, The Thrill of Revenge. At that moment, Aisha strolled by, cradling a basket of bread. She overheard the conversation amongst several individuals and, with a smile, addressed Ties. It's all right, Ties, go ahead and use it. The Moonlit Water. Chapter 101, The Oath Under the Moon. A day later, the remnants of the slave-catching squad finally brought the news of the raid on the slave encampment to Wind Castle, the stronghold of Baron, within a dimly lit chamber. Chapter 102, The Formation of the Cavalry, Combined Edition, including the chieftain Thais, The Moonchaser tribe contributed a total of 50 awakened individuals to Robin. Within the attributes panel of the bloodline system, Robin observed all the Moonchaser. Chapter 103. Is it shameless to take advantage? Tice hurriedly approached, and with a thud, she fell before Robin. Chapter 104. The heavy infantry within the Duke's office, Helen resembled a sword unsheathed, standing straight. Chapter 105. The war commences. Simon, accompanied by 2 iron guards, unceremoniously hurled the envoy of Baron and his 2 escorts out of the grand gates of Fury City, much like tossing aside chicks. The banner of Wind Fortress they bore was also. Chapter 106. Scout Warfare. The Scout Captain. Chapter 107. The Cavalry Night Raid on a pitch-black prairie. Robin led 50 half-elven light cavalry, arranged in 2 columns, galloping swiftly towards the direction of Wind Fortress's army, in order to execute their mission. Chapter 108. The bloody carnage under the flames. The entire eastern district of the fortress camp has descended into utter chaos. The supply convoy of the logistics department has been entirely set ablaze by the arson squad led by Tice, amidst the sweltering heat and arid conditions. Chapter 109. The blade turned upon oneself. Struck by an arrow, Lepin fell from his steed, swiftly engulfed by the panicked throng. The cavalry relentlessly pursued the fleeing soldiers, advancing westward with fervor, and soon they. Chapter 110. The siege. It was not until the sun had fully risen above the horizon that the Wind Fortress army finally extinguished the great fire within the camp. The scene inside the encampment was one of utter chaos, with the entire eastern district of the military compound. Chapter 111. The Dragon's Roar. Robin led the Iron Guard at the gates of Ragewave City, forming a line upon a gentle slope that descended. 50 members of the Iron Guard stood in 2 rows upon the open ground. They each. Chapter 112. The God of Death. On the battlefield, the Dragon's Roar inflicted an immediate psychological assault on the ordinary soldiers. However, Baroness' main forces, positioned at a considerable distance from Smog, experienced a diminished effect from the dragon's thunderous call. Chapter 113. Defeat. The Iron Guards raised their heavy square shields and charged against the phalanx of spears. Crouching low, they nearly concealed their entire bodies behind the shields, as the spears struck against the surfaces of the shields, producing a resounding. Chapter 114. Surrounded. The remaining 2 minor lords, one portly and the other slender, both in their 30s, felt a flicker of intrigue in their hearts upon hearing Baron Barlow's promises. Chapter 115. It's all right, we can win. Baron Ballon, mounted upon a steed, gazed from a distance at his spear-wielding soldiers engaged in fierce combat with the Highlanders. The expression on his face, which had initially been one of exhilaration, gradually morphed into. Chapter 116. The Crimson Fountain. Baron Jike, mounted upon a steed, beheld a valiant half-elf charging directly towards him, igniting a fierce flame of rage within his heart. Chapter 117. You flee, I pursue. Upon entering thunderstorm mode, Robin experienced a remarkable enhancement in both speed and strength. Originally, these heavily armored soldiers relied on their shields and formidable armor for defense. Chapter 118. No more strikes. Following a close-range volley from the mounted archers, the spear formation of the logistics team collapsed instantaneously. The remaining soldiers and laborers scattered in disarray, engulfed by the vastness of the night. A throng of individuals. Chapter 119. Continue the battle. Once again by the banks of the turbulent river, Robin welcomed Sir Helen. Seated at either end of a white table, Robin was flanked by a tall and imposing figure behind him. Chapter 120. The Iron Tiger. Among the Tiger people, Wind Fortress, amidst a resounding rumble, 2 heavy solid-wood gates gradually creaked open. Baron stepped forward a couple of paces, directing his gaze towards the visitors from beyond the walls. Chapter 121. Your foundation is unstable. A blood-red sun hung low on the horizon, casting an ominous glow over the desolate expanse as a chilling wind swept across the wasteland. Clad in ebony armor, Robin advanced with heavy steps toward. Chapter 122. Complete beastification. Glenn knelt before Robin, fury coursing through him as his yellow tiger eyes widened with disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that he had been utterly bested by this individual before him. Chapter 123. Long distance shooting. Robin's fist struck Glenn's rugged visage with the force of iron, sending him staggering backward several paces. A resounding buzz filled Glenn's head, as pain coursed through his nose and mouth. Chapter 124. Simultaneous deployment of troops. Baron turned his head and was taken aback to see several soldiers struck by arrows, collapsing to the ground. He was filled with astonishment, his heart racing in disbelief. From such a distance, the sharp-eared ones truly managed to shoot. Chapter 125. The night raid. Night battles have always been the forte of the Fury Legion. In contrast to ordinary humans, The eyesight of half-elves remains largely unimpeded in the darkness. During the ancient wars, the elves. Chapter 126, Breaching the Wind Fortress. Outside the Wind Fortress, Tess, mounted upon her elven stag, stood at the forefront of the entire battalion. Behind her, the stag cavalry was arrayed, accompanied by the remaining iron guards and half. Chapter 127, The Cavalry Standoff. As dawn approached, a resplendent sun gradually ascended the horizon, illuminating the morning sky, which was as clear as crystal. Across the vast, boundless grasslands, a troop of cavalry galloped swiftly towards the south. Chapter 128, Subtle Strategies to Retain Individuals. Once the cavalry of Vaughn had receded into the distance, Helen finally exhaled a sigh of relief, her expression softening just a bit. In truth, she harbored no desire to engage in conflict with Vaughn, however. Chapter 129, The Invitation from Snow Eagle. Robin awoke from his slumber, the sun already high in the sky. Bare-chested, he leapt from his bed, arms outstretched, humming softly as he indulged in a grand stretch. Chapter 130, The Shopping Incident. Gifts? Ah, yes, gifts. Robin pondered for a moment. After all, he was attending the birthday celebration of Duke Shuiying, and it seemed rather inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. Chapter 131, Waiting for Robin. Though Lady Martha possesses her own residence in Silverfrost City, she is, in essence, a pioneering lord, her domain situated in the western wasteland, known as Redstone. Chapter 132, The 10th Person. Robin stood before the floor-length mirror, clad in a sharply tailored black evening gown. He twisted left and right, thoroughly satisfied as he assessed his reflection. The Baron. Chapter 133, You like him, don't you? Robin had heard of the Ice Flag family. They were a prominent second-tier family in the Northern Territory, second only to the Snow Eagle and Golden Rose. Their status and power were not to be underestimated. The Ice Flag family had connections with the Snow Eagle family. Chapter 134, The Titan Manuscript. Upon entering the banquet hall, the mage Negan was disregarded by all. Hastening to a secluded corner where he settled at a table alone, fortuitously positioned right beside Robin. Chapter 135, Did I hear that correctly? Upon discovering that Robin was proficient in Titan script, the attitude of Mage Negan underwent a complete transformation, his previous indifference vanishing as if replaced by. Chapter 136, The Titan's Treasure. As Vaughn entered the banquet hall, all eyes were instantly drawn to him. Among these gazes, the relatively neutral nobles merely exhibited expressions of astonishment. Chapter 137, The Knight's Tournament. Good morning, Robin. Helen stood outside Robin's door, clad in a spirited white swordsman's attire, a sword hanging gracefully at her waist, her face radiating vitality. Chapter 138, Indeed, I shall not permit you to slander Master Ed. Master Ed has. Chapter 139, Robin donned his armor and followed the servant from the practice arena as they exited the resting chamber, only to find the steed tethered outside the door. That scoundrel Jack had taken the horse. Chapter 140, The Snow Eagle. Metal Ed's sword was deftly flicked into the air by Robin, spinning gracefully several times before. With a soft thud, it became embedded in the ground. The cold blade rested against Ed's neck. Chapter 141, The Lost Floating City. The cheating incident involving Coman was ultimately resolved internally within a small circle, as Helen chose to handle the matter discreetly. After all, escalating the situation could potentially tarnish the integrity of the nightly tournament. Chapter 142, I heard you are still unmarried? How could this be? The literature is inexplicably incomplete. Master Negan tossed the deciphered manuscript onto the desk, letting out a profound sigh of disappointment. Chapter 143, How's my daughter? I am still unmarried. As Robin sipped his drink, he pondered curiously, why is this question being posed to me so suddenly? He cast a sidelong glance. Chapter 144, The indestructible ogre Luke, accompanied by a group of individuals, arrived at the southern edge of the camp, where Simon stood guard. The Highlander, brandishing a battle axe, was fully prepared for combat. Chapter 145, More variants of indigenous species. The crimson crystal, roughly the size of a fist, resembles a heart in shape and exhibits a deep red hue, lacking transparency. This crystal is located within the domain of the cannibals. Chapter 146, A Brief History of the Blood Clan. In ancient times, the Blood Clan roamed the continent with great power and influence, proudly referring to themselves as the illustrious blood nobility. At that time, although their numbers. Chapter 147, 247. Redstone Town. Martha spent a total of 2 days in Fury City. On the first day, Robin escorted her on a tour of the iron foundry, ensuring the superior quality of the ironware produced in Fury City. Chapter 148, The Challenge to Robin, Barony of Manu. The warning letter dispatched by Martha reached Baron Manu that very evening. He sat in his chamber, having perused the contents. Chapter 149. Blood Demon. Following the onset of the Great Elemental Drought, a faction of the vampire kin renounced their original identities, merging into human society. Meanwhile, another segment of the bloodline forsook wisdom and civilization, descending into a more primal existence. Chapter 150. It is over. The head of the blood demon detached from its shoulders, plummeting to the ground and rolling to a halt before Simon's face, as Robin and the blood demon clashed. Chapter 151. I wish to follow you at the break of dawn. The corpse of the blood demon was displayed in the central square of Redstone Town. Its head, limbs, and body were assembled together like a jigsaw puzzle, with the surroundings of the corpse. Chapter 152. The tragedy of Horntown. Salu abruptly invaded the gathering. Much to Martha's discontent, she furrowed her brow and reprimanded, Salu, I am currently entertaining Baron Robin. What is it that you need? Chapter 153. The Blood Duke. As evening descended, the sun had dipped below the horizon, yet the sky remained cloaked in a lingering twilight. Chapter 154. The emergence of discrepancies. Russell's abdomen suddenly swelled, transforming his physique into a grotesque orb. A fleeting glint of ferocity crossed Robin's gaze as he grasped Russell tightly. Count Longridge had unfurled his banner. The wilderness was the domain of pioneering nobility. He had rallied over 20 such nobles to present us with a joint missive, indicating their collective discontent. Chapter 156. Dragon Ridge Fortress. After the departure of the Knight of Earl Dragon Ridge, Robin immediately set about preparing for the campaign. He felt uneasy about leaving his entire force behind, so he decided to retain a portion of his troops from the existing 3 divisions. Chapter 157. A chaotic battle. The Earl of Dragon Ridge, known as Good, was once a nobleman from the southern part of the empire. After losing a power struggle within his family, he was compelled to relinquish his lands and former. Chapter 158. The banquet at Dragon Ridge. Baron Joseph was acutely aware that he was in the wrong regarding the recent brawl. Nevertheless, he still summoned the audacity to confront Count Longji. This was because he and Count Longji. Chapter 159. Red-haired lore. In the mission of the Vanguard troops is, in simpler terms, to clear the path for the main forces. If they encounter small enemy units, they will eliminate them directly. If they come across larger groups. Chapter 160. Marching in the rain. It has been a fortnight since leaving Long Ridge Fortress. The overcast sky is drizzling lightly, ever since Robin and his companions set forth. This. Chapter 161. Assault on the Blood Clan Fortress. This military stronghold is situated in close proximity to the march route of the coalition forces from the wasteland. The army must eliminate this outpost to advance further, otherwise, during the assault on the Blood King City. Chapter 162. Battle in the rain. The arrows from the armies of Rock City rained down upon the walls of the Blood Clan Fortress. Instantly, numerous earthbound goblin archers were struck, with arrows embedded in their chests, shoulders, and thighs. Chapter 163. Next. It's our turn. The incessant patter of cold rain fell like fine needles, unrelenting in its descent, drenching the grass and splattering upon the faces of soldiers etched with fear. Chapter 164. The steel-heavy arrow. The Iron Guard's troops are equipped as before, clad in formidable armor, wielding battle axes and warhammers, complemented by hefty square shields. The 40 Iron Guards form a phalanx, resembling a colossal iron tortoise. Chapter 165. Assault on the Blood Clan Fortress. The launch position of the half-elf archer is situated 300 meters away from the Blood Clan Fortress, surpassing the range of ordinary bows. The arrows released by the Earth Spirit archers fall short. Chapter 166. The power of the Blood Clan. The Iron Guards followed in Robin's footsteps, storming into the depths of the Blood Clan Fortress, where they engaged in combat with the bear goblins. Among humans, the Iron Guards were already considered formidable. Chapter 167. The method of slaying the Blood Clan. Upon entering thunderstorm mode, every vein, every bone, and even every muscle within Robin's body emanated a silvery current, showcasing an unparalleled speed and strength. Chapter 168. Continuing towards the Blood King's city. In the hearth, a warm flame danced, occasionally crackling as the wood splintered and burst. The flickering glow bathed the entire room in a languid hue of orange-red. Chapter 169. Arrival at the Blood King City. To the north of the wasteland lies the so-called Endless Mountains, an uncharted territory untouched by mankind. From an aerial perspective, countless. Chapter 170. Acquiring another medal. Baron Lauren, his face flushed with shame, spoke slowly. At that time, I commanded my troops and made an attempt to strike. Yet I failed to capture it. It's quite humiliating to admit, but I was contemplating surrendering. Chapter 171. The siege commences. Count Gode bestowed upon Robin a new task, to oversee the granaries and supply depots of the coalition of the Wasteland, specifically the previously conquered fortress of the Blood Clan. Chapter 172. Has the city fallen? The siege ahead is proving to be exceedingly arduous. Over the course of a month, Count Good has orchestrated several large-scale offensives. Yet none have succeeded in breaching the Blood King's city. Chapter 173. The fierce battle on the city wall. The colossal weights of the catapult plummeted swiftly, propelling the sling on the opposite end skyward, hurling fire oil bombs towards the blood-soaked royal city ahead. Fire. Chapter 174. The formidable Etten. The Etten. A formidable being is an evolved form of the ordinary ogre. Such powerful creatures are already a rarity upon the desolate plains, and the Etten is even more elusive, akin to a phoenix among mere sparrows. Chapter 175. An ambush. The two-headed ogre stood at an imposing height of 3 meters, with one of its thighs nearly as thick as that of a robin. With a swift swing of his axe, Robin severed its thigh at the base, resulting in a. Chapter 176. Escape. Robin raised his battle axe high, cleaving the gray-green head of the kneeling bloodkin earth spirit in two. Red and white splattered forth from the earth spirit's severed cranium. Chapter 177. Acquiring a fine sword. Robin withdrew a great sword from the pool of blood and soon realized that this sword was extraordinary. The razor-sharp blade bore not a single drop of blood, and the sword's surface gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the light. Chapter 178. A familiar face on the battlefield. Chapter 179. Journey south. Sadness did not linger long on the face of Baron Lauren. He was a man of iron, possessing a resolute will and a formidable spirit. The current circumstances, however. Chapter 180. Abar. The coalition soldiers suddenly emerged from the grass, catching the Blood Clan earthlings completely off guard. The archers unleashed a volley, immediately resulting in half of them. Chapter 181. The Prairie Wind Wolves. The coalition soldiers formed 2 parallel lines, traversing the unnamed stream in single file. The water was icy cold, prompting the soldiers to remove their boots and roll up their trousers. Chapter 182. The Wolf's Calamity. At night, the chilling night breeze wailed as it swept across the pitch-black wilderness, reminiscent of a woman's sorrowful weeping, sending shivers down one's spine. Robin and the coalition soldier, Lubia,